The Middom Project, Folio 633. By Anna Lee. Chapter 1, Fish and Cockroaches. I sat on a low plastic stool, my knees nearly pressed against my chest, as my mother turned the knob of the gas cylinder and lit the outdoor stove. I must have been 4 years old, a spindly child with bony legs, waiting in quiet expectation. By then, a shelter had been added to the side of my parents' gray brick home, a clear fiberglass roof that rattled violently in storms, shaking the entire structure. I was too young to remember its construction, but my mother often spoke of earlier days, of cooking in the rain with her slim frame pressed against the wall, shielding herself as best she could while stirring a scant handful of leafy greens or yams in a pan slicked with a few precious drops of pork fat. By the time I was born, things had improved. Oil was still precious, but no longer so hard to come by. My mother poured a generous puddle into the pan from a reused glass bottle. The oil was thick with brown specks, remnants of a dozen previous meals. She would strain it back into the same bottle after frying the fish, to be used again later for stir-fried greens with a dribbling of soya sauce, the ever-present staple of our table. At her call, my father strode toward the fish pond just beyond our doorway, net in hand. With a single precise motion, he scooped up a writhing fish, never failing to catch exactly the one he had intended. I watched, transfixed, as he carried it back, water dripping from its slick body, its tail flicking desperately against the metal frame of the net. When he reached the small wooden table, he grasped it neatly by the tail and dropped it into a deep bowl, where it flailed in desperation. I marveled at the ease with which he handled the slippery creature, his fingers finding the perfect grip, firm, unyielding, yet never too tight. I wondered why he needed the net at all. I would sit and watch the fish's futile struggle until it finally stilled, lost in thought over the strange contradictions of nature. I already knew that fish, like humans, needed oxygen to survive. What I could not comprehend was why submersion in water meant life for them and death for us, while the open air, so vital to our lungs, was fatal to theirs. My imagination, however, did not extend to the fish's suffering. It never occurred to me that a swift cleaver strike might have been a mercy, rather than letting it fight a hopeless battle against the inevitable. My mother, waiting for the oil to simmer, finally picked up the cleaver, a blade larger than the fish itself. With swift, practiced strokes, she sliced its belly open, pulled out its glistening entrails, and tossed them into the bushes. Then, with equal efficiency, she washed both the fish and her hands in a bucket before placing the creature on the chopping board. 3 clean cuts marked each side before it was finally lowered into the hot oil, where its skin crackled and curled, exposing the flesh beneath. The scent of frying fish never failed to summon cockroaches from their hiding places beneath the cracked concrete, under unsteady ceramic pots. Soon, the fish emerged golden and fragrant, then layered with fresh coriander, and was carried inside on a thin metal plate, set beside a second dish of stir-fried greens. Bowls of steaming rice followed. My father poured himself a small glass of white liquor, its sharp aroma cutting through the warmth of the meal. I remember that day distinctly. It was my father's 30th birthday, though at the time, the significance of it was lost on me. Memory, I have since learned, is an elusive, untrustworthy thing, shifting, evolving, reshaping itself over time. Why was that day etched so vividly into my mind, rather than my mother's milestone 18 months later? By then, I was older, my memories beginning to take root, but still as fleeting and insubstantial as wisps of smoke. The house, though. That remains clear. My grandparents lived there for 15 years before they were finally carried away in a fog of incense and white wine. My parents stayed much longer, perhaps longer than they should have. But that is my judgment, not theirs. For me, sentimentality did not cling as tightly. I had not built it with my own hands, had not poured my labor into its foundations. But to my father, that 2-room house, however humble, was his pride. Perhaps the finest structure in our scattered village. Even now, I suspect, it still stands, not as a home but as a shed, a relic of rusting tools dwarfed by the towering concrete blocks of the New World. Only years later did I understand that my own resilience, my own quiet patience, came from my father. It was there, in the unwavering care he had poured into that small brick house, a house that stood firm while others cracked and crumbled. My parents had lived in desperate times, when even the bare necessities, food, shelter, were difficult to secure. Homes were ramshackle affairs, hastily built, each young couple carving out a meager space where they could. My father was different. He sought something better. He was a patient man. His younger brother married a year after him and left home immediately, while my father remained, enduring the scorn of neighbors, the quiet impatience of my mother. Yet he had a plan, a vision measured in careful steps. He marked out a perfect square, 55 square meters, ambitious for the place and time. Even after gathering the concrete, he refused to lay it, waiting for spring's warmth to ensure it would set properly. The villagers laughed. He would be an old man before he laid his first brick, they said. But when the season changed and the days grew mild, he finally poured the slab, working with the precision of a surgeon. It never cracked, not like the others. Even now, I wonder at the perfection of it. By the time the slab was set, he had enough materials to build a single room, as was customary. Yet he waited again, letting the last traces of moisture dry in the summer heat. Only then did he erect a temporary wooden shelter on one side, a modest space, no grander than the others. The ridicule continued. Another year wasted, offered the neighbors, and all he had to show for it was a wooden shack atop an oversized slab. But when the rains came, his patience was vindicated. As neighbors scooped water from their homes, their mud floors dissolving beneath their feet, my parents remained dry. And still, my father built. Brick by careful brick, a knee-high wall first, outlining what would eventually become 2 rooms. Another year passed before he laid a sturdy roof, then lined the inside walls with layer upon layer of newspaper before whitewashing over them, a touch of light, yes, but more than that, insulation against the searing summers and bitter winters. I was born in that first room, its walls already bearing witness to the slow emergence of the second. The walls of the new room stretched outward, begun during the construction of the first, a quiet promise of something more, the brick walls stepping down from the roof to the ground, a deliberate yet untidy arrangement. Waiting until those layers of bricks were built up to match the height of the first room, ultimately suggesting that the rows of bricks were laid in steady loops, rather than a later add-on. My father had foreseen the final form, ensuring each imperfection temporary, merely a stage in its evolution, not accepting a patched-up extension that he would be forced to cast his eyes over for years to come. Month by month, the walls rose, brick by patient brick laid in patient handfuls as materials and time permitted. The wooden shanty that had once sheltered us was dismantled in quiet increments, yielding to something stronger, something permanent. What had once been the object of scorn, too ambitious, too slow, too different, stood now as a quiet triumph, its sturdy presence unmatched in our tiny village. To my father, it was not just a house. It was a promise. A testament to patience, to endurance, to the quiet defiance of a man who built something meant to last. My early childhood was a time of wonder, a time of freedom that I would always look back upon with fondness. There were no cars back then, and like the neighbors' children we had the freedom to explore, catching dragonflies and butterflies in the summer, and spending time down by the small stony stream whose presence dictated the sight of the village. Life was still hard then, eggs were a rarity, and meat still more so. Even at 3 years old, I played my part, looking for turnips missed in the fields, my efforts an echo of the fear that the bad days might return. But it was more than that. I loved plants the way that a hard brown seed could germinate in just a few days, unfolding into something tentative and beautiful. How each seed, plain and simple, held its own secret, some blooming into mighty trees, while others, similar in appearance, yielded modest yellow or pink flowers, or something that might eventually finish up on our plate. I collected discarded old tins and filled them with soil, adding tiny seeds. It was a moment of pride when the fruits of my curiosity finished up on a plate, my mother beaming, "You grew that." I was a curious child, asking questions, and demanding stories of my grandfather, his gruff voice telling of the frog in the well, a metaphor for our own existence. Or the millet dream, the dream of something better. I'd ask my grandfather, what happened to that young man, waking to a dream still unfulfilled? Did he succeed and turn his life from poverty to something better? But he answered, that is not part of the story, and that it was for me to decide what was possible and what was not, occasionally winking and asking, is it possible for a little boy to grow, to change the fate of his family? Many would say not. Then he'd turn away and leave me to my thoughts. Time has taught me that many things are possible, but some are not. Sometimes the road is too long or too steep, that we must do the best that we can with what we were given. For me, that meant numbers and counting were within my grasp, words and writing, at least at that time, were not. There was no one to teach me those things, neither my parents or grandparents could read. I did learn to read, but that only came when I was 6 and started at the village school. My sister, P, had been born the year before, and I was glad to escape her demands. I loved school right from the beginning. My daughter, or at least those of her generation that remained in Middom, laugh in astonishment when I tell them this. But school was not a grind then, it was something to be treasured. But that was because there was only 3 hours of it each day, not 13. I could still play in the river, grow plants, and ask questions of my parents and grandparents in the afternoons. I had a wonderful teacher. It was not that she was knowledgeable, and she certainly never attended university, or even high school for that matter, but that she loved children and wanted them to learn to love learning. She praised me for my maths and smiled encouragingly when I rushed to answer a question, and smiled forgivingly when I was wrong. She was beautiful, though I have always had unusual taste in women. Most wouldn't agree and laugh, saying that it would be a poor magazine that would put her on the cover. But magazine covers are two-dimensional. They'd only show teeth that were crooked and too large, and sunburnt skin wrinkled too early. They didn't show the joy or the fun, the playfulness, the love, or the inquisitiveness, only skin too smooth for a life of exertion. In the beginning, the idea of reading seemed daunting, impossible swirls of dancing ink. I never thought I'd master it, but nevertheless there was joy in it. I found games, the words that looked like pictures. I had favorites: horse, the word itself showed their proud chests, and fish, the 4 short lines at the bottom reminiscent of a tail fanning out from a slim body. At home, words became games, first pictographs like the moon or the sun, then ideographs. The idea of grass or a tree, those 3 or 4 simple lines signifying what the word was about. My childhood was far from idyllic. My family struggled to get by. There was never much to eat, and the winters too cold, the summers too hot. Though that simple home, made of my father's hands, made it more comfortable than many of our neighbors. I thought I'd spend my entire life in that little village just like the dozens of generations before, but alas, that was not to be my fate, a fate that I built day by day without even realizing it. It was that curiosity that did it, and the love of learning. Back then, even the idea of ambition did not exist. Getting through from one season to the next was the extent of it. But that was survival, not ambition. Coming first in my class was a source of pride, but not in the sense of the victories that school children associate with it today, of beating the student next to them. It was more that I was getting better. I could read lots of things by the end of primary school and had learned fractions. Both were a source of pride to my parents, who, like all parents, wanted their children to excel beyond the levels that they themselves achieved. When I was in grade 6, I expected that would be the last year of my schooling and that the fields, where I was already now spending 2 or 3 hours a day, awaited. I suppose that it was about 2/3 of the way through grade 6 when that faithful day that changed my life occurred. We'd just finished dinner and I was reading quietly under the 40-watt yellow light that hung from the ceiling in the main room of our 2-roomed house. A knock at the door in the evening after dark usually signaled some kind of trouble, a feeling that was reinforced when 2 figures stepped silently out of the shadows and into that small room. I looked up to see my father usher a slim lady, my teacher, and thick-set older man who I'd never spoken to but recognized as the village head, to the bench at the kitchen table, while my mother, instantly recognizing the importance of our guests, poured tea from a black kettle that sat on the stove. As they noticed my presence, I greeted them politely, not knowing whether I should remain or slip quietly away into the house's only bedroom. However, I remained glued to that spot, waiting for a signal from my parents. Normally, such a thing wouldn't be required. I knew the unwritten rules, but this time, my teacher's presence suggested that the topic of conversation concerned me. I had to stop myself from biting my fingernails. The presence of the village head didn't bode well, and I waited nervously as my father joined the pair in polite small talk, while my mother pushed small round teacups in front of them and placed a teapot in the center of the table, before sitting demurely by my father's side. Of all the things I thought might come out of the village head's mouth, the last thing that I expected was that I would be offered a place at the middle school in a nearby town. Naturally, my parents declined the offer, knowing that the fees would be beyond our means. However, my village head raised his hand, explaining that I had been granted a scholarship and that I would be given a place that included board, free of charge. Naturally, even that offer meant nothing to me. Having only a younger sister, I was needed to help my father in the fields. My mother looked at him with concern, a concern that I failed to understand at the time. From my perspective, I only expected one response: I was needed. My father was in his late 30s, but his hair was already graying and his face was a map of the lines of those who labored ceaselessly. In perhaps a dozen years he would be worn out, and his productivity would slowly fail under the weight of a bent back and tired muscles. But his thoughts tended in another direction, the generations of our family that stretched back beyond memory who toiled in the fields to eke out a mere subsistence, and the similarly long trail that beckoned into the future. He accepted another burden, piled onto the ones he already carried, and said quietly, he should go. I always wondered how much those 3 words hurt him, but he would never speak of it. He did not complain, and bore what had to be endured. I suppose he dreamed of me, 3 years later, a middle school graduate who might lead a team of workers, or perhaps even rise so high as to work in the village's government office. Perhaps it was the two of us, who would carry our own very different burdens, that would twist the road into the future into a slightly new direction. My mother looked at my father with an expression that was hard to place, an odd concoction of joy for me and pity for my father, realizing that his choice was no choice at all. He would sacrifice himself, for a chance at a future for me, and hopefully those who followed. In the following months before I left, he acknowledged with a curt nod the congratulations of neighbors, envious of the chance I'd been given. It later pained me that everyone thought of me, and little of him and the sacrifices he would make. To them, he was the lucky one. I became something of a local celebrity. Neighbors would stop me and say how lucky and clever I was, smiling and ruffling my hair. I worked harder at school and helped my father more in the fields, especially when the holidays arrived, trying to play some small part in easing his burdens. As the holidays came to a close, fear gripped me as I faced the prospect of leaving home. Eventually, the day arrived and I took rolled-up bedding and a bag of clothes that my mother had prepared along with other essentials and trudged out into the road for the 20-kilometer trip into town. There were no buses back then, but I hitched rides on horse-drawn carts and tractors for perhaps half the distance, and walked the rest. Finally, my home for the next 3 years stood before me, an imposing building, the largest I'd seen in my life. Chapter 2: The Bottom Rung. I was directed to a vast dormitory, its scale immediately pressing upon me. I kept my eyes lowered and claimed an empty bunk beside a spindly boy who might easily have stepped out of my own village lanes. The beds stood in neat, disciplined rows, their order at odds with the faint, damp breath of mold that clung to the air, a smell that would thicken and settle into everything as the term wore on. I arrived among the last, and those who followed came, like me, from distant villages. I watched them with quiet curiosity as they crammed their few possessions into narrow cabinets or slid them beneath the beds, as though trying to make themselves smaller, less visible. Until then, my thoughts had been consumed only by the nameless fears that accompany any new beginning. I had given little consideration to my classmates. But when we assembled in the classroom, something shifted. For the first time, I became acutely aware of my place in the world. Most of the other students were well dressed, not by any standard I would later know, but immeasurably finer than those of us from the countryside. We were easy to spot, undersized bodies stretched thin by hunger, clothes mended and remended until the original fabric was barely discernible. We were outsiders in countless ways. I had never stood beneath a shower, never used an indoor toilet, and underpants were an unfamiliar luxury, small, unspoken markers that set us apart as surely as any badge. Difference clung to us, silent but unmistakable. Yet there were comforts I had never known. A bed that was mine alone. Food that, though scarce and poorly prepared, was marginally better than what I had grown up with. Students from wealthier families quietly improved their meals, supplementing the thin rice porridge, the heavy bread, and the limp, joyless vegetables that formed the common fare. I do not know how I would have endured those first days without the others from the villages. We were mocked and shoved aside by boys who were better fed, taller, and stronger. It was as though we had been instinctively driven together, the weakest of the herd, while the wolf pack circled, confident in its numbers. Our small group, no more than 10, formed almost without intention. That first night, my only refuge lay deep within my pillow, where the sound of sobbing, of despair and homesickness could be smothered before it escaped into the dark. I woke with the sun on my first full morning there, despite the exhaustion of the day before. For a while I lay still, staring at the wooden slats of the bunk above me, wondering, without yet knowing how to phrase the question, what kind of life I had entered. Around me the dormitory stirred, boys rising into routines that would soon harden into habit. At the time, I believed my silence was a form of self-control. Only later did I recognize it as caution. The day began with compulsory exercise, followed by bowls of rice porridge, thin, hot, barely sustaining. After that came what the school called assessment. It was, in truth, a sorting. The tests were far more difficult than I had expected, particularly the Middom paper. I remember the way my heart pounded as I stared through the grimy classroom windows at the dust-coated yard beyond, telling myself that something must be wrong. It took years to understand that the difficulty was not accidental. The tests were not designed to measure what we knew, but to establish where we belonged. By lunchtime I was already depleted. I stood in the canteen line with the others, each of us handing over a metal tray to an expressionless server who portioned out rice and cabbage with mechanical precision. No one spoke. Hunger and uncertainty had reduced us to compliance. When the results came back, my place in the room shifted. I was no longer seated near the front. Whatever confidence I had carried from home was quietly dismantled, desk by desk, until I found myself among the other village children near the rear of the classroom. 10 rows of 6 desks faced the blackboard. The last row belonged entirely to us, an arrangement that was neither planned nor discussed, but determined solely by numbers on a page. Seating was based on rank. It had the virtue of appearing fair. I could read and write, but I had not yet grasped how incomplete my education was. In the village, language served function. It named things and actions. It did not dwell on states of mind. At school, language multiplied into categories I had never learned to recognize. Sadness, melancholy, despair, tragedy, distinctions that mattered little in a place where endurance was the only virtue. At the time, I assumed everyone else possessed these words naturally. I did not yet understand how closely language follows privilege. To the teachers, we were an inconvenience. The students who lowered the average. There were too many of us, and the gap was too wide. They tolerated us because the system required it. In later years I would understand this not as cruelty, but as triage. At first, this was not obvious. Only gradually did the pattern assert itself. Lessons began from a point already beyond our grasp. We copied symbols without context, rules without explanation. We were expected to build something without tools or materials. Fear settled in quietly. Each of us carried the weight of our family's hopes, though even then I sensed that those hopes were built on misunderstanding. We began, almost imperceptibly, to withdraw. Mockery from the better prepared students hastened the process. The teachers did not intervene. We learned instead to endure, to lower our gaze, to accept that the back rows were where we belonged. The word scholar had followed me from home. In those months, it lost its meaning. I did not yet think in terms of shame, but I felt its pressure all the same. The only moments that disrupted this order occurred in cues. Movement was constant, and in the rush to eat, to wash, to relieve ourselves, the village children were sometimes separated. One afternoon, waiting for lunch beside a town boy, I asked a question about fractions that had been troubling me. Why do we multiply the top and bottom of a fraction by the same number? I asked, trying to sound casual. He stared at me in disbelief. Why was I speaking to him at all? Still, he could not resist the chance to assert his superiority. In your village, he sneered, do 2 carrots and a turnip add up to 3 carrots, or 3 turnips? At the time, I registered only the humiliation. Much later, I recognized that I had learned something despite it. Understanding arrived not through instruction, but through persistence. I asked many such questions that year. Each one exposed my ignorance. Each one cost me something. I learned, gradually, whom it was safe to ask and when silence was the better option. That first half-year diminished us. The 10 boys from the villages grew quieter, more inward. We rarely spoke to one another about what was happening. There was nothing to be gained from naming it. The winter break approached, bringing not relief but reckoning. Returning home meant returning with proof. I remember imagining my parents' faces during the journey back, the careful restraint that would replace pride. I hoped, irrationally, for delay. Instead, travel was easy. New Year traffic carried me home quickly. My mother greeted me with a brightness that did not quite convince. She held me tightly, then studied my face. I went to the fields with my father. It was easier than conversation. That evening, there was more food than usual. My parents asked about the school. I answered factually. We spoke of buildings, schedules, meals. None of us spoke of rank. We never spoke of rank. When my father finally asked how I had done, I told him I had placed 49th out of 60. I waited for anger. It did not come. He nodded once and asked about the others from the villages. I answered as I had learned to answer, counting upward from the bottom. He said only, "This is a hard road." At the time, I took this as consolation. Years later, I understood it as instruction. That winter was colder than usual. I worked in the fields and completed my assignments. My parents mistook effort for progress. They did not know, and I did not yet know how to explain, that others were receiving help I could not access. I wanted to climb. What I did not yet understand was how steep the incline truly was. New Year passed, and soon I was traveling back to town and school once more. I arrived to find that two things had changed. The first was absence. Two of the boys from the villages had not returned for the new term. No announcement was made, and their desks were cleared without comment. At the time, I understood their decisions well enough. Opportunity, however rare, still demanded resources, time, money, stamina, and some families simply could not spare them. Yet their disappearance left a hollow space behind. We had arrived together, a small, fragile cohort, and now the group had begun to thin. That, I would later realize, was always how it worked. The second change was my seat. My exam results had shifted me forward, barely. I now sat at the end of the 9th row, with only one neighbor beside me. It was a modest promotion, almost symbolic, but it mattered. The boy next to me was from town. He carried with him fragments of knowledge I lacked, assumptions, shortcuts, a familiarity with the material that I could not name but could sense. It was an improvement, though a miserly one. By then, I had become strategic. I no longer asked questions indiscriminately. Cues remained my classroom of opportunity. I learned to slow my pace, to let others move ahead so I might stand beside someone more accommodating. I learned, too, that the girls were often kinder, though speaking to them carried its own complications. Still, I asked. I persisted. My questions grew narrower, more precise. Slowly, a few gaps began to close. Yet for all this, the village children and I remained anchored to the bottom of the classroom's invisible hierarchy. Movement was possible, but only within narrow limits. As final exams approached, fear returned in full force. It was not only the tests themselves, but what followed, the journey home, the report cards, the quiet reckoning with families who had staked everything on our ascent. That dread bound us together more tightly than friendship ever had. We endured the exams by force of will, extracting every mark we could. When the results came, I found I had climbed 2 places. 2. It was enough to change nothing, yet not nothing at all. That summer, returning home felt easier. Expectations had been adjusted, and so had I. As my father and I worked the fields, he began to ask questions, not about marks or rankings, but about the world I inhabited now, one entirely foreign to him. His only comment on my results was that the distance between people was vast, and that pulling a family from the deep rut in which we were mired was likely the work of generations. It was not said with bitterness. It was an observation. In that moment, an understanding passed between us. He carried his burdens, and some of mine, so that I might lift myself a little higher. My task was to climb as far as I could manage. Each step forward, however small, reduced the load for whoever came next. Progress was slow, but it was cumulative. We could feel the world shifting around us, and even slight movement carried the promise of opportunity. More than anything, my father gave me purpose. He treated me as a man and asked only that I do what I could. It was enough. The new school year began with a new name. They called me Lucky 8, a title earned by the narrowest of margins, 2 additional places that had moved me into the 8th row, just beyond those reserved for the farm boys. I hated the name. Not only because it was meant to mock, but because it denied what had been required to earn it. The other 7 village students had worked as hard as I had. The difference was not effort. It was willingness to endure ridicule, to beg scraps of knowledge wherever they could be found, and to accept the cost that came with doing so. At first, very little seemed to have changed. 2 places did not feel like progress. Yet the second of those places mattered. I was no longer seated at the end of the row. Instead of having the second weakest town student beside me, I now sat between the 4th and 5th. At the time, this distinction meant little. I did not yet understand bell curves, or how students cluster tightly around the middle. I did not know that movement in the long tail is slow, that climbing from 3 standard deviations below the mean to 2 might change almost nothing in rank, while the same effort nearer the center yields dramatic leaps. I only knew that something had shifted. My neighbors had a firmer foundation than I did, but they were slower to grasp new ideas. For the first time, academic belonging, if not social acceptance, seemed possible. I still wore the same clothes and carried the same accent, but I was no longer entirely alone in my ignorance. I could not change how I dressed. But I could change how I spoke. Some teachers commanded authority not through position, but through language. They spoke with clarity and restraint, shaping words carefully, and people listened. My classmates laughed at my speech, the thick, guttural sounds that blurred together, intelligible only to those from home. It was another marker of difference, another liability. I began to slow myself deliberately, forming each syllable as though tasting it, resisting the instinct to rush forward before finishing the sound I was making. At first, no one noticed. But I noticed. I was being reshaped. I also began helping the remaining village students. 2 more had not returned after the holidays. 10 had become 6. The others remained anchored at the bottom of the class, though 1W had managed to surpass the weakest town student. Teaching them clarified things for me as well. Understanding, I learned, is strengthened by explanation. By the winter break I had climbed another 3 places. By year's end, when I stood once more before the dreaded notice board, I still began searching from the bottom, but this time I had to pass more than a dozen names before finding my own. It excited no one but me, and perhaps earned a brief nod from my father. On the final day of term, I found a note in my locker from Teacher G, my geography teacher, asking me to see him in a small meeting room. The request unsettled me. I had neither excelled nor failed. He was alone when I knocked. He gestured to a chair and studied me in silence, as though trying to decide who I was. I looked down at the table. "You have improved significantly this year," he said eventually. I waited. "What do you expect to do after completing school?" I answered the question I had been taught to answer. My father hoped I would work in the village office, perhaps one day become party leader. Choice was not a concept we possessed. Futures were inherited. Teacher G changed direction without comment. "Sometimes," he said, "teachers select a student for private lessons once or twice a week. I am offering that opportunity to you next year." The words took time to settle. "You chose me?" I asked. "You're surprised," he said, smiling faintly. "I assumed you would choose one of the top students." "Usually I do," he said. "But your improvement has been noted. If you're prepared to work harder still, I will help you." No justification followed. "Will you teach me geography?" I asked. "I will teach you what you need to know," he replied. "At present, what you need to know is politics." He instructed me to read the People's Daily every day over the holidays. To note which slogans appeared more often, which less. I expected essays, not observation. My confusion disappointed him. "Everything said in this room stays in this room," he said sharply. I agreed. He reminded me of an old slogan, "Power to the peasants," still painted on the walls of my commune. Then of a newer one, "To get rich is righteous," which I had quoted in an exam. "Do you see the contradiction?" I answered cautiously. He nodded. "Politics changes," he said. "Sometimes it reverses itself entirely. Our leaders all turn together, as if choreographed. Do you believe that means they all truly think the same?" I did not. "The key to political survival and to exam success is synchronization," he said. "Now you understand why slogans matter." He handed me 2 piles of newspapers, one recent, one older. "I will ask you about the differences when you return." At the time, his words felt dangerous. No one had ever spoken of leadership in anything but reverent terms. Yet he was careful, controlled. His public face revealed nothing. What he offered me was not dissent, but instruction: follow the wind. Still, a crack had opened. I had lived believing the party was benevolent and infallible because everyone said so. Consensus is persuasive. Teacher G had shown me that belief and performance were not the same thing. I did as he asked, counting slogans, watching language shift. I thought often about why he had chosen me. Other teachers selected only the top students. Choosing me was unusual, and Teacher G, nor any other teacher for that matter, made unusual choices without reason. My parents received the news with cautious pride, torn between hoping for brilliance and accepting effort. That summer was unbearably hot. I worked when I could and studied when the heat forced me indoors. My old friends felt increasingly distant. We were drifting apart in ways none of us could articulate. The difference became undeniable when the village head appeared at our door near the end of summer. His secretary had been injured. He needed help preparing a report. I was given production tables, last year's report, and a draft riddled with outdated slogans. I revised it carefully, applying Teacher G's lessons, replacing what had fallen out of favor with what was newly ascendant. When I read the finished report aloud, the village head nodded. He asked for only minor changes. I was paid modestly. Cash was rare, we were still paid mostly in rations back then. I gave almost all of it to my parents. My father was aging. The work was growing heavier. What I could carry now mattered. Only later did I understand that this, too, was a lesson: progress does not announce itself. It accumulates quietly, almost invisibly, until one day you realize you are standing somewhere you could not previously reach. I returned for my final year of schooling with a little more money in my pocket. It was not much, certainly not enough to change anything, but it was enough to make me uneasy. The result of that last, awkward tussle before I left: who would keep how much of what little we had? My parents needed it far more than I did. I knew that even then, though knowing did not prevent me from being forced to accept it. Life in the villages had improved, slowly, after the peasants were granted greater autonomy over what they planted and how they worked the land. But improvement, I would later learn, is not the same as relief. Gains were dulled by what I can only describe as age inflation. The older one grew, the harder one had to labor simply to remain in place. Payment was calculated by hours worked and output produced, a system that appeared fair until you noticed who was quietly favored. Only years later did I understand that my parents' lives had been made marginally easier by their rations. Slightly better cuts of pork. A more generous assessment of their hours. Nothing that could be pointed to openly, just a small adjustment here, a softer judgment there. The unspoken compensation for having a son who might one day become useful to the village. A wink. A little extra. A favor banked for the future. At 14, I was still dense to such arrangements. The world was presented to us as orderly and just, its truths wrapped in exaggeration and repeated claims of infallibility. It never occurred to me how low we stood on life's ladder, or that there existed lives so far removed from ours they defied imagination. We were told, endlessly, that the Gunnikins were much poorer, and that gratitude was our civic duty. When I returned to my old bunk in the dormitory, I remained astonishingly ignorant of how things really worked. Yet Teacher G had, without quite meaning to, opened a narrow door in my mind. Through it came doubt, tentative and easily dismissed, but persistent. He had been right about the slogans. I had seen the village head's reaction to the report I helped write. It had nothing to do with belief or logic or right and wrong. It was about recognizing the correct words. The language that signaled awareness, adaptability, survival. Understanding the game. I had no idea how to play it. So I did the only thing I knew how to do, I worked harder. My aim was modest. I wanted to reach the top half of the class. Thanks to Teacher G's guidance, that no longer seemed impossible. For the first time, I had access to someone who truly understood the material, someone I could ask questions without fear of ridicule. I felt a change in the air. Not admiration, certainly, but acceptance. I was no longer present merely on sufferance. I belonged, in the narrow academic sense, among my classmates. The remaining village students still clustered near the bottom of the rankings, though one W began edging upward, overtaking a few more of the town boys. W became a friend. I helped him where I could and watched him improve, though he remained perhaps a year behind me, a year that would prove decisive. Still, he would pass the middle school certificate and go on to fulfill the sort of role I had once been destined for, village head first, then promotion to a larger town. For the other village students, the most consequential news was that factories were hiring. The pay was better than anything the land could offer. All three would leave for the cities, as most young villagers eventually did. The countryside was emptying itself, quietly, obediently. For me, the finish line of my education was looming, and I drove myself mercilessly toward it. Most nights, after lights out, I could be found seated on the cold bathroom tiles, studying by the weak glow of a single pale yellow bulb. I rose again before dawn, my body running on habit and exhaustion. My only reprieve was a brief visit home during winter break. Once again, I was asked to help the village head. My hopes of working in his office grew. My twice-weekly lessons with Teacher G continued. My marks climbed steadily, especially in politics. He had given me an advantage, though I did not yet know how dangerous such advantages could be. I learned to look behind the words, to search for what lay beneath them. He taught me that public exhortations often signaled private failure, calls for increased steel production meant steel was lacking. What he did not say, what he never needed to, was that the government would never admit to error. Factory managers understood the message. Those who did not read the signs paid the price. Teacher G tried to steer me away from questions that strayed too far. In my ignorance, I asked one anyway. I keep seeing articles saying only a few people will get rich at first, I said, and that others will follow later. Why does that keep coming up? He frowned, rubbed his chin, and finally said, the party doesn't want people to get their hopes up. They're warning that life won't improve overnight. It was an unconvincing answer. I left his office unsettled, though it was easy to bury the discomfort beneath exam preparation. I believed fervently that the certificate awaiting me, my results printed in blunt black ink, would determine which doors opened and which remained forever closed. I drove myself harder, counting down the weeks, suppressing exhaustion. When the exams arrived, fear had dulled into numbness. Perhaps that saved me. Pressure cannot crush what no longer feels. The exams ended in a blur, with exhausted smiles and nervous laughter. Whatever came next, I told myself, this chapter was finished. Before beginning the long journey home, I went to the new department store to buy Teacher G a gift. The scale of it struck me like an electric shock. A private venture, fully stocked. I wondered where the money had come from. Middom was changing. There were other signs too, the occasional private car, complete with driver. Wealth was still rare, but it was becoming visible. Those who prospered were a curious mix, some with inexplicable capital, other street vendors balancing makeshift stalls on bicycle frames, ready to flee at the first sign of authority. I bought Teacher G a silk-bound notebook and apologized for its inadequacy. He waved the comment away, asked about my exams, and nodded with quiet satisfaction. He told me to visit him when I was next in town. I had no idea when that might be. Before leaving, I stopped at one of the roadside stalls. It was memorable because it was the first time I had ever paid for a meal. I sat on a plastic stool and ate a steaming bowl of noodles, savoring the luxury without guilt, or so I thought. I doubted my parents would begrudge it. I was the first in the village to complete the middle school exam. I lingered, absorbing the warmth of early summer, the dust stirred by passing bicycles. My bowl was nearly empty when two men behind me began complaining loudly. About unfairness. About street vendors earning more than teachers. About rumors of newly rich men who had secured state bank loans through generous kickbacks. I carried those words with me as I climbed onto the back of a rattling diesel truck, my legs dangling as we lurched along potholed roads. I had never heard such discontent before. Not because it was new, but because I had been sealed inside classrooms from dawn until night. Only later did I connect those voices to Teacher G's evasiveness. The party feared disparity. What I still failed to grasp was that the department store itself screamed corruption, and people were beginning to notice. In the towns, the evidence was sparse, the anger contained to whispers. In cities, it was impossible to ignore, fleets of taxis appearing overnight, private factories filled with expensive machinery, men in tailored suits drinking imported liquor. As I jumped down onto the dirt road for the final 3 miles home, it never occurred to me that cities had already erupted in protest, that squares had filled with people, some of whom were shot in the streets. I did not know then. I would not learn for another 20 years. Instead, I returned home satisfied with what I had achieved, and hopeful still that there might be a place for me in the village head's office. Chapter 3: The Pawn. It was already dark when I reached home. P was waiting for me, brimming with anticipation, determined that exhaustion should not be the first thing I carried across the threshold. She grabbed my arm, hugged me fiercely, and bounced on the spot, pointing at the sideboard as though it might vanish if I failed to notice it quickly enough. A television. Even then, I understood what it meant. The black and white set sat squarely in the center of the room, its glass screen dark and expectant. 20 years after most of the world had welcomed such things into their homes, this single object marked a new threshold for us. It was not like the refrigerator my parents had acquired 6 years earlier, a purely practical improvement, a way to keep vegetables from spoiling overnight. The television offered no such utility. It did not lighten labor or lengthen the day. It was indulgent. Frivolous. A declaration that our lives had reached a point where something could exist simply to be watched. It replaced the radio that had murmured in the background since before I was born. My father saw the state I was in and said nothing at first. He pulled out a chair and motioned for me to sit. My mother poured tea, her eyes lingering on the dark hollows beneath mine. "You're exhausted," she said quietly, with a sadness that carried no reproach. I shrugged. It's my last year. I wanted to give it everything. "Wash up and go to bed," my father said. "We'll talk tomorrow." When I woke the next morning, he was already gone. My mother was cleaning the kitchen, P bent over her summer homework at the table. Shame washed over me. I lay there a moment too long, acutely aware that the day had already begun without me. "Why didn't you wake me?" I asked. She smiled and pressed a finger to her lips. "You needed sleep." Still, I dressed quickly and went out to the fields. I felt I owed something to the land, to my father, to the years he had carried both of us. As I pulled weeds from the dry soil, I muttered an apology. He shook his head, not unkindly. After a few hours, he waved me away. "You should go and see the village head," he said. "People want to hear your news." That evening, over dinner, my parents asked what I would do next. "Nothing yet," I said. "I have to wait for my results. After that, I suppose I'll see what the party assigns me." Later, I sought out old friends. They welcomed me warmly, but something had shifted. We were no longer certain of one another. Our lives had begun to diverge, and we all sensed it. Paths that once ran together were quietly splitting, destined to cross less and less often. I felt suspended between worlds, unsure where I belonged, waiting for a letter that would decide more than it should have been allowed to. The 2 weeks dragged by. I worked alongside my parents. I talked cautiously with neighbors and friends. Everyone watched me with an attention that felt undeserved. When the letter finally arrived one late afternoon, I could not bring myself to open it. The village head urged me to do so at once, but I refused. I wanted my father there. I wanted my mother beside him. The envelope sat on the kitchen table like something volatile, silently counting down the hours. That evening, the four of us sat together, cups of tea cooling in front of us. My father pushed the envelope toward me. "Open it," he said. 2 sheets slipped out. One was thick and embossed. The other was thin as tracing paper. I opened the heavier one first. The middle school certificate. I had passed. I had scored highest in English and politics, and my Middom in mathematics had improved. I laid it flat on the table. For a moment, no one spoke. Then my mother reached out, lifted the paper, pressed it to her chest, and began to cry. My father stood behind her, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and gently took the certificate from her hands. "You'll soak it," he said, laughing softly. The second sheet was a letter from Teacher G. He congratulated me and asked that I visit him when I was next in town. I had ranked 24th in the class, far beyond anything I had once imagined possible. The top 20 would be offered places in senior high school. I knew some would have felt crushed by missing out so narrowly. I did not. We could never have afforded it anyway. That door had never truly been opened to me. What mattered was simpler: I had gone as far as I could. And for the moment, that was enough. My days settled into a rhythm that felt almost borrowed. A few hours in the fields, a few more in the village head's office. He was attempting to secure a permanent place for me among his staff, though he warned me it would take time. Approval would be needed. The announcement was met with guarded expressions, one man openly displeased, another cautious in a way that suggested calculation rather than concern. Their reactions were easy enough to understand. In a village where positions were few and advancement rare, even the suggestion of a newcomer stirred unease. That unease sharpened a few days later when a short article appeared in the local newspaper. It featured my results in the middle school examination. Seeing my school photograph staring back at me from the page felt unreal, as though it belonged to someone else entirely. I remember wondering how my name had traveled that far, who had decided it was worth printing. The article itself was brief and written entirely in party language. Its message was clear enough: the benefits of the opening economy were not reserved for elites alone, even peasants could rise. In the weeks that followed, similar pieces appeared, one praising a man who had opened a small grain mill, another lauding a family who had begun firing mud bricks in a crude home kiln. By then, I had learned to read newspapers differently. Meaning was rarely confined to a single article. Elsewhere in the same pages, a prominent bicycle factory owner was arrested for corruption, another industrialist was sentenced to 10 years hard labor for fostering unrest. Together, these stories formed a pattern, though at the time I could sense it more clearly than I could articulate it. The attention the article brought was uncomfortable. Men who would once have walked past without a word now stopped to ask after my family. A group of girls giggled when I passed the makeshift market. Visitors to the village head's office commented on the article if they saw me, their voices loud enough to be overheard, their glances prompting some of the staff to bury their eyes in paperwork. I was relieved when the excitement began to fade. That relief was short-lived. Late one afternoon, the office phone rang, as it did several times a day. Moments later, the village head opened his door and said, almost ceremoniously, "The call is for you." Someone called Teacher G. It was the first telephone call of my life. I remember lifting the receiver awkwardly, uncertain how loudly one was supposed to speak. "Hello?" I said, far too loudly. "Did you see the article about you?" Teacher G asked. "Yes," I said. I still can't believe it. How did they even know about me? "The headmaster called a reporter he knew," he replied. "Oh, But that's not why I'm calling, he continued. You've been offered a place at senior high school. My heart rose instinctively and then sank just as quickly. I already knew what I would not be able to say to my parents. That's wonderful, I said, my voice faltering. But my parents. It's a full scholarship, he interrupted. Tuition and board. I said nothing for a moment. The scholarship answered one problem, but not the other. Loss of income was not something a piece of paper could replace. Teacher G seemed more excited by the news than I was. When I returned the receiver to its cradle, the village head was already smiling broadly. A scholarship for senior high school, he asked. I nodded, my expression failing to match his enthusiasm. He opened the office door and announced the news to everyone present. The room filled with congratulatory murmurs. By the time I reached the fields, the news had traveled ahead of me. My father greeted me with a wide grin. I nodded, took up a hoe, and worked in silence for an hour, tearing at the hard earth. Eventually, he called me over and gestured toward a log at the edge of the field. We sat there quietly. What's wrong? He asked, though I suspect he already knew. I'm sorry, I said. For getting a scholarship, he laughed. I just wish it hadn't been announced like that. I wanted to tell you myself. Does it matter? Everyone will expect you to agree now, I said, the words spilling out. You should have a choice. He sighed. It was never much of a choice. People like us don't get to choose. You were always going to go. I looked at him, my eyes stinging. But what about you? You'll work yourself to death. He smiled, not unkindly. We all do what needs to be done. I do. And now you do too. You've already sacrificed so much, I said. And you haven't, he replied, raising his eyebrows. Sacrifice means nothing by itself. Everyone sacrifices. The question is whether it leads anywhere. For generations, our family has sacrificed just to stay where we are, still digging the same earth, still struggling to survive. What did all that sacrifice achieve, except one more generation living the same life? He paused, then said quietly, but maybe this time it's different. I will never leave these fields, he continued. I will probably work them until the day I die. But if my sacrifice helps my son change the future even a little, then it will have meant something. Not for me, perhaps. But for you. And maybe for your children, and theirs. I had never truly seen my father until that moment. You think you are a burden, he said gently. I can see it every time you come home. You are not. You carry a burden of your own, one that weighs heavily. One day, your children will look at you the way you look at me now. They will see what you carried for them. That is how things move forward. He stood, his back already bent from years of labor, and I followed him toward home. As we walked, I found myself thinking of my sister, and wondering, without yet knowing how to ask, what place would be left for her in the future we were trying to build. 3 days later the letter arrived, and only then did my future begin to harden out of what had until that moment been a smoky, half-imagined dream. Until I held it in my hands, the idea of senior secondary school had existed only as a word, something spoken by teachers with lowered voices and by parents with awe. I had assumed, without ever questioning it, that the school would be in the same market town where I had studied for the past 3 years. It did not occur to me, until that letter forced the thought upon me, that such a town might not yet merit a senior secondary school at all. It didn't. The school was 30 miles farther on, in the nearest second-tier city, a place I knew only as a name on the bus timetable and as a rumor of concrete, crowds, and opportunity. Getting there would not be simple. First I would have to reach the town by whatever means presented itself, tractor, truck, or borrowed bicycle, and from there take a bus into the city. When the implications settled in, I felt something loosen inside me. I was no longer anchored. With each mile I would travel, I would drift further from the fields, from the village lanes, from the boys I had grown up with, and from the life that had until recently seemed inevitable. That summer I existed between worlds. My old life had already been tidied away, like a room stripped of furniture but not yet repurposed. There was no homework. My father no longer wanted me in the fields. He told me plainly that I no longer belonged there. It was not said cruelly. It was said as a statement of fact, and I understood it as such. I had been released. It was the closest thing to freedom I had ever known, and perhaps ever would. I still helped during the day in the village office, copying notices, filling out forms, performing small tasks that allowed the cadres to boast of order and efficiency. But the hours between were mine. I read under the old tree near our house, its leaves whispering in the heat. I sat with P as she bent over her summer homework, her pencil scratching steadily while cicadas screamed outside. I watched the days pass without structure, knowing all the while that this looseness could not last. In the evenings I met my friends. We sat where we always had, but something had shifted. I laughed when they laughed, but the timing was wrong. My words arrived a fraction too late or too early. We tried to pretend nothing had changed, but it had. I had already left, even while my body remained among them. The final week brought a procession of well-wishers. They came in pairs or alone, awkward and earnest, offering advice in small red envelopes. I felt uneasy taking their money, but no one pretended it was unnecessary. Cities, everyone agreed, were expensive. In the end, I was glad to leave, to stop being looked at, measured, projected upon. I told myself it would be no easier than the transition 3 years earlier, when I had first left the village school for junior secondary. Then, I had begun at the back of the class and fought my way forward. This time would be harder. The weak students had already been filtered out. What remained were children who had survived one culling and were prepared for another. The first stage of my journey took me back to my old junior secondary school, where I was to meet Teacher G and spend the night. That school sat on the edge of town, half old brick, half newer concrete, its classrooms crowded and its dormitories permanently damp. It was a place built to contain ambition without quite encouraging it, a funnel rather than a ladder. Still, it had changed my life. I arrived after lunch. Teacher G saw me from across the courtyard and beamed, placing both hands on my shoulders as though to reassure himself I was real. "Well done," he said. "How do you feel about your next adventure?" "Better than when I came here," I replied, laughing. "At least now I know something about what's ahead." He nodded, pleased. "At least it will be easier to fit in," I added. "My neighbors gave me some money. I thought I'd buy new clothes." His expression tightened. "I wouldn't do that," he said carefully. "Not yet." I didn't understand, but I trusted him. That trust would shape far more than I realized at the time. Later he said, almost casually, "We're going to the mayor's office. There will be an interview, and dinner afterwards." Only then did I sense that something larger was unfolding, something political. I began rehearsing what I should say, and more importantly, what I should not. That afternoon I rode on the pannier of his bicycle to the mayor's office, an imposing building that seemed to belong to a different scale of life altogether. Inside, a reporter interviewed me. She guided me gently but firmly through a story I already knew how to tell: hardship first, then rescue, obscurity, then recognition. Teachers, then the party. I spoke of discipline, of opportunity, of being lifted from the smallest of villages into a system that noticed even children like me. I spoke well because I had learned to. Later there was dinner, and speeches, and talk of roads and bus stations and, most memorably, a new school. A senior secondary school was being built. Not announced yet. Phased in carefully. Junior first, then senior. Foundations already laid. As I listened, head bowed, I understood dimly that my own journey was tied to these buildings, these plans, these decisions made far above me. That night I slept in the dormitory I had once shared with dozens of boys. It was empty now. The next cohort would arrive the following day. I lay awake thinking of the new school, larger, more competitive, filled with students who had never known mud between their toes or hunger before exams. I imagined myself once again in the back row, marked by my clothes, my accent, my origins. In the morning Teacher G walked me to the bus station. He apologized for leaving me so early. It was the first day of school, he said, and routines mattered. As I waited, rumors drifted through the station, whispers of protests, of deaths, of unrest in distant cities. Voices dropped when they grew too animated. When the bus finally pulled away, I sat alone by the window. I watched the town recede and felt both relief and unease. I understood only one thing clearly: I was being moved along a system much larger than myself. I was useful to it, for reasons I did not yet grasp. I was a pawn, but a pawn that had, for the moment, been allowed to advance. Chapter 4: Senior High School. I took a breath, one deep breath, as the school gates loomed in front of me. They were taller than I had imagined, black iron bars set into concrete pillars stained by decades of rain. Beyond them, the grounds rose gently, bare and ordered, paths cutting straight lines through clipped grass that showed no sign of having been played on. Another immense challenge waited ahead, one I had no choice but to face. For my parents, and for my little sister. I glanced down at my patched trousers, a faint smear of dirt still visible on the knee. The cloth was thin from wear. I had washed them the night before, scrubbing until my hands were raw, but the marks of use remained. I could not shake the feeling that they would betray me. Still, I trusted Teacher G and followed his advice, even though every fiber of my being warned that this was a mistake, one that would single me out before I even spoke. The dormitory was long and rectangular, its whitewashed walls unadorned. Rows of metal bunks lined the room with military precision, their frames bolted to the floor. Each bunk was paired with a narrow locker, painted gray and scarred with scratches and dents from years of use. The windows were high and narrow, admitting light without offering any view worth lingering on. The air smelled faintly of disinfectant and old bedding. It was early afternoon, and I was one of the first to arrive. That felt ominous. It meant that most of the boys lived nearby, that this place was already familiar to them. I chose a bunk in the middle of the hall. The mattress was thin and sagged slightly in the center, and the blanket folded at its foot was coarse to the touch. I wondered whether the middle would offer protection or exposure. Would I be surrounded by students inclined to help, or by those who would sense weakness and exploit it? A corner might have allowed retreat, but it also promised isolation. The choice reflected the lessons of the past 3 years. Survival depended on being seen, on proximity to those who might, if only occasionally, offer support. I placed my bag beneath the bunk, arranged my few belongings in the locker, and sat down with a book. I read without turning pages, my eyes following the same lines again and again, until the metal frame beside me creaked and another boy claimed the neighboring bunk. He moved carefully, as though unsure of his right to occupy the space. He was from a town in the opposite direction to my own. His clothes were plain but newer than mine, his shoes unmarked. He glanced at me, then away, weighing something unspoken. We shared the silence without introduction, both uncertain whether the other represented safety or risk. Gradually, the dormitory filled. The quiet was replaced by the scrape of metal legs on concrete and the thud of bags dropped onto bunks. Boys arrived in groups, talking loudly, their confidence evident in the way they claimed space. Some carried enormous canvas bags, others plastic suitcases. Sneakers, bright, spotless, flashed against the dull floor. Boxes of food, toiletries, and stationery were produced and stacked neatly into lockers, as though abundance were a form of armor. By evening, the room felt smaller. The air grew warmer, heavy with the smell of dust, soap, and unfamiliar bodies. The orderly rows of bunks now seemed less like accommodation and more like a barracks. Dinner, assemblies, and administration followed in quick succession. We were herded from one place to another, a canteen with long wooden tables scarred by pen marks, an assembly hall with peeling paint and hard benches polished smooth by generations of restless students. Instructions were delivered in clipped tones. No one raised their voice, none needed to. We were divided into class groups of 60, then further split into smaller clusters based on our middle schools. There were 3 others from my school in my class. They stood close together, speaking quietly among themselves. When I approached, conversation faltered. None acknowledged me directly. They sensed, as I did, that association carried risk. I lingered at the edge of their group, close enough to belong, far enough to be ignored. We were issued notebooks and pens. Standardized, identical, stamped with the school's name. When the class teacher was introduced, his expression was neutral, his gaze moving across us as one might inspect tools rather than people. I felt it pause on me, briefly, before moving on. Throughout the evening, I caught glances, some curious, some measuring, others openly hostile. I became acutely aware of my posture, my clothes, the way I held my bag. When we were told that the first week would consist of a series of examinations to assess our existing knowledge, a murmur passed through the room. For me, the announcement landed like a verdict. I imagined myself in the back row, exposed and conspicuous, my inadequacies made public once more. That night, the dormitory lights were switched off at a fixed hour. Darkness fell suddenly. The sounds of the room breathing, the creak of beds, the occasional suppressed cough pressed in around me. I lay awake on the thin mattress, staring at the ceiling I could no longer see, knowing that by morning this place would begin to decide who I was allowed to become. I was not the only one awake before the morning bell. In the half-light of the dormitory, bodies shifted and turned on narrow bunks, each of us pretending to sleep while listening for the first signal of the day. We all knew what would come. When the bell finally rang, it was less an awakening than a summons. Exercises began on a dusty field behind the classrooms. The grass was sparse and yellowed, worn thin by years of feet, and it gave slightly under our shoes as we jumped and ran in unison. A teacher stood at the front, his voice pitched artificially low, barking commands with a militaristic rhythm that felt borrowed rather than earned. The dust rose with each movement, clinging to our trousers and the hems of our shirts. My breathing grew ragged as my body warmed, but my mind was already elsewhere, rehearsing the next stage of the morning. The exercises were never the real test. Breakfast followed immediately, loud and chaotic. Students clustered instinctively into small groups of familiar faces, old classmates from feeder schools, boys who had arrived together on the same buses, friendships already sealed. I found myself at the back of a group, my back turned to those behind me, invisible to those in front. No one spoke to me, no one needed to. I took a bowl into which a ladle deposited thick rice porridge, pale and steaming, and lifted a boiled egg from the tray. We filed toward the metal tables. I sat, lowered my head, and ate slowly, counting mouthfuls, careful not to draw attention by eating too fast or too eagerly. Hunger, I had already learned, was something best concealed. 10 minutes later we were shepherded into the classroom. It was larger than any I had known before, brighter too, lit by humming fluorescent tubes that flattened faces and erased shadows. I chose a seat near the middle, not the back, where retreat might look like fear, and not the front, where confidence would need to be proven. I made the mistake of glancing around. The scene unfolded almost exactly as I had imagined it during the sleepless nights before my arrival. One boy stood out immediately. He was tall, his hair black and glossy under the lights, worn just long enough to suggest carelessness rather than neglect, brushed deliberately to one side, a small act of rebellion that hinted at confidence and safety. His clothes were new, well cut, unmistakably urban. He carried himself with the ease of someone who had never had to justify his place in a room. He spoke without raising his voice, but loudly enough to be heard by those nearest to us, and he smiled as he did so, glancing sideways to collect approval. "It's not hard to tell who the country bumpkin is," he said. There was a pause, a fraction of a second in which the room seemed to hold its breath. I suppose he expected me to shrink. That was the usual outcome. His assessment was not wrong. I had feared this moment from the day I learned I'd been offered a place. Bullies, after all, are rarely imaginative. I had rehearsed this exchange countless times in my head, turning it over from every angle. I knew that silence would be fatal, that submission would mark me instantly and irrevocably. Whatever happened in the next few seconds would echo through the next 3 years. But how does someone who has nothing answer someone who has everything? In all my rehearsals, I had found only one possible line. I shrugged, careful to keep my expression flat, uninterested. "At least everyone can see I'm here on merit," I said. I intended it as a statement of fact, nothing more. I meant that his road had been smooth, paved with resources and expectation, while mine had been narrow and uneven. I expected another sneer, perhaps laughter, and then disengagement. An honorable draw. That was not what happened. There was a sharp intake of breath, followed by a snigger from somewhere behind me. The boy's face flushed abruptly, the color rising fast, and for the first time I felt a flicker of uncertainty. I had struck something I hadn't intended to touch. I did not want confrontation. That had never been the plan. I had always imagined myself delivering the line like an actor, then stepping back into the shadows. The scene had twisted into something uglier, but I clung to the script I knew. I turned toward the blackboard, fixing my gaze on its blank surface, my own face carefully emptied of expression. I became still. For a moment the tension hung in the air, brittle and unresolved. Then the classroom door opened. The teacher entered without ceremony, oblivious to what he had interrupted. The moment fractured and dissolved. Desks scraped. Books were opened. Papers were distributed. The crisis passed, unresolved but deferred, which in that moment felt like rescue. I pushed the encounter from my mind as the exam paper was placed in front of me. I knew what it represented. This test would determine our initial rankings, our seating, the invisible hierarchy that would harden quickly and resist change. Suddenly, nothing else mattered. I lowered my head, steadied my breathing, and began to write. That first week every class was the same, test after test, subject after subject. Mornings were spent bent over exam papers, afternoons preparing for the assessments that would follow the next day. The questions were largely drawn from the middle school examinations, familiar in structure if not always in detail. After the first day or two my nervousness ebbed. I stopped imagining failure and focused instead on extracting every possible mark, working steadily, methodically, scraping what I could from each paper. It was only at mealtimes and when the dormitory lights were dimmed that unease returned. By then it had changed its shape. Other students, particularly the better-dressed ones, watched me with narrowed eyes, sometimes suspiciously, sometimes with an interest that felt more calculating than curious. I often wondered what they were thinking, but I had no way of knowing. I was grateful, at least, that they kept their distance. If my classmates despised me, they did so quietly. When the weekend finally arrived, we were exhausted. No one had spoken much during that first week. Fatigue accounted for some of the silence, but so did uncertainty. Rankings had not yet been established, no one knew where they belonged in the new hierarchy, or who it was safe to sit beside. The few tentative relationships that did form were between bunkmates, forged out of proximity rather than trust. I was excluded even from that. My position remained unresolved. Standing up for myself had made me visible, but visibility was not the same as acceptance. Whether I was safe to be near was an entirely different question. Saturday classes ended at lunchtime. Only then did I learn that in senior high school most students went home on Saturday afternoon, returning only for dinner on Sunday. All of the city students left, and most of the town students followed, despite the long bus journeys along pitted, uneven roads. By mid-afternoon the school felt hollowed out. Only a few dozen of us remained, mostly Senior 1 students. None of us seemed confident enough to form new connections that first weekend, and we had not yet been assigned homework. The corridors were quiet. In the dormitory, most boys sat alone on their bunks, bent over the small Rizzanese handheld electronic games that had recently begun appearing in shops and marketplaces. The soft clicking of buttons punctuated the silence. I might have bought one myself, but I was afraid of running short of money before the term ended. Instead, I read. I chose a book in English, reasoning that it was one of the few areas where effort alone might push my score higher. While others disappeared into their screens, I sat on my bunk and turned pages slowly, aware of the quiet, the distance between us, and the knowledge that this place was still deciding who I would be allowed to become. Late on Sunday afternoon, the school filled once more as students returned in loose clusters. Some arrived on foot through the iron gates, others perched sideways on the rear racks of bicycles, gripping bundles. In one or two rare instances, a car appeared, its arrival drawing quick glances before the students inside were swallowed by the crowd. By dusk the dormitories were alive again. Voices echoing down concrete corridors, boxes being dragged across floors, the smell of sweat and travel hanging in the air. Soon after, the dining hall filled to capacity. Students queued noisily, bowls clattering, meals collected with practiced efficiency before being dropped onto long metal tables. Conversations overlapped in rows, punctuated by laughter and the scrape of stools. Most students were halfway through their food when the head teacher struck a serving plate sharply with the back of a heavy spoon. The sound cut cleanly through the din. Silence fell with surprising speed. Exam scores and seating allocations, she announced, her voice flat and authoritative, have been posted on the notice boards outside each classroom. The noise returned at once, but it had changed character. Speculation rippled through the room. Comparisons were made, bravado was displayed, anxieties barely concealed. As others talked, my heart sank. I was the lowest-ranked student from my junior high school. No matter how I felt I had performed, I assumed I would once again be assigned to the back rows, my place exposed not only to myself but to everyone else. Some students rushed to finish their meals, spoons scraping frantically. I did the opposite. I ate slowly, dreading the moment my position would be made public. I knew eyes would be on me, and I knew that not all of them would be kind. By the time I slid my tray onto the stack, now piled high to chest level, the dining hall was almost empty. I allowed myself a brief hope that I might slip in unnoticed, scan the list quickly, and leave before anyone registered my presence. That hope vanished as soon as I turned the corner. A crowd had gathered in front of the notice board, larger than usual. Students stood back deliberately, not reading but watching, studying faces as they changed. I could not shake the feeling that many of them were waiting for me. I pushed toward the center, hoping to be shielded by bodies on either side, but the crowd parted as I approached. Space opened in front of the board. I had no choice now. I resolved to keep my face neutral, whatever I found. There was only one unavoidable signal, one tell that betrayed expectation, where you began to look. From the top suggested confidence, or arrogance. From the bottom admitted fear. I hesitated for a heartbeat, then lowered my eyes. I traced upward slowly from the bottom of the list. Relief flickered when I saw an unfamiliar name at the very end. At least I wasn't last. I continued scanning. When I passed the 10th name, I felt lighter. At 20, my pulse quickened. Something was wrong. My name still hadn't appeared. I kept going. There it was, printed plainly among the others, 36th. For a moment it made no sense. I broke my promise to myself and lingered, checking again, tracing the line with my finger to be certain. Then I stepped back, aware of the weight of attention pressing into my shoulders, and slipped away. I wanted to be alone. That was impossible here. Instead, I returned to the dormitory, walking carefully, forcing myself not to hurry. I sat on my bunk and opened a book, turning pages without reading them. The question repeated in my mind, unanswered: what just happened? The answer came the next morning. When I entered the classroom and found my seat, the picture resolved itself. The boy who had singled me out on the first day, whose name I still did not know, sat in the second last row. Around him were students in neat collared shirts, watches glinting at their wrists, jackets that looked too new, too expensive. He glanced at me briefly, his eyes sharp, but I ignored him and walked forward 3 full rows ahead to my assigned desk. The relief was immediate and physical. I was nowhere near him. More than that, my defiance from the previous week had been quietly vindicated. On paper, at least, I belonged. As I faced forward, I noticed something else. The students seated in front of me formed a mixed group, rural and urban, well-dressed and plainly clothed, boys and girls with no obvious pattern. Behind me, the composition changed. The further back one looked, the more uniform the appearance became: cleaner shoes, better fabric, the subtle signals of money and influence. Then the penny dropped. My ranking was not simply the result of performance. It was a sorting. Many students behind me were here not because they had outscored me, but because their places had been purchased through bribes, through connections, through favors quietly exchanged long before the exams were ever set. I thought back to my words in that first confrontation. At least everyone can see I'm here on merit. I had meant only myself, my own lack of advantage. But to him, and to others, it must have sounded like an accusation. Calmly delivered. Precisely aimed. To imply corruption, even obliquely, was dangerous. Now I understood the intake of breath, the sudden tension, the way the moment had turned sharp. I hoped it would be forgotten. I wanted nothing more than to disappear into the middle of the class and survive. For the first time, though, I also turned the question inward. Was I truly here on merit? Or had I simply been convenient, useful to someone, at the right moment? Was I really so different from the boy whose gaze I could feel burning into my back? The answer, I suspected, was not as simple as I wanted it to be. That week, something subtle but irrevocable shifted inside me. For the first time, I truly believed that my destiny lay beyond the fields, that I might be the one to bend the shape of our family tree, to force it to grow in a new direction. The change had begun earlier, with the middle school exams, but it was only now, standing in a senior high school classroom and no longer anchored to the very bottom, that the idea took on weight and substance. I was moving, slowly, unevenly, but unmistakably upward. With that realization came a quiet, dangerous thought. Perhaps I could become someone who mattered. Someone whose efforts were noticed, whose presence counted. Until then, I had worked hard out of necessity, grinding forward because there was no alternative. Now I began to work with intention. I started to examine my weaknesses honestly, to think not just about effort but about method, to ask why something had gone wrong, to search for patterns, to refine strategies. It was no longer enough simply to endure. I wanted to improve. The change was entirely internal. Nothing about me appeared different from the outside. My clothes were the same, my meals the same, my place in the dormitory unchanged, though perhaps I walked a little straighter, my back unconsciously resisting the old habit of folding inward. Still, one thing weighed on me heavily, the residue of that first week, the sharp edge of animosity I had left behind. I did not want it simmering, unattended, like a pot threatening to boil over. I had no desire for friendship with that boy, but I wanted neutrality, recognition without hostility. The trouble was, I had no idea how to achieve it. Building other relationships proved slow as well. Many students kept their distance, not only because my clothes were a constant marker of difference, but because I had acquired a reputation unfair, but persistent, as someone hardened, ruthless even. I wanted to soften that image without becoming weak. Fair, perhaps. Steady. Not someone to be pushed aside, but not someone to be feared either. I found myself thinking of the village head. He was not a remarkable man, but he understood people. He smiled easily. He relied on small gestures rather than grand ones, nothing that cost much, but moments of generosity that accumulated quietly. I began to imitate that instinct. When a loud, careless classmate collided with me in the corridor, knocking me off balance, I did not scowl. I smiled and steadied him with a hand on the shoulder. When someone dropped a precarious stack of books, I crouched to help gather them, straightening the pile with a grin. These were small acts, almost invisible, but I hoped they spoke louder than words. Months passed before my opportunity came, and when it did, I took it without hesitation. My former adversary was standing in line for the showers, complaining to another student about his English, my strongest subject. I recognized his voice before I saw him, heard the frustration as he shook his head over articles. I do not think he realized I was behind him when I spoke. "They're awful," I said lightly. "The is the worst." What helped me was asking whether I knew exactly which thing it was. "If I don't, I use a or nothing at all if there's more than one." The two boys stared at me, startled. I offered no explanation, only added, "I forgot my soap," and stepped out of the line. Later, when we passed in the hallway, he muttered a quick, awkward thanks. I grinned in return. That was the last time I thought of him as an enemy. By then I had assembled a small, tentative circle, not quite friends at first, more an agreement of mutual tolerance. But it had taken time, and I did not resent that. I had few distractions. On weekends, when the dormitory emptied and silence settled like dust, I finished my assigned work quickly, carving out a few precious hours to attack my weak points. I had no intention of remaining in the back half of the classroom. From my earlier schooling I had learned two things: the best way to understand something was to teach it, and the best way to build relationships was to help without keeping score. Opportunities were plentiful. Teachers focused their attention on the front rows, students like me were largely invisible, and those ranked below me even more so. I learned to be deliberate. I did not sacrifice my own study time, but I helped others in the margins of the day. While queuing for showers, waiting for toilets, standing in line at the canteen. If someone interrupted me while I was working, I laughed and said, "I've got to study too if I'm going to help you. Save me a seat and we'll talk later." What I earned was not friendship so much as acceptance. From those years, only one bond endured. Jay was the son of a garment manufacturer. We were an unlikely pair. He wore fashionable t-shirts, I wore stiff, button shirts cut in styles unchanged for generations. He expected to inherit a business and a life of comfort. Like his father, he was ambitious, and in time he confided that they dreamed of selling their clothes to the world. That ambition, tentative, outward-looking, was what drew him to me. Jay was not a strong student. He sat a couple of rows behind me, clever but inconsistent, aware that school offered useful tools but not believing it essential to survival. Like many children of that era born into sudden wealth, his parents were determined that he would not suffer as they had. They smoothed his path, sometimes too much, but not entirely. Jay lived somewhere in the middle ground. He would never face the hardships I had endured, yet his parents set expectations he was required to meet. More than anything, he wanted to learn English. He believed, correctly, that it was the key his father had never possessed. English was where I flourished. It was one of the few subjects where the playing field came close to level, and through relentless effort I climbed steadily toward the top of the class. In me, Jay found someone who could teach him the one thing he truly cared about. Questions turned into conversations, conversations into something warmer. One Sunday, after returning from home, he handed me a t-shirt. I was stunned. Embarrassed. Moved in a way I did not yet know how to express. He laughed when he saw my reaction, generous and unguarded. "I'll save it for special occasions," I told him, already picturing it with the blue trousers I reserved for important days. "I'll get you another next week," he said easily. "No," I replied quickly. "Please don't. It's too much. How can I go home dressed like this when my mother and sister still wear patched clothes?" He fell silent. Not awkwardly, but thoughtfully, as though he were seeing me clearly for the first time. In that pause, something shifted between us. Our friendship, which had until then been light and provisional, took on weight and texture. It became real. Jay and I spent a great deal of time together after that. Through him I was introduced, loosely, to his wider social circle, but I never truly belonged there. I hovered at the edges, present, tolerated, but never absorbed. I learned quickly to accept that reality. They were classmates rather than friends, and that was enough. I had not come to this place to build a life of ease or companionship. I had come to bend the arc of my future away from the fields. As the school year drew to a close, Jay surprised me with an invitation to spend a few days with his family. They were not ostentatious people, yet wealth announced itself everywhere, in the abundance and variety of food, in the quiet hum of appliances I had never seen before, and, inevitably, in clothing that was new, well-cut, and plentiful. I was treated with an easy warmth, a generosity that made no show of itself, and during my stay Jay took me to see his father's factory. It was vast. An enormous concrete building humming with purpose. Inside, long rows of women sat at sewing machines, dressed uniformly in dark blues and greens, their hands moving in practiced rhythms as they stitched together garments of startling brightness. The contrast struck me immediately, subdued bodies producing colors meant for distant, livelier worlds. Later, we sat together against the high perimeter wall of the compound, the noise of the machines dulled by distance. We drank cans of Coca-Cola. My first ever, its sweetness sharp and unfamiliar on my tongue. There, with the factory behind us and the afternoon stretching out, I finally asked the question that had pressed itself against my thoughts for months. What really happened in the capital? I knew he must know. His family was too well connected, too well placed not to. Still, he hesitated, shifting uncomfortably before replying. My parents told me not to talk about it. Come on, I said gently. We're friends. And it's just the two of us. You could deny ever saying anything. The struggle played openly across his face. In the end, he sighed. You have to promise you'll never tell anyone. I promised. It was bad, he said quietly. Really bad. It started as small protests, nothing much at first. But they went on for months. They kept growing. In the end, there were tens of thousands. People started wondering whether the government might actually fall. My jaw slackened. The party had been the fixed point of my life, and of my parents' lives, a structure as immovable as the mountains. Infallible. Untouchable. The idea that it could be challenged felt impossible. Then what happened? I asked. They sent in the army, he said. A lot of people were shot. Some were killed? I asked, hardly recognizing my own voice. He nodded. Many. Some say thousands. The world seemed to tilt slightly. But what were they protesting about? Some people were getting rich, and others weren't, he said. University people saw business owners making far more money than they ever could. We fell into silence, each of us trapped in our own thoughts. I wondered if he sensed mine. I had just seen the scale of the factory, the endless machines, the stacked bolts of cloth, the speed with which it must have grown. Jay spoke in the way we had all been taught to speak, naming events, avoiding causes. Describing what happened, never asking why. That was simply how things were. But I knew more than I pretended. I had heard the murmurs in the markets, complaints about graft, about corruption whispered behind hands. And here it was, embodied in my only true friend, in his family's success, in the gifts they pressed into my hands so casually. This was not the slow accumulation of reinvested profits over time. The business had been capitalized from the beginning. It could not have been otherwise. I did not let those thoughts linger. I stood, gathered both our empty cans, and carried them to a bin by the factory door. Let's play cards, I said, grinning, as though brushing crumbs from a table. We spoke no more of the capital. We ate, laughed, played games, and when I left the following day there was no visible shadow between us. As I said goodbye, Jay's mother, a pretty woman with a generous, open smile, pressed two neatly wrapped packages into my hands, one for my mother, one for P. I took the bus back to the town nearest my village and kept my promise to Teacher G, visiting him at his home. It was a modest apartment in a low concrete block, its stairwell dim and smelling faintly of coal smoke and boiled vegetables. He greeted me at the door with genuine warmth. He seemed pleased to see me, and even more pleased to hear how I was managing. When I spoke of the tests and the way my nerves had settled, he listened closely, nodding, his satisfaction carefully measured. I asked after my old teachers, then about the progress of the new school. They're putting the finishing touches on it now, he said. Enrolling students for the new school year. That's fantastic, I replied, already thinking of P in the future that might now be within her reach. He nodded, then added, almost casually, I will be working there next year. For a moment I could only stare at him. He smiled a small, knowing smile, as if to say that advancement was not reserved for me alone. After a pause, he continued, I will be one of the deputy principals in the junior school. Your old headmaster will be responsible for both the junior and senior schools. He waved a hand, as though dismissing the significance. A new school creates many new positions. I said little, but the thought stayed with me. Of all the deputies I had known, Teacher G would be the youngest by several years. He had never been the loudest, nor the most deferential. He understood timing. It was only on the journey home that the pattern became clear. The mystery of why he had begun giving me lessons resolved itself. There was little advantage in choosing a top student. He was not senior enough to take one from the front row, and even if such a student advanced a few places, it would attract no notice. Effort without reward. Improvement without narrative. Choosing me, however, raised questions. It provoked interest. I would likely have improved regardless, but my progress served another purpose. He had read the direction of events correctly. Society was shifting. Wealth and background could no longer be celebrated openly. The party needed examples, visible proof that advancement was still possible, that effort was recognized, that opportunity was not the sole preserve of the well-connected. Undoubtedly, he had suggested that the principal might promote the school, prompting contact with the government newspaper office. The new institution would not appear reactive. Offering places to students from villages would not seem like tokenism. It could be presented as reform rather than concession. Not everyone sent back to where they came from had failed, some, it would appear, were moving forward. The chaos of the previous year had overturned the board and set the pieces in motion. Some lives had been damaged beyond repair. Others had benefited from the disorder. For the first time, I understood that I was among the latter, small, expendable, but useful. I was a piece moved by others, not the hand that moved them. Still, even the smallest piece has value in a winning move. And I, too, had received my share of the spoils. That summer was a joy. My father took pride in my results, my mother and sister delighted in new clothes. As for me, I was growing into myself. I had grown taller, shed my village accent, and for the first time could see a clear road ahead, at least for the next 2 years. I continued to help my father and the village head, working as I always had. The only sadness was that I had drifted entirely away from my childhood friends. Even that, though, was a mixed blessing. It gave me time to complete my summer homework and prepare properly for the year ahead. My parents' lives had improved, if only slightly, and I told them about the new school. Later that summer, more news arrived. My sister was one of 20 students offered a place at the junior high school I had attended. I was genuinely delighted for her. How much had changed in just 3 years? I wanted to believe she would be given the same opportunities one had been. The only lingering doubt was that she would not attend the new school, and would not have the guidance of Teacher G. Those 20 students were as nervous as I had been on my own first day. I recognized it immediately. I smiled to myself, knowing that their road would be smoother. They would not walk it alone. They had companions from the beginning and someone who had already traveled ahead of them. On the first day of the school year, all 21 of us set off together. We had to split into small groups, climbing aboard trucks and carts 2 or 3 at a time, reassembling at a designated point in town. I led them to their dormitories. It was there that I noticed something that unsettled me. Every student in my sister's room was from a village. At the time, I could not quite articulate why it troubled me. Only later did I understand. They might receive additional schooling, but the lines were clearly drawn. These students would not benefit from being mixed with town children who were better prepared, more confident, already attuned to the expectations of the system. They were as I had once been in primary school, proud of their achievements, unaware of how far behind they truly were. They could not see the wider world, nor their place within it. The strongest students among them would have no measure of the gap they faced, no examples close at hand to learn from. The weight I had hoped would lift with my sister's progress settled back onto me, heavier than before. The only thing they shared with me now was our clothing, clothes I would soon leave behind. I left them to their new school and boarded a bus to the city to begin my second year of senior high school. It was a year that promised much. It was not only my knowledge that had grown, my mind had expanded as well. I felt ready for what lay ahead and embraced the challenges, continuing my steady upward march. At the end of the year, I returned home to find that my earlier fears had been realized. My sister had done well, finishing 9th in her class. My parents were proud. But I knew what she was seeing was a false dawn. Despite her ranking, she was far behind where I had been at the same stage. The teachers taught at village pace. Few of these students would perform well enough in the middle school examination to progress further. The system had given them hope, but not the means to fulfill it. I visited Teacher G and asked, then begged, him to consider my sister for a place at the new school the following year. He listened without interruption, his expression steady. When I finished, he shook his head. There were no places, he said. It was impossible. I nodded and accepted his answer without argument. Only later, on the journey home, did my anger surface. I cursed him under my breath, unwilling to believe that nothing could be done. I had seen how doors opened when the timing was right, how obstacles dissolved when they needed to. I wondered whether his refusal was genuine, or whether the truth was simpler. I had once offered him an opportunity, while my sister could not. There was no way to know. Speculation led nowhere. Even if my doubts were justified, they were also unfair. We were all reaching for something better, all struggling upward within the limits set for us. Everyone wanted to plant seeds. No one set out to leave only barren sticks behind. As I returned to school for my final year, I felt as though I were moving through a vast, mist-filled landscape. The path to the examinations was clear enough, but beyond that I could not imagine what my life might look like. I knew only that I could not lose focus. To falter now would be to lose opportunities that hovered just beyond reach, indistinct but real. By then I was seated in the third row. The first two rows were reserved for those with a realistic chance of reaching university. Even here, advancement had its limits. I was not thinking of university myself. What mattered was proving something more basic, that I was capable. That I was not held back by ability or effort, only by circumstance. The fees alone were well beyond my family's means, and I understood that. I wanted to make my parents proud, though that was not quite right. They were already proud. What I wanted was for them to look at me with something like disbelief. A son for whom a narrow sliver of opportunity had appeared, who had forced it wider with his own hands and stepped through, changing the course of his family's life. That desire drove me harder than anything before. Night after night I studied beneath the single dim light of the bathroom, working until the early hours, then rising again after only a few hours of sleep. I remained friends with Jay. He often invited me to his home on weekends. I went sometimes, less out of comfort than obligation. His family lived easily. Their apartment was orderly and warm, the cupboards full, the table laid without effort. His parents asked about school politely, but without urgency. When they spoke of the future, it was in modest terms: steady work, predictable progress, a life that unfolded much as theirs had. Jay himself was content with that. He worked hard enough, but without desperation. The exams mattered, but they were not a reckoning. He expected to find his place within the family business, and that seemed sufficient. When he spoke of the coming year, there was no fog, no looming uncertainty, only a sequence of reasonable steps. I never stayed long. After dinner I would thank his parents and return to school, where I sought out empty classrooms or the dormitory and returned to my books. I was searching for something sharper, some margin that might separate me from the many others pressing forward. Jay never questioned my leaving early. He seemed to accept that we faced different pressures. The senior high school examinations crept closer until there was no distance left between us and them. I faced those papers knowing I had done everything I could to reach that moment. I scraped for every possible mark, determined to force my way through the fog ahead. But when I walked out of the final exam, there was no clarity waiting, only exhaustion and a dull confusion. Jay was leaning against the wall outside the hall, relaxed, as though the weight had already lifted. He smiled when he saw me. "It's done," he said. "Whatever happens, happens." I nodded. I had nothing left to give, and no energy left to argue. "Come back to my place for a few days," he said suddenly. "My parents would love to see you again." I nodded once more, and I packed up my things into a bag and left the dormitory without looking back. Chapter 5: Who Dares Wins. I was welcomed into Jay's home with open arms. His parents no longer minded my habit of rushing back to school. There were no classes now to run back to. What lay ahead was a blank page, but it could wait. In that moment, all I wanted was sleep. As we waited for our results, we drifted through the days. We played cards, walked aimlessly through the streets, and lingered in parks, gradually shaking off the exhaustion that had settled deep into our bodies. I knew I would soon need to return to the village, but I kept that thought at bay. Then one afternoon Jay mentioned, almost casually, that his father, Q, wanted to speak with me. Standing in front of him across a large wooden desk felt strangely formal, so different from our conversations around the dining table. He sat with reading glasses perched on the end of his nose, studying me with quiet seriousness. "Jay tells me you are near the top of your class in English," he said. "I worked very hard at it," I replied. "I imagine there are few things you do not work hard at," he said, leaning back slightly. I said nothing. "If you are interested," he continued, "I could use your help. I am offering you a position dealing with correspondence in English, and assisting with a few other matters around the office. For now, just over the summer." "That would be wonderful," I said. When he told me what I would earn, I kept my face still. The salary was 3 times what my father made, and it included living quarters at the factory. I accepted immediately. At the time, I had no way of knowing whether the pay was fair. I would later learn that it was. What mattered then was that it offered a foothold in the city, and perhaps the beginning of something longer term. Before that, though, I would return home for a few days, to be with my family when the results arrived. The day before I left, Q approached me again. He handed me a letter he had received from a man in Guernica, who was interested in purchasing garments and wished to visit the factory to inspect the quality of the goods. He asked me to translate the letter, then to draft a reply. I wrote that the man would be most welcome, and that he would be given whatever access he required. It was a simple task. I did not yet realize how much would follow from it. I returned home for only a few days and found much had changed. My father was beginning to show his age, his hair threaded with gray, his posture subtly stooped, a habit that would deepen over time. But it was P who had changed the most. She had grown into a young woman, slim, her girlishness giving way to quieter curves. She had just completed her second year of junior high school and was restless, already anxious about what might come next. Despite my worries for her, I spoke with optimism, urging her to work hard and be patient, with a conviction I did not entirely feel. My parents were delighted by the news of my job. That it was with Jay's family reassured them. It felt safe, respectable. In the days before the results were released, they asked repeatedly how I thought I had done. I tried to temper their expectations, though without much success. When the day finally arrived, the tension was unmistakable. I wanted to be alone, but that was impossible. Too many hopes were bound up in me. When the call from the school came, it was my English teacher on the line. I had come first in my class in English, and 8th overall. I was stunned. The outcome exceeded even my own cautious hopes. The news spread quickly through the village, and for the rest of the day and much of the evening, people came to offer their congratulations. I accepted them politely, all the while trying to understand what this meant. The attention left me feeling oddly displaced. There was celebration, but it was shadowed by the knowledge that while my results were strong enough for university, my finances were not. It was a moment both sweet and bitter. Late that night, after the last of the visitors had gone, I made a quiet decision. I would apply to university regardless. My return to the city was slow. I had people to see. First, I went to visit the reporter who had written about me 3 years earlier. I felt I owed her something. At the back of my mind lingered another thought, perhaps she might write again. I hoped she would. I also wondered whether she was still there and whether she would see me. At the newspaper office I was met with skepticism at the front desk. I had to insist, then wait while a brief, clipped phone call was made. Eventually I was shown into a small room. A thin plastic cup of water sat on the table in front of me. I grew restless, questioning my decision, when she appeared. She looked older now, more worn. "Thank you for seeing me," I said, suddenly aware of how small I felt. "It's wonderful to see you," she replied, extending a narrow hand. "What brings you here after so long?" "I wanted to thank you," I said, handing her a small package. She smiled. "You shouldn't have. There's nothing to thank me for." "I've just received my senior high certificate," I said. "It's a milestone for my family." It made me think about the people who made it possible. You were high on that list. I wanted to see you before, but I was afraid you'd be too busy. You should know you're always welcome, she said. Then, with a reporter's instinct flickering back to life, she asked, How did you go? When I told her my results, she looked genuinely impressed. Your parents must be proud, she said. Are you hoping to go to university? I plan to apply to the provincial capital university, I said, if only to see whether I would have made it. She nodded, understanding without explanation. The silence that followed was heavy, but familiar. I did not let disappointment show. I had always known this was how it might be. May I at least do a follow-up story? She asked finally. The boy from the village did well. I would like that, I replied. It would mean a great deal to my family. After a visit to Teacher G and another round of congratulations, I returned to Jay's family and began work the following day. A letter had arrived the day before. The man from Gunica had been delayed but requested samples. The disappointment was immediate and physical, a sharp drop in the chest, but the work still had to be done. Samples needed to be chosen, packed, and sent. I drafted a courteous, understanding reply, expressing our hope that we might still welcome him to the factory in person before long. I printed it out and slipped it into my folder, then made my way to the boardroom. An impressive assortment of garments was spread across the long table: jackets, shirts, trousers, each carefully pressed and arranged. At the far end sat 5 pieces set slightly apart. The winners. I joined the group already gathered. Q noticed me and beckoned me over. I told him about the letter. He listened carefully, then smiled with quiet pride. What do you think of our selection? He asked. I looked again at the garments. To my inexperienced eye, they were all finely made. Good stitching, solid material. I nodded instinctively until my gaze reached the 4th piece. I felt it before I fully understood it. A hesitation. A tightening behind the ribs. I must have frowned, because I saw Q watching me closely. His expression changed, not to irritation, but to attention. I said nothing. I didn't know how. How could I criticize something his staff had worked hard on? How could I risk offending the man who had shown me such generosity, and do so in front of everyone? But Q had not reached his position by missing such moments. Let's talk this through before we decide, he said calmly to a fashionably dressed woman in her late 20s, whom I took to be the designer. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added, 633, come along. Bring the letter. By the time we sat down in his office, the woman looked nervous. Nearly as nervous as I felt. Q folded his hands on the desk. It seems you didn't like one of the designs. The design and the material are beautiful, I said carefully. And I don't think it would be a problem at all for the local market. But for a foreign buyer, the words might need adjusting. Why? The woman asked, her arms already crossed. There's a lot of English printed on clothes, I said. It looks cool because it's English. No one really cares what it means, most people can't read it anyway. It just has to look right. She said nothing. But this order is different, I continued. Imagine foreigners thought Middamese looked cool and started printing it on t-shirts. Then they tried to sell them back to us, with words that looked like Middamese, but didn't quite make sense. Or meant something strange. Or rude. Would we buy them? She hesitated. And this one was really bad, she asked, pointing to the shirt stiffly. No, I said. It was almost fantastically good. She blinked. It's a black t-shirt that says fancy pants. It looks like English, almost fantasy, almost fancy. If it's fantasy, that can be suggestive. If it's fancy, well, fancy pants is a real phrase. She leaned forward slightly. It's perfect, I went on, just not for men's clothing. It works better for women. It suggests someone stylish, playful, confident. I turned to her. Your designs are beautiful. Perhaps even better if the English was matched more carefully. Fancy pants would be wonderful on your most feminine pieces. A foreign buyer would understand it immediately. Q looked at her. Do you think we should make the change? She nodded. I'll redo it this morning. As we left the office and walked down the corridor, out of earshot, she asked quietly, what should I put on the black t-shirt instead? I thought for a moment. How about Daniel James fashion? She looked at me. How did you think of that so quickly? I shrugged. I borrowed the names from English writers Daniel Defoe and Henry James. She smiled then. Not nervously this time. It was just before lunch when the designer appeared again at the office door. This time she almost swaggered in, wearing the newly finished top herself. She was good at her job, the piece was perfect. The cut was clean, the lettering balanced, the font softened into something feminine without losing its confidence. I felt my face warm at the sight of her, and she caught it immediately. She laughed. I think he's saying he likes the design, she said to a nearby secretary, who tittered behind raised hands. Before I could recover, a machinist followed her into the office and set a neat stack of samples on my desk. We stood there together, waiting for the boss to give his approval. Early the next morning I walked into the office to find J, Q, and two other office staff standing close together around a desk. A newspaper lay spread open between them. When I stepped inside, all four turned toward me at once. My own face looked back at me from the page, caught mid-smile, composed and confident in a way I barely recognized. I hadn't expected this. My eyes went first to the masthead. It wasn't the town paper. It was the city paper, the local edition where I now lived. At the time I didn't understand syndication, but it was clear the story had been given a wider life. I glanced over the article only briefly before work pulled us apart. I folded the paper carefully and slipped it aside. By then I had learned that words were not harmless things, especially when the party was involved, and that reading them properly required privacy and patience. It was only that night, back in the factory dormitory, that I sat on my narrow bed and read every line. The party's presence was immediate and unmistakable. It framed the opening, threaded through the middle, and claimed the conclusion. Every turning point in my life was attributed to its foresight. Every obstacle I had faced was presented as something it had wisely anticipated and generously resolved. My progress was no longer merely allowed, it was engineered. Even my diligence had been carefully rebranded. I was described as a student shaped by gratitude, motivated not by ambition but by an earnest desire to repay the party's benevolence through service and obedience. My respect for authority was held up as evidence that success, when properly guided, produced not arrogance but loyalty. The message was clear: this was not a story of escape, but of confirmation. Proof that the system worked exactly as intended. The final paragraph lingered. I had climbed the mountain. The gates of university now stood open not as a personal triumph, but as a natural extension of enlightened governance. I had applied to the provincial capital university. The article ended on a question, polished to a careful sheen. Could this young man from the fields advance to the highest halls of learning under the continued guidance of the party? I folded the paper and set it beside me. In that moment I knew my plan stood a real chance, and that the reporter was no longer simply telling my story. She was positioning it. Preparing it. Offering it up as evidence. The question that followed came unbidden and would not leave me. Had this also appeared in the provincial paper? A few days later a letter arrived from the foreigner. He was satisfied with the samples and proposed a visit to the factory the following week. The mood in the office swung sharply, from muted disappointment to something close to elation. The possibility of our first overseas order, something spoken of for months only in cautious hypotheticals, suddenly felt tangible. I threw myself into preparation. I memorized the English technical vocabulary for the machines and products, rehearsing it under my breath as I walked to and from work. Every sample was inspected again. Anything printed with flawed or awkward English was quietly removed and hidden in the storeroom. The designer noted each one carefully, and I sensed she hoped the stock would soon be exhausted entirely, allowing her to retire those designs for good. On the day of his arrival, we waited at the railway station, J, Q, the designer, and me, all of us strung tight with anticipation. Jay's father stood slightly apart from us, hands clasped behind his back, his expression carefully neutral. I had begun to notice that when he was most invested in an outcome, he revealed the least. The foreigner was impossible to miss. His sandy hair bobbed above the dark, uniform crowd like a buoy on black water. As he approached, I drew a deep breath to steady myself. It was the first foreigner I had ever seen in the flesh, let alone spoken to. From the very first exchange, I felt my inadequacy acutely. His accent took time to adjust to, and I had to ask him to repeat himself more often than I would have liked. He was kind about it, though, and I suspect he guessed both my age, no more than 15, and the effort it cost me to remain composed. It wasn't the confident beginning I had imagined, but I managed to muddle through. If it was any comfort, Jay seemed to struggle even more than I did. We took him to lunch and asked, politely, how he was enjoying Middom. He was generous in his praise, speaking of palaces, ancient city walls, and pagodas, places I knew only from textbooks and black and white photographs. Q listened intently, nodding at the appropriate moments, occasionally steering the conversation with a question that sounded casual but was not. I realized he was testing not the foreigner's enthusiasm, but his seriousness. Perhaps noticing my difficulties, the man slowed his speech and chose simpler words. I began to relax and understood him better, helped by the familiarity of the topics. These were the very subjects I had practiced endlessly at school, reciting model answers about culture and history for exams meant to unlock a future. At the factory, I translated as best I could while the foreigner examined each piece with methodical care. Jay, gradually less reticent, occasionally joined in. Q said little. He watched me, the foreigner, the garments, his eyes lingering longest not on the products, but on reactions. It occurred to me that he was less concerned with what the man thought than with how much he might be willing to tolerate. Dinner that evening was short and faintly comic. Q, expecting a long night of drinking and bonding, kept ordering dish after dish. The foreigner ate everything placed before him. Interpreting this as continued hunger, Jay ordered more. Q smiled approvingly at this, as though generosity itself were a kind of leverage. When the foreigner finally leaned towards me and said quietly, "Please, stop ordering food," I relayed this at once. Q laughed along with the rest of us when the misunderstanding was explained, but I noticed a flicker of calculation cross his face, a brief reassessment, as if he were adjusting his expectations of how much could be extracted from politeness alone. When the foreigner declined further drinks and asked to return to his hotel, Q hid his disappointment well. Too well. On the walk back he said little, and when he did speak it was to remark, lightly, that foreigners were different creatures and required different handling. I wasn't sure whether that was an observation or a warning. The next morning's breakfast included only Q, the foreigner, and me. Before we left the factory, I was warned, in a tone that was calm but unmistakably firm, that anything said during negotiations was strictly confidential. It was the first time I felt not like a helper, but like a liability that needed to be managed. After breakfast, the two men discussed prices and volumes. Q was precise, almost restrained, conceding small points that cost him little and holding firm on those that mattered. Eventually, the foreigner seemed satisfied and wrote down the order. The figure startled me, more than 5,000 Guinean dollars, to be delivered within a month. As he stood to go to the bathroom, he mentioned casually that he would pay in advance to avoid delays. I relayed this to Q once the man had turned away. For a moment he said nothing. His face did not register surprise so much as calculation. I saw him weigh options I did not fully understand, some of which, I realized with a tightening chest, did not include me. There was nothing, in theory, to stop him from taking the money and moving production elsewhere, dissolving into another part of the city. I saw the same thought flicker briefly across Q's face, though whether it was fear or temptation I could not tell. My heart began to pound. I suddenly understood how easily I could be dragged into something that might destroy my own plans. The temptation was obvious, the money could repay much of the original loan that had launched the business. Q was not a man who shrank from bending rules when it served him. He simply preferred to do so quietly, and with justification. A test, I murmured, almost without meaning to. What? He asked, turning to me. A large amount for the factory, I said carefully. A small amount for one man. I did not accuse him. I did not need to. He studied me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he looked away, out through the hotel window, as though the answer might be written somewhere beyond the glass. I don't know whether my words altered his course, or merely coincided with it. But the following day 5 new sewing machines were ordered. The factory extended its hours, straining to meet the deadline. And, to my great relief, the foreigner departed as planned, leaving behind not just an order, but the uneasy knowledge that decency, in this place, was often a decision renewed day by day, not a fixed trait. The 2 weeks that followed were chaotic. The factory never seemed to sleep. Machines clattered from early morning until late into the night, their noise settling into my bones until even silence seemed to hum. I was pulled from one task to another, most often assigned to sorting finished garments in a 2-stage triage, first checking whether any printed text was fit for a foreign market, then examining workmanship. Anything flawed, misspelled, poorly stitched, imperfect in some small but telling way was quietly redirected to the local pile. Seconds for home, firsts for elsewhere. I told myself it was only quality control, but the pattern was too neat to ignore. We were learning, piece by piece, what was allowed to leave and what must remain. Then the call came from the provincial university. Not an acceptance, nothing so decisive, but an invitation to interview. 2 days' notice. My heart raced even as I reminded myself that it meant very little. Still, the words lingered after the receiver was returned to its cradle, heavy with possibility and something else besides, a warning. An interview meant not only being examined, but being read. I had never been to the provincial capital. I decided to leave the day before, partly out of caution, partly to give myself time. To walk, to think, to practice becoming someone slightly different. When I arrived at the main station in the capital, I was swallowed by a crowd unlike any I had known. People pressed in from all sides, moving as a single organism. For a moment I stood still, uncertain whether resistance or surrender was wiser, before allowing myself to be carried forward. It occurred to me that this was a skill I had already learned, when to push and when to let myself be moved. I slipped free and found the buses lined up outside, their engines coughing impatiently. On the ride into the city center I watched the streets thicken and harden, as though the city were accumulating weight the closer one came to its center. Afterward, I ate a bowl of noodles from a street stall and walked down toward the river. Though it was late summer, it was still the widest river I had ever seen, broad and sluggish, its muddy water thick with silt and drifting rubbish. The current revealed itself only through what it carried. I wondered whether I, too, was already moving, my direction visible only in what I had shed. I walked along the embankment for nearly an hour, rehearsing answers to questions I could not yet hear. Each answer sounded reasonable. Each one cost me something small, a softened phrase, a missing detail, a silence where once there had been conviction. I told myself this was maturity, not compromise. Still, I felt thinner with every revision. I knew my chances were slim. 3 years had passed since the demonstrations. Most of the country had moved on or learned to behave as though it had. The changes that followed were so incremental as to be almost invisible, easily mistaken for progress. Only in the capital did the aftertaste remain, a bitterness like cold tea served again and again, an empty chair that still faced a few thousand families each evening. But they were nothing compared to the millions who lived there. There was no longer any need for performance, no need to pretend that prosperity would trickle down to the villages and fields. The peasants could be left safely to their dreams. I had once believed that diligence alone could bridge that distance. Now I wasn't so sure. Somewhere along the way, my resolve had thinned. My hand, once firm, had learned to hesitate, hovering just long enough to decide which version of myself was safest to present. As the day closed, I took a long bus ride to the university district. I stared out the window at dusty streets and rows of gray buildings, their paint peeling from wooden doors and window frames. Everything looked tired, as though it had been waiting too long for something promised and never delivered. I wondered whether the university was different, or merely better at disguising its fatigue. That night I slept early on a hard bed in a small hotel, falling into a deep, dreamless rest. I woke hot and dry, already aware that the day would demand precision. I dressed carefully, choosing my best trousers and shirt. I decided against looking like a peasant boy from the countryside. Such displays were too transparent, too obviously calculated. Sympathy, I suspected, would not be forthcoming. Nor, I realized, would honesty be rewarded. Better to appear ordinary. To look as though I belonged. One more student among thousands, unremarkable enough to pass. As I navigated the university grounds, unease grew with every step. Buildings rose around me, laboratories, lecture halls, offices, each seeming to guard its own authority. I felt myself adjusting unconsciously, straightening my back, moderating my accent, smoothing my expression. These were small things, almost invisible, but I felt them accumulate. Each adjustment made me more legible. Each one moved me a little further from the boy who had first walked through the school gates in patched trousers, believing that effort alone would be enough. I found the canteen, bought breakfast, and sat alone, rehearsing answers once more. My head kept turning, scanning faces, buildings, pathways, trying to read signs in a place that did not yet know me and might never need to. All the while, the future hovered just out of sight, close enough to feel, distant enough to doubt. And I could not tell whether stepping toward it meant becoming more myself, or less. The moment arrived sooner than I expected. I was led into an office where tall, polished bookcases lined the walls, their shelves packed tight with mismatched volumes. Spines lean and crowded, competing for space. Books spilled onto the floor in unstable piles, as though knowledge itself had grown unruly and refused containment. Dust clung to their edges. The room smelled faintly of paper and old tobacco. I sat at the far side of a heavy desk and waited, conscious of my posture, my hands, the stillness of my face. Even waiting had rules. The door behind me opened abruptly. A man entered, serious, balding, wire-rimmed glasses perched precariously on a narrow nose. His arms were full of papers, which he dropped onto the desk with a dull, practiced thud before lowering himself into the padded chair behind it. The fabric sighed under his weight. For a long moment, he said nothing. He studied me with a measured stillness, as though taking inventory. I felt myself being arranged in his mind: category, usefulness, risk. Then he began to ask about my background. I answered simply and truthfully, keeping my responses spare. I spoke in the clipped, careful cadence of the capital, a voice I had learned through listening, correcting, erasing. Each sentence felt clean, efficient. Each one felt less like mine. He opened the file in front of him. I caught a glimpse of my face, printed upside down, frozen in grainy black and white. My story had traveled further than I had, and had been flattened along the way. "Your reporter friend called me," he said casually. "She asked whether you'd been accepted." "Oh," I said, genuinely surprised. "I didn't expect that. I've only met her a few times, only once in the past 3 years." "She seems to take a keen interest in you," he said, watching me closely. "Why do you think that is?" "I don't know," I replied. "She's followed my story for some time. Perhaps she has her own reasons. I know very little of them. You've become something of a celebrity." I offered the squirm I had rehearsed so carefully, modest, uncomfortable, harmless. It was a gesture I had practiced until it no longer felt false, only incomplete. He did not look away. "I suppose," I said at last, "it's because few people from the villages reach high school. I was one of 10 selected from thousands to attend junior middle school. Most of the others didn't finish. Those who did ranked near the bottom. That made me noticeable. A poor boy who did well. People like those stories." He held my gaze. "And what made you different?" he asked. "Why weren't you at the bottom with the others?" "The others stayed there because they cared about face," I said slowly, choosing each word. "They already stood out, poor, ridiculed. They couldn't bear more humiliation, so they stayed silent. No one helped them." "And you didn't care about face?" I hesitated. The honest answer rose immediately, sharp and inconvenient. I set it aside. I did care, I said. But then I realized, what is face compared to serving the party? To helping my country and my family? Even as I spoke, I felt the answer settle into place, smooth and acceptable. It fit too well. And then, he said, arching an eyebrow, the other students simply gave you the answers you needed? I shook my head. They mocked my ignorance. But in mocking me, they sometimes revealed what I needed to know without realizing it. I worked out the rest. How long did this continue? More than a year. That's how long it took to climb a few places. After that it became easier. I was seated beside students from the town. I could see their work. They wanted help too. He nodded, intrigued. And senior high school? Your middle school exam scores were not exceptional. I returned to my village after junior high, I said. The offer was unexpected. I had seen how much the party had already improved people's lives. I assumed they wanted to help peasants like us even more. Did the reporter play a role in that? He asked lightly. I feigned surprise. I don't know. She never said she did. He leaned back, steepling his fingers. And you applied to study medicine here, he said. That was bold. You don't have the marks. Why did you do it? It was the only course I could think of that would truly help the party in my village, I said. I knew I would likely fail. But I had to try for them. You are very patriotic, he said. I could not tell whether it was praise or amusement. I said nothing. Silence, too, was a skill. At last, he closed the file. You've given a strong account of yourself, he said. And your English score is exceptional. I can offer you a scholarship here to study English. My heart sank. This was the outcome I had most expected and most feared. The path that asked the least of me, and yet would take the most. He smiled broadly, clearly pleased with himself, as though he had delivered welcome news. In that moment, all I could see was the incongruity of him, the dark green buttoned shirt stretched across his rounded belly, the sheen of sweat at his collar, the resemblance uncharitable, but unavoidable, to a well-fed toad. I remained still. I felt the weight of the room pressing gently, encouraging compliance. Then, quietly, he asked, Am I to welcome you to our university? Silence stretched between us. I stared at my shoes, at the clean line of the floor where dust had not yet settled. I'm sorry, I said finally. I can't. Why not? He sounded genuinely startled. We will provide everything, tuition, accommodation, even a stipend. I'm overwhelmed by your generosity, I said carefully. But my family has already sacrificed too much. I have a job using English. I earn more than my father. 3 years at university would be a dream. But one that would place an unbearable burden on them. He smiled thinly, tilting his head. Yet you would allow them to carry that burden for a different course? Isn't that selfish? He thought he had me cornered. Peasants don't have the luxury of selfishness, I said. We rely on one another to survive. Our greatest fear is illness. A doctor is worth every extra hour in the fields. For the first time, it would guarantee care when sickness comes. My dream is to serve the party and help those who sustain our country. The words came easily now. Too easily. I watched them leave my mouth and wondered which parts of me they were burying. He stared at me. I lowered my head. I wish, with all my heart, that I could study English here. I love the language. My parents would be proud. But how can I, when my sister still needs support, and I already have a way to help them? I will continue to study, to read, to improve while easing their lives. I'm sorry, I said. My eyes glistened. The moisture was real. The reason was not singular. Are you certain? He asked. I could only shrug, small, defeated, resolute. A gesture that concealed as much as it revealed. He stood, shook my hand, and nodded. As I crossed the threshold, I turned back once more. "Thank you," I said. "I know you offered me a great gift. How I wish I could have accepted it." The door closed behind me, and with it, one possible future quietly disappeared, one I had learned to relinquish before anyone could take it from me. At last, the factory exhaled. But the order had revealed its limits as much as its promise. Change was unavoidable. New designs were needed. Existing stock had to be sifted again. Inventory would have to grow. A small room at the side of the factory was set aside for discontinued designs. There, garments were stacked in uneven piles, perfectly wearable, carefully made, yet no longer suitable. These would be sold cheaply to the wizened men and women who arrived each morning with bulging waterproof bags, bargaining softly before carrying the clothes back to the villages to be sold piece by piece. Firsts for elsewhere. Seconds for home. I found myself standing in that room one evening, lifting a shirt from the pile, weighing it in my hands. The stitching was sound. The fabric clean. Only the words betrayed it. English that almost made sense, that gestured convincingly toward something it was not. Close enough to pass at a distance. Close enough to fail under inspection. I put it back. As I turned away, an unease settled in me, faint but persistent. Without noticing when it had happened, I had learned the same habits as the factory. I knew what belonged where. I knew which flaws mattered, and which could be ignored. I knew what could be sent outward, and what must remain behind. And, disturbingly, I knew where I now placed myself. I left the room and closed the door. The machines continued their steady rhythm, indifferent. Somewhere beyond the walls, the road waited, leading outward, carrying firsts away from the villages, and leaving behind what was good enough to endure. The factory had become a metaphor for the outside world. It was changing, straining to shrug off a dark inheritance and refashion itself as something respectable, exportable. It moved like an irresistible force, a magnetic field drawing particles into alignment, all pulled in the same direction, all urged forward by the promise of improvement. It was easy to be caught in that pull. Almost instinctive. One felt purposeful simply by standing within it, as though momentum itself were a kind of virtue, and that by remaining in place one would be carried effortlessly toward a better future. But this, of course, was an illusion. Not everyone moved at the same speed. The machinists advanced slowest of all. Their wages crept upward in grudging increments, barely perceptible from year to year. My own position was better, less replaceable, more visible. Rewards would still arrive slowly, but just quickly enough to tether me there. It was Jay's family who would truly benefit, who rode the current rather than merely endured it. I had already begun to feel the silky fetters tightening around me. Restraints so smooth they did not chafe, so comfortable they barely registered. I do not know how I would have broken free had nothing intervened. I was settled. Too settled. Comfort, I was learning, could be as effective as force. By then, the idea of university had faded into something half-remembered, a former self I no longer quite believed in, when the letter arrived. It was entirely unexpected. After weeks of silence, I had been offered a place, medicine, with the same scholarship. How? I could not fathom it. What calculations had been made behind closed doors? What quiet conversations held between men I would never meet? I could not believe I had somehow crossed back over a line I thought close to me. I stood in the office holding the letter, my body betraying me. The careful posture I had learned, the reasonable stance, the controlled gratitude slid away without permission. Tears escaped despite my efforts to contain them. Then they gathered force, becoming something unstoppable. The room fell silent. Faces turned toward me. The disturbance was such that even Jay's father emerged from his office, standing in the doorway, watching. "What's happened?" the designer asked. I could barely form the words. "I'm going to be a doctor." Something broke then, our habitual reserve, our careful distance. Hands reached for me. I was pulled into embraces, clapped on the back. Voices rose, overlapping. Through it all, I saw Q still standing apart, his expression unreadable for a moment longer. Then he smiled. The group parted, and he stepped forward, extending his hand. "Congratulations," he said. I took it, aware even in that moment of relief and joy that another sorting had just occurred. And this time, I had been moved, decisively, into a different pile. I met with Q the following day. My imminent departure was both unwelcome and ill-timed, and I worried privately that it might cause complications. But he was a pragmatic man. He quickly recognized that my physical presence was not essential for translation work or for vetting printed text. The only real limitation would be factory visits. I told him I wanted to help in whatever way I could, though I could not be sure how often I would be able to return. I promised to try. He proposed that I return home that week, then come back later to work at the factory before leaving for school. It was a sensible arrangement. He could assemble the tasks he needed completed before the end of summer, and I, for my part, could ensure that the right people were properly acknowledged for their help. I rang the reporter and told her the news. She was delighted, though I had the faint impression that, for her, it was not news at all. When I explained that I planned to return to the village, she insisted I organize a celebration and said she would attend. Then I phoned my parents. They were stunned. The idea that their son might become a doctor seemed unreal, something too large to grasp all at once. They sat in the daze of an impossible dream. I gave them a moment, then told my father to prepare a suckling pig and bottles of white spirit. We would hold a celebration. He began to protest, citing the cost, but I cut him short. It was necessary, I said, and he would not be paying for it. A reporter would be coming. There would be photographs. He tried to argue again, urgency rising in his voice, but I stopped him. I told him I would explain later. Passing through the town, I stopped to see Teacher G and my former school principal. I presented each with a gift. Both were astonished by the news and offered unrestrained congratulations. The reporter, it seemed, had not yet reached them. My return to the village became something like a procession. Nearly everyone I passed stopped to congratulate me. When I stepped through our door, my mother could manage only 2 words, my son. My father, by contrast, was full of questions. How would this be paid for? What would it cost? I silenced him gently and asked him to gather the bills. P was wide-eyed, but silent. That afternoon, after first visiting the village head, I paid them all in full. Only then did I call the reporter and tell her that everything was ready for the following day. By midday the courtyard had filled. Word had traveled faster than any invitation could. Neighbors drifted in from the lanes, some carrying stools, others empty-handed but smiling broadly, as though attendance alone was contribution enough. The village head arrived early and took the seat nearest the door, a position that allowed him to greet arrivals while never quite relinquishing authority. Not long after, the reporter appeared, notebook already in hand, her camera hanging loosely at her side. She surveyed the scene with professional ease, nodding, noting, already shaping the story. P hovered close to my mother, her eyes wide, taking everything in. She had changed so much in the past year, but in that moment she looked again like the child I remembered, awed, slightly overwhelmed, watching the world rearrange itself around our family. At the center of it all was the pig. Large enamel bowls were brought out and set on the table. The suckling pig lay on a thick wooden board, its skin lacquered a deep amber, blistered and crackling, still faintly steaming. The smell, sweet, rich, unmistakable, hung in the air and quieted the crowd. My father stepped forward and took up the cleaver. He wiped the blade once on his trouser leg, a habitual gesture that drew murmurs of approval, then brought it down with a sharp, confident chop. The sound carried. He began with the head, splitting it cleanly, then worked steadily down the body. There was no haste, no theatrics, only method. Choice cuts were separated without comment, shoulder, belly with its perfect layers of fat and meat, crisp skin sliced into neat squares. These were placed carefully into bowls set aside for elders, cadres, and honored guests. Other bowls filled more quickly, bones, lean cuts, scraps of skin passed down the table with the quiet efficiency of long practice. I watched the flow instinctively, who received crackling, who received mostly fat, who waited while their neighbor was served again. Without quite realizing what I was doing, I reached out and intercepted a bowl mid-passage, murmured something about balance, and slid a better cut toward an older man whose portion had been thin. No one objected. No one thanked me either. Across the table, P had been watching. When our eyes met, she glanced down at the bowls, then back at me. Her expression held something like wonder, quickly shadowed by uncertainty, as if she had just glimpsed how easily the knife could change hands, and how quietly decisions were made once it did. The reporter moved among us, asking gentle questions, snapping photographs. She asked my parents to stand together, then asked me to place myself between them. Later, she asked P to join us. My mother's hands trembled as she straightened my collar. My father stood stiffly, pride and calculation warring on his face. There was laughter, toasts, congratulations. Again and again I heard the same phrases, bringing honor to the village, serving the country, a bright future. I smiled, bowed, said what was expected. I performed gratitude carefully, aware of how easily it could curdle into arrogance. As the afternoon wore on and the bowls emptied, the mood loosened. Children darted between stools. The white spirit flowed more freely. Yet beneath it all, I felt a faint unease and awareness that I was already learning how to sort people, how to allocate, how to decide who received what and in what order. When evening came and the crowd finally thinned, P sat beside me on the low step at the edge of the courtyard. "Is it really true?" she asked quietly. "You're going to be a doctor?" I nodded. She stared at the darkening sky for a long moment, then said, almost to herself, "Everything looks different today." I knew exactly what she meant. It took days for the excitement to drain away, for the village to ease back into its habitual quiet. I was grateful when it did. The congratulations had begun to feel like a costume I was being asked to wear, one that no longer fit. I caught myself standing awkwardly in doorways, nodding too much, smiling too carefully. I had started to feel like a foreigner in my own village. I wasn't like them. Not anymore. Even my father began to look at me differently. Not openly, never directly. But with the kind of sideways glances people give to unfamiliar animals, as if uncertain whether they are harmless. He said little, but his silence had acquired a new density. It didn't take long for him to find a reason to have me to himself. After dinner he announced that he might have left a hoe out in the fields. It was an unlikely mistake, but I understood the invitation. We walked together as the sun slipped below the trees, the light thinning into the long, stretched shadows of early summer. When we were far enough from the house, he stopped and asked, without preamble, "Who paid for your party?" "I did," I said. "Out of my wages. And my savings." He stared at me, eyes wide, and I saw something flare across his face, anger first, sharp and sudden, the kind I hadn't seen since I was a child. Instinctively, I raised a hand, as though to shield myself from blows he had never once delivered. "I had to," I said. "You had to?" His anger wavered, collapsed into something closer to fear. "Are you in trouble?" I shook my head, but even as I did, I understood something I hadn't before. It wasn't just my friends I had left behind. It was my family too. I had always believed my parents were walking alongside me, that our paths were bound together. Now I saw that I had been moving ahead alone, carefully shielding them from the rough ground, editing out the parts of the journey that might disturb them until the version of me they carried no longer resembled the person I had become. My father had rarely left the village. His world was the fields, the newspaper, the village head, the television. He believed what the party told him. Why wouldn't he? His image of them was distorted in the same way his image of me was, only more so. What could I possibly tell him? We sat on the log where he had eaten his lunches for years, the wood worn smooth by habit. I realized that the only thing left to do was to tell him the truth, at least the version of it I had learned to assemble. I told him about white sneakers, about families that grew rich through connections no one named, about poor children quietly abandoned by the education system. I told him how I was despised, and how Teacher G had chosen me. I said that I had believed it was because he cared about peasants like us, and that this was true, but only partly. He had cared for me, yes, but I had also been useful. I was a way to be noticed. I explained that if it had been another year, if riots driven by corruption and inequity had not erupted in the capital, I would have remained invisible, just another body behind a scarred wooden desk. The party needed to show that the poor were not forgotten. I was offered up as evidence. A gift. Those who held power over my future understood exactly what I was worth, precisely because I was rare. I told my father that my reward came because I delivered to those with influence. They might need me again. That possibility, combined with my improvement, bought me my place in senior high school. None of them were bad people, I said. They were all trying to improve their lot. And I, at the start, at least, had been innocent. I had only wanted to study, to escape. I hadn't known I was becoming a tool. Then I told him about Q. I didn't pretend to understand the mechanism, only the direction. The source was clear enough. Was I wrong to work for him? To help his business grow? But university? My father asked quietly. Medicine? I shook my head. I only know the part one played. I told him about the reporter. About how she had been my last chance. She had followed up on my results, asked questions of the university. It was insurance for them, I said, a desperate move on my part. I hadn't believed it would work. The world had mostly forgotten what had happened 3 years earlier, and my value had declined. But someone, somewhere, had done the arithmetic. English courses weren't in high demand. Keeping a reporter satisfied was cheap. It was, I said, a sensible decision. As I spoke, I heard myself. How clean the logic sounded. How reasonable. This time, I told him, the pawn had grown wiser. It had learned the board. I had risked everything to win what I wanted. Q had helped me without knowing it. He had shown me that I already had value, that the loss of an English course would cost little. I had wagered low-value chips for a large return. I had expected to lose. That was the truth. The delay, the silence, it had been awfully close. When the reward came, I said, I had to honor my side of the bargain. Photographs. A story. Turning a powerful friend into an enemy was not an option. My father said nothing. He looked as though something inside him had quietly collapsed, as if I had pulled away a beam he didn't know was load-bearing. I had clawed at the foundations of his belief in the world, and there was nothing I could offer in exchange. I stood and looked up at the moon, bright and indifferent. When I turned back, he rose too, and we walked home together in silence. As we did, a thought unsettled me, not about him, but about myself. How easily I had learned to sort people into columns of cost and value. How natural it now felt to explain a life in terms of utility. I wondered when, exactly, that had begun and whether, one day, I would forget that it had ever cost me anything at all. I spent the remaining days at home helping P with her summer homework. We sat together over her books, cracked watermelon seeds scattered between us like small, careless debris. I tried to be patient, though each exercise brought the same quiet realization: her class ranking would not translate into high marks on the middle school exam. Like so many of her peers, she was already marked for removal. She did not know it yet, but she was being filtered out. What would come next for her, I could not say. My father withdrew further into himself during those days. I knew my words had shaken something fundamental, his faith in the party, in its uncomplicated goodness. At times I caught him watching me as though his son had been replaced by an imposter, someone who spoke the same language but meant different things by it. Gradually, though, his gaze softened. He seemed to accept that I, too, had fields to tend and seeds to sow, even if the terrain was unfamiliar and the harvest uncertain. Slowly, he emerged from his silence. One evening he told me how proud he was. I shook my head and said that my task had only just begun. I was not sad to leave the village. It was no longer my home, only the place where my parents lived, as if they had moved there from somewhere far away. I realized that I did not really have a home at all. That would remain a distant ambition, deferred like so many others. Before I left, I gave my parents a substantial portion of the money I had saved. Then I returned to town to Jay, and to his father's factory, to close the door on another chapter of my life. I worked diligently through those final 2 weeks, making sure everything was prepared for my departure. I also found time to visit Teacher G and my old headmaster, paying respects that now felt as much ceremonial as sincere. My last day was threaded with both sadness and joy. Jay had been a loyal and important friend throughout high school, and the office staff had given me a sense of companionship I had never known before. Before I left, they gathered around me and produced an enormous bag filled with goods from the factory. "The designer picked them all out for you," Q said warmly. "You'll be the most stylishly dressed university student on campus." I thanked him, smiling. I knew I would never again wear patched clothes. The bag was heavy, its weight pulling me forward toward the life I was about to begin, even as it anchored me, unmistakably, to the place in the system that had made that life possible. Chapter 6, Dust Girl. As I passed through the university gates, I felt fatally dislocated and found myself asking the same question again and again: how did I actually make it here? The whole process felt unreal, as though I were moving through someone else's body. I was shepherded from desk to desk, student card, dormitory assignment, timetable, campus map, each item handed over with bureaucratic efficiency, each one confirming that I now belonged. The accommodation quickly disabused me of any romantic notions. Triple bunks filled the room, and I was assigned the top, unquestionably the worst. The space was tight, airless, and constantly in motion as my roommates squeezed past one another. There was not a scrap of privacy. Everyone knew who spoke to whom, who snored, who washed too often or not enough. Every habit became public property, and every small irritation was magnified. I sorted through my clothes that first night, discarding those I had worn in the village. Q had exaggerated. I would not be the most stylish student on campus, but at least in appearance and speech I no longer stood out. For the first time in my life, I fit in. The realization unsettled me more than it pleased me. The first 2 weeks of university were devoted to military-style training. We were issued rough cotton fatigues that itched constantly and spent our days climbing fences, crawling beneath rope nets, and marching with imitation rifles. It was something I took too easily. I had worked less in the fields than before, but I had grown up carrying loads, lifting awkward weights, making myself useful in 100 small ways. At the factory, too, I had hauled heavy bales of clothing. For many of my classmates, though, those weeks were pure misery. They discovered muscles they had never used, their bodies flooded with lactic acid, leaving them sore, sleepless, and quietly resentful. When the training finally ended, classes began, a different kind of endurance, but one we understood. I was surprised by how smoothly I adapted. It was welcome and unfamiliar. I worked hard to pass my exams, but my days of steadily climbing the rankings were over. The competition was too strong. I settled into the middle of the class, excelling only in dissections. That, at least, felt natural. I had grown up butchering animals, carefully separating muscle from bone, removing organs without waste. I was comfortable with tools, and even the blunt scalpels we used were superior to what I had known before. During that first year, I learned the rhythms of the system, where to find a quiet corner, which classrooms remained accessible after lights out, how much could be memorized and how much needed to be understood. Jay wrote when he needed translations, and once delayed a foreign visitor until the weekend so I could return and interpret. The money helped supplement my stipend. I had enough to live, though not enough to relax. Money remained the one clear boundary between my classmates and me. I rarely joined the social gatherings organized by wealthier students, and I continued to set aside what I could for my parents. I passed my exams and returned to the village only at year's end. To my embarrassment, the villagers already regarded me as a doctor, or as close to one as they were ever likely to meet. My first year had consisted largely of foundational subjects, physics, chemistry, biology, with only a little anatomy and physiology. Fortunately, most ailments were minor: cuts, infections, fatigue. Common sense, rest, and careful cleaning solved most problems. If I brought anything tangible back with me, it was the ability to tie a bandage properly. A neat dressing over a wound lent me an air of authority far beyond what I deserved. When children were brought to me, P often hovered nearby. Familiar and young herself, she soothed them easily. Yet she was no longer the carefree child I remembered. My parents had refused to let her leave the village to work in a factory, as many of her classmates had done. She was too young, they said. P asked me to intercede on her behalf. Privately, I agreed with my parents. I told her, truthfully, that I would speak to our father and suggest she be allowed to join me in the city after the following year. She argued, but knew it was the most I could offer. I sensed she needed something tangible, something to hold on to. And so I taught her how to tie a bandage. In the evenings, with my mother's arm or leg propped on a chair, we practiced again and again. She learned quickly. By the time I returned to university, she could bind a wound as neatly as I could. I told myself it was a small skill. I did not yet recognize it as a kind of inheritance. My second year at university began much like the first, though the subjects tilted away from foundations and toward the fundamentals of medical practice. Our understanding, mine and my classmates, began to open out. We acquired a little experience, a little confidence, and edged closer to the center of the profession we were still only pretending to inhabit. My visit home at the end of first year had left me with an uncomfortable sense of obligation. I had responsibilities now, not only to myself, but to the village. And so I did something which, had it been discovered, would have brought serious trouble down upon me. When opportunities arose, I quietly collected supplies, a bandage here, a fastener there, a strip of tablets that was due to be discarded. I built up a modest reserve. Not enough to look like theft, only the anxious hoarding of a conscientious student. I had intended to return home only in summer, but a series of letters from P unsettled that plan. At first they were petulant, then angry. She railed against my parents' restrictions, her frustration sharpening with each page. I sensed a fracture forming, one that, if left unattended, would harden into something permanent. I wrote back, urging patience, asking her not to act rashly, promising I would return at New Year. As soon as exams ended, I took my already packed bag from beneath the bed and went straight to the bus station. The tension in the house was palpable the moment I stepped through the door. My arrival softened it briefly, but I understood this was only a truce. I began with what I hoped might bind my mother and sister together. I called them into the room and opened my bag, revealing the medical supplies I had brought back. I told them plainly that helping our neighbors placed my future at risk. Taking supplies was a breach of rules, treating anyone without a license was worse. They were to keep my name out of anything they did. They were to call me only if something truly worried them. The medicine was past its date, but still effective if kept hidden, wrapped, sealed, and pushed to the back of the refrigerator. I had hoped that sharing a secret might draw them closer. Instead, I saw weariness in my mother's face and suspicion in my sister's eyes. P wanted action immediately. She wanted confrontation. I shook my head and told her that haste rarely produced the result one wanted. 2 days later, I found a quiet moment to speak with my father. He needed no introduction. "She is too young," he said firmly. "Too immature to be sent out into the world." We sat in silence for a while. Then I nodded. "And yet," I said, "I fear she will leave anyway, and soon." Concern flickered across his face, and I felt the same weight settle in my chest. My words carried more weight now than they once had, and I chose them carefully. "There is little chance of stopping her altogether," I continued. "And I am not sure it is wise to try." He looked at me, surprised, waiting. To P, stopping her now means stopping her forever. She does not see that this could be temporary. Perhaps it would be better to give her a date, one she can endure. The summer. I could see him wrestling with the idea, reluctant to loosen his grip. "If she leaves on her own," he admitted quietly, "I lose all influence." "Perhaps," I replied. "You could set conditions. She could go to the provincial capital. I would be close enough to watch over her." "What can you do from a student dormitory?" he asked. "She can't live with you." Not now, I said. But in a year I will be working in a hospital. I will have a small room. And she still can't stay there. Not permanently, I said. But in a crisis, I let the words trail off. Silence settled between us again. After a while, I stood, shrugged lightly, and said, "That's just what I would do," and left him alone with his thoughts. Even as I walked away, I recognized the pattern. I was no longer asking permission. I was presenting options, managing risk, nudging outcomes, practicing, in my own family, the same careful negotiations that had already carried me far from home. P sensed the change before anyone named it. My father had grown still, as if listening for something that had not yet arrived. She asked whether I had spoken to him. I said I had. I told her to wait. Waiting cost nothing. She tightened, held in place by a look or two, but only just. On the morning before New Year, my father told her to stay, said he wanted to speak before she went out. I took that as my signal and went to see the village head. When I returned, the house felt altered, not calmer, only rearranged. No one spoke when the knock came. A man stood at the door with his arm bound in cloth, the blood already working through it. He looked at me the way men do when they are deciding whom they belong to, at least for the moment. "Sit," I said. I laid cotton wool and bandages on the table and pushed them toward my sister. She stared at the blood, then at her hands. I pointed to the chair. She set down the bottle of white spirit and loosened the cap. "Take it off." When the cloth fell away, she poured until the wound gleamed. The man made a sound and swallowed it. She pressed, wrapped, pulled the bandage tight. Her hands did not shake. I poured tea and set the cup in his uninjured hand. "No feels," I said. "If it turns, it will take the arm." I told him to come back in a week. "You work when she says you work." He nodded. He had already accepted this. P looked at me. I gave her nothing but a nod. "Eat," she said. "Water." "No alcohol tonight." The loss showed on his face. I asked about his crops, the seed he had saved, the rows he hoped to plant. We spoke until the blood stopped pushing back. My mother walked him home and spoke quietly to his wife. The cut should have been stitched. I left it open. Stitches can be removed by someone else, pressure and patience belong to the hands that apply them. I told my sister he was not to return to the fields until the wound held under strain. At New Year's dinner, my father said she could go with me to the city and look for work in the factories. He spoke as if naming the weather. He did not look at her. Permission, once given, changes the shape of a room. I agreed on one condition: she would teach our mother everything she knew. My father nodded. The matter was settled. My sister said nothing. She looked down at her hands, still faintly smelling of spirit, and I could not tell whether she was already gone or whether she understood what would be coming with her. P could barely contain herself when she learned she would come with me to the city. I pulled her aside and held her still. I told her to mind our parents, that separation cuts both ways, and that these last months mattered. I said little about hope. I spoke instead of fact, that there are few people who will come when you call, and fewer still who will come more than once. Those people must be kept close. I told her the city was not a promise but a demand, and that it would take more from her than she expected, perhaps more than she could afford. The next 6 months settled into a truce. Nothing healed, nothing broke. Only the end date kept them civil. My letters to her were short and repetitive. "Stay calm. It's not long now." When I returned that summer, the thread was nearly gone. My father spoke to me in a low voice. "She's too immature. Too headstrong." I nodded. "We've done what we can. She'll learn." He was not satisfied. But he did not withdraw his word. Victories are rarely complete. Sometimes holding the line is all that's left. Sometimes that has to be enough. P was already in touch with friends who had gone ahead of her, people who promised work and a place to sleep. Beds were easy to find. What I did not know then was that they had also warned her about the hours, about the weight of the days. By that point it no longer mattered. The idea of a new life drowned out everything else. My mother was the most afraid. She said little, and only when departure was close. I tried to reassure her, told her I would be nearby. She did not believe me. I still lived in the university dormitory, buried in my studies, half present even when I was home. She was right. I had been hoping quietly, selfishly, that when my fourth year began I would be given a small studio attached to the hospital. I hoped, too, that my sister might be made to wait another year. Neither hope belonged to me to keep. After I returned to the city, peace settled quickly into her new life, and I slipped back into mine. I saw her most weekends in those first months. She was all smiles, with money in her pocket for the first time. An adult, she thought. I watched the smiles more closely than the shadows beneath her eyes, which deepened with every visit. Pride kept her from naming her unhappiness. I mistook that silence for strength. I should have known better. It came at the end of winter, after the new year, before the weather softened. She came to the university to see me. We sat in the corner of the cafeteria with cups of hot tea between us and a plate of pork buns steaming gently, untouched. I saw how tired she was, the colorless skin, the careful steps, the way her head dipped as she walked. My exams were approaching. I was studying relentlessly, irritable with fatigue. I knew she needed my time, and I gave it. But she sat across from me with her head bent over a cheap Risanese electronic game, fingers moving out of habit more than focus. For God's sake, I snapped, can you put that thing down for 1 second? Something in my voice cracked her open. The shell she'd built shattered at once. She slammed the game onto the table and began to sob. That's the only thing I've got, she said. I froze, then moved around the table and held her. You know that's not true. Slowly I got her to eat. Slowly I drew the story out of her, the hours, the noise, the machines that kept pounding in her head even when she lay down to sleep. The games, she said, dulled it. Everyone used them. It was how they endured. I took her back to my dormitory. She wasn't meant to be there, but my roommates understood and left us alone. I helped her onto my bunk and let her sleep. I went back to my desk. I couldn't study. I thought only of her. I was angry with myself for missing what was plain to see, and resolved, too late, perhaps, to help her find a way out. She woke in the afternoon. We walked outside in silence. I'm sorry, I said. I should have seen it. She shook her head and changed the subject. Do you remember when you used to read me The Dust Girl? I do. I wish I could go back to that time. I smiled. I loved reading it to you. I even loved the story then. Now I hate it. She stopped walking. Why? Because it's a lie. Princes don't choose poor servant girls. The story teaches girls to wait, to endure. Believing someone else will save them. That they're the one who'll be chosen without changing anything at all. Princes have choices, I went on. They don't choose girls who don't speak right, dress right, walk right, read the right books. That's why it's dangerous. It keeps people still. So you're saying I'm stuck in that factory forever, she said, panic rising. Not exactly, I said. Let me ask you something. If I were your prince, just for today, what would you ask? She didn't hesitate. To get out. To where? A shop. Somewhere I could talk to people. Somewhere quiet. What's stopping you? We don't speak right. We don't dress right. Everyone wants those jobs. So you're all dust girls, I said, waiting for someone else to lift you out. She laughed, bitterly. Yes. Has it occurred to you that maybe you don't need a prince? That most of the competition is waiting instead of climbing? That's easy for you to say, she said. You're not in the dirt. I was, I said. In junior high there were 10 of us from the villages. 8 are still there. But you had teacher G. No. I'd already climbed. He used me to advance himself and had to help me to do it. And senior high? That was luck. But we're talking about you. If I hadn't been lucky, I'd still be out of the fields. Maybe working for the village head. Not trapped. So what do I do? I tilted my head. You already know. Clothes? Speaking? You already have the clothes. I can get more. Speaking, you practice. Copy the news. Over and over. No one can hear you in the factory anyway. That's it? That's the wrong question, I said. The right one is, what else can I do? She said nothing. No one will tell you, I said gently. That's why most dust girls stay where they are. I glanced at the game on the table. Sell it, I said. Pass it on to the next girl when she arrives. Then start reading. It will help your voice, too. As the exams approached, I spent more time with P. I found time when I had none, asking what she was reading, offering her new books, correcting her pronunciation when it needed correcting. She was still exhausted, her eyes still dark, but she held her head higher, even as she moved sluggishly. She had purpose now, and that helped her endure. Once my exams were finished, I mostly stayed in the city, except for 2 brief visits to Q's factory, both timed to coincide with visits from foreign clients. I could see that Jay had grown in confidence. It had taken time, but his communication had improved. The designer was still there. She occasionally asked me about her ideas, checking that there were no mistakes. I told her about my sister, and she went through her samples, offering a few if my sister ever had the chance to escape the factory. I didn't tell my sister about them. I kept them sealed in their shipping bags, hoping the day would come when I could give them to her. That second visit proved to be my last involvement with the factory. Jay had grown into his role, and I was due to move into hospital accommodation, where once again I benefited from a good fortune my sister did not share. Some of the younger doctors had embraced the new prosperity and bought homes, leaving a number of hospital rooms vacant. I secured a 35 square meter apartment, with the luxury of its own bathroom space P would also come to use. My stipend ended, and I received a pay increase as a trainee doctor. The title felt like wearing someone else's shoes, awkward, ill-fitting. Moving into the hospital marked a new stage in my training. Fewer exams, longer hours, observing and performing minor procedures, the sort that carried little risk. For the first time in my life, I had a space of my own. It wasn't much, but it was somewhere I could sit with P and cook a simple meal on a single burner on the balcony. I had a fridge, and fresh vegetables. Another stage. How many had I already passed through? How many remained? This one felt critical. Beyond it, I would finally be a doctor. The weeks blurred together. Time sped up. I felt as though I were racing toward a fixed end point. It was exhausting. Like all students, I hated night shifts. They left me confused and dazed. Yet those nights sometimes offered the best chance to study. Usually in the early weekday hours, when the city slept and the emergency room was empty of bar fights and car wrecks. There was usually one resident on duty, sometimes an intern, sometimes a student. The doctor's quarters were nearby in case of a mass casualty, and even those who lived off-site stayed close enough to be called in if something serious occurred. Though the emergency room was often chaotic and unpredictable, I was 4 months in before I faced my first true test. It was one of those impossibly quiet nights. The world seemed suspended. Only an occasional car passed the hospital entrance, and it felt inconceivable that anything could break the calm. I was on duty with one of the residents. His girlfriend, a nurse, was one of 4 on shift. It was 1:40 a.m. The only sound was their low conversation. He wandered over to where I sat at the nurse's station with a textbook open in front of me. "I'll be back in 5, he said. "I need a real coffee, not that muck." Fresh coffee was still a novelty then, fashionable, expensive, the domain of young doctors who had set up a machine in a lounge behind the emergency wing. I waved and returned to my book, reading about kidney disease. He'd been gone no more than 2 minutes when I heard a car door slam at the emergency entrance. Sharp, wrong. Ambulance doors sounded different. Even before the automatic doors opened, I heard a woman's voice, urgent, desperate. I dragged a gurney toward the sound. A man burst in, eyes wide with panic, a child folded over his arms. He struck the boy's back with the heel of his hand, correctly, but whatever was lodged in the child's throat refused to move. Here, I called, pointing to the gurney. He flipped the boy onto his back. The child's pallor told me immediately how little time we had. One of the nurses saw what was happening and ran. I knew who it was without looking, her footsteps fading down the corridor. I slammed the brake on the gurney and tore the torch and forceps from my pocket. I forced my left hand into the corner of the boy's mouth and shone the light inside. What is it? I shouted to the father. He didn't know. I hovered with the forceps, but I could see nothing. A wet, gurgling sound rose from the boy's throat. Then he began to convulse. I went in. I couldn't see the boy's mother, but I could hear her wailing, repeating no, no, no. I knew without looking that she was crouched somewhere nearby, hands over her face. I searched blindly, guiding the forceps along the esophagus, desperate for any sign of movement. The convulsions weakened. I knew I was almost out of time. One of the nurses, a trainee, was crying openly. Then, something moved. Barely perceptible. I didn't know what it was, only that it was something. I gripped it. The hold was poor, I prayed it wouldn't slip. Then it shifted. I lifted slowly at first, then quickly as it came free. Air rushed into the boy's lungs. I clenched the forceps as hard as I could, terrified the inhale would pull the object back down. It didn't. The object came free, and I fell backward, pulling it from the forceps and clutching it to my chest like a cherished relic passed down through generations. The boy gasped deep, desperate breaths as his father moved, blocking my view. Then the boy began to whimper. One of the nurses said firmly, "Good job, doctor. I'll take it from here." I think she knew I needed the space. The crisis was over. I should have stayed with the boy, but my legs were shaking. I staggered away through the double doors beyond the nurse's station and leaned against the wall, my forehead resting on my forearm. I must have stood there for a moment when I heard footsteps, 2 sets running hard down the corridor. As they turned the corner and saw me, the resident cried out, "I'm done. I'm done," and rushed past, slowing only as hopelessness overtook him. He burst through the doors into the emergency room, leaving them swinging behind him. I followed. The boy was crying now, alive, held tightly by his mother. Almost immediately another patient arrived, a simple cut above his eye. The nurse who had been crying stood behind the desk and assisted while I stitched the wound. A routine task, one I had done many times before. I was grateful that this one required nothing more. Over the next hour the hospital sank back into its early morning quiet. The boy was taken to a ward for observation. The man with the stitched brow was sent home. I returned to my books, but couldn't settle. Every few minutes I stood and paced the empty emergency bay. Eventually the resident came back. He clapped me on the shoulder, praised my work, told a nurse to bring me some tea, and suggested I get a little air. He'd keep an eye on things. I took the cup and stepped outside through the automatic doors, sat in the pickup area, and focused on slowing my breathing. I had been there perhaps half an hour when the boy's father came out through the double doors, heading for the car he had abandoned earlier. He saw me, hesitated, then walked over and sat beside me. I never said thank you. I waved it away. "You were remarkable," he said. "So calm." I smiled faintly. I had a job to do. Watching those moments is harder. He paused. "I'd like to do something for you. For saving my son." "I have everything I need," I said. "And the hospital wouldn't approve." "I own a small department store," he said quickly. "Come in." Take anything. I'd feel better if you did. At that, something in me clicked. I became a doctor to help people, I said. And there is someone you could help. He turned toward me. Who? My sister. We grew up in a village. I was lucky. I received help. She didn't. She's looking for work. His face brightened. That's easy. I'll give her a job. I shook my head. It only sounds easy. Giving someone a job or a house or a place means nothing if they don't fit where you put them or aren't ready to receive it. Then it stops being kindness. I thought of the boy on the gurney, of how close the night had come to ending differently. I knew I'd been carried forward by chance as much as effort. And for the first time I allowed myself the question, did I belong here? If the child had died, would something in me have died too? My claim to the forceps, to the room, to the title? That night answered the question. Not from books or exams, but from judgment under pressure. From steadiness. From choosing and acting when there was no one else. He looked uncertain. I don't think I understand what you're asking. I'm asking you to see her honestly, I said. If she's someone you would hire anyway, then hire her. If she isn't, if you have no place for her, then don't. That, too, is a form of respect. He nodded slowly. He handed me his card and wrote 10 a.m. Saturday on it. As he stood to leave, I added, please don't tell her how the interview came about. He nodded again. I understand. Thank you, doctor. I went back inside and checked the clock. 10 minutes left. I reviewed the clinical notes at the nurse's station, precise, detached, complete, and signed them. Another student arrived to relieve me. There was only one patient to hand over. Airway obstruction. Foreign body removed. Observation ongoing. Nothing more to add. It was one of those days that seemed to drain the life from a person, a long night shift, a 6-hour break, and then back to the hospital again, leaving the impression that one had not slept at all. When I trudged through the doors once more, the world had fully woken, high fevers, heart palpitations, and a stroke patient waiting. I had barely put my bag down when I saw the professor of emergency surgery striding towards me. He was tall and thin, severe, and utterly incapable of hiding his emotions. Unhappiness was stretched across his face, and it was unmistakably directed at me. I was confused. 6 hours earlier I had been praised as a hero, yet now an unmistakably dissatisfied professor was about to confront me. I racked my brains, searching for the source of his anger. The only thing I could think of was the job for P. Had he said something? Had I misunderstood? By then he was standing in front of me, a clipboard in hand. Basic medical procedure, he said, jabbing his index finger hard into its surface. I stared at him, bewildered. Then he handed the clipboard to me. The night's clinical notes. I had completed them and signed them before I left. I looked at the bottom of the page. 2 neat signatures, the resident and the chief nurse. Mine was missing. At last, I understood the source of his anger. I went back to the top and read through the notes, gritting my teeth as I did so. The story of the night had been rewritten. That, I knew, was a sackable offense. Times had been altered, the notes claimed the stitched patient had arrived first and been treated by the resident. I had still treated the boy. I opened my mouth to protest. To say that I had signed the notes, to demand an explanation when I saw the resident standing nearby. He was pale, shaking, pleading with me silently. I already knew who had altered the notes. Only then did I understand why. It was not an attempt to steal credit, but an act of self-preservation. He was at my mercy, and I could have ended his career in an instant. There were witnesses, plenty of them. I did not know him well, but he had never been unkind to me. He was the victim of horrible circumstance and desperately unlucky timing. There must have been thousands of occasions when a doctor, nurse, or student had stepped away for a coffee, a snack, a book, and returned to find nothing had changed. No one worried about that. We judged by consequence, not by action. And we blamed. We loved to blame. When something went wrong, there was no such thing as chance or fate, someone had to fall. I understood what he had done. One sackable offense to hide another, in the hope that both might pass unnoticed. And he nearly succeeded. Had the hospital been busier that morning, he could have offered a replacement version of events. Getting me to sign would not have been difficult, he held power over me, and there was little risk for me. The alternative was unthinkable. Blame always trumped compassion. Now he stood frozen, waiting to see whether years of effort would be destroyed in an instant. I was still angry. I should never have been placed in that position. But it was empathy that stilled my voice, that caused me to lower my head and accept the reprimand without protest. I saw the tension drain from his shoulders. He stepped forward as I signed the notes. "Please," he said to the professor. "This is entirely my fault. Last night would have been traumatic even for a doctor with many years' experience." He handled himself extraordinarily well, but I was concerned for his welfare and ushered him out. I denied him the opportunity to sign the notes. I hoped to give him time to breathe. The professor was only partially mollified. I was not convinced there would be no consequences later, but the moment passed. The resident never spoke to me about that night. He never apologized. I wish he had, not because I needed one, but because I know that night would have haunted him. He was a good person, trapped, forced into a desperate act. I did not expect an apology. We do not apologize. We bury our mistakes deep within ourselves, hoping no one notices our fragility. I was angry, and I deserved one. I wanted him to give it, not for me, but for him. By not apologizing, he denied me the chance to grant him grace and denied himself the chance to receive it. To set down a stone that must still lie heavy in his heart. When P arrived at the end of the week, I told her that I had met someone who might be able to offer her a job and handed her the card. Her exuberance filled the room at once. It had been years since I had seen her girlishness rise so freely, bubbling to the surface like water released from stone. For a moment, she was not the tired factory worker who carried sleep in her bones, but the child who had once raced me along the village paths. By then, much of her village accent had softened. I told her that this, and her devotion to reading, were the reasons she had been considered for an interview. She listened carefully, nodding, receiving each word as though it were instruction for crossing a narrow bridge. I reminded her that the job was not guaranteed, and that even if it came, it must be understood as a beginning rather than an arrival. From the wardrobe, I took the clothes I had kept sealed in their plastic bags, saving them for a moment that felt worthy of hope. As I handed them to her, the plastic crackled loudly in the small apartment, an oddly ceremonial sound. While she attended the interview the following morning, I would be at the hospital. When I returned that evening, I found her waiting for me, unable to contain her smile. She had been given the position. She prepared a modest celebratory meal, though I sensed a flicker of disappointment that I did not mirror her excitement. Joy, in my experience, was best approached with caution. Lives such as ours did not change in a single day, they shifted slowly, resisting transformation. I told her that I still worried that advancement rarely came easily for people like us. And that I feared she was not yet claiming every opportunity to grow, still leaning too heavily on the structures I tried to place beneath her feet. The good news was that the department store stood closer to the hospital, and that she would soon move nearby. That night, after she had gone to sleep, I allowed myself a quiet relief. But experience had already taught me this: whenever one of us rose, the other must remain steady enough to catch them should they fall. I saw more of P from then on, though not much more. The factory no longer clung to her. Its metallic clamor had faded from her voice, and something lighter began, cautiously, to re-emerge. At the store she discovered a quiet authority, coaxing hesitant young women toward choices slightly bolder than those they believed permitted to them, not transformations, merely small permissions. A color that did not apologize. Fabric that moved when they walked instead of holding them rigid, like figures posed for inspection. Yet that world carried its own abrasions. Each day she stood within arm's reach of lives that appeared improbably spacious. It was difficult not to measure oneself against such ease. She rarely spoke of it, but I sensed the fate residue it left behind, an aftertaste that followed her back to the dormitory room she shared with 3 other girls. At the time, however, it was my progress that drew the eye. The degree had not yet been completed, but already it exerted a quiet gravitational pull, bending conversations toward it, organizing expectation around it. P reseated within that arrangement, becoming, though I did not then recognize it, a supporting figure in a narrative I had begun to mistake for inevitable. I thought of myself as her guardian, her protector. Only much later did I understand how generous that self-image allowed me to feel. Concern can be a form of possession. Without intending harm indeed, while believing myself guided entirely by love, I had begun shaping her life according to proportions that made sense to me. Like soft clay, I pressed gently but persistently, confident that the form emerging beneath my hands would justify the pressure. It did not occur to me to ask whether the shape was one she would have chosen. This impulse was hardly mine alone. It moved quietly through families, through institutions, through the unspoken grammar of the time. Autonomy was admired in principle yet treated with suspicion in practice, particularly for those whose beginnings had offered little margin for error. A life was expected to follow intelligible lines, deviation suggested ingratitude, or worse, imprudence. We called it guidance. Often it was only fear speaking in a kinder dialect. In truth, people are less like clay than water held in cupped hands. No matter how carefully the fingers close, small channels form. The water searches patiently for its own direction. Tighten one's grip and it does not submit, it escapes, but more slowly, leaving the hands emptier than before. Pressure may alter the course, but seldom toward the design intended. Looking back, I see that what I mistook for benevolence carried a quieter arrogance. The assumption that experience conferred the right to arrange another life. Wisdom, when offered too firmly, is easily felt as interference. Yet at the time I believed her path securely set, and my supervision could soften into occasional attention. Ahead of me my own threshold was approaching, indistinct but undeniable, and I turned toward it with the concentration of someone who has not yet learned how much remains beyond the visible horizon. Graduation felt less like a victory than the completion of a long endurance, a race in which finishing mattered more than placing. Years earlier I had found a rhythm and, once found, guarded it carefully, resisting both the temptation to sprint and the despair that causes others to step from the course. When the end finally appeared, it brought not exhilaration but a deep, almost physical stillness. My parents had watched that race from afar. News of examinations, results, distinctions, all had reached them as if projected onto a distant screen, visible, yet stripped of scale and texture. They understood effort, they did not understand the terrain upon which it had been spent. They arrived in the city several days before the ceremony, their first time there, and I led them through streets that had long since become ordinary to me. I cooked. P joined us. We walked, paused, looked. Yet their attention drifted continually forward, drawn toward the moment they had traveled to witness. Everything else was prelude. When my name was called, the crossing of the stage lasted only seconds, a slight bow, a hand briefly shaken, then onward so the next graduate could repeat the gesture. Later P told me that our parents wept openly. I had not seen it. From the stage the audience dissolved into a single indistinct brightness. The reception that followed was expansive but curiously impersonal, as though success were the most natural outcome in the world, something expected rather than earned. We stood somewhat apart from the easy clusters forming around us. My parents sensed immediately what I had only gradually learned, that this was not a space designed with people like them in mind. They tried to appear at ease. But belonging is a language the body either speaks fluently or not at all. Professors approached from time to time, offering polite congratulations. I noticed how quickly their eyes registered my parents' clothes, their posture, the careful formality with which they responded. The conversations were kind, yet faintly anthropological, the way one might address visitors who had traveled a long distance to observe an unfamiliar custom. My parents received it all with gratitude, though I suspected they also felt that something had been withheld, that an achievement of such magnitude ought to have drawn more focused attention. They did not yet understand that ceremonies are designed to flatten distinction, the same seal impressed upon every page, regardless of what has been written there. For much of the afternoon, they looked less like participants than travelers passing through a foreign country. The reporter joined us for dinner that evening. She was warm, solicitous, and took photographs with practiced efficiency. Another article would appear, though by then the story had thinned. Public appetite had shifted elsewhere, toward brighter figures, easier narratives. There is little glamour in rural perseverance once it ceases to be novel. Such attention moves on quickly. Long before the ceremony, however, the next stage of my life had already been arranged. I had expected a placement in a smaller city, something respectable, predictable. Instead, the appointment was in the provincial capital. I could not help wondering whether the resident's recommendation had quietly tipped the balance, a form of recompense for a debt neither of us had ever named. Around the same time, P's circumstances altered in what seemed, then, a minor way. The department store where she worked was sold and absorbed into a larger chain. The sort of administrative change that rarely attracts notice at first, yet often proves, in retrospect, to have marked the beginning of far greater transformations. Chapter 7: Negotiations. The months after graduation felt like a long, measured inhalation. The hours remained heavy, yet their pattern had steadied, and with that steadiness came a modest freedom. I was able, from time to time, to return to my parents' home, replenishing their medicines and treating villagers who arrived with folded hands and cautious expectation. I asked nothing for it. Still, I understood that I no longer belonged to that world in the uncomplicated way I once had. Conversations paused when I approached, gratitude gathered too quickly. I had crossed some invisible boundary and returned altered, familiar, yet faintly foreign. My kindness was not entirely without design. Care offered outward often circled back to those we loved, and in the village such exchanges formed a quiet covenant. Sooner or later, everyone required the strength of another's arms. Yet inwardly, life had entered a rare interval of suspension. One summit lay behind me. The next had not yet risen into view. Effort loosened its grip. I mistook this easing for clarity. It was perhaps this softened vigilance that delayed my noticing the change in P. At first it announced itself only in textures, fabric with movement in it, colors chosen rather than merely accepted. Then the faintest trace of lipstick, applied with a restraint that suggested practice. Powder softened the fatigue that work still pressed into her features. These were small alterations, yet they unsettled me. Until then, I had thought of her progress in practical terms: employment, proximity, stability, a life gradually secured. But these choices belonged to another language entirely, one concerned less with survival than with presence. I responded without grace. "Why are you buying these things?" I asked. "And what about your future?" My hand rose between us, palm outward, an unconscious gesture that might have been caution or boundary. She did not step back. "The makeup is leftover samples," she said evenly. "And I work. I decide what happens to my money." There was no heat in her voice, only a firmness that suggested the matter had already been settled somewhere beyond my reach. She turned away then, not abruptly, but with the calm economy of someone declining further negotiation. At the time, I believed the higher ground was mine. Our parents were aging, uncertainty required preparation. Prudence had carried us this far. Why should we abandon it now? What I did not consider was that a future rarely presents itself fully articulated. Often it exists first as appetite, a leaning toward something unnamed. In the days that followed, other details gathered, though I granted them little weight. She began returning later than her shifts required, sometimes carrying the faint brightness that lingers after laughter. Once or twice I heard her humming under her breath, tuneless, absent-minded. As though her thoughts were companioned elsewhere. When we spoke, she listened, yet there were moments when her attention seemed angled slightly away from me, like a window open toward another view. Even then, I sensed, without permitting the thought to complete itself, that her life might be widening beyond the careful perimeter I had imagined for it. I told myself this was natural. I told myself it was good. And yet some quieter instinct, older than reason, registered the first loosening of a bond one had long mistaken for permanence. To my credit, I did not raise the matter again. Training had already taught me that curiosity heals where accusation wounds. But restraint is not the same as understanding. Looking back, I see that what disturbed me was neither the lipstick nor the new clothes. It was the unmistakable emergence of a will that did not consult mine. I had helped her step into the current. I had not imagined she might one day choose its direction. That day arrived sooner than I had imagined. Only a few months later, she announced, with a composure that suggested rehearsal, that she had a boyfriend. It was not that I objected to such things. Nor was it the makeup, or the quieter transformations that had been gathering around her. What unsettled me was the sudden awareness that a portion of her life had been unfolding beyond my field of vision. "Oh," I said, making no effort to disguise my surprise. She stiffened almost imperceptibly, her body preparing for resistance before it had even appeared. But I found that I did not wish to resist. Instead, I turned toward the discolored stainless steel kettle, grateful for the small choreography of preparing tea, the rinsing, the waiting, the measured movements that allowed one to think without appearing to do so. "Let me make some tea first," I said. "Then you can tell me about him." The kettle began its slow preamble to a boil. Behind me, she said nothing. Silence gathered, not hostile but watchful, as though both of us understood that something unnamed had just shifted position between us. When I finally placed the steaming mug before her on the small card table, a table scarcely large enough for two, the moment retained the faint structure of an interview, though I could not have said who was examining whom. She did not drink. Instead, she delivered the fact she clearly believed would provoke the strongest objection. "He's 28. Her arms began to fold across her body, then thought better of it. She wrapped her hands around the mug instead, drawing warmth from it without lifting it to her lips. I chose levity, perhaps for her sake, perhaps for my own. Am I being demoted to second brother? The joke landed where it needed to. Her shoulders softened, descending back into their natural place. "I'm not quite ready for you to surrender that title," she said, smiling, and the smile carried a brightness I had not placed there. "Tell me about him." She spoke at length, the words arriving quickly now that the most dangerous threshold had been crossed. They had met after the department store changed ownership. He was a manager at a nearby branch, temporarily responsible for guiding the transition. He had grown up in the city, his parents owned an apartment only a few blocks away. As she spoke, I became aware that she was no longer describing a stranger to me, but introducing someone who already occupied established territory within her thoughts. "It sounds as though he comes from a good family," I said, listening for how she might position herself within that difference. "I wouldn't say rich," she replied evenly, "but local." Local. The word carried a quiet gravity. Roots. Fluency. Belonging of the kind we had always approached as guests. "Have you told him much about our family?" I asked. She nodded. "He knows." There was neither apology nor defensiveness in her voice, only statement. "Be careful," I said after a moment. "People change their minds." It was not mistrust of him that prompted the warning, but an older reflex, the instinct to steady what was beginning to move beyond one's reach. "I will be." She lifted the mug then and drank. And though we continued to speak of ordinary things, I found myself studying her with a curiosity sharpened by distance. Until that evening, I had imagined that when such a person entered her life, I would see it coming, detect some advance tremor. Instead, it seemed I had felt the earth shift only after the ground had already resettled. For the first time, it occurred to me not fully as a thought, but as a quiet physical recognition. That one day a stranger might know the daily texture of her life better than I did. The realization was neither painful nor welcome. It was simply irreversible. I poured more tea than either of us intended to drink. They chose a restaurant not far from the department store, one of those dependable establishments that had neither improved nor declined over the years. Its sign buzzed faintly overhead, and inside the lighting was bright enough to discourage lingering but not so harsh as to feel unwelcoming. Laminated menus lay on the glass tabletops, their corners softened from constant handling. I arrived first. It seemed important to be seated before they entered, to spare all of us the awkward choreography of recognition. When they appeared in the doorway, my sister spotted me immediately and lifted her hand in a restrained wave. F followed half a step behind, not deferentially, but with the attentiveness of someone careful to move in concert with another person. Up close, he was even more unassuming than I had expected. His features were balanced but indistinct, the sort one remembers only after several meetings. His hair was trimmed conservatively, his jacket hung a little stiffly across his shoulders, suggesting it was reserved for occasions that mattered. Nothing about him demanded notice, yet nothing repelled it either. There was a gentleness to his expression that tempered the plainness. He inclined his head as we were introduced. "It's good to finally meet you," he said. "Sit, both of you." The waitress arrived almost at once with chipped enamel teacups and a metal pot that breathed steadily between us. Around us rose the low, continuous murmur of diners' bowls touching tabletops, chopsticks striking porcelain, the occasional burst of laughter quickly absorbed into the room. For a few moments we studied the menus with exaggerated concentration, as if the right selection might establish the tone for the meal. "You should order whatever you like," I told them. She glanced toward F. He shook his head slightly. "You know this place better," he said to her. It was a small gesture, but it pleased me, neither performative nor submissive, simply practical. Once the waitress had gone, he folded his hands near his bowl and sat very straight, though not rigidly so. He looked like a man accustomed to environments where composure was expected. "You work at the department store," I began. "Yes. I oversee floor operations." "Demanding?" "It can be. There are always details that need attention." A faint pause. "I prefer it that way." The answer came without flourish, but with quiet certainty. She watched us both over the rim of her cup, ready, if necessary, to redirect the conversation. "How did you meet?" I asked, though I already knew. "When the stores began coordinating stock," he said. "There were some complications. She handled them very well." "It was nothing unusual," she murmured. "It was," he replied, the words escaping with more warmth than the rest of his speech allowed. Realizing it, he lowered his eyes briefly and reached for his tea. I noticed then that before drinking, he waited until we had lifted our cups. A small, almost instinctive courtesy. "Have you lived in the city long?" I asked. "All my life." "And your parents?" "They're nearby. We see one another often." His replies were measured, but not guarded, rather, he seemed to believe that accuracy was a form of respect. The dishes began arriving: braised eggplant, steamed fish bright with ginger, a plate of greens glistening with garlic. Conversation loosened slightly as we served one another. F made certain her bowl was filled before attending to his own, yet did so without drawing attention to it. At one point she laughed, an easy, unrestrained sound I had not heard from her in some time. He did not interrupt it or attempt to extend it, he simply watched, his expression softening almost imperceptibly, as though the laughter itself were sufficient reward. There was no theatrical charm about him, no eagerness to impress. Whatever he felt seemed to travel a longer route before becoming visible. During a brief lull, while she signaled for more tea, he leaned forward slightly. "I know she is important to you," he said. "I will take good care of her." The statement was formal, but not rehearsed. He spoke it with the seriousness of someone making a commitment he intended to honor, even if he had not yet learned all that such a promise might require. When the meal ended, he reached for the bill almost reflexively. I stopped him. "Next time," I said. He hesitated, then inclined his head in acceptance, neither arguing nor insisting. Outside, the afternoon air carried the scent of rain that had not yet fallen. They stood close without appearing conscious of it, their shoulders nearly aligned. "Thank you for meeting me," he said. "Take care getting home," I answered. As they walked away, their steps gradually falling into the same rhythm, I found myself more at ease than I expected. She had chosen a man who did not overwhelm the space around him, yet neither did he retreat from it, a man steady enough, perhaps, to remain when steadiness was required. Whether that would be enough was not for me to decide. But as I turned back toward home, I felt the quiet reassurance that her life was already moving forward, with or without my permission. F was not quite the man I had expected her to choose. The care she took with her appearance. The faint suggestion of daring in a cuff or collar, the way color seemed always on the verge of announcing itself, had led me to imagine someone brighter, less settled, perhaps even a little reckless. Instead, F possessed a steadiness that bordered on restraint. For several days after the dinner, I found myself returning to small fragments of the evening. The deliberate way he spoke, his attentiveness to my sister without ever quite surrendering authority, the brief pause before he answered certain questions, as though measuring not only his words, but their possible consequences. She came to see me sooner than expected. "What did you think of F?" she asked almost immediately, as if the question had accompanied her up the stairs. "He seems dependable," I said. Her mouth curved at once. "But not the man you thought I'd choose." "I'm no longer confident I know what you would choose," I replied. "Or whether I ever did." She studied me, amused but alert. "You're being careful. Experience has taught me the usefulness of caution." "You still think it," she said. "Just more politely." "Rather than contest it," I asked, "do his parents know about you?" "They do." "And?" She hesitated only briefly, but long enough. "They've been courteous." The word lingered between us. Courteous could mean many things, warmth was not one of them. "So you met them?" I asked. "Once." His mother asked where my family was from. She gave a small smile. She repeated the name of the village twice, as if testing whether it might improve on a second hearing. I felt something tighten in my chest. "And his father?" "He spoke mostly to F," she said. "But he refilled my tea before it was empty." A gesture perfectly balanced between hospitality and distance. That must have been uncomfortable. "It was instructive," she corrected gently. We sat with that for a moment. "You believe they're waiting," I said slowly. "Yes. Waiting to see whether the matter resolves itself without their involvement." She folded her hands loosely in her lap. "Families like theirs seldom hurry. Time often does their work for them." Her composure unsettled me more than distress would have. "How much of your heart is in this?" I asked. She exhaled through a faint smile. "You're wondering whether I'm calculating. I'm wondering whether you're protected. From disappointment?" "From harm," I said. She tilted her head. "Tell me, when has anyone ever been protected from that?" I almost answered, "When those who loved them intervened," but the thought stopped me. Had my interventions always protected her? Or merely directed her? An uncomfortable possibility surfaced, that what I had long called guidance might have been, at times, arrangement. "I don't think you're chasing comfort," I said after a moment. "But neither do I think affection alone is steering this." "Of course not," she replied. "Affection is only one thread. People marry lives, not feelings." There was no bitterness in her voice, only clarity. "If his family accepts you?" I asked. "Then I will allow myself to love him more," she said calmly. Acceptance is not a small gift. It is something one answers. And if they don't? She considered this with surprising serenity. "Then the decision will be made for us. Painful perhaps, but clean. I would rather suffer something definite than live indefinitely as a tolerated guest." Her words struck me with their maturity, and with the quiet suggestion that she had already rehearsed both endings. "It's a risk," I said. "All meaningful steps are," she replied. Then, after a pause, "You took risks too. You just took them in classrooms and examination halls, where the dangers were easier to name." I almost objected, then realized she was right. My path, however difficult, had been legible. Hers would be judged in drawing rooms I would never enter. For the first time, it occurred to me that she might understand the terrain ahead more clearly than I did. If I were wealthier than he is, she went on, the imbalance would trouble him instead of me. Either way, someone must learn how to stand slightly off-center. And you're willing to be that person? I already am, she said simply. The certainty in her voice dissolved the last of my instinct to caution her further. Advice, I sensed, would not strengthen her, it would only reveal my lingering belief that her course required my correction. You should know, I said quietly, that whatever happens, approval or refusal, you won't face it alone. She nodded, and something in her shoulders softened. I know, she said. For a moment we sat without speaking. She looked neither hopeful nor afraid, only prepared. And I, watching her, felt the faint disorientation that comes when one realizes that someone once carefully shepherded has learned to walk beyond the reach of an outstretched hand. It was early. The sky had cleared overnight, yet a thin chill had slipped beneath the apartment door and settled onto the concrete floor. Still, it was not the cold that drew me from sleep, but a restless disquiet that refused to loosen its grip. I dressed quickly. For a moment I considered the novel resting on my bedside table, its spine softened by years of rereading, but even that faithful companion, which had carried me across countries I'd never visited in centuries, demanded a steadiness of mind I did not possess. I let it lie. My thoughts returned instead to the unease that had followed me for months. The upward path that had long seemed my natural direction had leveled. Mountains remained, certainly, but they no longer appeared to be mine to climb. One by one, classmates had drifted into their specialties, ophthalmology, oncology, surgery, paths eased open by connections, or quietly purchased. Those doors remained closed to me. For the first time in my life, I found myself without a clear objective, uncertain not only of what I wanted, but of what might realistically be within reach. I paced the apartment with a cup of tea warming my hands and turned to the matter that pressed more urgently still, my sister. Her relationship with F had deepened with surprising ease. He had made small adjustments, a neater collar, better cut jackets, a touch more care with his hair, and seemed increasingly comfortable in himself. She, in turn, had softened under his steadiness. What once looked like a mismatch had begun to resemble balance. They had started to speak openly of marriage. As her certainty grew, however, F's mother had grown noticeably cooler, and P had begun to sense it. Just as I had feared, she had been allowed to step far enough into the attachment that retreat would now wound her. And today would decide the matter. Tradition required his parents to visit ours, but they were not the sort to walk dusty country roads, nor were my parents equipped for such negotiations. So the task had fallen to me, though I doubted what influence I could truly wield. My only slender comfort was that they had not crushed the relationship outright. Yet even that mercy felt ambiguous. Perhaps she had been kept quietly in reserve, useful until something more advantageous appeared, and in the meantime lending their son a certain polish. Whatever the outcome, there would be an aftermath. I arrived early, well before the appointed hour, and waited a discreet distance from the entrance before stepping through the heavy wooden gate into a sheltered compound. At its center stood a brick planter from which a carefully tended orange tree rose, its roots sunk deep into the earth. Bamboo climbed the surrounding walls, screening the house from the street, while a narrow gap revealed a shallow stone tank where oversized golden carp drifted with unhurried assurance. A faint smile touched my mouth. Even such people, it seemed, required fish. I positioned myself near the tree, visible from every window yet careful not to approach the house uninvited. The door opened almost at once. F's father appeared plainly dressed. His wife wore a high-collared silk dress whose color announced itself without apology. I was ushered inside. The sitting room was sparsely furnished in a way that made it appear larger than it was. A single watercolor dominated one wall. Tea was poured. "Your parents couldn't come," F's mother observed as she handed me a cup. The words were courteous, the glance that accompanied them was not. "It is harvest season," I replied evenly. "The journey would cost them several days they cannot spare." "Your parents have placed considerable trust in you," said F's father. "We do what circumstances require. I have lived here long enough to understand the city, they have not. I hear you are a doctor," he continued, with what sounded like genuine approval. "You have done well. It was an unexpected road, I said. Helped along by good fortune. Your sister seems a good girl. She is. Her path differed greatly from mine, yet she too has progressed. Indeed, his wife added lightly. From a poor village to this house. I inclined my head, letting the remark pass. We share some of your concerns, I said. The difference in our circumstances is not something my parents take lightly. Really, she said, faintly amused. They worry she might be regarded not as a wife, but as a servant. A brief silence followed. Isn't she a village girl? The mother asked. She was born in one, I said. But people are not fixed forever to the soil of their childhood. Even the villagers no longer see her that way. Do we not all carry our origins with us? Certainly, I replied. Yet those origins may weaken some and fortify others. And you consider yourselves fortified? An objective observer might, I said calmly. How many children leave the villages to manage a department store, or to practice medicine? Opportunity is unevenly distributed. Achievement must be measured against what one was given. A restrained smile appeared at the corner of F's father's mouth. But you succeeded, the mother said quickly. I was the first in my village to study beyond primary school, I said. What is effortless in some environments is extraordinary in others. You are rather philosophical, she remarked. I allowed myself the smallest return. In your world, who is greater, the man handed a thriving business, or the one who builds it? She waved the thought aside. All very admirable. But tell me, what can your sister offer our family? If wealth is the measure, I said, we offer nothing. My parents have never possessed it, and I am still repaying the debts that carried me this far. The directness unsettled her, the room fell briefly quiet. I let the silence settle before continuing. But you are perceptive people. You have already seen what she brings your son, a greater ease with others, a refinement that will serve him well. Where might that lead? Advancement? Opportunity? Surely she is not the only young woman capable of such influence. Certainly not. A wealthy girl might offer the same, though that would create a very different calculation. She faltered, then recovered. And what of compensation? I met her gaze. And how, I asked gently, shall my sister be compensated for her youth? From the corner of my eye, I saw F's father suppress a laugh. Sensing the moment, I continued. Your son is a man my sister loves and whom we have come to respect. We would welcome their marriage. Our means are modest, you have always known this, yet my family will bear the cost of a village wedding and contribute what we can to the celebration here. It is not much, but it is honest. I paused. In return, we ask only for respect, and for a home in which she may raise your grandchild. The word hung deliberately in the air. A marriage, I went on, is rarely an equal exchange of identical things. It succeeds when each side offers what the other lacks. I believe this union holds such balance. I met their eyes. I hope you will see it that way. If not, I will urge my sister to seek her happiness elsewhere. She would suffer, she loves your son deeply, but she is young and resilient. Time would restore her. The room grew very still. And in that stillness, the future, one way or another, seemed already to be leaning toward us. She held me with a force that startled us both, her arms locked around my ribs as though she feared I might slip away. For a moment I did not return the embrace. Then I did. F stood behind her, half caught by the narrow doorframe, as if uncertain whether he should enter fully into the room. I offered my congratulations. He gripped my shoulder once, firmly, then released it with 2 light taps. I'm working today, he said. We'll talk soon. There was a brightness in his eye he did not bother to hide. He turned before it could betray him further and stepped back into the corridor. I closed the door. My sister had not stopped smiling. The happiness seemed almost to lift her. She rocked faintly forward onto her toes and back again, as though the floor were less dependable than it had been yesterday. I set the kettle to boil. When I turned, she was still looking at me, waiting for what I could not have said. I drew her toward me once more and rested my chin lightly on her hair. Only then did I allow myself a long breath. I still can't believe they agreed, she said into my chest. Nor could I replied. If thanks are owed, they may belong more to his father than anyone else. She leaned back, surprised. His father? He hardly speaks. Some men speak by deciding, I said. I may be mistaken, but I thought him quietly in your favor. She considered this. He listens, she said at last. More than he talks. His wife does enough talking for them both. Despite myself, I smiled. I'm frightened of her, she admitted. Better a storm you can see approaching, I said. Now you know the weather of that house. I hesitated, then added more gently. Do not meet force with force. Let her tire of it. And keep something of yourself untouched even inside a marriage. She studied me, as though weighing whether this was advice or warning. Then the kettle began its low-rising hum. The assistant hovered near the mirrored platform, her presence light enough to be mistaken for absence. She had learned, over years of fittings, that the most important work was often done in stillness, in watching rather than guiding, in allowing the unspoken to gather its own weight. Beautiful, P breathed, turning slightly before the long glass. The words seemed to rise from her rather than be chosen. Behind her, her mother-in-law rested neatly at her shoulder, close enough to suggest intimacy, not quite close enough to offer it. You're right, P continued, her voice bright with something almost like relief. It is definitely the better of the two. Perhaps, the older woman replied, her fingers lifting gently toward P's chin, tilting it a fraction as though adjusting the angle of a portrait. I'm just not sure. The assistant noticed how P's gaze slipped downward at once, as if the floor might provide firmer ground than the mirror. She watched the small betrayals the body offered without consent, the fingers touching and retreating, the careful stillness that followed each remark, the way a smile formed but did not quite reach the eyes. She did not intervene. Instead, she observed as she had observed hundreds of brides beside their mothers. The private negotiations disguised as tenderness, the subtle struggle over who, in the end, would be seen. Yet today she watched more closely than usual. The script had been altered only slightly, but enough to darken the edges of the scene. When the bride, in an earlier aside, had described her relationship with the older woman, the assistant had felt an almost imperceptible tightening along her shoulders, like fabric drawn too taut across a seam. Dress selection was always a delicate choreography. It did not invariably favor the one who would wear the gown. Her gift, and the reason brides sought her out, lay in helping them arrive at the choice that was truly theirs, whether that meant softening an overbearing parent or gently redirecting a willful young woman who had not yet learned which lines and colors allowed her to appear most fully herself. Now she studied P again. The girl. No, not a girl, though something unguarded lingered about her, stood with the composure of someone listening carefully for a cue. Her words rang clear enough, yet jarred faintly against the quiet language of her hands, the slight migration of her weight from one foot to the other. After a moment, the assistant allowed herself a small inward smile. This bride, she suspected, would not require rescuing. There was patience in her, and patience, properly held, could become a form of authority. So the assistant turned her attention outward. She nodded whenever the older woman spoke, offering warm assent, complimenting her discernment. But when she addressed P, her voice lifted almost imperceptibly in pitch, brightening the air around her, as though the decision were already leaning in the younger woman's direction. It cost nothing to maintain the older woman's sense of influence, indeed, such illusions often steadied the room. At last the dress was chosen. P regarded herself once more, uncertainty moving across her expression like a cloud that could not decide whether to gather or dissolve. Beside her, the mother-in-law beamed a smile of completion, of something settled. The assistant folded the gown with slow precision, each movement practiced enough to appear reverent rather than mechanical. When the tissue had been laid and the lid closed, she lifted the large rectangular box and placed it into P's waiting arms. As their hands met, the assistant let her fingers brush the bride's, then close gently, no more than a passing pressure, fleeting enough to be denied, deliberate enough to be felt. It was the sort of touch lovers might exchange beneath a table, wordless, conspiratorial, sustaining. P's eyes widened for the briefest instant. Then her lips shifted, not quite a smile, not quite its absence, before she lowered her head in silent thanks. P passed the 2 months before the wedding in what she came privately to think of as a bridal dance with her mother-in-law, one measured not by music but by timing, pressure, and release. At moments she allowed herself to be led, yielding gracefully when the reception hall was selected, inclining her head as though the choice had always been inevitable. At others she shifted her weight so subtly that resistance could not easily be named. A suggestion offered here, a delay introduced there, a preference expressed lightly enough to seem incidental. It was an awkward choreography. More than once her rhythm went unrecognized, her small assertions mistaken for compliance. Yet the misunderstanding granted her a curious freedom. Rather than feeling controlled, she found herself bemused, moving through the arrangements with an almost airy composure. She revealed nothing of the cross-currents within. Instead, she learned the art of neutrality, how to remain present yet ungraspable, how to slip, almost ethereally, from an embrace that threatened to grow too close. The wedding photographs mattered most to her, and it was there she understood she must tread carefully. She did not need to see the large portrait that hung above F's parents' bed to know what it contained, the careful erasure of a face beneath diligent layers, the triumph of finish over presence. The image had always struck her as less a likeness than a declaration, beauty disciplined into submission. P wanted no such transformation. She did not wish to become a figure assembled from foundation and mascara, her skin rendered pale beyond recognition, her features adjusted toward someone else's idea of radiance. She desired something rarer, to appear as herself, pretty, not perfected, luminous without being bleached of character. A woman at her most vivid, whose slight asymmetries and unguarded textures spoke not of flaw but of life. It was a delicate balance, bordering on quiet defiance, and the wedding stood only days away. On the morning of the photographs, she had already slipped into her dress and drawn the first murmurs about the lightness of her makeup. Her mother-in-law regarded her with a small, incredulous shake of the head. "A waste of everyone's time," she said. "It will have to be removed." Before the remark could settle, the photographer arrived 20 minutes early. The makeup artist had yet to appear, another minor vexation in a week crowded with them. He offered an apologetic smile. "I won't be in the way," he said. "Just testing the light for the outdoor shots." 10 minutes later the makeup artist hurried in, breathless, a woman selected, P suspected, for her reassuring manner and her talent for producing unblemished uniformity. From the courtyard came F's mother, urging her onward with brisk impatience. The photographer seized the brief interval. "Could the bride join me for a few minutes?" he asked. "I'd like to find the right angle. The dress against the gray of the walls." Permission was granted almost before the question was finished. Outside, the morning held a pale steadiness. He moved quickly, directing her with practiced clarity, adjusting his lens, then her posture, then the fall of her hands. He placed her fingers lightly along the edge of the pond and asked her to turn just enough for her profile to catch the light. The shutter clicked fast, frequent, assured. Now and then he offered a rehearsed joke that coaxed a smile from her, later another, gentler still, brought warmth into her cheeks and lowered her gaze. He seemed less a man than a succession of movements, stepping back, leaning forward, circling, until an impatient call drifted from the house. He lowered the camera and waved her toward the doorway with an approving nod. "Excellent," he said softly. P had played her part well. Attentive, compliant, grateful in the measured way such moments required. Yet beneath the obedience lay a quiet satisfaction. For a few minutes, at least, she had been seen as she wished to be. The reception followed days later and descended upon her like weather, sudden, enveloping. There were faces she had never encountered, an unending sequence of smiles, photographs, introductions. She offered polite replies, small bows of acknowledgement, careful gestures that neither invited nor resisted familiarity. Relatives appeared with claims of closeness she could not quite trace, others embraced her with an enthusiasm that left her faintly breathless. The speeches belonged to the groom, as did most of the toasts. She sipped discreetly from a glass that needed no replenishing while F was repeatedly called upon to empty his. By the evening's close, relief passed quietly between them, almost tender in its mutuality. At last F sank into a chair, his body slack with fatigue, eyes closed as though the room still revolved around him. P moved between her remaining duties, the final farewells, the lingering courtesies, and the increasingly fragile composure of her husband. That night she was less bride than caretaker. Whatever else the world imagined of weddings could wait. She too felt the accumulated weight of the day, the smiles that had begun to ache, the pleasant words, the touches not all of which she had welcomed. It was on the following evening, when the hotel room had grown quiet and the air no longer trembled with expectation, that she gathered him fully into her arms, not as a figure in ceremony, but as a gentle, grateful man, newly hers, and she his. F and P began their married life in an apartment provided by his parents, a practical gesture, the one unmistakably shaped by his mother's hand. She had selected it herself, weighing location against propriety, size against appearance, arriving at a balance she considered both generous and instructive. It was F, somewhat unexpectedly, who bristled. He walked through the rooms with a faint tightness about the mouth, opening cupboards as though they might conceal some overlooked deficiency. The place, he remarked once, was smaller than he had imagined. There were colleagues, he hinted, who had begun their marriages with more space, better views, quieter streets. He did not press the point, yet the thought lingered in him like an unresolved chord. P, meanwhile, was quietly radiant. To her the apartment seemed not small but complete, clean, freshly painted, the white walls holding the light in a way that made each morning feel newly begun. For the first time, she inhabited rooms that asked nothing of her except that she live within them. Dominating the sitting room was the wedding portrait, her likeness rendered larger than life, gaze lowered toward the painted fish at the pond's edge, symbols of abundance and conjugal harmony, her expression one of wonder rather than desire. She looked, P sometimes thought, like someone just arriving at herself. Her mother-in-law's reaction, on first seeing it, was almost imperceptible, the slow descent of the jaw, the pause a fraction too long. Later, whenever movement drew her eyes back to the portrait, she regarded it with a faint sourness, as though the image asserted something she had not meant to grant. The newlyweds loved it. To them it preserved a beginning, the shy village girl, yes, but also the woman already unfolding beyond that shyness, animated by a life that felt unmistakably her own. The apartment itself had been intended, perhaps, as a quiet statement of authority, provision without extravagance, care measured carefully against dependence. Yet the gesture lost some of its force in the living. The rooms proved just large enough to hold a marriage, and just small enough to discourage prolonged visitation. 2 years later, when P's belly began gently to swell, she found herself unexpectedly grateful for that modest scale. Guests could be received, certainly, but not indefinitely. Advice could be offered, but not installed. When the suggestion came, delicately framed, that the young couple might prefer something more spacious, she declined with equal delicacy. They were comfortable, she said. Everything they needed was already there. And so they remained until their son was ready for primary school. By then their lives had gathered a steadier momentum, and they purchased a larger apartment with their own savings, a transaction that carried, for both of them, the quiet dignity of self-determination. Around this time, F's mother seemed to diminish, not abruptly but in the subtle manner of certain presences that, once formidable, grow gradually less substantial. Her voice softened, her certainties were offered less often. Age had not altered her character so much as thinned its projection, like ink fading on a well-handled page. From the windows of their new home, the city appeared both familiar and faintly rearranged. Yet now, when P crossed the threshold, she carried no sense of having been placed there by another's design. Chapter 8, The Gunnikin. 3 months after my sister's wedding, I stood alone at the gunmetal sink in the studio apartment I had occupied for nearly 5 years, scrubbing at the final crusted remnant of dinner that refused to yield, a metaphor so crude I almost resisted noticing it. My life was not especially hard, nor devoid of small moments of palliation. It was simply that the road stretched forward without variation, as though I were crossing an endless desert where even the horizon had grown tired of promising change. Promotions continued to elude me, and my sister's new happiness served only to remind me that the passenger seat beside me remained empty, save for a few brittle scraps of the past. At the end of a long shift, my feet dragging more noticeably these days, I was summoned to the hospital manager's office. I lowered myself into the armless chair before his desk while he regarded me over the rim of his glasses, weighing me for some purpose I could not yet discern. He allowed the silence to lengthen, as though words were a currency he preferred not to spend hastily. Finally, he said, "Your colleagues tell me your English is quite good." The question unsettled me. I shifted slightly, with the uneasy sensation of being drawn towards something unnamed, uncertain whether I ought to resist. "I haven't spoken it for some time," I said. "But I read a great deal. We have a doctor visiting from Guernica in a few weeks. He doesn't speak Middonese." My chest lifted in a way I had not felt for years, not quite hope, but something adjacent to it. "Guernica?" I repeated. "Why would anyone come here?" Guernica was the most advanced country in the world, its medicine whispered about with a kind of reverence. Technologies beyond imagination, techniques we encountered only in journals months out of date. I felt myself leaning over the mouth of a dark shaft, unable to tell whether it concealed treasure or a fall. The manager studied me with an intensity that felt almost surgical, as if he hoped to cut through the surface and inspect whatever lay beneath. One thing alone was clear: this man was not my ally. He had never eased my path, indeed, more than once he had allowed others to slip ahead of me like queue jumpers at a winter bus station, leaving me to watch the last ticket change hands. Either he had no better candidate, or this was work no one else would accept. The professional equivalent of scraping frozen chewing gum from concrete. And I suspected I would have little choice. He continued to wait. "Is he a specialist?" I asked at last, relieved to have found a question that sounded measured. "Yes. A psychiatrist." A trap. Psychiatry was regarded with something between suspicion and superstition, closer, in many minds, to voodoo than to medicine. Its practitioners hovered beyond the margins of hospitals, tending to patients sealed within private worlds, some restrained so they could harm neither themselves nor others. It was less a discipline than a shadow. Middom had always been a society organized around survival. Food, shelter, endurance, these were realities. Everything else belonged to the category of luxury. Ours was a physical world in which only the material truly counted. Failure to provide within it rendered a person not merely unnecessary but discardable. We had no time for invisible suffering. "I see what you are thinking," the manager said, fully aware that his proposal held little appeal. Meeting my gaze, he added, "This man could be important to the hospital." In that moment, I understood that the decision had already been made. "It is only 6 months. You will continue your normal duties." It would be appreciated. A promise without shape. Gratitude without commitment. I inclined my head slightly. There are times in life when consent is merely the graceful acceptance of inevitability. I recognized such a moment now, and knew that whatever lay at the bottom of that dark shaft, I was already descending toward it. From the bus window I watched an aeroplane descend through the overcast sky, suspended as if by invisible strings. It drifted laterally for a moment before dropping below a row of squat cylindrical towers marked for aviation fuel. The terminal was crowded but orderly, calmer than the bus station. People moved steadily across the tiled floor, pulling black suitcases that seemed, in their uniformity, to erase whatever individuality their owners might once have had. I followed the signs to arrivals, where passengers appeared in small configurations, pairs, clusters, or alone, emerging through double doors and filing along a glass corridor toward the exit. I took from my pocket a piece of paper I scarcely needed. The doctor's name, V, was written in large black letters. I held it loosely, more as a signal to myself than to anyone else. I was early, as expected, and waited nearly half an hour before he appeared. He was impossible to miss. V was a huge, bear-like man, at least a head taller than those around him. His sandy hair and dense beard amplified the resemblance, giving him a physical gravity that subtly reorganized the space around him. Other passengers seemed instinctively to keep their distance, parting slightly as he moved through them. When I raised the sign, he pointed at me to indicate he had understood and continued toward the entrance. Up close, he dwarfed me. His beard seemed less an accessory than an extension of his body, spilling upward from the collar of his crisply ironed shirt. When he spoke, I braced myself for something rougher, a growl, perhaps, but his voice, though deep, was unexpectedly gentle. Even so, it took me a moment to arrange his words into sense, as if my attention lagged behind the physical fact of him. In the taxi to his accommodation, I was grateful for the small logistics of arrival, keys, times, meals, which gave us something neutral to speak about. His room was far larger than I had anticipated, at least 3 times the size of my own. The kitchen was indoors rather than on a balcony, the furnishings were soft, deliberate. Fresh fruit and bottled water had been arranged on the dining table, a small but conspicuous gesture of care. He needed only rest. I left him there and returned to my apartment, aware that the quiet interval before the evening meal with hospital officials was less a reprieve than a pause, one I would need to use to prepare myself for an occasion I had been dreading for longer than I cared to admit. I was being exposed, not dramatically, but with a quiet thoroughness, before the hospital leadership and the local officials whose regard I mistrusted most. Invisibility bruises the spirit, disappointment settles more deeply. When the ministry official arrived accompanied by an interpreter, a faint nausea rose in me. The meeting had the atmosphere of a duel conducted without weapons, one in which defeat could be registered in something as small as a misplaced word. Yet the morning's ordinary tasks steadied me. It had been 4 years since I had last spoken the language with any seriousness. When the first sentences came, they emerged stiffly, like machinery coaxed back into motion after a long dormancy. Reluctant, but serviceable. The interpreter established himself quickly. Watching him, I was reminded of a child leaning too far over a shared dish, anxious that others might take what he considered his portion. I felt the familiar temptation to demonstrate my competence, but resisted it. Listening offered greater safety. It also allowed me to measure the room. From time to time, V addressed a question to me whose answer scarcely required translation. On the second such occasion, the interpreter moved to intercept, but V lifted a hand slightly, no higher than the rim of his teacup, and asked me to repeat myself. As the meal progressed, the conversation turned toward his specialty. Here the interpreter faltered, the vocabulary deserted him. The terms came more readily to me. Some retrieved intact from training, others reconstructed in the moment with cautious invention. Having said enough, I allowed myself once again to recede. The interpreter resumed his position with visible composure, like a boxer content to surrender a round in a fight whose outcome he still considered certain. I did not need victory. Adequacy was protection enough. Wine softened the edges of formality. Someone asked V what had drawn him to Middom. The history, he said. Foreigners often erred by speaking too plainly. He mentioned a novel, Wild Geese, tracing the lives of 3 generations of Middamese women. The interpreter stilled. A sheen gathered across his forehead as he searched for an equivalent, eventually offering Red Mansion visions, reasoning perhaps that any book worthy of notice must already belong safely within the approved canon. Such substitutions were familiar. Culture was permitted, but curated, its harsher lights angled towards the viewer. My own education in English had been unsystematic, accumulated rather than bestowed. Only later did I understand that language is most fully learned when it escapes supervision, when one is compelled into rooms where one has no clear right to stand. Discomfort, more than instruction, sharpens comprehension. I knew the book. It was famous and prohibited. For the briefest instant, color rose in V's face. Knowledge passed silently between us, unregistered by the others. I hesitated. Silence would have been the wiser course. In our world, discretion was rarely punished. Perhaps it was vanity. Or perhaps, after a long season of professional stillness, I felt an imprudent wish to test whether I still possessed edges. Even as I spoke, I understood the risk would belong entirely to me. I have heard of that novel, I said, giving its Middamese title. Though I have never seen a copy. The words rested lightly on the table. When no recognition followed, I added, it is more recent than the work you mentioned. I touched a finger to my upper lip, as if searching memory rather than choosing precision. There is a passage describing a family fleeing the Risenese after the Great Massacre. A terrible, vile act, the official said. Agreement moved gently around the table. No one lingered on the reference. The moment closed almost immediately, like water smoothing after a disturbance. Color left V's cheeks, conversation resumed its prior channels. Only later did I recognize how narrowly a boundary had been approached and how instinctively everyone present had agreed not to see it. Is V a spy? The question landed so abruptly that for a moment I thought I had misheard it. It belonged to another register entirely, the sort of provocation boys once used to startle one another into laughter. But nothing in that room permitted laughter. I had been summoned without explanation and shown into an office whose sparseness felt deliberate rather than economical. A single chair waited at the center. One man sat behind the desk, another stood near the window at my right, positioned so that whichever way I turned, I remained observed. I don't believe so, I said. And how would you know? The man by the window asked. I wouldn't, I replied. I have known him only a week. The words sounded insufficient even as I spoke them. In such rooms, insufficiency was easily mistaken for evasion. Have you noticed anything unusual about him? Everything about him is unusual, I said. He is an exceptionally large man. Wherever he goes, attention follows. And you think that makes him harmless? I think it makes concealment difficult. The man across the desk regarded me with the patience of someone accustomed to waiting for better answers. What makes you believe he is not a spy? I hold no belief one way or the other. I can only describe what I have observed. He does not speak Middamese. How are you certain? In the markets, people speak freely around him. They call him names that would provoke most men. He never reacts. I paused. Though perhaps that restraint is itself a kind of training. A faint nod passed between them, so slight it might have been imagined. And where does he go? Their question carried an odd familiarity. More than once I had noticed figures lingering too long across from a restaurant, or studying vegetables with unnatural concentration whenever we approached a stall. Surveillance, I was beginning to understand, was rarely invisible, it merely relied on being unacknowledged. I listed the places. A supermarket, 2 produce markets, several modest restaurants. Routes so ordinary they acquired significance only through repetition. What does he ask you about? My work, occasionally. Mostly vegetables, their names, their vitamins. He is attentive to such things. I allowed myself a small, careful breath. I suspect many of my answers disappoint him. The man closed the folder before him. Report here once a week, he said. Do not tell him you are speaking with us. Anne. He let the silence widen, be mindful of what you discuss. There it was, not quite an instruction, not quite a request. In Middom one learned early that cooperation often arrived disguised as inevitability. Refusal belonged to those with somewhere else to go. He studied me a final moment, then indicated the door. I understood that I had been dismissed and, in some quiet way, recruited. As I stepped back into the corridor, the hospital seemed unchanged, the same polished floors, the same drifting antiseptic smell, the same muted footsteps. Yet something imperceptible had shifted. Until that morning my life had been constrained mostly by competence and hierarchy. Now another dimension had revealed itself, one in which observation traveled in both directions, and innocence offered no protection at all. I remember thinking, with a clarity that surprised me, that from this point forward it might become difficult to know when I was speaking as a doctor, and when as something else. Patriotism had always felt less like devotion than gravity, a force pressing downward, fixing us to the bedrock. We were taught that unity had preserved us, that vigilance had spared us humiliation, that history demanded suspicion. Outsiders existed at a distance, where simplification was easy. From there they appeared interchangeable, speaking alike, thinking alike, moving with the dull cohesion of a single organism. We never approached closely enough for sameness to dissolve into difference. It was more comfortable to see only the pattern. That certainty began to fracture as I drew nearer to V. I could no longer picture him as an intruder advancing with hostile intent. The image lingered out of habit, yet each conversation made it harder to sustain. Something in me resisted the correction, as though surrendering that earlier vision might loosen a thread I had always assumed was part of me. The unease felt like betrayal, though I could not immediately say of what. My country? Or the solitary man who had shown me nothing but unstudied kindness and whom I was now expected to observe with careful attention? Only months later did the answer quiet itself into clarity. It was my own sense of proportion that had been disturbed. I wanted, simply, to remain loyal to home and gentle toward a man far from his own. The two impulses were not enemies. Once I understood this, they settled into a tentative equilibrium. I might guide him away from difficulty if it arose, and do so without burdening him with the knowledge. The concealment troubled me, but less than the earlier confusion. I told myself that diligence, preparing carefully for the lecture I was to interpret, might offset the small dishonesty. These thoughts cost me sleep and, in the end, proved unnecessary. It had not occurred to me that V expected to be watched. He seemed aware of the awkward surveillance long before I recognized it myself. The lecture was held in the hospital auditorium, a room faintly scented with antiseptic that no amount of ventilation ever quite dispersed. Even before it began, the smell suggested exposure, as if mistakes, once made here, could never be entirely erased. I arrived early, restless with preparation, rising onto my toes and settling back again while the room filled in low murmurs. A fluorescent tube flickered intermittently above the side wall, its thin pulse of light briefly whitening the faces beneath it. I had expected a conventional presentation, orderly facts arranged for efficient absorption. Useful, perhaps, but leaving little behind once the notes were closed. Instead, V walked to the front, set his papers aside, and in one unself-conscious motion climbed onto the broad demonstration table. He let his legs swing gently, like someone seated at the edge of a dock. Formality drained from the room before anyone quite noticed it leaving. I followed his tone as much as his words. "Think back," he said, "to the first time you stitched a patient. You held a needle and thread. You saw the dread in the patient's face. What were you feeling?" Silence gathered. Shoes whispered against the polished floor. He allowed the quiet to lengthen, scanning the room without impatience. When no answer came, he turned to me. "And you?" The light seemed suddenly warmer. "Anxious," I managed. "Sweaty palms? Faster heartbeat?" I nodded. "Did you enjoy the feeling?" "No. I hated it." A small smile crossed his face, not amusement, but recognition. "Then why does the body do this to us? Why make us uncomfortable?" He stepped down and began to walk slowly across the front of the theater. "Anxiety is an alarm system," he said. "It is trying to protect us. The first time you hold that needle, some older part of you senses danger." Skepticism flickered through the audience. "No physical danger," he continued, noticing it at once. "Emotional danger. The patient may cry out. A supervisor may disapprove." He glanced back toward me. "Were you nervous the 10th time?" I shook my head. Yet nothing essential had changed. The patient might still cry out. The supervisor might still be angry. What changed was your expectation. Experience had quieted the alarm, though the risk never vanished. He paused, letting the thought settle. "Our alarm system should not be ignored," he said at last. "But neither is it always correct." For a moment the room held its attention. Then, gradually, I saw the familiar glaze descend over several faces. The protective dullness that appears when an idea presses a little too closely. Above them, the fluorescent tube flickered once more, then steadied. V let the silence rest a moment longer, as though testing whether the room could bear one more thought. "When societies are simple," he continued, "their alarms are fewer." He folded his arms loosely, considering how best to proceed. In an agrarian life, dangers are largely visible. A failed harvest. A sick animal. A storm gathering at the horizon. Hardships, certainly, but they are legible. The body learns what to fear because the threats present themselves plainly. V paused. But as a nation advances, he said, choosing the word with care, life becomes less immediate and more abstract. We exchange physical dangers for invisible ones. Reputation. Competition. Uncertainty about the future. Expectations that expand faster than our capacity to meet them. The theater had grown unusually still, even the habitual shuffling seemed to have withdrawn. Our alarm system does not evolve at the same speed as our institutions, he went on. It remains ancient, exquisitely sensitive, but imprecise. So it begins to sound more often than necessary. He tapped lightly against his chest with 2 fingers. What once warned us of a predator now responds to an unanswered message, a disappointed superior, the suspicion that we are falling behind lives we cannot even see clearly. A faint murmur passed through the seats and vanished again. This is why, in developing societies, physicians often observe a rise in disorders of mood and perception. Not because people have grown weaker, he added, anticipating the objection, but because the environment has grown more demanding of the mind. He allowed himself a brief glance toward the high windows, where the afternoon light had flattened into a pale, diffused gray. Progress is rarely quiet, he said. It asks the nervous system to tolerate ambiguity, something it was never designed to do for long. He turned back to the audience. So when a patient sits before you describing a racing heart, sleeplessness, a dread they cannot name, remember that you may be hearing not malfunction, but adaptation strained to its limits. The room seemed to lean forward almost imperceptibly. Our task is not to silence the alarm entirely. Without it, we would drift toward genuine danger. The task is calibration, helping the patient distinguish between the signal that protects and the one that merely exhausts. He rested a hand briefly on the edge of the table. And perhaps, he added more quietly, to recognize that we are not immune to the same pressures. For the first time since the lecture began, no one looked down at their notes. The antiseptic scent lingered in the cool air, and somewhere behind me a chair gave a small, involuntary creak, the kind that follows when someone shifts position without quite realizing they have done so. V paused, sensing the attention he had gathered might yet slip from him if stretched too far. But I should be careful, he said after a moment, the faintest suggestion of a smile touching his mouth. What I am describing may sound distant to you, theoretical, even indulgent. A few shoulders relaxed, as if relieved to be returned to firmer ground. In places where material needs still command daily effort, it is difficult to regard such matters as urgent. When food, housing, and family obligations press close, the disturbances of the mind can appear negotiable. Something to be endured quietly rather than examined. No one objected. It is the way of the present to feel permanent, he continued. One rarely notices the ground shifting while one is standing upon it. He let the idea settle before going on. Many of you may practice for years without encountering these conditions in forms that announce themselves clearly. Or you may see them and name them differently: fatigue, temperament, poor discipline. He inclined his head slightly. That is not a failure of perception. It is the natural consequence of the world you have inherited. The earlier stillness returned, but it had changed in character. It was less receptive now, touched with the polite distance reserved for matters judged informative but not immediately useful. V seemed to register it without surprise. Yet societies seldom remain where they are, he said quietly. Complexity arrives gradually, then all at once. Expectations multiply. Lives lengthen. Choices expand until they begin, paradoxically, to confine. His gaze moved across the rows. Not searching, exactly, but measuring. When that moment comes, the physician who has learned to recognize these quieter alarms will not find them mysterious. You will understand that what appears sudden was, in truth, only waiting for the language to be spoken. He stepped down from the table then, the soft thud of his shoes sounding louder than it should have. For now, he added, almost lightly, it is enough that you have heard the idea once. Understanding often begins long before it is needed. During his stay, V delivered that same lecture nearly a dozen times to different audiences. It drew curiosity, but little urgency, as if his words evaporated the moment they were spoken. We seem to exist almost entirely on the physical plane, tending to wounds we could see, fevers we could measure, bones we could set, while the emotional world hovered just beyond the reach of our instruments. Something intangible, perhaps even indulgent. It was therefore a small surprise when V asked me one afternoon to take him to a medicine shop. "Are you unwell?" I asked, startled by a concern that rose more quickly than I expected. He smiled and shook his head. "No. I was hoping to inquire about a few medications. Is medicine widely used outside Middom?" I asked, unable to suppress a flicker of pride. "Do you find it helpful?" "Medicine is not really Middamese," he said gently. "It is simply herbal medicine. Nearly every culture has relied upon such remedies at some point. In the West, they have largely slipped from the mainstream." I felt my eyes widen, as though a window had been opened onto a landscape I had somehow overlooked. His assessment was plainly correct, yet it had never occurred to me to see it that way. "Do you use herbal medicines?" I asked. "No, of course not." My hands fell uselessly to my sides. He neither used medicine nor its Western equivalents, yet he wished to study them? The contradiction circled in my thoughts like a trapped bird. V watched my confusion with quiet amusement and allowed the silence to lengthen before rescuing me from it. "Categories can mislead us," he said. "Medicine is concerned with compounds, not with whether they originate in a plant or a factory." Still I struggled to follow him. "Medicine rests upon claims made long ago and strengthened by acceptance over time. That acceptance may arise from mistaken belief, what we might call a placebo, or because the plant contains a genuinely useful pharmacological agent. The difficulty is that, in many cases, no one has conducted the rigorous experiments necessary to determine which is true." "You don't use it because it is unreliable?" I ventured. "It is more complicated than that. A plant may cause harm we do not yet understand. And even when it proves beneficial, it is rarely very good medicine. The active compound is often dilute." "Then why visit a medicine shop?" I asked, now thoroughly bewildered. "Because many valuable drugs began their lives in plants," he replied. "Consider aspirin. Once it was nothing more than willow bark, chewed to ease pain and fever. But one must chew a great deal of bark for a meaningful dose. Scientists isolated the active compound, learned how to produce it in laboratories, and eventually in factories. Today, tens of thousands of tons are manufactured each year." "You are searching for new drugs to produce commercially," I said, comprehension arriving slowly, like warmth returning to numb fingers. "That is a distant possibility," V answered. "For now, I am looking for medicine used to treat psychological disorders. I hope to collect samples and send them to an organic chemist, who will extract their compounds. Those compounds will then be tested for biological activity. It is painstaking work and very long." From that day forward, the hours I spent with V multiplied as I guided him from one dim medicine shop to another. Their carved wooden thresholds and lacquered cabinets seemed to delight him, though whether from aesthetic pleasure or anthropological curiosity I could never quite tell. In one shop, an elderly assistant, balding, deliberate, searched through a cabinet containing what must have been 100 drawers. V leaned toward me, grinning. "He is looking for a bezoar." "A what?" "Never mind," he said lightly. "A Harry Potter joke." I translated long conversations whose rhythms grew increasingly familiar, yet V gathered only a dozen samples. Psychological disorders remain sources of quiet shame. Remedies for them occupied an ambiguous territory somewhere between curiosity and contraband. Still, V persisted. We visited the chemistry department of every university in the city, searching for researchers who might already be studying such substances. That effort proved even less fruitful than the medicine shops. Doors opened politely, then closed with equal politeness, leaving us once more in corridors that smelled faintly of solvent and old paper. Yet he never seemed discouraged, only thoughtful, as if each failure were merely another piece of data. Walking beside him, I sometimes wondered whether he understood something about the future that the rest of us could not yet see, or whether he was simply patient enough to wait for a world that had not fully arrived. The time I spent with V left me divided, pulled between the demands of my work and the gravitational presence of a remarkable man who offered much, yet little that appeared immediately practical. His wisdom came in fragments, scattered observations, and small illuminations that refused to assemble themselves into any recognizable pattern. My weekly meetings with security continued, though they became exercises in monotony. It cost me nothing to recount where V had walked, the shopkeepers he had charmed into conversation, the questions he had asked with tireless patience. Yet through it all I felt increasingly untethered, less anchored to the hospital that had once defined the boundaries of my days. V moved through the city like some enormous creature that could not be restrained, and I, caught in his wake, was carried from place to place with little say in the matter. Perhaps it was that quiet irritation, the kind that scratches without ever quite breaking the skin, that led me across a line I should have known never to approach. We were sitting over the remains of 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables, absent-mindedly lifting the last pieces with our chopsticks, when the question escaped me. "I don't understand," I said. "We have not progressed very far with the lectures or the compounds, and you seem to know that in advance. It hardly seems worthwhile to be away from your family for so long, for this." He regarded me for a moment, his gaze speculative rather than wounded. "My reasons are broader than that," he said at last. "My children have left home. And my wife passed away a few months before I arrived." The words should have closed the subject. Instead, driven by a frustration I scarcely recognized as my own, I spoke again before thought could intervene. "You came to escape your wife's death?" The instant the sentence left my lips, I felt its unforgivability. Heat rushed to my face. I wished, with an urgency bordering on panic, that the floor might open and swallow me whole. For the briefest moment, anger flashed across V's face. I saw it as clearly as lightning illuminating a distant horizon, and in that flicker I imagined him rising to his full, formidable height, seizing me by the collar and casting me aside. But the expression vanished almost at once. V possessed a mastery over himself that I could scarcely fathom. He exhaled slowly. "An hour does not pass without me thinking of her," he said quietly. "There is no escape from such things." I covered my face with my hands. "I am so sorry," I murmured. A frail offering that seemed unequal to the harm I had done. Surely he would ask for another translator. Why should he tolerate someone so careless? Instead, he reached across the table and gently took hold of my wrists, lowering my hands. "It's all right," he said. I shook my head. It was not all right. How could I say something so stupid? "You would never make such a mistake." He studied me for a moment, his expression softened now by something that looked almost like kindness. "May I teach something?" he asked. I nodded, drawing a long, unsteady breath. "When speaking to others, especially where there is the possibility of conflict, avoid beginning with you. You is often heard as accusation. I affirms experience. And above all, be curious." "I am not sure I follow," I admitted. "When you spoke of me, you placed judgment upon me. It is usually wiser to speak from oneself. You might have said, 'I cannot imagine what you are going through.' Or you could have been curious. How does anyone endure something like that?" Curiosity grants the other person dignity. It acknowledges their autonomy. "I could see that. For a moment, you were angry," I said. "Yes," he replied. "An emotional response, one I chose to govern. By using an I statement, I spoke of my experience rather than accusing you. I sought connection, not conflict. A you statement would have escalated the moment." I grew still, considering this. "That cooled the air between us," I said slowly. "But did you not also return power to me?" V smiled. "Yes. I granted you autonomy. The choice of how to proceed remained yours. I did not deny what you had suggested, instead, I made myself vulnerable." "Because you knew I would not repeat the mistake?" "It is true I did not expect you to," he said. "I have watched you for many months." The comment felt out of character, more about some unrest within you than about me. But even had I believed you might press the accusation further, my response should have been the same. "Why?" I asked, my eyes widening slightly. Because I would then allow you to show me the person you choose to be. After that, I get to choose. And my choice is connection, not conflict. I do not remain where confrontation is preferred over understanding. His words settled over me with the quiet finality of snow. 2 days later, I pinned a small sheet of paper to my bathroom mirror. Be curious. Use I statements. Choose connection. The final 2 months of V's visit passed without disturbance, folding quietly into one another until his departure stood suddenly upon the horizon. As the day approached, I found myself divided, eager for the familiar rhythm of my former life, yet reluctant to surrender the strange enlargement his presence had brought to my days. On the morning I was to take him to the airport, he came to my room carrying a small stack of books. He placed them carefully on the table, as though arranging something more deliberate than a simple bequest. Resting on top was a round tin of butterscotch cookies, its painted lid showing a pastoral scene that seemed improbably cheerful. He gave a rueful smile. It is not quite what is advertised, he said. Open it when you return home. I insisted on hauling his suitcase despite his mild protest, guiding him through the rituals of departure. Tickets examined, documents stamped, luggage surrendered to the slow machinery of transit. We spoke little, by then words felt unnecessary, even intrusive. At security he turned, offered a small nod, and was gone. Only when his broad figure dissolved into the current of travelers did I feel the sudden sting behind my eyes. It surprised me, that sharpness. I had known, of course, that I would miss him, but knowledge is a pale substitute for the moment itself. The day continued out of habit rather than intention. I ate alone, washed my dishes, wiped the narrow counter until it shone faintly beneath the kitchen light. It was only afterward, as I prepared for bed, that my gaze returned to the tin resting quietly on the table. I lifted the lid. Inside lay an envelope, and beneath it a neatly wrapped white parcel. The letter was written in V's precise hand. He thanked me with an elegance that felt characteristically restrained, never tipping into sentiment. Near the bottom he added a single line, that I might find his gift unsettling, but that it was merely a recompense for all I had done and had cost him very little. Something in me shifted then, as though a floorboard had flexed unexpectedly beneath my weight. I set the letter aside and picked up the parcel. It was neither heavy nor light, offering no clue to what it contained. The paper parted with a soft tear. When the contents revealed themselves, I stared down at my hands. Money, more than I had seen gathered in one place in my entire life. For a long moment I did not move. The room seemed to contract around me, the familiar walls taking on a faintly foreign aspect. Gratitude rose first, swift and almost overwhelming, followed immediately by something more difficult to name. Not quite shame, not quite alarm, but a tightening awareness that whatever lay between V and me had, in that instant, altered its shape. I replaced the money carefully in its wrapping, as though it were fragile, and returned it to the tin. Sleep did not come easily that night. Chapter 9: Frustrations. My final meeting with security felt like a ceremonial closing, a metaphorical bow tied neatly around V's visit. I described his last days with clinical precision, careful to offer facts rather than interpretations. There had been only one notable engagement, a dinner with hospital directors and government officials uncannily similar to the one that had welcomed him months earlier. Bookends, I thought. Arrival and departure rendered symmetrical, as if the intervening time had been little more than a parenthesis. Yet this meeting was sharper than the others. The questions pressed further inward, straying from movements and meals into the private terrain of V's life. They remarked upon the vagueness of his purpose, the curious lack of anything resembling tangible outcomes. It was then that I told them he was a widower, a detail the guarded man had only recently entrusted to me. I offered nothing beyond that single fact. Saying less felt like a smaller betrayal. The information appeared to soothe them. One could almost hear the quiet turning of an internal latch as the matter was closed. The risk, whatever they believed it to have been, had passed. The foreigner had neither taken nor left behind anything of consequence. Of course, I did not mention the money. The gift, unsettling from the moment it entered my hands, had already begun to transform in my thoughts. From an act of extravagant generosity into something heavier, less easily named. I did not conceal it out of greed, but out of fear. Who gives such a gift? Who believes it could be received without obligation? Its very presence seemed to alter the air in my apartment. I could not deposit it in the bank. The sudden appearance of such a sum would invite questions I was unequipped to answer. Nor could I spend it without feeling the invisible weight of explanation. So I left it where it was, hidden yet somehow always visible, resolving to wait until the memory of V had receded, until his absence became ordinary. But even then I wondered whether that day would ever truly come. Had V understood what he was placing in my care? I suspected he had. And that he had judged the benefit to outweigh whatever risk might follow for me, if not for him. The thought did little to steady me. I soon settled back into a routine that felt both inevitable and faintly unsatisfying. In the weeks following V's departure, it was almost as though he had never existed at all. The corridors still carried their antiseptic scent, the same clusters of footsteps gathered and dispersed, the rattle of a gurney still announced the arrival of emergency patients with mechanical indifference. Nothing had shifted. Nothing, it seemed, ever would. Yet a frustration had begun to lodge itself somewhere deep within me, not sharp enough to wound, but persistent, like a stone in a shoe. One morning, without appointment or warning, I found myself outside the hospital manager's office. By the time his secretary reluctantly waved me inside, my irritation had hardened into resolve. I had imagined railing against the unctuous man who had promised much and delivered nothing. Instead, I paused at the threshold, drew a slow breath, and remembered the note pinned to my mirror. Be curious. Use I statements. Choose connection. I began, surprised by the steadiness of my own voice, as though I'm drowning. I need to learn something new. The manager regarded me with an expression so neutral it bordered on absence. For a moment I wondered whether he had heard me at all. I understand, he said at last. Though these things take time. He lifted his palms upward, a gesture that might have signaled helplessness, or perhaps invitation. With him, the two were difficult to distinguish. V's gift hovered at the edge of my thoughts. I possessed, now, the means to ease certain processes, to encourage movement where none seemed forthcoming. But instinct warned me that such a step, taken too early, would yield little; taken too late, it would appear desperate. Advancement required choreography. Promotions would come eventually, and if they did not, that absence would pose a far more dangerous question. I have a first-class record, I continued, allowing a trace of steel into my tone. Yet I remain where I am while others, whose performances were less distinguished, have already been offered opportunities. It does seem an obvious anomaly. Each position requires a wide range of skills, he replied smoothly. You have been unfortunate. There has always been another candidate just slightly more suitable. A smile spread across his face, elastic and unconvincing. I understood then that nothing in this office occurred accidentally, not delay, not advancement, not even indifference. When I stepped back into the corridor, the air felt cooler. I had not obtained what I came for, yet the visit did not feel wasted. Some doors, I realized, open not through force but through repetition. I decided that the manager should begin seeing me more often. It was 2 months and 2 carefully timed visits later that the call finally came. I was to report to the hospital manager's office. I entered the room feeling unexpectedly light, as though the floor had tilted slightly in my favor. At last, I thought, the long stillness was about to give way. A new road was opening before me. The manager stood at the window with his back turned, a sheet of paper clenched in one hand. He did not immediately acknowledge me. Only when the door clicked shut did he pivot, his expression already darkened. He stabbed the page with his index finger. Have a look at this, he said. Something bitter rose in my throat. The lightness vanished so abruptly it left me faintly dizzy. I remained silent. You have the lowest prescription rate in the entire hospital, he bellowed. You're sending this hospital broke. He folded his arms, waiting. That is hardly surprising, I replied evenly, aware that overprescribing had long ago ceased to be an aberration and had instead hardened into custom, a quiet understanding between institution and physician. What? His voice climbed, startled by the absence of apology. I imagine the sheet you're holding does not indicate which patients I treat, I continued. Or where they come from. His eyes narrowed. You treat only special patients, do you? Ones who require no medication? Or is it a patient's address that determines what you prescribe? His voice dropped now, the anger thinning into something colder. I grew up in the villages myself, I said. Where possible, the cases of those with similar backgrounds, factory workers, mostly, tend to find their way to me. It is not their address that shapes their treatment, but their capacity to pay. I do not often prescribe medicines that I know, with near certainty, will never be purchased. He dragged his fingers through his hair, saying nothing. The silence felt deliberate, so I stepped into it. You mentioned revenue. Prescriptions alone do not generate it, many go unfilled. If it would assist you, I could gather data on known factory workers and their average pharmacy expenditure, then compare it with the patients under my care. I would hesitate to anticipate the outcome, but I suspect the figures might prove more favorable than you expect. A patient handed a list beyond their means is far more likely to leave with nothing than one offered a small number of medicines they can actually afford. Those are the patients who return. Those are the patients who contribute. Even as I spoke, I knew the argument rested on unstable ground. In truth, I prescribed sparingly because I could not bear the quiet humiliation on a patient's face when cost eclipsed cure. Whether the arithmetic favored the hospital was, at best, uncertain. But it was a wager, and a calculated one. The manager would neither undertake such analysis himself nor welcome my doing so. Numbers were too pliable, conclusions too easily guided. He looked at me with open displeasure. Your figures are still too low, he said at last. Prescribe more. Only many months later did I understand what had occurred in that office. He had expected surprise, hoped for it. A stumble, a poorly chosen defense, some small professional misstep that could be preserved and unfolded later as justification for denying advancement. It was, I imagine, a sensible gamble. But like most wagers that fail, it had been made with incomplete knowledge. What he said was not untrue. I had refused to overprescribe to inflate revenue. What he had not recognized was that I had anticipated this accusation long before it was voiced. Some battles are won not in the moment of attack, but in the quiet season during which one prepares to be accused. It was around that time that I made another wager, one I hoped might secure my future. By then, these presents had already begun to recede. His name surfaced only occasionally in conversation, spoken with the faint uncertainty reserved for things half remembered. Oh, I remember that man, someone would say, before the moment passed and he was gone again. For some time I had been considering the purchase of a home. Not from necessity, the hospital quarters remained perfectly adequate, but because ownership had quietly become a prerequisite for marriage, and prices were beginning to edge upward. I found a development a few kilometers from the hospital. Construction had not yet begun, though the plans were approved and the earth itself seemed newly awakened, fenced, leveled, waiting. The property boom had not quite arrived then. People sensed the ground shifting beneath them but had not yet learned to trust it. Wealth was increasing, yes, but cautiously. Ownership, in the modern sense, was still something approached with hesitation rather than hunger. The developers struggled to gather enough buyers to release the bank's funding. It was not an unattractive project, it even promised elevators, a novelty, but completion lay 2 years away. For many, 2 years was indistinguishable from never, and they turned instead toward buildings already rising into the sky. I was neither close to marriage nor in need of somewhere to live. My days were long, my possessions few. Yet the distance between present and future did not trouble me as it seemed to trouble others. The project required only a handful more commitments, so I purchased not one apartment, but 2. These gifts, unexpected, faintly unreal, allowed me a looseness I might otherwise have resisted. Unlike the years that followed, the appetite for risk remained modest then. The bank guaranteed redemption of the deposit should the project fail to complete within 2 years, and until construction finished no further payments were required. It felt less like a gamble than a quiet positioning of oneself before the crowd arrived. I made the transfer. V's money disappeared from view, sealed, at least in my mind, within future walls of concrete. With that, I allowed myself to believe that whatever had passed between us had also been enclosed there, finished with the handing over of those funds. My suppositions about V proved entirely wrong when, 2 months later, a letter arrived bearing his name. The offer it contained was as startling as it was spare. Come to Guernica. Study for a master's degree specializing in psychiatry. Funding has been arranged. He added only that the hospital had already been informed. I smiled when I read that. V had always understood more than I credited him for. Had he anticipated that I would require the hospital's approval to obtain a passport? Had he written directly because he suspected the offer might otherwise be withheld? I spoke of it to no one, not even P or F. Instead, I let the possibility settle slowly inside me, testing its weight, its temperature, its promise of distance. A week passed without word from the hospital. Then another began, and with it came the quiet suspicion that V's caution had not been misplaced. Several days later I was summoned to the manager's office. He greeted me with a smile that did not quite animate his face. I have an offer of a new position, he said. After a pause, he added, I think you'll agree it was worth the wait. He outlined the arrangement, remarking more than once on the considerable effort the hospital had made on my behalf, unaware that the discovery he presented had already been granted to me in private. Yet my thoughts were not with the man seated across the desk. They had drifted instead toward his curious habit of instructing without presence, of allowing others the dignity of arrival. I answered as expected. Gratitude came easily, contrition even more so. I apologized for my earlier impatience and thanked him for his advocacy. He seemed quietly pleased, and I sensed that he believed the moment confirmed his own subtle competence. But generosity had little to do with it. The arrangement offered him something cleaner than refusal, the removal of a difficulty, the opening of a position, the possibility, perhaps, of a future favor returned. Chapter 10, Flight of Fancy. The months that followed had long since blurred into a haze of paper, ink, and sleepless determination. At the time, I thought of them simply as work, necessary, urgent, unyielding. Only later did I understand how much of myself I had poured into those nights. V had extended the offer, yes, but it came braided with expectations, and I accepted them without hesitation. My stay in Guernica was to be compressed into 2 years instead of 4, a feat that seemed almost abstract to me then, as if it were happening to someone else. Ordinarily, such arrangements were straightforward, a balance of lectures and clinical practice, the latter often completed under the watchful eye of mentors in one's home country. But Middom had few practitioners capable of guiding psychiatric training, and no institution there had ever forged ties with the university. Even now, I marvel at V's persistence, how he convinced them to let me complete the first year from afar, then fold the second year into 2 full years of clinical work. At the time, I didn't grasp how reluctant they had been. I learned only later that they agreed because V had already begun shaping me quietly, steadily, and because Middom's scarcity of psychiatric expertise made my training something more than personal ambition. What surprised me most, looking back, was their consideration of my path to medicine itself. The obstacles I had climbed, once sources of embarrassment or frustration, were weighed not as liabilities but as evidence of resilience. It took me years to appreciate the generosity of that perspective. So I returned to my books with a kind of fierce gratitude, convinced that opportunities like this did not come twice. V insisted he had never doubted I would clear the hurdle. He had, after all, been preparing me in ways I barely recognized at the time. I never asked when he first began to see me as a serious candidate. With Guernicans, capability often spoke louder than certificates, and perhaps he had seen something in me long before I saw it in myself. In the end, I passed. And 3 weeks later, I boarded a plane, carrying with me not triumph, exactly, but the quiet astonishment of someone stepping into a life they had once only imagined from a distance. In those days, few among us ever stepped beyond Middom's rigid borders, fewer still with the blessing of our leaders, who preferred to present the outside world as a cautionary tale. The Gunnikins, in particular, were a favorite target. Cast as capitalist marauders, violent and gun-toting, oppressors of their black minority, and indifferent to the homeless who supposedly littered every street. It was a portrait painted in broad, unforgiving strokes, and for a long time I accepted it as truth. I had already begun to suspect that our government's interpretations of the world served their own purposes, but nothing prepared me for the quiet shock that awaited me the moment I stepped off the plane. As I made my way toward immigration, backpack slung over one shoulder, I saw a man with skin dark as midnight standing in line for coffee, dressed in a tailored suit, a mobile phone balanced between his ear and shoulder, a leather briefcase in hand. He looked nothing like the caricatures we had been shown. People with lighter skin were more numerous, yes, but they were hardly alone. There were faces in every shade imaginable, so many, in fact, that I lost count. One man even had hair the color of a ripe orange. The crowd itself was a riot of fabrics and styles, so varied that I might have believed I'd wandered into a festival rather than an airport. I had imagined a country divided neatly into two colors, two classes locked in perpetual conflict. Instead, I found a mosaic. And most startling of all, there were people who looked like me. Yet the only thing that truly unsettled me was something our teachers had never mentioned, even as they shook their heads at the supposed misery of Gunnikin life. The people were fat. Not all of them, of course, but enough that I found myself staring before I caught my manners. It was a kind of abundance I had never seen, and it confounded every lesson I had been taught. I tried not to gape as I moved through immigration, baggage claim, and customs, but my astonishment was complete. By the time I stepped into the arrivals hall, I felt unmoored, as though the world I had known had already begun to dissolve. I was grateful more than I could have said then when I saw V waiting for me beyond the restricted doors. At least he was familiar. At least he was normal. V led me through the crowds and out into the car park, stopping beside a Benz that sprawled across its marked space as though claiming more than its rightful share. He lifted my luggage into the cavernous boot with the ease of someone long accustomed to travel, and soon we were gliding away from the airport, the terminal receding behind us like the last familiar landmark of my former life. "It's about an hour," he said, his voice calm, almost casual. For the first few days, he explained, I would stay in a guest room at the rear of his house. He wasn't sure of my preferences, he admitted this with a kind of gentle uncertainty, and told me I was welcome to remain there for the full 2 years if I wished to save money. Perhaps I would use the extra funds to travel. Or perhaps I would choose to live alone, or share an apartment with another student. He seemed genuinely indifferent, and I remember being faintly surprised. I had expected to be told where I would live, not offered choices. Once we left the airport precinct, he suggested I rest after the long flight. Tomorrow, his secretary would help me sort out a SIM card, a bank account, and the enrollment process. It will be different from Middom, he added, almost kindly. He was a busy man, but he could offer me 2 evenings a week. At the time, I didn't understand how generous that was. I fell silent, and V seemed to attribute it to fatigue. In truth, I was overwhelmed by curiosity. The roads were the first thing I noticed, smooth, wide, and astonishingly orderly. Drivers stayed in their lanes, drifting across only when they intended to change them. The footpaths stretched unbroken for miles, free of obstacles, and I saw no litter, no homeless people, nothing resembling the decay I had been taught to expect. The only detail that hinted at anything less than prosperity were wooden houses, which struck me as oddly fragile. When we finally turned into V Street and his home came into view, I felt my breath catch. A house sat low against the horizon, a single-story structure spread across more than an acre of manicured lawn. 2 great sycamores shaded the front yard, their branches arching protectively over the roof. It was the largest house I had ever seen, let alone entered. V pressed a button on the keyring dangling from the ignition, and a metal door folded obediently into the ceiling of the garage. Inside, the house felt even larger. 5 bedrooms for a man who now lived alone. On a side table by the sofa stood a silver-framed photograph of V, his wife, and their 2 children. She was beautiful, and her absence seemed to echo through the rooms, making the space feel too wide, too quiet. He showed me the working rooms, the kitchen, the laundry, and told me to take whatever I needed. My guest room was at the back of the house, clearly designed to offer privacy. It had a small kitchen, a private sitting area, and a bedroom with a double bed and a desk. I remember stepping inside and feeling, for the first time, the faint tremor of possibility. Then I opened the curtains. Beyond the glass lay a swimming pool, its surface still and blue beneath the fading light. It stretched almost the length of the house, framed by stone tiles and a line of potted plants. I had never stood so close to such a thing. Pools, in Middom, belong to stories about the wealthy, not to the world I inhabited. For a moment, I simply stared, unsure whether I was meant to feel envy or disbelief. The bathroom held both a shower and a bath, another small astonishment. I had never taken a bath before, and I remember deciding, with a kind of childish resolve, that I would try it that very night. Looking back now, I can still feel the mixture of awe and dislocation that settled over me in those first hours. Everything was unfamiliar, yet these presents, calm, steady, unhurried, anchored me. In a world that suddenly seemed too large, he remained the one familiar point on the map. When classes began the following week, apprehension settled over me like an old, familiar coat. I was peering into a world already alien, and doing so through a lens that did not yet belong to me. What I had failed to grasp then, what seems obvious now, is that a city, let alone a country, is too vast to be understood all at once, or completely at all. We choose what to see and what to ignore, or else our lives choose for us, offering only fragments. There are objective truths, of course, but there are subjective ones as well, and I had no sense yet of how to navigate between them. The real difficulty was that I had no way of entering this new world on its own terms. I didn't know the right way to behave, the right things to say, the right opinions to hold. I withdrew, shrinking into myself. The old childhood feeling returned, the sense of wearing the wrong clothes on the first day of school. Only now it was worse, as though I might also be speaking with the wrong tongue, like that lizard whose blue-stained mouth had once fascinated and unsettled me in equal measure. It took a week before I managed to cling to a classmate who at least looked like me. Few born in Middom had stepped beyond its borders in the last century. Before that, our people had fled in waves to islands and peninsulas, escaping persecution as they had done in the century just closed. He understood this history instinctively. He sensed my unease before I had the courage to name it. When I told him my story, he nodded with a kind of quiet recognition. He had returned to his ancestral homeland for the first time, carrying with him the words of those who had fled and the voices of new arrivals who had been primed with a worldview not unlike my own. Without pressing me, without demanding that I declare my loyalties or my beliefs, he explained how Middom was seen from the outside. He spoke gently, leaving space for my own voice to emerge in its own time. And slowly, very slowly, it did. The first clinical case arrived in the second week, a soldier, his legs blown off in a war that had ended less than 2 years earlier. In Middom, the refrain had been constant and unquestioned, an unjust war, meddling in another nation's affairs, yet another example of gunning and overreach. I had carried that certainty with me across the ocean. But the notes before me told a story I had never heard. Here, the man was regarded as someone who had stood up for justice, helping to restore a nation overrun by a larger neighbor, and paying for it with a near-fatal injury. He had returned home with the physical wounds closed, leaving behind only scars and the stumps where his legs had been. The emotional wounds, however, were still open, raw, bleeding, impossible to ignore. PTSD. Flashbacks. Nightmares. Those were the scars of a single moment. But there were others. The long months in hospitals and rehabilitation centers, the abrupt return to a life that no longer fit, the loss of a future he had imagined. Friends who had slipped away. A wife who now cared not only for their son but for the man she still loved, though he lived locked inside a private world of turmoil. Unreachable. Broken. Seeing himself only as a burden. I felt troubled in a way I had not expected. My empathy was conditional, and I knew it. A part of me recoiled, not from his suffering, but from the story I had been told about him before I ever met him. In that moment, I felt unworthy of being involved in his care. There are no wrong feelings, I reminded myself, only unexamined ones. So I held mine up to the light, as I had been trained to do. Were they true? Were they fair? Honesty was everything. Be curious. That evening, I sat at V's computer and read through newspaper articles about the war. Troops amassing on the border. Gunica warning it would act if the status quo were threatened. A warning ignored, then a promise fulfilled. Perhaps it had been about oil or power. Perhaps intervention had been an act of self-interest rather than protection. I couldn't pretend to untangle the motivations of men I had never met. If a just result had been achieved, even if driven by less than pure intentions. Did that matter? My research did not resolve the conflict inside me. But it did something more important: it unsettled my certainty. It introduced nuance, and with it, the first fragile thread of humility. Listen to truly hear, I told myself. Allow space for complexity. Step back from the comfort of rigid judgments. Only then could I begin to see suffering where it existed, not where I had been taught to expect it. And only then could I begin to imagine the kind of healer I needed to become. The session itself was not as harrowing as I had imagined. I sat a comfortable distance from the psychiatrist, a quiet observer whose very position in the room marked the boundaries of my role. There was no talk of blood, or torn limbs, or even of the man's wife. Instead, the psychiatrist guided him back to childhood, to the imposing figure of his father, and the petite woman who stood beside him, half hidden in the shadow of a man who seemed carved from something immovable. Gently, the psychiatrist led him through memories, allowing him to see how unspoken expectations had settled on his small shoulders long before he understood their weight. I caught only fragments, but they were enough to glimpse what childhood might look like in this land. He described playing, then tripping, how a fence paling had driven into the side of his face as he mimicked an imaginary future laid out for him. Fourth generation. Pain to be endured without release. Broad shoulders meant to hold up not only a family but a country. Pride demanded standards, and the standard was silence until the pain became unendurable. Catharsis was weakness, not relief. Hold the line until it could be held no longer, then it would burst like a pus-filled abscess, foul and yellow, leaving his wife and little boy to endure the fallout. It was only halfway through the session that a thought struck me, hard, cold, and shamefully late. This man's father had likely fought against my countrymen. Yet he had agreed to my presence. Was that another stone added to a backpack already full of them? I struggled to imagine the weight he carried, the strength required simply to move through each day. At the end of the session, the psychiatrist turned to me and asked whether I had any questions for the soldier. I didn't know that students were expected to shake their heads in those early sessions, to remain silent and deferential. So I asked, "Do I have permission to thank you?" The man blinked. "I don't understand." "For having the courage to allow me to be here," I said. "So that I can learn, and someday help others. You gave me a gift." "Thank you." He stared at me, startled, then rose and came forward to shake my hand before leaving the room. The psychiatrist regarded me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. I could not tell what he was thinking. But something in the room had shifted, something in me as well. It was the first time I understood that empathy was not a fixed resource, but a muscle that could be stretched, strained, and if I allowed it, transformed. V seemed to welcome the small interactions that filled his home, and I, in turn, found myself living in the best conditions I had ever known. Sometimes I swam in the pool, discovering, to my astonishment, that it was heated, and sometimes I sat outside reading, disturbed only by birds or the occasional curious squirrel. It was a kind of peace I had never experienced, and I did not yet know what to do with it. By then, I had already begun to ignore the pull of Middom town and the small groups who gathered there to recreate fragments of their former lives. The students in my psychiatry class were polite, even helpful, but I had missed the first year when friendships formed naturally, and their social circles had already settled into shape. In some ways it reminded me of university. Despite the staggering student loans many carried, there was no urgency to repay them. They ate in fashionable restaurants, drank at wine bars, and held well-paid positions that made such things seem ordinary. I found myself with time more than I expected, and imagined it would only increase once my classes ended. V was often out, and our shared meals were mostly confined to the few evenings we were both at home. One night, over dinner, he mentioned his plan to spend the upcoming long weekend at a cabin he had inherited a decade earlier when his father died. It had been in the family for more than 150 years and needed some overdue maintenance. He encouraged me to join him, saying the break would do me good. I would see a little more of the country, he said. I hesitated. I had arranged an interview for a part-time job at a bar on Friday night. The payments on the apartments I had bought would begin before I returned to Middom, and I needed a larger reserve. But V said he had a meeting and intended to leave after dinner after my interview, so I agreed to accompany him. It was only the morning after our arrival that I truly saw the place. When I heard its age, I had imagined a shack rundown, shoddily built, leaning into its own decay. Instead, the cabin was made of stone, clearly gathered from the surrounding land and held together by mortar and sheer weight. Inside were 2 large bedrooms. Mine held a double bed and 2 bunk beds pushed against the far wall. V was already in the kitchen, frying eggs, bacon, and tomatoes beneath a range hood in the spacious, modernized room. He had clearly been up for some time. The fire in the hearth was well established. Toast popped from the toaster, and breakfast was served on a solid wooden table beneath an enormous dark timber beam that had split slightly as it dried. Its unevenness surprised me, its coarseness contrasted sharply with the stainless steel appliances. V noticed my gaze. It's been here since the place was built. It's not very straight, I said, hoping I hadn't offended him. He laughed. That's the way we like them. It's got character. Character? I echoed, unsure how an inanimate object could possess such a thing. Isn't it better to have a straight one? That depends on one's point of view, he said. Is it better to have a machine-cut beam, precise to a few micrometers, or something like this, uneven and raw, bearing the marks of the laborers who spent weeks preparing it? He seemed to take pleasure in how thoroughly the cabin confounded my expectations. People often confuse their habits or common beliefs with being right, he continued. You've assumed new equals good. Why? When things get old, they break, I shrugged. Yet here we are, sitting fearlessly beneath a 200-year-old beam that's holding the roof up. An assumption that doesn't always hold, yet is taken as truth. But it does most of the time. Everywhere? Or only in your accumulated experience? The latter, I admitted. Do you think that is also my experience? Yours seems more mixed, I said. This place. Many buildings here are old. Even in your house, some things are new, but others are older. The pictures on the walls, some of the furniture. V nodded. We value different things, objects with history, or excellent craftsmanship. Why should that be different? But you also value new things, I said. Has my sense of value broadened? Or has yours narrowed? Mine has been narrowed, I said quietly. Poverty. V nodded again and let the silence settle, giving me space. Poverty narrows everything, I said at last. Survival is immediate. There is rarely room to plan for a future that may not exist, let alone the resources to do so. True. What happens next, he asked. When wealth comes, and it seems likely, will values broaden? Middom once had fine craftsmen. Will they return? Sparingly, and slowly, I said. Wealth is coming to a few. It will come to more, but for most, the legacy of having to make do will remain. The echo of the past weighs heavily. People will cling to their security and desire what they've always valued, new things that speak loudly. Pride plays its part. V nodded again. Is that desire for security what drove you to apply for a job at the bar? There was no accusation in his voice, yet my chest tightened. Yes. Do you think it's a mistake? What I think matters little, he said. It isn't my choice to make. But no, I don't think it's a mistake. It's an opportunity to meet people, to see more of the world. But I suspect your motivation was different. Is that wrong? Of course not. It simply tells us your perception of your needs is different from mine. I haven't lived your life, nor spent long in Middom. Judgment is precarious, especially when it concerns the lives of others. I said nothing. We've known each other for some time, he continued, yet we still view the same problem in different terms. Understanding comes slowly, especially without shared experience. Do I truly understand your need for security? Or you my appreciation of a weathered 200-year-old beam? Later, after a few hours spent poring over a textbook I had brought, V taught me to drive a vehicle, his ride-on mower. It's not much different from driving a car, he said. And in that moment, absurd as it was, I felt something shift. The world was widening, and I was learning, slowly, awkwardly, to widen with it. Apart from an hour on the lawn mower and our meals together, the day had been remarkably productive. It had also been unexpectedly peaceful, the kind of peace I had never known. The birdsong, usually something I never noticed, threaded through the hours, broken only by the brief snarl of a chainsaw or the soft clatter of V preparing the evening meal. Venison, he said, slow-cooked. When he came in as the sun was sinking, I rose instinctively to help, but he waved me back down. 15 minutes. Finish what you're doing first. He asked me only to add a couple of logs to the fire. A moment later, the cork popped from a bottle of wine, the sound echoing off the stone walls. He poured 2 generous glasses. The meal was astonishing, a rich, gamey stew served with thick slices of crusty, still warm bread. It tasted like something from a restaurant I could never have afforded. That night, I felt I glimpsed the man behind the man. I realized how much I had projected onto him. How I had tried to fit him into the shape of a Middamese professor, flattening him into a one-dimensional figure because it was easier than confronting the complexity of who he truly was. But that weekend dismantled my illusions. I saw a man of breadth and depth, someone whose competence extended far beyond the clinic. In a single day I had watched him repaint the rear of the garage, handle a chainsaw with effortless grace, and replace the spark plugs on the ride-on mower with quick, efficient movements. Then he had prepared a meal from vegetables he had grown himself and meat he had hunted, butchered, and cooked into something extraordinary. After dinner, we placed the dishes into the dishwasher, another appliance I had never encountered before coming to Guernica, and settled into 2 comfortable armchairs before the open fire. Perhaps it was the wine, or the warmth, or simply the quiet, but I found myself asking a question I had never dared voice. You were very generous to me back in Middom. Why? The money, you mean, he asked, genuinely surprised. I waited. I took more than I ended up needing, he said, as though it were the simplest thing in the world. But you could have changed it back. Or given it to someone else. He nodded, sensing the importance of the answer to me. I like to pay my debts. You weren't paid for much of the work you did for me. And I've lived a privileged life, much of what I have isn't of my own making. It makes sense to give a little. But you never asked what I did with the money. It was a gift. After that, it's yours to decide. I blinked. That's not usually how gifts work. V frowned slightly. It's how they should work. Otherwise it isn't a gift, it's a millstone. A tool of manipulation. Is that why you never asked? I don't need to know. I trusted your judgment. Giving money isn't always a kindness, even when it comes without strings. It can lead to regret, or harm, if placed in the wrong hands. But aren't you curious? What would curiosity offer me, except the possibility of regret? Or the temptation to judge? I considered that. But what if I wanted to tell you? That would reflect your need to tell me, perhaps to seek my approval. It has little to do with me. Though if someone asks for my opinion, it's respectful to give it honestly. I do want your opinion, I admitted. He offered a wry smile. I'd been saving for an apartment, I said. Your gift allowed me to buy a second. Bigger loan. More risk. You feared I'd think it reckless? A waste? He asked, hitting the center of the target with the ease of someone who had long understood me. I nodded. He shrugged. Life is risk. You judged that a second property might increase your security, a short-term risk for long-term benefit. A first property gives a place to live. A second offers the chance to build stability. That doesn't seem unwise, especially given Middom's current trajectory. Middom's trajectory? The odds seem in your favor. A growing economy, rising wages, migration to the cities. The risks will come later. Why? I asked, knowing almost nothing of economics. No one in Middom did. Property had been nationalized for 50 years, only the very old remembered owning a home. Greed, he said. Or the belief that things rise forever. Booms follow a pattern. Prices start low, rise slowly, then accelerate as people see others making money. Greed sets in. Prices soar. Then something happens, anything, and they fall. Quickly. Panic follows. Prices collapse. Many lose a lot. Some lose everything. Surely those who bought early don't lose? Their chances are better, but not guaranteed. Especially in property crashes. People often borrow more as prices rise. Sometimes more than their earlier gains. I stared, wide-eyed. But it most likely won't happen, he added lightly, refilling our glasses. We never spoke of it again. But a few months later, on my birthday, among the gifts he handed me was a book, The Devil Take the Hindmost, A History of Financial Speculation. I enjoyed working at the bar, particularly the beginning of each shift when the lights were still bright, the freshly mopped floors gleamed, and only a handful of customers had wandered in. It meant fewer tips, of course, but I earned less than the other servers anyway. Some in my position might have blamed the color of their skin, and perhaps, on occasion, that played a part, but the truth was simpler. I was too serious, too stiff, unable to summon the bright, easy smiles that came so naturally to my more successful colleagues. It was during that first quiet hour that I found what I valued most, the chance to speak to ordinary people. Not doctors, not psychiatric patients, but truck drivers, electricians, accountants, people living the kind of middle-class lives I had only glimpsed from afar. I asked whether they lived locally, what they did for work, how the local football team was faring. I even began following the scores. Later in the night, as the bar emptied and the lights dimmed and the place took on the sour smell of spilled beer, my colleagues clustered in twos and threes. They talked about customers, their week, their children, some were single mothers working evenings to scrape by. I rarely spoke. When I did, it was usually about my time working for Q in the clothing factory, or about my sister. V had warned me about fights, keep well away, he said, though we hardly needed to. They were rare, most of our patrons were regulars. Trouble announced itself in subtle ways, people backing away, a sudden hush, or a woman's sharp voice cutting through the noise. Security handled it quickly. I had been there 6 months, a background fixture on Friday and Saturday nights, when one of those fights erupted. This time I was closer. I was carrying 3 beers in a neat triangle, about to set them down, when I saw the patron's expression shift. I knew what it meant before I turned. One of the men was backing away, a broken bottle in his hand, its jagged edge coated in a dark, thick liquid that did not catch the light. This was different. People screamed. 2 men tackled the assailant, revealing the victim behind him. There was a great deal of blood, but years in emergency rooms had taught me to recognize what mattered. The femoral artery was intact. Serious, yes. Fatal, no. The shock in the room gave me the moment I needed. I reached the man first and began barking orders. Lights on. Fluids, water, soft drink, vodka. Scissors. Silence. Call an ambulance. Put the phone on speaker. With one hand I applied pressure to the wound, with the other I pulled the pressure bandage I always carried from my pocket. The room fell silent. The operator came on the line. I described the cut. Femoral artery intact. Estimated blood loss, 1.5 liters. Bleeding controlled. Patient responsive. Are you a doctor? The operator asked. Yes. Name? I gave it. I have no record of you. I'm not registered in Guernica, I said. Working under V in psychiatric specialization. All right. Ambulance in 5 minutes. You've got this? Yep. Call back if anything changes. The line went dead. I cut away the rest of the man's pants, poured vodka over the wound, and secured the bandage. Keep drinking, I told him. You need the fluids. Mostly water. A little soft drink for the sugar. The police arrived as I finished. You okay? One asked. I nodded. They took the perpetrator away. The ambulance rolled in a minute later, casual as if entering a supermarket. I gave them the status report and helped lift the patient onto the gurney. When they left, the police were already taking photographs. I washed the blood from my hands in the bathroom. By the time I returned, the officers were taking witness statements. Then they were called to another incident. The floor was mopped. Patrons drifted back to their conversations, subdued now, their bravado punctured. It felt as though we had all watched a horror film. I had seen it 100 times, but for most of them it was their first. The bar emptied quickly that night. I asked the manager to gather us together. We sat around a table, the usual hierarchies inverted. The others were still babbling, astonished to learn I had worked in emergency medicine. I raised my hand. Silence fell. I'm sorry you all had to experience that, I said. It was traumatic. If any of you have flashbacks or unusual anxiety, tell me. I can help. For a moment no one spoke. Then one server pulled a pile of cash from his pocket and pushed it toward me. This is yours, he said. Patrons asked me to pass it on. The others followed, sliding their own piles across the table. No, I said. These are your tips. A lot of patrons gave us tips, another said, then a second one for you. They appreciate what you did. I divided the piles into equal shares and pushed them back. It wasn't just me, I said. All the things I needed didn't appear by magic. We did this. A few mouths fell open, but they took the money. They needed it too. In the quiet that followed, a young woman, 25, pretty, a single mother, looked at me and asked, "Why do you work here?" I smiled. For the same reason as you. What we earn here in a night, my father couldn't earn in a month. After that night, the tips increased. And for the first time in a very long time, I felt part of something. My exams came and went, and with them the second half of my time in Guernica began. Only a year of clinical practice remained. After that, my training would be complete. My return home, once a distant abstraction, began to loom larger, made more real when V introduced his new partner. I felt suddenly in the way and suggested moving out. V dismissed the idea immediately. I had only a few more months, he said, I should stay where I was. He encouraged me to travel before I left the great city, where dreams were supposedly made, casino, the desert gambling mecca, Greenstone, with its geysers and improbable wildlife. There were other experiences too, learning to drive a car, using a chainsaw. But one stood apart from the rest, a moment that crystallized the gulf between Guernica and Middom. I fired a gun not in anger, but at tin cans in the woods behind V's cabin. I could not believe its weight, the kickback, or most of all that I had been trusted with such power. In Middom, simply holding such a weapon would have secured my death. That a citizen could not be trusted with such power in one country, while in another it was a rite of passage where collectors mounted a dozen rifles above their fireplaces, revealed a chasm between the two nations. Only one other difference felt as stark: money. My sister had mailed a copy of the demand for payment for the 2 properties I had bought. I was astonished to realize that by the time the funds came due, I would not need a loan at all. My income, much of which I had saved, thanks to V, was enough to pay the entire amount. By the time I returned home, I would have enough to turn the empty shell into a home. It struck me then that I would return not wealthy, but comfortable enough to be considered a good catch. I doubted I would face the difficulties P had. I spoke to V, waving the letter from P, explaining that I would need to return home briefly to make the payment. Secretly, I hoped my training might be considered complete because of the extra sessions I had attended, or that I might be allowed to finish the remaining clinical practice in Middom. V offered a simpler solution. Do you have the bank account number? And can you make the payment in full? I nodded. Then why can't you do an international transfer from here? I hadn't known such a thing was possible. My face burned, there was still so much I did not know. V explained how he had transferred most of his funds to Middom during his visit, and that his secretary would help me arrange the payment. I didn't quite trust the system. A knot of unease sat in my stomach for 2 weeks until a letter arrived from my sister saying the payment had gone through and she held the certificates of ownership. I planned to live in one of the apartments when I returned and asked P to arrange for the plumbing and electrics to be roughed in, then have the walls painted. It was an imposition, but a necessary one. No one moved into a newly painted apartment for at least 6 months, for fear of the toxic chemicals in the paint. 2 months before I was due to leave, V offered to help me secure a life in Guernica. The offer nodded me, pulling me in opposing directions. A new life, simpler, freer, safer. Many of my compatriots would have disagreed with that last word, seeing safety only through the narrow lens of the weapons I had fired behind V's cabin. But by then I had come to understand safety in a broader sense. Safety from persecution, safety in a system not wholly governed by influence and backdoor deals, safety in rules that could be relied upon. Even that understanding, I later realized, was too narrow. Food safety, road safety, public safety, these two would become blights on Middamese society as people prayed at the temple of our new god, money, disregarding everything else. Yet there were downsides to staying. The loss of family. The loss of culture. Both had already begun to feel immeasurably distant. I had started over so many times in my life that I felt exhausted by the thought of doing it again, especially when I knew I could return home to comfort. And there was another truth I could not ignore: in Guernica I would be just another professional in a well-established field. In Middom, I might be a trailblazer. I was to leave Guernica deeply grateful. I had learned and done so much. I could not contain my joy when V announced his intention to remarry. We would remain lifelong friends, he said, made easier by the internet and computers, which had been ubiquitous in Guernica for 20 years but were only just beginning to appear in Middom. I bought gifts for family and friends. V's secretary helped arrange the repatriation of most of my remaining funds, suggesting I leave the account open. It might prove useful one day, she said. V threw a farewell party for me, an eclectic gathering of bar co-workers and classmates, people from every corner of my life in Guernica. And finally, it was V who had been there at the beginning, throughout, and now at the end, who walked beside me to the departure gates, sending me on to the next stage of my life. Chapter 11, Home Again. I dragged my suitcase past customs and through the double doors, along the sterile tiled corridor that led me back into Middom. I had not given anyone my flight details, only the day of travel, and now, exhausted and hollowed out by jet lag, I was grateful for that small foresight. My sister had a baby to care for, she didn't need to be woken at dawn. I kept my head down as I wove through the crowds toward the taxi stand. A voice called my name. In my fogged state it didn't seem real. Then it came again. I stopped and turned slowly. The hospital manager emerged from behind a man carrying a large cardboard box. For a moment I wondered if I was hallucinating. What was he doing here? "Welcome home," he said. "Thank you," I replied, too tired to muster anything more. He took one of my bags and steered me toward the exit, calling a taxi with the confidence of someone who believed he had every right to be there. "How was your flight?" he asked brightly. "Long and exhausting. The jet lag is awful. All I want to do is sleep." I hoped he would take the hint, but I didn't dare be rude. "Guernica must have been amazing," he said, looking me up and down as though searching for evidence. "A lot of hard work," I said. "I had to squash 4 years into 2. Not much time for anything but training." "But you managed. And I bet you saved a bit?" "Guernica is expensive," I replied evenly. A bowl of noodles costs 20 times what it does here. But I survived. I forced a grin. But you had a good allowance. Surely that was enough? Gunnikins may earn a lot, but it doesn't mean they all live good lives. Everything is expensive. Only then did I fully tune in to the conversation. But I imagine you're pretty frugal, he said, hinting at my background with a lightness that was anything but light. Did you know V earns 10 times my allowance? I said. It was almost like village life. The party was right about Gunnika. Really? I could have stayed on, but Gunnika isn't all it's cracked up to be. I'll have a better life here. He followed me back into my hospital accommodation, still skeptical. In Middom, where fact and fiction were braided together and manipulation was a way of life, truth was always difficult to discern. We believed ourselves transparent, but rarely were. The threads of self-interest were easy enough to follow. Tea? I asked. He nodded. Mind if I unpack while we talk? Of course not, he said, eyes calculating. As the kettle took its long breath before heating, I unzipped the larger suitcase, tossing the toiletry bag aside and placing the neatly folded clothes into the wardrobe. I emptied the last shirt just as the kettle boiled. I shoved the suitcase to one side. I poured tea and handed him a cup. Then I pulled the smaller case onto the bed and flipped it open. He watched, cautious, as the contents came into view. The hospital put a lot of effort into helping you get your qualification, he said. I pretended not to hear and lifted out a few wrapped boxes. Presents for my parents and sister. I hope they're not too disappointed, I said, placing them in the bottom of the wardrobe. The hospital feels you should return any money left over from your stipend, he said, more sternly now, expecting resistance. I offered none. I hope they understand how expensive Gunnika is, and they're not too disappointed. I pointed to the backpack near his feet. Front pocket. I've got a little Middamese cash I carried with me since I left. That's mine. The Gunnikin notes are all yours. I didn't watch him. Instead, I removed the last items from the suitcase, socks and underwear, and placed them in the bedside drawer. I set the suitcase beside the larger one. He handed me the backpack after taking out the wallet. He scooped out the wad of Gunnikin notes and tossed the empty wallet onto the bed. I resisted a smile. The wad looked thick, but it was mostly ones and fives, with a single 10 and a single 20. I slid the wallet into my pocket. I opened the backpack and removed my passport, a jumper, and a book. I tipped it upside down for good measure. A pen and a packet of tissues fell out. I tossed the bag aside. The hospital manager struggled to hide the sour expression forming on his face. He couldn't understand why I had so little, but he couldn't deny what he had seen. I offered a silent prayer of thanks to V's secretary. It seemed the hospital manager didn't know about international bank transfers either. I sat on the edge of the bed. Two men who despised each other, taking great pains to hide it. As our tea cooled, I asked about his family in the hospital, offering no sign that I knew his intention. In Middom, we did not dance on people's graves. We kept our victories to ourselves, just like everything else. When I visited P the following day, she seemed almost untouched by childbirth, if anything, softened at the edges, as though motherhood had wrapped her in a gentler light. My nephew, Y, greeted the world with bright, bubbling gurgles, and I felt an unexpected warmth rise in me at the sight of him. My parents were there too, looking a little older, but less worn than I remembered. They had abandoned the fields for their first grandchild, though they admitted they missed the freedom of the village, the neighbors who dropped by unannounced, the rhythm of the seasons, the sense of belonging that came from knowing every face on the road. Now they returned only occasionally to check on the house. In some ways, it was a sadness to go back. The villages had begun to empty, as though an entire generation had quietly slipped out of the world. Young people trickled toward the city in search of work, leaving behind only the elderly and the very young. The place felt hollowed out, its laughter thinned. Children rarely saw their parents, the burden of raising them fell on tired, stooped bodies that had already given more than their share. We were the lucky ones. Our household registrations had moved to the cities, P through marriage, mine through work. We believed we would never be separated from our children. At the time, that seemed certain. The conversation in P's apartment rattled around the room like a locomotive, full of the clatter and steam of 2 years' worth of stories. We laughed easily, grateful simply to be together again. Then P asked, "Will you return to your old job?" I shook my head. "Not for long, I hope. I've been speaking to other hospitals. It's time to start afresh, somewhere I'll be known for who I am, not for my past." She studied me, trying to decipher what I meant, but chose a gentler question instead. "What about your apartment?" "I'll live there," I said, "but not until I've changed positions." Later, she took me to see it. P had always loved clothes, but she loved design just as fiercely. Within minutes she was sketching out ideas for the kitchen, the bathrooms, the flooring. Her pencil moving with the confidence of someone who could already see the finished rooms. Her enthusiasm made everything easier, and within a few weeks the renovations began. I found myself caught between the past and the future. The hospitals were torn as well, tempted by the prestige of a doctor trained in Guernica, but wary of my specialization. Negotiations dragged on for weeks. Eventually, another hospital offered me a position, persuaded by the promise that I would spend my early months entirely in emergency, but would be given a room to slowly build a psychiatry practice, transitioning into it over time. I suspected N, the new hospital manager, saw the office as a temporary concession. He likely believed my psychiatry practice would drift along for a year or two, attract few patients, and then quietly close, leaving him free to reclaim the space while keeping me in emergency where he wanted me. When I informed my old hospital manager, he nodded with polite sorrow, but no real regret. He did not try to dissuade me. An empty position created opportunities for him too. My departure opened the door into an entirely new life, new surroundings, new people, a new home. It felt as though I had shed an old skin without even noticing the moment it loosened. I was no longer the little boy from the villages who had somehow done well. That identity had fallen away somewhere between airports and hospital corridors. In its place stood someone else entirely experienced, competent, someone junior doctors might look to for guidance. It was a strange transformation, both earned and unexpected. I took a few weeks to settle into my new role. During that time, I sold my second apartment, a decision shaped by a conversation with V that still whispered in my mind. Middom valued the new, anything old, even slightly old, lost its shine quickly. At the time of the sale, prices were rising, and my apartment, freshly completed, was more desirable than the many off-plan purchases that required 2 years of construction and then the long, wearying fit-out process. Mine needed only internal renovation, and that alone commanded a premium. With the proceeds, I bought 2 newer, more modern apartments off-plan. 6 months later, I purchased another. It was not greed but strategy, a quiet, cautious attempt to build the security I had never known growing up. Yet even as I signed the contracts, my mind was elsewhere. My true focus was the practice I was trying to build, and the patience I needed to justify the space I now occupied. Whenever I had a spare hour, I visited hospitals across the city. I spoke to emergency doctors, vascular surgeons, general surgeons who performed amputations, and doctors of physical medicine. I hoped they might refer patients, people who had lost limbs and were struggling with trauma, identity, and the slow, painful process of readjustment. Convincing them was another matter. Getting appointments at all was difficult, persuading them of the value of psychiatric treatment was harder still. Some weeks I managed to speak to only 2 or 3 doctors, squeezed between my own regular caseload. At first, the few patients I saw were car accident victims who came through our own emergency department. They were grateful, but they were not enough. After 6 months, I was averaging 8 consultations a week. I needed 50 to justify the clinic I was painstakingly establishing. The numbers haunted me. Every empty hour in my schedule felt like a quiet accusation, a reminder that the manager's doubts might yet prove correct, that my practice was a temporary indulgence, a room waiting to be reclaimed. Still, I persisted. I had not come this far to retreat into the safety of emergency medicine. I had chosen this path deliberately, stubbornly, and I would walk it even if the ground felt uncertain beneath my feet. My relationships within the hospital grew naturally, almost without my noticing, and before long I found myself drifting into the orbit of a newly graduated Dr. Shiel. She was young, with wavy permed hair and a bright, unguarded smile. Her clothes were of the newer generation, primary colors, cheerful and bold, so different from the severe blues and greens worn by the women who had trained before her. She had once had a boyfriend in medical school, but the relationship had fizzled. The gossip suggested she wasn't conservative enough. None of that mattered to me. What others called flirtatious or brash was, in Gunica, simply normal. I wasn't interested in style or propriety. I cared whether we could form something real, something grounded in affection rather than material calculation. Elle's carefree nature made me believe we could. We often found each other in the cafeteria when our shifts overlapped. I felt myself drawn toward her. Toward her youth, her lightness, the way she seemed to move through the world without the weight I carried. Soon we were meeting for walks in the park on weekends. I began to imagine introducing her to my parents and sister, imagining how she might fit into the quiet rhythms of my family. Our first real test came in emergency. Scaffolding had collapsed at a construction site. 3 workers had fallen 4 floors, striking the metal frame on the way down. Multiple injuries, multiple unknowns. I knew immediately that I wouldn't make our rendezvous. At the earliest moment, I stepped aside and called her, apologizing quickly before hanging up as a patient was wheeled back from X-ray. My shift overran by an hour. When the emergency room finally calmed, I removed my scrubs and stepped through the double doors, exhaustion settling into my bones. I called Elle again, pressing the phone to my ear, hoping that we might still meet. "Where were you?" she demanded the moment the call connected. "Work," I said. "Construction site accident. All hands on deck." I thought those few words would be enough, that the situation explained itself. "So you can leave me hanging?" she yelled. "It wasn't my choice," I replied, lowering my voice instinctively. "I can't walk out on an emergency." Even as I said it, I felt a strange disbelief. These were words that should never have needed saying. "You think I'm disposable," she said. "I think when people are badly hurt, I cannot leave them." She hung up. The silence that followed felt heavier than the shift I had just finished. "Power play," P said, handing me a cup of tea. I looked at her sharply. She was right, of course. In the shock of the moment, I had taken her outburst at face value, as disappointment, perhaps even hurt. But it was more than that. It was a test, a maneuver, a tug on the invisible threads that bind 2 people together. I knew the psychology well enough, but in the moment I had been too surprised to apply it to my own life. Attachment clouds logic, it always has. And this was a game with rules I had not yet learned. "What's my next move?" I asked, a wry smile tugging at my mouth. I was genuinely curious to hear P's perspective. She hung up. "The next move is hers," P said simply. Then she paused, narrowing her eyes. "You're not thinking of chasing after her, are you?" I smiled. "If I had more patience, I'd hire you in my psychiatric clinic. But no, I have no intention of giving ground." She nodded, satisfied, as though I had passed a small but important test of my own. We met in the quiet corner of the cafeteria, each of us holding a cup of tea as though it might steady the moment. Elle's expression was tight, her shoulders drawn up. "So you're ignoring me," she said, bristling before I'd even sat down. I exhaled slowly. It wasn't I who ended the conversation. "I assumed you didn't wish to talk." I resisted the urge to add that she still didn't seem to. "You care about your job more than me," she said, her voice sharp with accusation. "I have to weigh my responsibilities carefully," I replied, keeping my tone even. "So your patients are more important than me?" "Of course not. But in that moment, their needs were far greater than yours. I was weighing inconvenience on your part against their lives. Why would you expect anything different?" "Because you're supposed to love me." Her words landed with a kind of blunt force, as though love were a lever she could pull to tilt the argument in her favor. But isn't love a two-way street? I asked, genuinely puzzled. What is that supposed to mean? She crossed her arms, defensive now. What would the consequences have been if I'd abandoned patients in a moment of need? Isn't it reasonable to expect that someone who loves me would understand that I had little choice? I don't imagine you'd be happy about it, but would it really have been in our best interests if I'd walked away from them? I asked, still not understanding why the question needed to be asked at all. I knew the clinic was developing too slowly. There was progress, yes, but it was incremental, fragile. N supported the clinic, but he also had the hospital owners to consider. They would expect the space to be fully utilized within 2 or 3 years. Time began to weigh heavily on my shoulders. The future of the clinic hung in the balance. I increased my visits to other hospitals. The effort was paying off, but at a pace that did little to ease the restlessness that troubled my sleep. I knew there were enough patients in the city, accessing them was another matter entirely. 2 trauma surgeons at the People's Hospital were among my best leads, respected, influential men whose voices carried weight. It had taken months to secure a meeting, and only a quirk in theater scheduling had opened a narrow window, 1 hour between operations, when another surgeon had booked the theater. On the morning of the meeting, I was edgy, rehearsing my points, scanning my notes for the 10th time. I needed to show them that psychiatric care was not an indulgence but a necessity for their patients' recovery. Then my phone rang. Elle. How about coming shopping before lunch? She asked brightly, as though the morning were a blank slate waiting to be filled with her plans. I'm sorry, I said. It's taken 2 months to arrange this meeting. These surgeons could be the difference between my clinic flourishing or falling apart. I really need this. She let out a sigh so heavy it felt theatrical. You and your clinic. It's the only thing you ever think about. It is our future, I said neutrally. More like your future, she snapped. I was tempted to agree, but kept my voice steady. I know you'd like me to come shopping, but this is years of work. I need this. You need to get your head out of the clouds, she huffed. I'll see you at lunch, I said firmly, ending the call. The meeting was a much-needed success. The surgeons listened intently, impressed by my understanding of their work and by my credentials. They spoke of patients who had lost limbs and then sunk into despair, one man who stood for hours at a window, staring out at nothing, his marriage collapsing under the weight of his grief. By the end, both surgeons asked me to leave my details with their secretaries, assuring me they would refer patients suffering emotional trauma. I left the hospital jubilant. Their support could change the trajectory of not just my clinic, but my entire career. When I found Elle a few minutes before we were due to meet her friends for lunch, I was overflowing with the news. She stood with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. Before I could finish a sentence, she cut me off as neatly as if she'd swung a broadsword. Look what I bought, she said, pulling a beret from her bag with a flourish. I stared at her, unblinking, long enough to halt her monologue. Who cares about the clinic, she said. I care about the clinic, I replied coldly. I completed 4 years of training to open it, and another year trying to get it off the ground. The question is why you do not care about it. Because it's probably going to fail, she said, her voice turning icy. Let me be very clear, I said. You may choose not to care about my clinic, or the things that matter to me. But doing so is also choosing not to be part of my life. She stared at me, astonished. Then her friends arrived, and she plastered on a smile as though nothing had happened. I poured myself a tea in the doctor's lounge, staring out at a sky as gray as my mood. Progress on the clinic remained slow, and my relationship with Elle had become catatonic. I could see only a messy ending for the latter, and the prospects of the former hung in the balance. To no one's surprise, it was the relationship that broke first. Another conflict, more accusations, and finally the blow I had known I would deliver sooner or later. You have chosen to not be part of my life, I said, my voice carrying the finality of a door clanging shut. Elle did not take rejection lightly. That mystified me, given she had shown no desire to build anything healthy or meaningful between us. The speculative looks around the hospital made it clear that a long season of venting had begun. I could do little to stop the vexation and bile slipping down every corridor and into every ear. So I gathered my focus, turned it back toward the clinic, and hoped people would soon lose interest in my private life and in the claims of others. But the looks persisted. And still I resisted the temptation to be drawn in, refusing to fan flames that were already burning the house down. I hoped they would collapse into a smoldering wreck of their own accord rather than consume the fragile support the clinic still needed. My unlikely rescuers appeared in the middle of the night, when the hospital halls lay dormant. I was returning to the nurses' station when I heard two nurses deep in conversation. "He doesn't seem the nasty type. He's always nice to the nurses and junior doctors," said C, a nurse with a couple of years' experience. The older nurse replied, "She says he was controlling, wouldn't allow her feelings." Anger rose from somewhere deep inside. Not at them, but at the quiet character assassination drifting through the building. I pushed it down and stepped into view. C blushed furiously. "How can one person not allow another's feelings?" I asked gently. "Can you stop mine?" The older nurse gave a playful, knowing smile. "This young man you were talking about," I continued, pretending I wasn't the subject, "I doubt he has such powers. Perhaps what you meant was that he didn't like how she responded to her feelings." "Could you explain that further?" the senior nurse asked, sensing that something interesting was about to fall into her lap. C's cheeks had faded from crimson to a soft glow. "I can't speak to his case," I said, "because I don't know the particulars. But let's imagine he, whoever he is, happened to overhear the last part of your conversation." I turned to C. "How do you think he would feel?" She reddened again. "Angry," she murmured. I nodded. "But that's the thing. He gets to choose what to do with those feelings. He could explode, certainly, but that wouldn't end well for anyone. How would you feel about him afterwards if he did?" Neither woman answered. "That suggests a wiser man might act differently. He might quietly turn back, sparing you the embarrassment. But that won't stop people gossiping. Or," I paused, letting the moment breathe. "He might choose a different path altogether. He might approach not with anger but with understanding. Curiosity is natural, after all. And then perhaps you could learn something from each other, rather than trade accusations. So you think the story isn't quite what we're saying?" the older nurse asked. "I don't pretend to know the minds of others," I said. "That's for you to decide. My only suggestion is that the original thesis is improbable. No one controls another's feelings. There are no bad feelings. Only our reactions decide the matter. Is it possible that the man in the story didn't object to her feelings, but to the way she expressed them? That he wanted kindness rather than accusation? That's possible," the older nurse conceded. "But what do I know?" I asked lightly. "And I've interrupted your conversation. Please forgive me, and please continue." I walked away to check on another patient, leaving them in thoughtful silence. It was surprising how quickly attitudes changed after that brief conversation. Not because I had been especially convincing, my words were gentle, almost offhand, but because people already knew me, just as they knew L. Now they had a choice of stories to believe, and a context in which to place them. Influence, I realized, did not lie in asserting a definitive narrative, but in offering an alternative without demanding allegiance. Strength was not the ability to coerce, but the freedom from needing to. The most significant shift came from an unexpected quarter. Several weeks later, I was walking down a corridor when C appeared from the opposite direction. She smiled, then lowered her eyes demurely, hesitating as though she wanted to speak but wasn't sure she should. I returned her smile and greeted her, giving her a moment to gather herself. "You were kind to us that night," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was also kind to myself," I replied. What is ever gained by being unkind, except a fleeting sense of superiority that leaves only a bitter aftertaste? The thought stayed private, but it colored my tone. After that, I seemed to run into C more often, though perhaps it was simply that I noticed her more. There was a new softness in her manner, a quiet respect that hadn't been there before. And in the subtle way hospital gossip works, that small shift in one person seemed to ripple outward, altering the current just enough that the air around me felt lighter. It was around that time that I received the first referrals from the two surgeons. A small milestone, but a milestone nonetheless. Another of the apartments I had purchased was also handed over. I sold it quickly to a buyer desperate to move into a permanent home. Prices had risen enough for me to buy two more off the plan. Newer, slightly larger. I had worked out a system that felt almost foolproof. By then, C had begun to drift more firmly into my orbit. I liked what I saw: pretty, restrained, curious. Those qualities mattered to me far more than the brashness I had encountered before. We spoke more often about the hospital patients, cases, the small dramas that unfolded in the wards. Nothing too personal at first. But I found myself watching her more closely. The way she reassured anxious patients, the way she spoke to doctors with quiet confidence, the way she treated strangers with instinctive gentleness. It impressed me. When I asked if she'd like to have a coffee after her next shift, her eyes widened for a moment before she nodded, a slow smile forming. I soon learned she had grown up in the city and trained there. Over the weeks and months, we met outside work more often. I moved cautiously, avoiding the speculative eyes that still lingered in the hospital corridors. A decision about the clinic's future was only months away. I couldn't afford the wrong kind of attention. So it came as a surprise when C's demure facade cracked and she took the next step, inviting me to dinner at her parents' home. The evening began well. I handed over fruit, flowers, and a bottle of white spirit for her father. I apologized to C's cousin for not bringing her anything. I hadn't known she would be there. She brushed it aside with a smile. The conversation was cautious, polite questions that probed without intruding, a slow dance of mutual assessment. C's grandmother, a wizened figure who seemed to shrink into her chair, watched everything with quiet intensity. As we moved to the table, she winced when she put weight on her left foot. I moved quickly, beating C to her side, supporting her gently and guiding her to a seat. "Your foot is troubling you?" I asked. "She has an infection," C said, suddenly unsure. "Would you like me to have a look after dinner?" I asked, scanning the table, unsure who held authority in the matter. There was a moment of hesitation before C's father nodded. "That would be generous." Dinner continued, though the occasional scrape of a chair or dropped chopsticks seemed to jar more than they should. After the fruit platters were set out and the initial polite selections made, I said, "Let's have a look at that foot." C's grandmother was helped to one end of the sofa. C's cousin sat beside her. I took a stool at her feet, C beside me, ready to assist. I removed the soft shoe and unwound the bandage. "Oh." The sound escaped before I could stop it. The infection was far worse than I had feared. She should have been hospitalized days ago. I glanced at C. Her lips trembled, and only then did I understand the weight she had been carrying. "I'll need my bag," I said softly. C fetched it while I examined the wound, deciding how far I could safely go. When she returned, I opened the first aid kit I always carried. "I'm going to have to cut some of this away," I said. "I have a local anesthetic, but it may still be uncomfortable." I administered the anesthetic and waited for it to take effect. I asked C's cousin to keep her grandmother calm. C held a towel, not truly for sterility, but to shield her grandmother from watching her own flesh being cut away. I removed as much necrotic tissue as I dared. The elderly woman held on grimly. I cleaned the wound, wrapped it firmly, and advised that she keep the foot raised and avoid wearing anything on it. I excused myself to wash the scalpel and dispose of the syringe. C slipped away for a few minutes and returned with slightly puffy eyes. An awkward silence settled over the room, so I broke it by asking C's father when he planned to retire. He seized the opportunity, filling the space with relief. I didn't stay long enough to avoid seeming to flee, but early enough for the family to breathe again. I promised to return in 3 days to check the wound, warning that the infection might still spread and that an operation could be necessary. I returned 3 days later and unwrapped the wound with care. The news was mixed. The infection had not spread, but nor had healing begun in any meaningful way. Her condition balanced on a knife edge, and it was difficult to tell which way it would fall. C's anxiety was palpable, almost visceral, as I cleaned the wound and bound it again, repeating my earlier instructions with deliberate calm. Before I left, I asked C whether she might be free for a walk in the park, and perhaps an ice cream, after I returned on the weekend to examine the wound once more. She exhaled softly and nodded, though uncertainty flickered across her face. She wasn't yet sure what the invitation meant, or what it might lead to. I squeezed her hand gently as I departed, a quiet reassurance, and felt her fingers tighten around mine for the briefest moment before she let go. The bandages unfolded to reveal the beginnings of healing. C, standing beside me, let out a soft sigh of relief. She's not out of the woods yet, I cautioned. She's not young, and healing will be slow. No shoes unless absolutely necessary until the wound looks stable. Some light walking is fine, as long as it continues to improve. We pushed past the crowds at the park entrance and followed a paved path along an ornamental lake. The further we walked, the thinner the crowds became. C was edgy, twisting her fingers, occasionally picking at the ends of her hair. I said nothing, giving her space to settle herself. Eventually she spoke. "Thank you for helping my grandmother." I smiled gently, acknowledging her gratitude, then let the silence return. "You were angry when you first saw her foot," she said, turning the statement into a question. I nodded. No elderly person should be left in that condition. "You make it sound like it was a failing of society," she said with a sad smile. "Isn't it? I suppose. But, are you saying you weren't angry at me?" "Only for an instant." "You can forgive me that easily," she said lightly, though her eyes searched mine. "I'm not sure it's my place to forgive you. The forgiveness that matters most is the kind that comes from within. What you saw was a feeling. Feelings aren't truth, they need examination. You examined your feelings and changed your mind?" "Of course. That feeling was based on a single event. Judgment is easy if you look only at the event itself, or accept the first explanation that comes to mind. Our minds are programmed for worst-case scenarios, not probable ones." "It wasn't good," she murmured. "Wasn't your reaction right?" I went through the right sequence. Feelings first, then examination. Proper examination often shifts one's opinions. Why did it shift? "It didn't fit with anything else I've observed about you. In the time I've known you, I've seen nothing but kindness and care. The idea that you didn't care about your grandmother was a weak hypothesis. It didn't match the overall picture. So you developed a new one? It wasn't hard. There was only one that made sense." "Yet you won't name it," C said wryly. "It's clearly a sensitive point. What good would naming it do?" She hesitated, then said quietly, "I doubt you truly understand. Families with doctors don't have to make the kinds of hard decisions we do. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I was scared you'd think we were too poor." I waved the apology away. It's the beginning of what might be a long journey. We know very little about each other's families. I've learned a little about yours. Would you like to know more of mine?" C brightened immediately. "I'd like that a lot, but are you really okay with my family's situation? We're not wealthy like Els." "I value character more than wealth," I said. "And you seem to have quite a bit of that." She blushed faintly at the compliment. "What you said about experience is true," I continued. "Some things you have to live to understand, even for the most empathetic people. That's also true of my family, you'll need to experience it to understand." C shifted from foot to foot as she stood in the doorway of P's apartment, showing little sign of relaxing even as she was ushered into the modest but bright space. The room bore only a few traces of a toddler's presence, scattered toys tucked neatly into corners, a soft mat by the sofa. My parents, who were staying with P and F at the time, were also present. C faced the introductions with her characteristic shyness, a reserve that P would slowly and expertly chip away at over the course of the evening. The questions directed her way were not interrogations but gentle curiosities. And as the two young women sat together, P spoke more of herself, her work, her son, her life in the city. Offering C a rhythm she could follow, allowing her to reveal pieces of herself at a pace she found comfortable. I left C mostly in P's care and spoke with F about his expanding role in the department store business. The company was growing even faster than Middom itself, and he now managed stores across the entire province. P, for her part, was responsible for modernizing and standardizing the appearance of the stores, a task she approached with her usual precision and flair. When I glanced back toward the sofa, I noticed that C had relaxed noticeably in P's presence. She seemed to cling less to me, leaning instead toward P, drawn in by her warmth. At one point she turned to me, asking quietly whether it was true that she had gained acceptance as F's bride because of my intervention. I nodded, amused by her surprise. By the end of the evening, C seemed to have been drawn closer, not just to my family, but to me. Her confidence in the relationship had grown, subtly but unmistakably, as though the evening had given her a glimpse of a future she could imagine herself stepping into. With the end of the year approaching, the pressure began to mount. There would be a review, and although my practice was now growing more rapidly, it still faced an existential crisis. I had more than half the patients I needed, but I was well short of the 80% required to satisfy the hospital owners. Ann and I spoke at length about the clinic's future. He seemed supportive of allowing it to continue, but who could truly know what happened behind closed doors? And even if he was on my side, the owners could still overrule him. My anxiety grew by the day. Yet for perhaps the first time in my life, I had someone close who understood what I was going through. C was unstinting in her reassurance, confident in my ability to keep the clinic alive and build it into something meaningful. It was during this time that I realized she was probably the woman I wanted to marry, despite knowing how little we truly understood of each other. Social strictures and a general mistrust kept us from drawing too close too quickly. Her past felt clearer, she had lived her whole life in the city, her road smoother than mine. She knew nothing of the potholes I had climbed out of, nor of my ability to provide for her. Everything she believed about me was built on surmise and assumption, and none of it close to the truth. My parents were planning a trip back to the village before New Year. It was time to reveal more of who I was. Securing agreement from C's parents was difficult. We had no formal agreement to marry, and the arrangement seemed slightly unseemly. Only P's presence, and perhaps the desire of C's parents to secure a marriage to a doctor, made it possible. If nothing else, I was well paid and could offer a degree of security unfamiliar to her family, as it had once been to mine. I told C little of the trip, even as we set out. I wanted her to see it with her own eyes. By then P and F owned a car, making the journey far easier. C only began to understand how far I had come when we turned off the main road onto a narrow bitumen strip still dominated by tractors and horse-drawn carts. Her eyes widened further when we traveled the last 3 kilometers down a dirt track toward the village. I asked P to stop at the village head's office, where C and I alighted. C drew closer as a man called out to me, his accent thick enough to make her strain to understand. I introduced him as an old friend and primary school classmate. She let out a small exclamation. She had assumed his weathered skin belonged to a man at least 10 years older. We found the village head in his smoke-filled office. Much to C's disapproval, I handed him a packet of cigarettes. I introduced C as a nurse from the city. He welcomed us warmly and hoped we wouldn't be interrupted by too many visitors during our short stay. C didn't seem to understand what he meant. As we made our way to my parents' home, every villager we passed acknowledged us. C seemed at a loss for words, finally managing, "This isn't what I imagined your hometown would be like." We skirted the muddy pond outside my parents' front door. I explained the origin of the house. How it had taken my father 5 years to build, collecting materials slowly, and how the shading of the bricks revealed they had been fired at different times, using slightly different clay. Inside, my mother was preparing dinner. C made no comment, simply set her bag in a corner and immediately began washing vegetables, asking my mother what else needed doing. Over dinner she spoke more freely, drawing away from P and me and engaging with my parents and F. We hadn't finished breakfast the next morning when the first knock came. A filthy man stood uncertainly in the doorway, sores oozing pus. C rose instinctively, guided him to the other side of the room, and asked him to sit. She poured hot water, cleaned and dressed his wounds, and offered gentle advice on how to care for them. It was in that moment that I realized I loved her. Throughout that day and the next, a steady stream of patients arrived at the house. At the end of the second day, as we sat down to a meal prepared by my mother and P, my father shook his head and sighed. The poor girl has come here to be treated like a servant. But C laughed. I came here and was treated like a doctor. I added, tomorrow she'll really see what it means to become a doctor in our village. But we're leaving tomorrow, she said, confused. We were up at the crack of dawn the next morning, ready to return to the city. Non-essential items were stowed in F's car. He and P would remain in the village a few more days. C and I set off along the dusty road, the air still cool, the village slowly stirring awake behind us. How on earth did you become a doctor? She asked as we walked. I told her about my early years, primary school, and the first time I had walked this long, dusty path alone. Now, for the first time, I was traversing it with someone at my side. The rest of the story could wait. We reached the Middom Road, and C looked at me uncertainly. We're not going to walk all the way home, are we? I smiled. Isn't it time you walked in my shoes? Only a few minutes later, a horse-drawn cart approached from behind. I was grateful it wasn't a car or tractor. I spoke briefly with the driver, and we climbed aboard, our legs dangling off the back as the cart creaked slowly up the road. We rode in silence for a while until C said softly, "You must have been 12 when you first did this journey alone. You must have been terrified." I nodded. I was scared I wouldn't find the town, or the school once I got there. But people helped. When we reached the main road, we climbed down and continued on foot, hailing a passing bus. As we boarded, I said to C, "This is luxury. There were no buses 15 years ago." She looked at me then, not with pity, but with something closer to awe, as though the landscape of my childhood had suddenly rearranged her understanding of me. And for the first time, I felt she was beginning to see not just the doctor I had become, but the boy I once was, walking alone along a dusty road toward a future he could barely imagine. When we reached town, I told C I had a surprise lunch with an old friend, Teacher G. He had just been promoted to principal, a milestone I was genuinely pleased for him. Yet in many ways, it was the least satisfying of the 3 visits we made that day. C heard the familiar story of me climbing from the bottom of the class, but nothing of the machinations, the quiet interventions, or the social upheaval that had lifted me into secondary school. That part of the story remained hidden, as it had for years. Our second visit, the one I had thought least of beforehand, proved unforgettable. The reporter had retired by then, visibly aging, but still sharp. When I visited with C, she disappeared into a back room and returned with old articles and photographs, printing copies of both. C read the articles only later, but the photographs spoke immediately: a skinny 15-year-old in patched clothes, uncertainty written in the slope of his shoulders, the way his hands hung awkwardly, the expression that belonged to someone who had not yet learned how to inhabit his own future. Then came the second set, taken a few years later, showing a young man transformed, striving for a place at university, already beginning to look like someone who belonged in a profession rather than the fields. C studied them quietly, as though piecing together a puzzle she hadn't known existed. That evening we had an early dinner with J and his father. QEJ was more rounded by then. Married, running the printing business that had once been lifted by connections and had since grown into respectability, then success. He spoke with the easy confidence of someone who had found his place in the world. Over the course of that day, C was shown the trajectory I had followed, the visible arc from village boy to doctor. But she did not yet see the levers that had been pulled to keep me on that track, the hands that had steadied me, the quiet bargains and sacrifices that had shaped my path. Those explanations came much later, when trust had deepened and the distance between our worlds had narrowed enough for her to understand the weight of what she was hearing. And stood at the door of my office, waiting silently until I finally sensed his presence. When I looked up, he didn't speak immediately. He waited for the expectation to form on my face. Only then did he step inside and close the door behind him. "You've got another year," he said, a grin spreading across his face. I let out an involuntary breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Fantastic. How did you manage it?" "It was touch and go," he admitted, settling into the chair opposite me. "But it was the two surgeons from the People's Hospital who tipped the balance. I explained that they were sending more cases your way. That if we failed to support your clinic, you'd likely go there instead. We'd have done all the hard work, and they'd get the benefit." He shrugged, pleased with himself. They couldn't stomach that thought. "A masterstroke," I said, and meant it. When C heard the news, she was delighted, relieved in a way that showed just how closely she had been carrying my anxiety alongside her own. And when I asked her to marry me, her joy was even greater, blooming across her face with a warmth that made the long struggle, the uncertainty, the sleepless nights, the quiet fear of failure feel suddenly worth it. The following year proved to be a golden one, beginning with the wedding preparations. C's parents asked that I provide her with a fully paid-for home under her name, cover most of the wedding costs, and more unusually, C herself wanted a ring, a foreign custom only just gaining traction in Middom. The home was a typical request. By then a new phrase had entered the language, the naked marriage. It had nothing to do with nudity in the usual sense, it referred to financial nudity, having no assets, no home, no car. I agreed immediately, on the condition that I would have a year to purchase the property and another year to renovate and pay it off. My plan was simple: sell the apartment I lived in and buy a new one under C's name. I knew better than to reveal that I already owned 8 homes, though my debt was growing. The market had begun to rise as people became steadily wealthier. More cars appeared on the roads, and I knew that number would only grow. I flipped apartments furiously that year, determined to replace all my units without car spaces before people realized that owning a car also meant needing somewhere to park it. Developers were forward-thinking then, though perhaps not forward-thinking enough. Car spaces were fewer than apartments and sold separately. My time in Guernica had taught me that buying 2 or more, if the location was excellent, might be wise. That decision later proved far more profitable than I could have imagined. The ring, ironically, was both the least expensive and the most troublesome of the wedding purchases. Rings were not just something for a girl to treasure, they drew attention. And attention was the last thing we wanted, because Elle still worked at the hospital and had not married. It was an ugly cultural trait: we had to be first, had to prove superiority. It was not enough to be good, we wanted to be better than our classmates, our colleagues, and of course, the Guernicans. The news of C's engagement should have been a happy moment, a young woman announcing her wedding. Questions should have focused on her husband, the preparations, even the wedding night. But the opportunity to tread on the feelings of another was too tempting for many. C found herself obliged to answer questions she should never have been asked, often in the most awkward situations. One afternoon, a cluster of nurses gathered around her in the cafeteria. Elle slipped in quietly and sat at the table behind them, occasionally glancing up at C's back. The nurse opposite C could not resist the lure of gossip. "It looks like you won," she said, smiling with oily satisfaction. "Won what?" C asked, feigning confusion. 633, of course, the nurse replied, avoiding Elle's name. "I don't understand what you mean. We like each other and decided to get married. But there was some pretty stiff competition in the hospital." "I suppose you mean Elle?" C replied, unimpressed. "Well, he did choose you over her, didn't he?" the nurse pressed, practically salivating as she noticed Elle lower her head toward her plate, pretending not to listen. "No, he didn't," C said calmly. "Elle comes from a really good family. He doesn't. He always felt he wasn't quite good enough for her. I bet she marries some guy who owns hotels or something." The nurse's face fell. This was not the direction she had hoped for. "What does he say about her?" she asked, trying again. "Only nice things," she said, placing her chopsticks neatly on her tray and standing. "I have never once heard him say a bad word about her, if that's what you mean." C turned and found Elle looking up at her. She flushed bright red, lowered her gaze to the tray in her hands, and hurried away. She placed her tray on the counter and turned toward the exit only to find Elle returning her own tray at the same moment. "I'm so sorry," C whispered, ice dropping as she shuffled past. Our wedding brought many joys, though one of the most unexpected delights was that V and his new wife were able to join the festivities. At first, C was overwhelmed by the sheer size of the man. V always seemed to occupy more physical and emotional space than anyone else in the room. His wife, tall and slim, struck C as almost regal. Later, she admitted she could see how the man's gentleness had left an impression on me that was not easily erased. It struck me how few relationships V had formed during his time in Middom. The realization saddened me, yet it also allowed me the luxury of spending time with him, long conversations about the clinic, the latest developments in psychiatry, and the shifting landscape of mental health in our country. He encouraged me to attend international conferences, insisting that Middom was poorly understood abroad and that my observations would be welcomed. V marveled at the enormous changes since his last visit. I told him that his early predictions had proved largely correct. Migration to the cities had triggered a building boom. I explained that my own position had improved even more rapidly than the economy itself, and that my time in Guernica had given me insights into my own culture that I had been able to exploit, though so far, there were no signs of the markers of a bubble. The wedding itself delighted V, and even more so his wife. Both were curious about the rituals, the symbolism, the choreography of a Middamese wedding. On the day, they found a quiet moment to present C with a flat rectangular box, their gift. C was about to set it aside, as custom dictated, but I leaned in and murmured in Middamese, "You would honor V and his wife if you opened it now." C placed the box on her lap and lifted the lid. Her face lit with astonishment when she saw the gold necklace inside. It was V at his finest, generous to the point of disbelief. Later, C asked why I hadn't warned her. I shrugged. That would have killed the atmosphere and taken away much of their joy. After the wedding, V and his wife left for a tour of half a dozen of Middom's finest cities. As he departed, he clasped my shoulder and said he hoped to see me at a few conferences soon. The remainder of the year brought other changes. Good ones, the kind that accumulate quietly until you suddenly realize your life has shifted into a new phase. The clinic crossed 80% capacity. C fell pregnant with our daughter, B. I purchased a larger 3-bedroom apartment for our growing family, and we bought our first car. By the time B was born, we were living the Middamese dream long before the government began putting up signs celebrating it. The only conflict I had with C in those years was over B's education. I suggested that I speak to B only in English. My own English was close to native level, and with Middom opening up, it seemed foolish not to give her a skill that could be acquired through nothing more than habit. C initially opposed the idea, worried it would confuse her. But my reassurances and the promise of a future advantage eventually won the day. Even so, C held her doubts for years, until it became clear that B's Middamese was the equal of her classmates. B's early years were perhaps the smoothest of my life, aside from a scare that we narrowly missed. Just before B turned 3, a scandal broke indicating that melamine had been deliberately added to baby milk powder, poisoning tens of thousands of infants, at least some of whom later died. B had consumed milk powder, but only sparingly as she grew and transferred to solids. The crime drew worldwide attention, but for us it felt very close to home. We were witnessing a society that was not just getting wealthier, but one in which people were willing to harm others for personal gain, where moral restraints were disappearing. The clinic grew to full capacity and then beyond it, another consequence of a society that had not cared for the well-being of other members of the community. But that had not touched me personally, and by the time B reached school age, I had acquired 18 apartments. A tipping point that was becoming dangerous and increasingly difficult to manage. In that moment, clarity struck. Perhaps it was time to break my own shackles, to become independent of the hospital system, and reclaim the freedom to act on truth rather than expectation. Chapter 12, A Barely Noticeable Shift. It was difficult to pinpoint exactly what had shifted in the air. Perhaps it was a convergence of small currents, each too slight to be noticed alone, yet together forming a subtle, persistent wind that hinted at a deeper change gathering momentum. Perhaps I first sensed it in the construction sites. By that time, I had become unexpectedly wealthy, though I carried myself much as I always had. Occasional meals at expensive restaurants were the only hints of difference. I had predicted correctly the turn in the automotive market and profited handsomely. Even my own car, once a source of raised eyebrows, now drew none. The other alteration in my lifestyle was more deliberate. I began attending psychiatric conferences twice a year, reconnecting with old colleagues, particularly V, and learning anew. At the end of each trip, I would visit a city or town I had never seen. C, hesitant at first, eventually joined me, discovering a joy in travel that mirrored my own. Yet C retained the careful timidity of her youth, clinging to her hospital post far longer than reason would have allowed. Hospitals had become flashpoints for societal blame. When patients died on operating tables, family and friends, grief-stricken and enraged, would descend upon the hospital lobbies. Security staff, overwhelmed, could only watch as protests simmered for months until compensation was negotiated. The frontline workers bore the brunt: receptionists, cashiers, nurses, cleaners. They had no part in the failures, no knowledge of the circumstances, yet faced the full weight of anger. Surgeons, wary of risk and reproach, became reluctant to operate at home, performing complex procedures only if relocated to distant cities. It was not this alone that drew C into my practice. It was the overprescribing of medicines. She had witnessed it repeatedly, but the final straw came when a pregnant woman was given a foot bath as treatment for a breech baby. That absurdity, mingled with her maternal instincts, pushed her into my care. My practice, too, was shaped by unusual circumstances. Business had grown, more tightly correlated with the economy than I had anticipated. Most of my patients carried scars from industrial and construction accidents. At conferences, and in the medical literature, I found a unique psychiatric niche, a trauma specific to Middom. Industrial accidents were not new, nor was the grief of physical rehabilitation. What was distinctive, what marked this suffering as uniquely Middomese, was abandonment. Society left them to navigate life alone. Leg amputations, spinal injuries, the most devastating. Left victims trapped in multi-story buildings without elevators or ramps. Footpaths were pothole-strewn and poorly designed, even short distances became treacherous journeys. Wheelchairs required pushers with both strength and patience to retrace viable routes. Crossings that seemed safe often had no ramps leading down. Worst of all, nobody cared. When money was valued above humanity, there was no space for the infirm. They were instructed to see themselves as burdens, as lesser beings, utterly trapped within the built environment and societal neglect. A psychiatrist's first role is to offer hope, to guide a path out of darkness. But what becomes of that path when the light has been extinguished? One can only learn to live in the dark. My first attempts at teaching mobility-restricted patients were halting and ineffectual. There was no space for them, no room to move, no room to breathe, and certainly no precedent. As always, it was V's quiet guidance that nudged me forward. Be curious. How do you fill your days? I asked, letting the question hang like a lantern. Slowly, fragments emerged. Lists of activities, games, books, movies, small tasks around the home. The final category offered something rare and precious. The chance to be useful to others, to feel agency amid confinement. I began with a spreadsheet. Each patient catalogued with meticulous care, their injuries, limitations, age, education, temperament, and personality. A year passed before I could offer anything resembling meaningful, practical guidance alongside my psychiatric interventions. Later, I built a more sophisticated database, layering complexity like sediment over time. When mobile phones became ubiquitous, I created an AI-supported matching system, pairing patients first through messages, then through video calls. It was progress. Yet still, it fell short. I longed to see them in the parks, moving among children and young women walking dogs, greeting the elderly who might recognize themselves in a mirror of vulnerability. I wanted them visible, not hidden. I wanted them to inhale the warmth of human proximity, not the stale air of their apartments, thick with isolation. I noticed small improvements, subtle shifts, flickers of resilience, moments of laughter or engagement. But these were fragments, not the whole. As my patients began to show glimmers of improvement, I discovered, with a slow and unwelcome clarity, that my own mental equilibrium was fraying. The long hours, the relentless excavation for hope in places where hope barely survived. It had begun to exact its toll. Yet there was another weight, subtler and older, one I had been cautioned about years before but had allowed myself to forget. Property prices were climbing, sharply, with a rhythm that hinted at both promise and peril. Conversations in taxis, restaurants, and cafes carried the easy certainty of those convinced they had discovered some unassailable formula for wealth. Opportunities, once abundant, were vanishing, slipping into less desirable locales as construction crept into every corner of the city. By then, my own collection of properties had reached proportions I could scarcely manage. Anxiety struck at odd hours. In the middle of the night, over morning coffee, even once during a patient consultation. I understood why. Debt. Even with my earnings, exposure was vast. A sudden collapse in the market could render my wealth irrelevant, leaving me precarious. And I had begun to sense that the boom was nearing its inevitable end, even as the majority of my countrymen plowed their savings ever deeper into it. Complacency had lulled me into believing that the present would stretch endlessly into the future. The solution, logically, was clear: unwind. Sell, restructure, reduce exposure. Yet the process was agonizingly slow. Even as the market held firm, liquidation took time I wasn't sure I possessed. But another concern, far more insidious, lurked beneath the surface. After 7 years, my practice had become crowded beyond imagination. My reputation as a psychiatrist capable of effecting real change had spread, attracting attention from newspapers, radio, and ultimately television. Complacency struck again. A local state-run station requested an interview. I agreed. The interview began smoothly. I spoke of my efforts to foster connection among patients, to help them rebuild lives in which they could feel contribution and value. Then came the fateful question: what next? There had been progress. New buildings incorporated ramps, land had grown expensive enough that elevators were now standard. Yet these measures were insufficient. What use was a ramp if the moment one left the building, the footpaths were jagged, fractured, or non-existent? Perhaps it was frustration at the indifference and negligence etched into the streets themselves that drove me past prudence. I spoke of Middom's Olympic and Paralympic preparations 3 years earlier, of the 1,000,000 kilometers of bright yellow tactile paving installed for the blind. It was a showpiece until one realized many of those paths led straight into poles, bus stops, or dead ends. Worse still, the grooves, intended to guide white canes, were slightly wider than bicycle tires. In the rain, cyclists slid along them like railcars, crashing into anything in their path. Thousands were injured. I argued that as Middom developed, safety standards would inevitably follow the trajectory of other nations: harnesses for workmen, repaired roads and footpaths, accessibility for the disabled. But in doing so, I had touched a nerve. Construction was the primary artery of corruption, and I had stepped unknowingly onto unstable ground. 3 days later, N appeared at my office. He closed the door behind him, his demeanor gentle but firm. "You need to be careful," he said. No reprimand, only caution. My words had traversed a sensitive fault line. Repeat them, and my position at the hospital could be at risk. The message was clear, and in that moment, the world seemed far less secure than it had just days before. The illusion of safety, of stability, had been stripped away, leaving only the cold geometry of risk and consequence. C had watched the interview the morning after it aired. She told me it had made her proud of the care I had shown for others, of the gentle way I had gestured toward a brighter future, one that Middom had only just begun to acknowledge. In her eyes, there was hope, compassion, and a quiet courage that stirred her admiration. When she learned of N's visit, though, that admiration turned to astonishment and a trace of fear. "But didn't you show faith in the party?" she asked, her voice tight with concern. "Didn't you express confidence in their ability to guide us toward a better future?" I smiled ruefully. She had lived a sheltered life, never glimpsing the fragile veneer the party presented, never standing long enough in its shadow to feel its chill. "I'm not sure you've ever really seen the party for what it is," I said gently. I, on the other hand, should have known better, should have exercised more caution. C's eyes widened, absorbing the weight of what I implied. So I spoke. Not everything, not yet, but enough. I told her of the machinations that had propelled me through high school, of the violence and calculated brutality of those times, and how I had used that chaos to advance myself. I explained the party's role, helpful, yes, but only because my success served a purpose larger than my own. I spoke of question. The bargains, the expectations, the invisible strings that tugged at everyone, even those who seemed to give freely. I saw the storm gathering behind her brow, outrage swelling like a tempest. I sought to temper it before it broke. We are all self-interested, I said quietly. Even those who helped me. The storm ebbed, though not completely. Yet over the following months, both that internal tempest and the financial turbulence began to ease. I granted fewer interviews. I sold off a couple of properties. I even orchestrated a swap of an older apartment for one still under development, sidestepping additional cost. Normality returned, gradually, like sunlight piercing overcast skies. Anxiety receded. For a time, it seemed the ground beneath us had finally steadied, and we could breathe without counting the cracks in the floor beneath our feet. The fragile calm shattered with a call from a developer from whom I had purchased several properties over the years. Over lunch, he outlined a dilemma. An old, ramshackle building tracing the perimeter of a parcel of land shaped like a smaller square excised from a larger one, a hospital. I bought the site years ago, and it's tying up capital, he said, stirring his coffee absent-mindedly. Why not just sell it to the hospital? I asked. They wouldn't meet my price, he replied. The cash would be useful, but I'm not desperate enough to give it away. Develop it, I suggested with a shrug, the obvious solution made simple. Would you buy apartments in that location? He countered, eyes narrowing. I shook my head, no need to point out the obvious. The plot sat on a bustling intersection, pressed against a busy hospital. I've been boxed in by the hospital, he explained. It's almost useless for anything else, except perhaps another medical venture. I see the problem, I said, nodding slowly. So you're hoping to construct something purpose-built that might attract another buyer? He nodded, tension lining his features. Not easy, I said, stating what was evident. It's not just about erecting the right building, it must meet the right standards. Medical buildings aren't the same as apartments. I was hoping you might help, he said, leaning in slightly. For a fee, perhaps 1% of each sale? Sounds fair, I said. But you'll need to give me a sense of the building scale. 8 stories, he said, counting on his fingers, 500 square meters per floor, plus an underground car park with 20 spaces. I considered it, then nodded. I would assist. The arrangement was modest, but the opportunity to shape something concrete from this cornered land was tantalizing. I didn't know if I could pull it off, but the mixture of opportunity and danger was electric, impossible to ignore. My research split into 2 streams. First, I consulted developers who had built multi-level hospital facilities housing heavy, specialized equipment. Most assumed I was a doctor seeking a contractor and were generous with advice. Much of it I already knew, but some details, weight tolerances, power requirements, structural subtleties, were new, like hidden layers in a familiar map. The second task was negotiating with banks. 2 questions dominated my mind: could I purchase the building myself? And could I isolate it within a company structure, so at least some of the risk would be contained? When I told C, she was visibly startled. Are you serious? She asked. You worried about debt, and now you want to buy a building worth the equivalent of 20 or 30 apartments? I said nothing, letting the astonishment hang in the air. It's a risk, I admitted. Perhaps too much of a risk. C exhaled, but she trusted me enough to listen. The hospital is expanding, I said, tracing the logic aloud. The population is aging. Many consultants can't grow their practices without separate clinics. And few want to, because clinics are expensive, and patients trust hospitals. But this building adjoins the hospital. To the outside world, it's indistinguishable from it. You're planning to rent it, she said slowly, not flip it? Yes. Too many apartments are being built, not enough hospitals. And it will allow me to expand my clinic, to realize its full potential. Is that the real reason? She asked, skepticism sharpening her tone. Partially, I admitted. But I foresee the day when consultants are pushed out of the hospital. I might be high on that list. Her frown deepened. The risk is enormous. You won't sleep. We could lose everything. I nodded. Yes, we could. But I'm taking steps not to eliminate the risk, but to mitigate it. How? She pressed, arms crossing, sensing the seriousness behind my calm. The bank has agreed to place the building in a limited liability company, provided we contribute 30% of the purchase price. They agreed to that? She asked, incredulous. The market is rising. Banks want their share, too. And I have a long history of paying loans and staying out of trouble. They're crazy, she muttered. They're greedy, I corrected. And that greed is our security. It's not really, she said. You still have to come up with 30%. That means borrowing against our existing properties. She was right, I had already considered it. The plan, I explained, is to take out debt against the existing apartments. We'll sell some when the opportunity arises. Everything we can spare will go toward reducing the debt. Once it's gone, we're protected. The most we can lose is the new building itself. And how long will that take? I don't know, I admitted. It will cost us in many ways. But I hope to clear it before any trouble arrives. She studied me for a long moment, weighing the storm I had outlined. Then she sighed. I'm not sure about this, she said. But I'm not sure about the alternative either. You're right. Your practice could be swept away if we don't act. She was neither happy nor entirely convinced. But she agreed, and that fragile accord would be enough to set the wheels in motion. When I met with I did not mince words. There is an opportunity to build a medical facility that will be widely used. However, I cautioned, the challenge is that few tenants will want to purchase such a property. You mean I need an investor to take over the entire building? His tone carried disbelief. That's a niche market, isn't it? I nodded. I've been thinking about it, I said carefully. I could occupy some of that space myself. But could you take on the entire building? His skepticism was tangible. It would be a huge risk, I admitted. But I might be able to manage it, if I stretch myself. His eyes widened, he hadn't anticipated that. Though, I continued, this is a medical facility. The standards are exacting. Heavy machinery, medical waste management, specialized wiring, every detail must meet the highest standard. He listened, nodding, waiting for the punchline. I leaned forward. If any of that is compromised, people will die and responsibility will fall squarely on your shoulders. If I engage in this project, I will personally inspect the rebar before each concrete pour, every plumbing line, and all wiring. No shortcuts, nothing left to chance. I gave his word. I did not intend to trust it. As part of the agreement, I added, I want first pick of any apartments in your future projects. I need to make money for this to succeed. Negotiations dragged on for more than a week, each day testing patience and resolve, until I finally accepted my terms. I exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of the choice settle on my shoulders. The decision was made. The path ahead was mapped, steep, treacherous, and entirely of my own making. The next 18 months were tense, each day threaded with vigilance and anxiety. The foundations were laid, then the skeleton of the building rose from the ground like a promise or a threat, depending on who saw it. I visited the site regularly, inspecting rebar, taking concrete samples in plastic tubs, striking them with a hammer to ensure the mix met specification. Each progress payment demanded scrutiny, every financial movement was tracked with the precision of a man aware that a misstep could unravel everything. Yet the market remained feverish. Apartment sales flourished. Queues formed outside developers' offices whenever new releases were announced. A's repeated requests for more funds no longer triggered alarm. In the mania of the market, they seemed entirely rational. I continued buying apartments, mostly south-facing units from each acquisition balanced by an earlier sale. The system, for all its chaos, was holding. During this period, B began primary school, and the subtle currents in my practice began to shift. Young people arrived, high school students buckling under the weight of expectations, their anxiety echoing in their parents' whispered fears. It became increasingly clear that the new building would provide much-needed space, not just for my practice, but for the patients themselves. The gray monolith, once it reached its full height, attracted little notice. Most assumed it was merely another residential project. But as the windows and facade stretched across the frame, curiosity emerged. A few colleagues noticed there were no balconies. My ownership remained a secret, carefully guarded. I slipped in to inspect the electrical work, hiring an engineer from another city to provide an independent check. A few minor discrepancies were enough to keep vigilant, while the rest of the building remained mine alone. I had added a personal touch during the design process, a vertical service column running the entire height, concealing electricity, water, waste, and sewerage lines. I told A it allowed different specialties to adapt their rooms, whether he believed me was irrelevant. I had learned long ago that some secrets could not be left in walls unchecked. Construction progressed with painstaking attention: double glazing, plasterboard over the concrete shell, insulation to prevent condensation and mold. Nothing was left to chance. Adequate was insufficient. The building had to be desirable, functional, and enduring. Each layer added cost and risk, but all were essential for success, assuming the venture survived. It wasn't until the entrance ramp was paved that one consultant began to speculate about the building's purpose. I leaned close, conspiratorial. Consulting rooms, I admitted. I've secured an entire floor on a 5-year lease, with an option for another 5. I led him through the cavernous lift, wide enough for gurneys, and handed him the property manager's card. The rent is steep, I said, but better than having my practice suffocated for lack of space. I told no one else of the lease. 3 days later, I had my first tenant. He secured his own lease and began speaking to other consultants. In that quiet ripple, the cascade had begun. Moving into the new building marked more than just a change of address, it signified a profound shift in control and vision. It coincided with the arrival of a new president, a symbolic backdrop to the autonomy I finally held over my practice. For the first time, I could shape its trajectory, expand services, and create a space designed to meet the real needs of my patients. I had already developed a detailed database mapping how my patients spent their long hours at home. With that insight, I placed my practice on the top floor of the building, deliberately using the roof as a space for engagement: wheelchair basketball and hockey courts, chess and checkerboards, a small library, music, movies, and computer games. I set up a small charity to fund equipment in the early days, supported initially by a personal loan. The initiative worked. Patients began to gather, to share experiences, to break the isolation that had become the hallmark of their daily lives. Later, following a television appearance that drew attention to the program, the space became largely self-funded and well-resourced. As the building filled, my financial picture became both clearer and more precarious. My debts were enormous, but the rising property market had mitigated their immediate danger, reducing exposure on paper to levels the banks considered safe. Yet that numerical comfort did little to ease the lingering tension. My wealth was tied entirely to the expectation that asset prices would continue to rise. A market reversal could still have spelled disaster. The new structure made my vulnerability tangible. Though over-leveraged, I was no longer teetering on the edge. The building's leases covered debt payments, meaning a fall in property values would damage net worth but not endanger solvency. In 15 years, assuming continuity, I would be debt-free. The reality of risk, however, remained a constant companion. I shifted focus to defense. Apartment flips continued, but with greater caution and fewer transactions. Payments on the building were minimized, profits from apartment sales, my practice, and the leases were funneled into extinguishing personal debt. 2 years later, the effort bore fruit. I was finally free of personal debt. For the first time in many years, I could breathe, secure in the knowledge that my family was protected, but the practice remained vulnerable. The precarious scaffolding of my wealth had been stabilized, but the world I had built around my patients remained less secure. Those 2 years revealed a disturbing pattern, an unmistakable surge in young people presenting with anxiety, depression, and a sense of dislocation. Society itself had shifted. No longer rooted in the rhythm of agriculture, yet offering no true escape. For many, the fields had been replaced by factories, monotonous work in poorly ventilated rooms, the wages barely enough to lure them from the land. For others, myself, and a growing cadre of urban professionals, life had taken a different shape, offices with climate control, status, comfort, and freedom from physical toil. Wealth was a part of it, but status and security carried equal weight. The same frenzy that drove property prices skyward also distorted the labor market. Early adopters, those who had seized opportunity or simply stumbled upon it, became models for others. Their success was celebrated and emulated, and soon a tidal wave of imitation took hold. Career choices, investments, and lifestyle decisions were made in response to precedent rather than insight. We drove the car while staring into the rearview mirror, unable to see the road ahead. Copycat culture seeped into education with almost surgical precision. Parents pressed their children into a path that had already expired. University was mandatory, deviation equaled failure. The few early successes of previous generations had become a blueprint, compressed and enforced across millions. The narrow path left no room for deviation. Peripheries were erased, only the beam remained. Children were forced into long, molded shoes not their own, expected to march tirelessly toward futures they neither desired nor were equipped to navigate. The fallout was predictable. Free time, hobbies, exploration of personal interests, anything outside the prescribed path, was treated as indulgence or weakness. Natural ability, curiosity, and intrinsic drive were crushed beneath the weight of a single-minded doctrine: hard work above all else. Luck, opportunity, and privilege were ignored or rendered invisible, dismissed in favor of the illusion that effort alone dictated outcome. Those early years saw only a trickle of anxious youth in my office. But the patterns were clear, and the numbers were growing. The system was producing its casualties, one overworked, overstressed, and overwhelmed child at a time. If nothing changed, that trickle would soon become a flood. Great changes rarely announce themselves with spectacle, they creep forward in imperceptible ways, only revealing their significance when hindsight sharpens the view. That was how it felt as I watched Middom shift, a quiet undercurrent, subtle enough that most people never noticed it. I maintained contact with V, usually meeting once or twice a year at international conferences. Those 2 years in Guernica remained among the most formative and fulfilling of my life. The experience had broadened my perspective, offering a lens through which I could detect patterns in Middom that might otherwise have gone unnoticed. Long after leaving Guernica, I continued following their newspapers and online sources, absorbing their worldview even as my day-to-day life was consumed by my practice. At first, I barely registered the significance when foreign websites began to be blocked. I assumed a single newspaper had offended the government. Then it happened again. And again. The pattern was there, but easy to dismiss. Euphoria had gripped the country at the time. Quality of life was improving, visibly and tangibly. The middle class traveled abroad for the first time. But it was a mirage, a masking effect that concealed the tightening grip of control. Ironically, the only outsiders who seemed to notice were the Guernicans. They protested when reefs were covered with millions of tons of sand to create low-lying islands within a small nation's exclusive economic zone. The Guernicans extracted a promise from the president that the islands would remain civilian in purpose, but the assurance was broken less than a year later. I had other concerns that demanded my attention. B was in the middle years of primary school, and my mind was consumed by her future. I treated girls barely older than she, already struggling with anxiety and depression. The thought of her facing the same pressures terrified me. What would happen when her beloved novels were replaced with endless rote study? When her visits to the clinic were forbidden, when baking a cake or singing at karaoke for hours was considered indulgent or irresponsible? When 90% of her time was controlled, and the only solace left was sleep or a computer game? By then, it was common for children from wealthy families to go abroad for study, many never returning. I wanted that option for B, the chance to escape the pressures, to choose her own path. Whether she would ultimately return, as I had, remained an open question. When I shared my thoughts with C, I braced for resistance. None came. She had not treated the anxious young patients, but she had witnessed their parents' struggles, and she understood. By the time Guernica had also elected a new president, I finally began to perceive the subtle but steady shifts unfolding around us. The most profound change was the removal of the long-standing policy restricting families to a single child, a rule that had been in place since shortly after my sister's birth. Families like ours faced unique challenges. I was past 40, and C was approaching it. She had always wanted a second child, but now it would be late in life. Any newborn would be 12 years younger than B, and the risks of complications were higher. Beyond the medical concerns, there was the practical question of B's imminent move overseas for secondary school, and whether C would accompany her. Would it be wise, or even manageable, to take a newborn to a foreign country where she had little support? I left the decision entirely to C. Around us, many families chose to have a second child, some with happy outcomes, others not. In the end, C decided against trying, a decision she grieved quietly for years. Society endlessly debated the cost of a burgeoning population, yet rarely addressed the absence the policy had left in people's hearts. The second change was more immediate, more practical. The queues outside developers' offices had thinned, yet as I surveyed the community I had invested in a decade earlier, a different concern caught my eye. So many apartments sat dark, their lights unlit, and parking spaces lay empty below. In that moment, I decided to sell a few units. B's education loomed ahead, and I anticipated needing funds for her in C's living arrangements. I listed 3 apartments, hoping at least one would sell. The crash I had half expected never came. In the months that followed, all 3 sold. The proceeds were transferred to my Guernican bank account, which had been largely dormant for 15 years. It was a substantial sum, even by Guernican standards, where wages were 6 or 7 times those in Middom, yet homes remained more affordable. The market defied all logic, and still, no crash arrived. By then, I had already acquired a VPN to circumvent the firewall that was being constructed brick by brick, isolating Middom from the outside world. Outside news had shifted, the narrative about Middom had turned harsh, even hostile. The great power struggle of our time had begun. The government increasingly restricted currency outflows. Transfers weren't blocked entirely, but moving large sums became more cumbersome by the day. Guernica no longer seemed the safe, ideal destination I had once imagined. Relations could deteriorate further, leaving us vulnerable. My attention began to shift elsewhere. Coahuila, English-speaking, developed, and geographically closer. C had no strong preference, but she welcomed the idea of being nearer to home, and I began to see it as a plausible alternative for B's future. C taking B to Coahuila to begin secondary school was both ironic and traumatic, a sharp fracture in the rhythm of our family life. In some ways, it echoed the old patterns of village living, where families were separated for work rather than education. Parents often spent an entire day traveling just to spend a few precious days with their children each year. We were luckier than most. Coahuila operated on a 4-term school year, and every 10 weeks C and B would return for a 2-week visit. Those brief reunions were filled with stories, news, and warmth. I missed having C at home and in the practice, and she missed the home we shared. During those 6 years, C carried the weight of our family in a foreign land. Her path was eased somewhat by B's excellent English, and by her own language skills, which she had maintained at a functional level because B and I always spoke English together. In addition to caring for B, C also looked after P's son, who was 2 years older and studying in Coahuila under her supervision. Meanwhile, back in Middom, the world seemed to close in like a slowly tightening fist. Guernica, the largest importer of Middom's goods, introduced a series of taxes in response to perceived intellectual property theft. The situation escalated when the daughter of one of Middom's largest state-run companies was arrested at Guernican insistence while passing through a neighboring country. Middom retaliated immediately, detaining foreign nationals in response. The gloves were off. Middom played the challenger, loud and aggressive both domestically and on the international stage. Gunica, however, maintained a steady gaze, clearly understanding Middom's gray zone tactics, coercing airlines and hotels to adopt preferred maps and names, censoring external critics, and shadowboxing around the breakaways. But while Middom's government thundered threats, it rarely struck a decisive blow. Outside its borders, the audience was skeptical, seeing the theatrics for what they were. This dance continued for years. Middom threatened and postured, testing its credibility, while Gunica refused to yield. The taxes imposed by Gunica were a calculated move, one timed with uncanny precision as Middom's domestic boom finally began to wane. The stage was set for a slow shift in leverage, one that would ripple through both economies and, indirectly, our lives. After C&B departed, the house felt hollow. Silence settled into every corner, and I threw myself into the clinic with renewed focus. By then, several junior psychiatrists I had trained worked alongside me, and the practice had grown far larger than I had ever imagined. Younger patients streamed through the doors at an accelerating pace, another symptom of the economy beginning to strain under the weight of an ever-expanding graduate population. Jobs were scarce, yet the numbers of hopeful applicants continued to climb, a trend that would persist for the next dozen years. The question of when the property boom might collapse lingered in the back of my mind, but I felt unconcerned. The clinic's rent easily covered my final remaining loan, and even a downturn seemed unlikely to touch me. I began sending a steady trickle of permissible cash out of Middom to see overseas, feeling the rare luxury of security. Yet safety is always an illusion. We had all seen the videos: a car swallowed by a sudden sinkhole, a bridge collapsing without warning, a restaurant exploding from a gas leak. For me, the collapse arrived in a different form, not through steel or concrete, but in the subtle, insistent presence of N. Though I owned the practice, I maintained a loose tie to the adjacent hospital. It was a useful connection. Hospitals carried legitimacy, while clinics were still viewed as secondary, sometimes as last resort options. N sat before me, letting a quiet tension fill the room before he spoke. Central Television would like to interview you about the rising levels of mental illness among our youth. My body instinctively recoiled. I wanted to refuse outright. I'm not convinced that's a good idea, I said evenly, keeping my composure. Because of last time, he asked, already knowing the answer. I nodded. N was not unkind, he was simply doing his job. But I could not tell him that psychiatric treatment depends on truth, observing reactions, questioning feelings, and deciding the next right move. What happens when honesty itself is forbidden? N sighed. I thought you might say that. But what about a documentary? The interview won't be live, they'll edit it. Editing offered no reassurance. Safety meant leaving essential truths unspoken. Do I have a choice? I asked. The owners expect it, he said. It's good publicity for the hospital. Also for you. I nodded, resigned, feeling once more that control was an illusion and that even in the sanctuary I had built, there were forces beyond my influence. I later wondered whether I should have handed in my resignation then and there. But that would have been too dramatic, it would have made it appear as though I feared my own convictions. I was, in essence, painted into a corner. When I told C, she grew concerned and cautioned me to tread carefully, but the stage had already been set. One must never display the slightest doubt about the party. I sat under the harsh lights, powdered and composed. Opposite me was a woman I had seen many times on television. Noticing my apprehension, she began with a few questions about my background, then quickly moved to the key point. At least I had anticipated the first question. Why is anxiety becoming an increasing problem in our schools? As any society develops, anxiety increases because life grows more complex, I explained. Consider a simple agrarian society, where a family works the fields. Their primary concern is producing enough food. Mental health is relatively straightforward because there is only one controllable factor: did I prepare the fields well? The rest, weather, insect plagues, disease, lies beyond their control. These things rarely cause anxiety because there is no shame or personal responsibility attached to a drought. Our modern lives are different. They are better, because we can control more, but with control comes responsibility, and with responsibility comes the potential for blame and shame. Our brains evolved over millions of years to manage simple lives. Now Middom has developed tremendously, but with that advancement comes a flood of feelings tied to increased responsibility. Could you explain how that impacts your own life? As a psychiatrist, I treat hundreds of patients. I can help many of them, and that gives me control. But what if I miss something? Make a mistake? Fail to notice something crucial? I might harm them. That gives me hundreds of sources of anxiety. It is the anxiety of being educated and capable of influencing the lives of others, the price of advancement. How do you manage that? Each time I feel fear or anxiety, I question whether my feelings reflect reality. If they do, I ask myself what the next right step is. Is it correct to say that high school students today also experience more anxiety than in the past? Yes. Two main factors contribute. First, their brains are not yet fully matured. Second, like students everywhere, they face assessments across many subjects, each a potential source of anxiety and uncertainty about their futures. A peasant's child does not worry about becoming an engineer or accountant, or which university they might enter. So what basic strategies can students use? The same as for adults. When they feel anxious, they should ask themselves whether their fears are true, and what actions they can take next. A high-performing student may discover their fears are unfounded. A struggling student may recognize the reality of their situation and need to adjust their efforts accordingly. What about students who are anxious, not performing well, but already doing everything right? That is more complicated. In such cases, students may have unrealistic expectations of their abilities, and may need to recognize their limitations, genetic, environmental, or otherwise. They may also face external pressures to succeed. Asking someone to achieve beyond their capacity is itself a source of anxiety. You're saying parents and teachers are putting too much pressure on students? No. I am saying we must be mindful of the young people around us. Sometimes guidance toward maturity is helpful, but at other times, particularly for students already near their limit, it becomes excessive. As the interview concluded, my gaze met that of a man in dark green, slightly heavy-set, watching me intently. Neither anger nor approval, simply observation. I had passed the test, yet felt unclean knowing I had not said what I truly believed. That our students were like big cats in century-old zoo videos, pacing endlessly in concrete enclosures, never allowed to stretch or discover their own potential. In that moment, clarity struck. Perhaps it was time to break my own shackles, to become independent of the hospital system, and reclaim the freedom to act on truth rather than expectation. Chapter 13, Separation. Be settled into Coalia with a swiftness that unsettled me at first, as though the soil there had always been waiting for her roots. Her grades held steady, not with the anxious rigidity I had known in Middom, but with a quiet, sustainable confidence. Friends appeared around her naturally, drawn not by performance but by presence. And what struck me most, though I lacked the language for it then, was the autonomy she discovered. A spaciousness of living that Middom, with its narrow corridors and invisible watchmen, could never have permitted. On Saturdays she pulled on a jersey and ran across windswept fields with a girls' soccer team, her laughter trailing behind her like a banner. During the week she sat in the second row of the school orchestra, bow poised, astonished to find that the repertoire moved effortlessly from Bach and Beethoven to Coldplay, and once, she reported with incredulous delight, to Taylor Swift. I remember her describing it as though she had glimpsed some small, benevolent rebellion inside the institution itself. Music, she realized, did not belong to marble busts alone. Yet it was the following year that truly dislodged her assumptions. She came to me one evening, eyes bright with disbelief, to explain that she had been assigned to a term-long camp. 8 weeks. Hundreds of kilometers from the city. A working farm folded into the vast interior of a national park. There she would share a house with 7 other girls, responsible for cooking, cleaning, budgeting, and tending animals whose rhythms paid no respect to adolescent hesitation. She laughed when she told me, but there was genuine astonishment beneath it. Is this really what passes for education in Coalia? She asked. I had no answer that satisfied either of us. In Middom, education had been a narrowing and intensification of pressure. Here, it seemed to be an expansion, a deliberate scattering of young people into landscapes large enough to test their edges. That winter before her departure lingers in my memory like a pane of frosted glass lit from behind. Be moved through those months incandescent with anticipation. Every week brought a new environment, a new challenge she approached not with dread but with appetite. The contrast between her and my patients struck me repeatedly, almost painfully. So many of them feared the world's demands, Bee leaned toward them. She wanted to learn, to experience, to stretch the circumference of herself. I remember feeling torn by a quiet paradox. I wanted to hold her close, to suspend time, to keep her within reach. And I wanted her to fly. Only much later did I recognize that she already had. She moved through the city in those weeks as though reacquainting herself with every thread that bound her to it. She raced from cafe to park to library, catching up with friends whose conversations braided past and future together. She spent long afternoons with her grandparents, absorbing their stories with a patience I had not known in her childhood. She rediscovered foods she had missed, flavors that seemed to anchor her to memory. And then, unexpectedly, she began appearing at the clinic. At first it was occasional, then it became routine. She joined the amputees in their informal games, cheering their victories with unfeigned delight, laughing at her own ungainly attempts at wheelchair basketball. I can still see her misjudging a turn, colliding gently with a wall, dissolving into laughter while the others applauded her effort. I tried, at first, to keep her away from the younger patients. I told myself I was protecting her from burdens she did not need to carry. She dismissed my efforts with a composure that bordered on affectionate impatience. She sat with them, spoke to them, listened. She bridged distances I had long assumed were structural and permanent. Even more astonishing, she coaxed some of the younger patients into conversation with the older ones, knitting together small communities in the waiting room where I had seen only fracture. Her empathy appeared effortless. It unsettled me precisely because it was so unadorned. When I asked her later how she managed it, how she crossed those invisible lines so easily, she shrugged, as though the question itself were overcomplicated. "We're all just people," she said. I have carried that sentence with me ever since. It has outlived policies, diagnoses, and professional certainties. What pained me, though I rarely admitted it aloud, was the recognition of how much of her transformation I had missed. Somewhere between appointments and crises, she had grown from a quick-tempered child into a young woman marked by compassion and a quiet, unassuming wisdom. The change felt both sudden and complete, like a landscape revealed only after fog lifts. C laughed at my astonishment. Her laughter, light and unguarded, became one of the small treasures of that winter, a season in which B was grown, and for once the three of us moved in the same rhythm. Meals aligned. Evenings unfolded without hurry. I assumed it was one of those luminous intervals destined to fade into soft recollection. Instead, it has sharpened with time. Perhaps that is because of what followed. 2 weeks after C and B departed, the first reports surfaced, fragmentary at first, of a virus spreading through a city 1,000 kilometers away. The distance seemed vast then, almost abstract. I remember reading the initial accounts with detached curiosity, unaware that the horizon had already begun to contract. C called late in the evening. I remember the tremor in her voice more vividly than the words themselves, fear moving too quickly for composure to contain. "Are you okay? What's happening?" By then rumors were multiplying faster than facts. There were whispers of hospitals filling, of streets falling silent. Videos surfaced online, ambulances in the night, figures in white suits, doors welded shut and then vanished almost immediately, erased as though they had never existed. What I understood, more instinctively than analytically, was simple: when information begins to disappear, something is very wrong. The moment felt unbearable not only because of the uncertainty, but because we were scattered like fragments of a broken compass. B was deep inside a national park in Keowalia, beyond even the casual reach of news. C was hundreds of kilometers from her, pacing the hallway of an emptied house. And I, nominally the most capable among us, could do nothing but observe the horizon darken. In those first 2 weeks, irony reigned. C became my most reliable source of information. Middom citizens posted footage that flickered briefly online before being scrubbed, but copies were captured abroad and preserved in quieter corners of the internet. C asked if she should send them to me. During a video call, I shook my head. To share them directly would create a trace neither of us needed. Instead, I asked her simply to tell me what she knew. So she narrated the collapse in fragments. The virus moved outward, through airports, across oceans, and then circled back into Middom itself. Students studying overseas began returning home in waves. C asked whether she should do the same. I told her no. Even as I spoke, I was aware of the gamble embedded in that decision. When the first cases were reported in our own city, I gathered my patients virtually, hurriedly, and told them to stay home, to remain connected online, to contact the clinic only if something was urgent. I ordered surgical masks before they vanished from supply lists. I stockpiled dried noodles and canned vegetables, less for myself than for those I suspected would soon have nothing. The lockdown arrived with startling finality. As a doctor, I was granted the rare privilege of movement, but I exercised it sparingly, usually when a patient confessed, quietly, that the cupboard was empty. Otherwise, life contracted to the dimensions of a screen. Conversations took place through pixelated windows, faces froze mid-sentence, voices lagged and overlapped. The world became a grid of small illuminated rectangles floating in darkness. Outside our borders, outrage ignited. Accusations leapt between nations like sparks carried on wind. Within Middom, a local doctor was detained for spreading false rumors. 2 weeks later, he died from the very illness he had tried to warn others about. For a moment there was collective anger. Sharp, incandescent. Then it dissipated, as though the act of outrage itself had exhausted people. Silence returned, heavy and obliging. Middom, I realized, had been architecturally rehearsing for such a moment for decades. Vast residential blocks with limited entrances, movement monitored, compliance expected. The city could be sealed like a series of compartments in a ship. Elsewhere, the virus ran faster, particularly in Guernica, where suspicion of authority was almost cultural inheritance. Some declared the virus a fabrication, a manipulation. Some paid for that certainty with their lives. Blame settled squarely on Middom, and I felt its weight personally. My wife and daughter were abroad. The word itself, Middom, now carried accusation in foreign mouths. Yet I also knew that crises are fertile ground for transformation. Changes that would be unthinkable in calm weather can be introduced under the cover of emergency. The economic damage was immediate and visible as shops shuttered, restaurants hollowed out, small enterprises bleeding quietly. But the government did not waste the opportunity. In the old Harbor Island colony, prolonged lockdown fractured a unity that had endured for years. Dissent, once energetic and defiant, seemed to wither under isolation. I did not greet this with simple approval or condemnation. I had seen enough unrest to know how easily protest tips into bloodshed. Order, even imposed order, has its grim logic. Beyond the headlines, Middom crossed the long-disputed line with the Koreans. Conflict narratives are always symmetrical, each side convinced of the other's sole culpability. We were no exception. Still, in the privacy of my own thoughts, I wondered whether the Koreans were truly the greater aggressors. They were not the ones attempting to project power outward across oceans. I never voiced that thought. Some reflections are safer kept internal. Meanwhile, C managed lockdown logistics and B's schooling from afar in Coahuila. I ate alone in the hospital canteen. The rectangular tables, once clustered together in casual companionship, were separated now by mandated distance. Each bore a single chair. The room echoed with the hollow scrape of cutlery against metal trays. Isolation did not arrive dramatically, it insinuated itself. It slipped into routines, into pauses between messages, into the silence after video calls ended. It burrowed deep, until I could no longer recall the texture of unguarded proximity. By then, the world had narrowed to corridors and screens, and the quiet knowledge that whatever followed would not resemble what had come before. During that period, I was calmer than most, or so it appeared from the outside. Panic rippled through corridors and across screens, but inside me there was only a measured stillness, the kind that settles over a harbor after the storm has already chosen its direction. Consultations had dropped sharply at first. The waiting room, once a low murmur of shifting chairs and tentative conversations, fell silent. For a brief week we scrambled, dragging our practice into the digital realm with awkward urgency. Yet once the mechanics were in place, a kind of routine returned. Patients came less often, but they still came. Illness does not pause for global crises. The economy staggered, fell, and staggered again. Shop fronts dimmed, restaurants reduced themselves to takeaway windows, familiar names vanished overnight. But people continued to require medical care. My own circumstances, almost embarrassingly, stabilized. The loans I had carried for years were nearly extinguished by the time the virus struck, and the rent from my tenants arrived with mechanical regularity. By year's end, a subtle but profound shift occurred. A weight I had grown accustomed to carrying simply dissolved. I no longer owed anyone anything. The sensation was less triumph than release, as though a long-clenched fist had finally opened. Evenings became austere. I folded myself into books, pages absorbing the excess hours. I felt myself shrinking inward, conserving energy, coming fully alive only when B and C appeared on the screen. Their faces, pixelated, delayed, were still enough to animate me. C was coping, though I could see the fatigue gather at the corners of her eyes. B, improbably, was thriving. Restrictions hemmed in her physical world, but she expanded within them, studying, exercising, finding small projects to occupy her hands and mind. Where others saw confinement, she seemed to locate structure. Then, without prelude, a letter arrived. Hospital management requested, the word was polite, that all staff surrender their passports. A temporary measure, it read, necessitated by the virus. Failure to comply would result in forfeiture of the annual bonus. Temporary. The word hovered on the page like a fragile bridge over something deeper. C was horrified when I told her. When will they return it? She asked. When will we see you again? I had no satisfactory answer. Control, once seated, rarely returns unchanged. On Friday afternoon, N appeared at my office door. He closed it carefully behind him and leaned against it, as though the wood were the only thing keeping him upright. The week had worn him thin. I'm here for your passport, he said. He expected resistance, an argument, perhaps a moral appeal. I offered neither. I nodded, opened my desk drawer, and handed him a sealed envelope. I watched relief spread across his shoulders until he felt its lightness. Too light. He frowned, crossed the room, and sat down. The envelope opened with a soft tear. You're resigning? His voice cracked, not with anger but disbelief. I had not mentioned the passport in my letter. My explanation was deliberately anodyne. In difficult times, I wished to free up resources, to allow younger staff to step forward. It read almost nobly. No one believed it. That was immaterial. Plausible deniability had become a professional reflex. You'll lose your pension, N said, scanning the page. Your health benefits. I nodded, allowing a trace of sadness to surface, not feigned, but curated. Why? He asked. I did not tell him that the passport demand was merely the final tightening of a long constricting coil. That the hospital's grip, subtle at first, then firmer, had reached a point I could no longer ignore. Some truths endanger not only the speaker, but the listener. N understood enough. I could see calculation flicker behind his eyes, concern not just for me, but for himself. You still have to hand it over, he said carefully. You're employed for another 4 weeks. Oh, I replied, as though surprised by my own oversight. One reason I resigned now, rather than at year's end as I had intended, was precisely to avoid that complication. My passport is with my parents in the village. You'll have to retrieve it. I can, I said evenly. But travel would require quarantine on my return. By the time I completed that, my employment would already be over. Silence settled between us, dense but not hostile. He stood slowly. He knew there was nowhere further to press. He would report what he had learned, nothing more, nothing less. When the door closed behind him, I felt neither triumph nor fear. Only a narrowing of the path ahead, and the quiet recognition that I had just stepped beyond the boundary of institutional shelter. Isolation, I realized then, was no longer merely circumstantial. It had become chosen. The final 4 weeks unfolded with a kind of deliberate discomfort, like a corridor one must walk through knowing every eye along it is measuring one's stride. The hospital's displeasure was not formally expressed, it radiated instead an atmospheric pressure shift that altered the way conversations paused when I entered a room. I went in only to eat. It struck me, with faint irony, that the single amenity I might genuinely miss was the convenience of the canteen. Hot food without thought, without effort, placed before me with institutional efficiency. Even that loss was largely symbolic. Delivery services had resumed months earlier, the city, though subdued, was functioning again. The canteen was habit, not necessity. Bit by bit, I dismantled my office. After each midday meal, I would carry out an armful of books or a box of neglected objects, journals annotated in the margins, small gifts from patients, certificates no one had ever examined closely. My exit became visible, tangible. Anyone passing along the corridor could see the attrition. Shelves thinned. Walls lightened where frames had hung for years. Few colleagues spoke to me now. Their silence was not entirely personal, it was gravitational. Management's mood had established the orbit, and most people, sensibly, remained within it. I heard the whispers regardless. He's lost his mind. Giving up pension, benefits, security. None of them knew that I owned the building next door in its entirety. The 5 apartments I had allowed them to notice fit comfortably within the narrative of a cautious professional. The larger truth would have felt disproportionate, almost vulgar. Secrecy, I had learned, is most effective when it aligns with expectation. As the final days approached, speech returned, though not kindness. In the last 48 hours, people sought me out more frequently, as though emboldened by the imminence of my departure. Farewells arrived edged with commentary, parting observations intended to puncture whatever composure I retained. On my last morning, I handed my keys to N. He accepted them without ceremony. There was fatigue in his eyes, perhaps regret, perhaps relief. I went to the cafeteria afterward, intending to take one final meal in solitude. I wanted, I think, a small private ritual, the clatter of trays, the muted hum of the ventilation system, the familiar geometry of distanced tables. It was not to be. Within minutes, chairs scraped across linoleum. Tables were dragged together with theatrical purpose until I found myself encircled. Faces arranged themselves into smiles, lacquered, brittle. Well wishes were delivered with exaggerated brightness, as though enthusiasm could disguise alignment. The resentment in the room was not entirely organic, it had been cultivated, curated, encouraged by the necessity of appearing loyal. I listened. I nodded. I thanked them. I bore it not with silence, but with a kind of deliberate courtesy that seemed to unsettle them more than any outburst would have. There is a disarming quality to generosity when hostility expects defensiveness. As I neared the end of my meal, a doctor whose name I struggled to recall leaned forward. He did not attempt subtlety. The foreign colluder, he said evenly, thinks keeping his passport during the motherland's time of need is more important than serving the people. The phrase hung in the air, rehearsed and heavy. I placed my utensils down carefully and allowed myself a slow, almost indulgent smile. I replied. The motherland needs your passport at a moment when all international travel is banned and will return it precisely when travel becomes possible? I'm afraid I don't quite grasp the necessity. Perhaps it's a deficiency in my training. I let the words settle. Around the table, expressions shifted. Calculation replaced indignation. The logic, simple, almost banal, moved through them like a delayed echo. I saw the moment comprehension arrived. Not that I was right, but that the premise itself was fragile. I stood without haste, left my tray where it was, and walked toward the door. No one followed. As the cafeteria doors closed behind me, I felt neither vindicated nor wounded. Only lighter, as though some invisible tether had finally snapped, leaving me unmoored, but free. A year had slipped past without C and B, and in their absence a hollow formed in my life that no quantity of work could convincingly disguise. I functioned. I maintained schedules, I answered messages. Yet beneath the scaffolding of routine there was an echoing space, as though a central beam had been quietly removed from the structure of my days. Looking back now, it seems that the ground itself was shifting during that period, not in dramatic convulsions, but in subtle, tectonic adjustments that left everything faintly askew. Even the figures we had once held up as paragons of modern triumph proved vulnerable. The titan of our school essays, the industrialist who had bound Middom and Guernica together with unbroken flotillas of container ships, who rose meteorically to become one of the richest men in Middom, vanished into the opaque interior of the state's machinery after offering a single, unwelcome observation about the nation's financial architecture. One remark. One deviation from sanctioned optimism. Then silence. I remember, with a faint wince, the sting of my own carefully barbed words in the hospital cafeteria. At the time, they felt measured, almost daring. In retrospect, they seemed naive, predicated on the comforting illusion that consequences were reserved for the reckless. None of us were as insulated as we preferred to imagine. Language itself had grown perilous. Words, once released, no longer drifted harmlessly into the air. They lingered, archived and retrievable, capable of being reinterpreted under harsher light. Even a film director, born in Middom but raised across oceans, celebrated abroad and nominated for the world's most coveted awards, found herself pulled back into the country's scrutinizing gaze. As her name circulated globally, compatriots at home combed through every interview she had ever given, mining them for heresy. They found what they were looking for in an obscure trade magazine. She had described Middom as a place where there are lies everywhere, had spoken of relearning her history, had urged others to seek knowledge and challenge that too. The words, ordinary enough in another context, were recast as indictment. The episode carried the faint but unmistakable resonance of the great cultural abandonment, that earlier era when deviation was dangerous and private opinion could metastasize into public crime. The comparison was not precise, history never repeats itself so neatly. But the atmosphere, the tightening around language, the suspicion of independent reflection, felt hauntingly familiar. Truth, during that year, seemed to lose its solidity. It became negotiable, elastic, calibrated according to expedience. As a physician, I found this particularly disorienting. How was I to help patients identify and articulate their feelings when even the act of naming an internal reality felt risky? Healing depends, in part, on acknowledgement. Yet acknowledgement had acquired a political dimension it was never meant to bear. And still, despite the unease, despite the sense that unseen hands were adjusting the levers of society, a slender thread of hope persisted. Laboratories had labored through the chaos. Trials had advanced in guarded increments. A vaccine had finally emerged from abstraction into substance. It was not salvation, not immediately. But it was tangible. And in a year when so much felt unstable, the mere prospect of something solid, something capable of arresting the invisible tide, seemed almost miraculous. The economy had been limping for years, a slow shuffle of effort and expectation. When the virus struck, the pre-existing sluggishness curdled into outright decline. The property crash I had anticipated for so long never arrived. Prices stalled, lingering at their peaks, while the sudden, sharp drop that usually marks the close of a boom remained conspicuously absent. Construction, constrained naturally by the outbreak, decelerated almost gracefully. Supply thinned, sales evaporated, and the market became a quiet waiting room where activity was measured in whispered increments. Most observers blamed the malaise on the virus. I did not. It felt less like a sudden collapse and more like wading through sludge. Every movement resisted, every transaction slowed to a tenth of its former pace. The inertia had existed long before the first case appeared, the virus had merely illuminated it. Then, without prelude, the government turned its attention to business. Big tech first, education next. From the perspective of classical economics, the measures seemed baffling, even self-destructive. Entire sectors were shaken without any apparent need, investment discouraged, ambition curtailed. And yet, rationality, as I had come to understand it, was not the goal. The moves were predictable in their own logic, even when the accompanying rhetoric was opaque or contradictory. The message was clear, though unspoken: control mattered more than profit. The lesson echoed against the walls of every enterprise, every market, every school. It was a reversal of everything I had witnessed in my youth, when growth had been the North Star and wealth the measure of success. The old cycle had ended, a new one, harsher and more exacting, had begun. My conviction solidified when the forever great construction company, a leviathan whose name had once symbolized unassailable stability, collapsed overnight. The disappearance was sudden, almost theatrical. No warning signs, no gradual decline. One morning the offices were shuttered, the cranes silent, the accounts frozen. The market exhaled, uneasy and uncertain. In that collapse, the new order revealed itself in stark relief. Nothing, not even the forever great, could withstand the imperatives of control. Vaccinations finally began worldwide, a laborious choreography unfolding over months, tasked with reaching billions across oceans and borders. By that point, the plague had lingered for nearly 2 years, and fatigue had seeped into the bones of nations, a subtle exhaustion that dulled celebrations and muted hope. Some countries, once vaccinated, lifted all controls in a careless optimism. The virus flared again, claiming more victims before gradually retreating. Middom chose a different path. Firm, enduring, and isolated, it remained closed to the world. My conversations with C and B had taken on a curious tonal shift. They spoke freely, unburdened by restrictions, while my own movements and routines remained tightly constrained. B was now in her second final year of high school. I had missed the better part of her childhood, and this gap, invisible yet weighty, pressed against me with every video call. Life in Middom was not harsh, but it felt like walking with one's hands bound. Impatience gnawed quietly beneath the surface, a low-grade ache, a persistent reminder of the separation from my family. The country had painted itself into a corner, a spectacle abroad, locked in an endless game of whack-a-mole with the virus, closing off whenever cases appeared, reopening only to repeat the cycle. We were suspended in a peculiar stalemate. My practice, paradoxically, thrived. The plague had left in its wake a cohort of psychiatric casualties, each patient a silent testament to uncertainty, isolation, and fear. One day, a young woman approached me with a curious, hesitant expression. "Who is the doctor who keeps asking me about our sessions?" she asked. I frowned, puzzled. "I've seen him a few times," she continued, "once with another girl about my age." "Did it bother you?" I asked, carefully. She shook her head. "It is inappropriate for anyone except your parents to ask about these sessions," I said. "I am sorry he approached you." "It's okay. I didn't tell him anything." As she left, a chill traced my spine. That evening, I called the property manager and requested copies of all the lift footage, year-long archives stored on a hard drive. "Do not send them," I instructed. When the drive was collected, I was taken aback by the sheer volume. 10 years earlier, I had forgotten one detail about the installation: the cameras recorded sound. At the time, I had feared evidence might be needed should any patient suffer mistreatment. That fear had never materialized, perhaps because I had arrived first, establishing a precedent of care, while men with missing limbs were already fixtures, their presence discouraging cruelty. The task ahead seemed insurmountable. That evening, I focused on identifying the questioner. It did not take long. The patient, the other girl, the doctor, D. Running a modest practice from a rented room on the building's second floor. I began by reviewing only the previous week's footage. Patterns emerged quickly. D would enter the lift, pretending to forget to press his floor button, reaching too late or pressing the wrong one, prolonging his ride. He would ascend to the 6th floor and then descend again, each movement deliberate yet masked by casual negligence. Once the routine was clear, I traced back through the months. The trigger seemed to coincide with my hospital departure 8 months prior. At first, nothing appeared amiss. Then, in the weeks following my resignation, subtle changes surfaced. Daily, I located D on video, tracking which patients he approached, the tone of his speech, the gestures he used. Relief came in small increments. My patients said nothing untoward, nothing that suggested they carried burdens beyond their years. Yet the careful smiles, the short visits, the occasional lingering questions all suggested D was probing, attempting to extract something about me through the gentle facade of a doctor's concern. It took 2 weeks to review the entire archive. The depth of his surveillance unsettled me, the meticulous, patient effort to build rapport, to glean what he could. The most troubling thought was that he might attempt to corner patients outside the building, beyond the reach of the cameras. I understood, with cold clarity, that action would be required. Quietly. Discreetly. Precisely. The lockdowns did end, eventually, in a fashion that was unmistakably Middamese. Abrupt, unplanned, and tinged with theatrical finality. Restrictions, once rigid and near absolute, had grown increasingly unsustainable. Fatigue, that invisible adversary already sapping the resolve of nations elsewhere, seeped into Middom as well. Voices rose from apartment balconies, uniting in protests that were less organized than instinctive, a chorus of frustration shouting into the open air, demanding release. Without ceremony, the government capitulated. Their explanation, that they were listening to the people, was little more than a ceremonial absolution of responsibility, a gesture that placed the weight of consequence squarely upon the populace. There was no gradual easing, no staged reopening. The floodgates swung wide, and the city's dense, vertical communities became a crucible. Lifts, once mundane vessels of daily routine, transformed into incubators, corridors, stairwells, and communal spaces carried the virus like cyclonic winds scattering seeds. Within a month, most of the country had been touched by illness. Hospitals, once havens, had become theaters of fear. Doctors withdrew, retreating from the epicenters of contagion, leaving those left to navigate the storm largely unaided. Hazard pay was offered as incentive, a pale acknowledgement of the danger that had become routine. My own building, ironically, was stripped of professional medical assistance except for me. Detached from institutional affiliation, I understood that we would have to weather the storm ourselves, seeking shelter wherever we could, hoping the tempest would spare us in the end. The storm was far harsher than in other places, yet like all violent tempests, it burned itself out quickly. Death and illness surged in sharp waves, cresting, and then, just as suddenly, receding. When it passed, the silence that followed was almost tangible, a muted testament to the chaos that had raged just weeks before. International travel resumed slowly, cautiously. I waited, watching airfare lists as they fell from absurd peaks 10 times their usual levels, inching gradually toward reason, though the skies never returned to their former hum. After 3 long years, I finally bought a ticket to see C and B. The months of distance and separation, the endless routines of isolation, and the quiet ache of missing them had culminated in this single, deliberate act. It felt like the first true step back into a world I had only glimpsed through screens, and for the first time in a long while, the horizon seemed wide enough to hold hope. It had been years since I had permitted myself the indulgence of a true pause. Not a stolen weekend or a conference masquerading as respite, but a full month untethered from the machinery of obligation. I chose Coalia with joy, as though selecting not merely a destination but a season of my life to step back into. Before departing, I paid a final visit to the property manager. The meeting was brief, almost banal in its civility. D still had 2 years remaining on his lease. Legally, I could have terminated it at once. There was a certain temptation in that, the clean incision, the immediate cauterization. But I had grown older, and with age had come a preference for quieter exits. I instructed the manager to wait 2.5 weeks after my departure before contacting him. The lease would not be renewed. No explanation beyond necessity would be offered. D had gleaned nothing of value from his vigilance, but absence of success did not entitle him to hospitality. My property would no longer serve as his observation post. Coalia greeted me with salt wind and sunlight that seemed brighter than memory. At the arrival's gate, B ran toward me, tears streaming, not the thin tears of regret, but the warm, irrepressible overflow of reunion. Time, I realized then, had not diminished us, it had only tempered us. She was no longer the child I carried in recollection. She stood before me self-possessed and luminous, already in her final year of high school. The previous year she had secured formidable scores in Middom and mathematics, results that laid out before her a corridor of open doors. I remember thinking that opportunity, for her, did not feel like an abstraction. It was a physical thing, as tangible as the heat rising from the tarmac. What astonished me most was her equilibrium. She moved through her days with a grace I had never mastered. There was diligence, hours bent over notes and practice papers, yet she held space for a part-time job, for the swell of the school orchestra, for friendships that drew her to improbable football matches and the raw exhilaration of rock concerts. It was not excess, it was proportion. Many of my patients, brilliant but brittle, might have regarded such a life as mythological. C and I, by contrast, regressed joyfully. We walked the promenades like adolescents who had borrowed adult bodies for the afternoon. B became our amused custodian, rolling her eyes with theatrical patience when our enthusiasm outran our sense. I had timed my visit to coincide with the school holidays. Though her final examinations loomed 6 months ahead, she joined us on a brief beach escape. Those mornings remain crystalline in memory. We would walk along the shoreline while the sea undulated like a brushed metal corrugated roof. Breakfast followed, fruit, strong coffee, laughter. Then she would retreat to her books until midday, emerging only when the sun stood high, before plunging into the surf with a confidence she had not possessed as a child. I remembered the tentative splashes of primary school. Now she cut through the water cleanly, rhythmically, as though the ocean had finally conceded her citizenship. She possessed an instinct for balance that I had seen in no one else. The month thinned and vanished as months do when one is fully present. I knew I would return once more near year's end, that her schooling would close like the final chapter of a well-worn volume. C would again be at my side. When the time came to leave, the farewell resembled the first tears, embraces, the faint ache of distance, yet it was tempered by anticipation. There was a horizon now, a defined point at which our separations would cease to be indefinite. Back home, D's matter had already begun to recede into administrative obscurity. The property manager reported bewilderment and a measure of indignation on his part. The other tenants had murmured their concern. They were told only that a lease would not be renewed due to an unfortunately sized footprint. The phrase amused me for its bloodless precision. No suspicion attached itself to me. No one troubled themselves to investigate the building's ownership. Anonymity, I had learned, is often maintained less by concealment than by general indifference. D chose to depart early, accepting relocation to a less favorable address rather than risk penalty. Later I heard that he had grown resentful toward the hospital. Yet the very conspiracy that had once animated him now shackled him. To explain his grievance would have required confessing the role he had played. Silence became his final loyalty to himself. Looking back, I see that month in Coahuila not merely as a holiday but as a recalibration. The sea, the light, B's steady poise, they reminded me that life, even when shadowed by vigilance and strategy, could still expand into something generous. And that knowledge, once recovered, is not easily surrendered. The months that followed moved with a heavy, reluctant rhythm. Each evening I returned to the quiet house and to the stack of books I had carried back from Coahuila. Their pages smelling faintly of sea air and distance, as if they were fragments of another possible life. By day I managed the clinic, where the despair of youth no longer merely entered with the patients but seemed to linger after they left, clinging to the corners of the waiting room, settling into the upholstery, rising like a chill from the tiled floor. In difficult seasons of my own life, I had always fixed my gaze on some endpoint, a dim glimmer far off in the dark. I would attach myself to it by a thread so fine it was almost invisible, and with each small step forward that thread would thicken, until the light ahead grew perceptibly brighter. That was how I survived uncertainty, by believing in an eventual clearing. Ironically, many of my patients had fastened their hopes to the end of the plague. They endured isolation and disruption with the promise that when it lifted, life would resume its upward arc. The world would brighten, opportunity would return. And when the end did come, the light did strengthen, but only enough to reveal darker clouds massing behind it. The recovery they had imagined never truly arrived. Housing prices began to slide with increasing momentum, like loose stones on a slope that no one could quite halt. factories clung to survival. The world beyond Middom grew colder, less accommodating. Those who bore the brunt of that shift were the newly minted graduates released in vast numbers from universities that had expanded without restraint, deposited onto a conveyor belt that no longer led anywhere. We had never needed as many graduates as we were producing. They had been promised stable salaries, dignified offices, a smooth ascent. Instead, they discovered that a degree guaranteed very little, sometimes only unemployment. Middom achieved the extraordinary distinction of graduating more students each year than it had births. The arithmetic was absurd, the human consequences, devastating. In time, that cohort would be known as the double zeros, born at the turn of the millennium, and offered almost nothing in return. The name carried both irony and indictment, a generation reduced to a statistic. What hope could I offer them? To advise a different path was to suggest a map they had never been taught to read. To promise improvement felt dishonest. The only structural solution, to leave Middom entirely, was long, expensive, and uncertain, accessible to only a privileged few. For most, it was a mirage. And so the grand solutions evaporated. What remained were the small things. A shared joke. A tough maths question solved before the city fully woke. The quiet satisfaction of finishing a book. A meal cooked carefully and eaten slowly. In the end, the only durable refuge lay not in sweeping change or distant endpoints, but in the discipline of noticing and safeguarding those modest, daily flickers of joy. It was a momentous homecoming when C, B, and Y returned. C would never again leave my side. B had finished high school, and Y, already in his third year of university, completed the circle. My parents, frail now and nearing the end of their long lives, were living with P and F. 3 generations gathered around a table in a private room of a fine restaurant, sharing roast pork with its lacquered skin, platters of prawns glistening with steam, and lobster split open like some ceremonial offering. At the time, it felt celebratory. Only later did I understand how rare and irreplaceable that meal was. Within a year or two, my parents passed away, only months apart. I often think of what they must have felt that evening, seeing their children together, prosperous in ways that would once have seemed unimaginable, and their grandchildren seated before them in the full radiance of youth. The grandchildren were well-traveled, confident, seemingly poised for lives that would unfold beyond our shores. That was our hope, at least, that they would step into a future larger and kinder than the one we had inherited. During that visit, I found myself watching B as much as listening to her. She wandered through the city with a kind of wonder, as though seeing it through newly calibrated eyes. She had once known these streets as a child, now she moved through them as a grown woman. She still bore the features of Middom, yet her voice, her cadence, even the cut of her clothes suggested somewhere else. It was subtle, but unmistakable, as if the city recognized her, yet hesitated. For her, time had not gradually altered the landscape. It was as though she were comparing 2 photographs taken years apart. The contrast was abrupt. There were half-finished buildings left to weather in silence, more empty storefronts, restaurants that had closed without ceremony. The crowd seemed harder, less buoyant. She told me she missed the handicraft markets, the art shows, the street performances that had once felt commonplace. They had thinned, faded. Even travel, once a new national pastime, had become rarer. Her life in Coahuila seemed to glow with possibility, at times even to sparkle. Yet I sensed she had lost something intangible. She now lives between worlds, not fully Coahuilan, yet no longer entirely Middamese. She delighted in being home, speaking her native tongue freely, laughing with friends from primary school. And yet there was a faint dissonance, a slight misalignment that only a father would notice. It sent an almost imperceptible shiver through me. She belonged in Coahuila now, of that I was certain. But what if she could not remain? Her path was still long, contingent on decisions and forces far beyond her control. Would she one day confront the same relentless battles that had shaped my life? When her examination results and university offer arrived, she received them calmly. They had never truly been in doubt. By the time she returned overseas, there was a quiet readiness about her. A sense that she was already stepping forward, already loosening her hold on home. It was only after B's departure that C and I truly found one another again. The process felt like taking cherished clothes from the back of a wardrobe, garments once worn daily, now slightly unfamiliar, yet still shaped to us. We rediscovered old rhythms, working side by side in the practice, lingering over meals, traveling without urgency. It was a season of unexpected freedom. We were not naive. We knew there were bumps ahead. But they seemed distant. Like stretches of dirt road visible far off while we still traveled on smooth bitumen. The background hum of unease persisted. Passports were not returned. Travel to the breakaways was forbidden. Citizens were cautioned against visiting countries with whom we had economic disputes. Yet the economy no longer pressed upon us personally. With no debt and a steady accumulation of cash, our concern was not survival but allocation. It was precisely then, when money exerted almost no pressure, that I missed what should have been obvious. For once, I was not ahead of events. I was complacent. Property had long been the foundation of personal wealth, 70% of household assets bound up in concrete towers, many of them half-finished shells suspended in the sky. But losses were mounting. What had once seemed safe and perpetually profitable began to crumble quietly, like a facade shedding its surface while concealing the fractured beams beneath. There were still those with capital, business owners, cautious sellers, the quietly prudent. They did not turn to shares, the market had never been trusted. They turned instead to gold, the refuge of those who have lost faith in tomorrow. The monolithic beast that was Middom moved steadily toward a future both less prosperous and more tightly controlled. Trade patterns shifted away from wealthy partners such as Gunica, toward poorer states or those ostracized by the international community. Yet none of this seemed to touch us directly. Our home felt like a fortress. I had withdrawn from media appearances, kept my head low, said little. Our only vulnerability was B. She was in her third year of university when the next great shift occurred. Until then, Middom had projected the confidence of a rising power, flexing its economic muscle while smaller nations stepped carefully to avoid reprisals. But true power is rarely displayed openly. It is concealed in laboratories, in hardened silos beneath rock, in technologies unseen. What reaches the public are words, and occasionally, actions whose details remain obscured, leaving only their consequences visible. At that moment, Gunica was threatening a small oil-rich nation to its south, a regime widely condemned after retaining power following a disputed election and forcing its opposition leader into exile. Middom, pragmatic as ever, had long purchased resources from sanctioned states, leveraging isolation into favorable terms. Military hardware was sold under the banner of deterrence, its potency showcased in glossy AI-generated videos that circulated widely online. Theatrical displays reminiscent of the elaborate New Year spectacles the government favored. The assumption, I imagine, was that it was all posturing, a bluff no one would dare call. But it was called. On the very day Middamese diplomats arrived in that southern capital, Gunica launched its strike. More than 100 aircraft entered the country. Within hours, the president had been removed and transported to Gunica, having been extracted without detection and under the noses of our delegation. Not a single aircraft or soldier was lost. It was not merely a military operation, it was a demonstration. The humiliation was deliberate, the execution clinical. The message unmistakable. Arrogance hung over it, yet the superiority displayed was not theatrical. It was real. Justifications followed in rapid succession, contradictory and unconvincing, satisfying only those for whom pride outweighed inquiry. Less than 2 months later, Gunica struck again. Another isolated regime, another government accused of brutal repression while supplying discounted oil. Tens of thousands of that nation's own citizens had perished at their hands. The president was killed during the initial assault, replaced almost immediately by his son. And suddenly the world felt different. Power had shifted from rhetoric to consequence. Chapter 14, Contraction. Those events barely disturbed the surface of daily life for most people. Markets opened and closed, cafes filled, traffic snarled as it always had. But to me, the strikes felt like a quiet calibration, a measuring of Middom's true weight in the world. It was not the towering force it wished itself to be. And worse, I sensed that trajectory was unlikely to change. By then the population had begun its decline. We had crossed the crest of the demographic hill and started down the other side. At first the descent was gentle, almost abstract, a statistical curiosity debated in policy circles. But momentum gathers in silence. Soon it would be unstoppable, extending not only beyond my lifetime, but likely beyond B's as well. Great powers are young. They surge forward on the confidence of expanding generations, on the restless energy of the ambitious and the reckless. Middom, by contrast, felt older each year, more cautious, more brittle, more easily bruised. We were a nation entering middle age without admitting it. The challenge before us was not simply economic or military, it was demographic, cultural, existential. Yet like Norma Desmond in Sunset Boulevard, a favorite of B's, we refused to acknowledge that our era might be fading. I am big, she insists, it's the pictures that got small. There was something uncomfortably familiar in that delusion. The world had not shrunk, it had moved on. Y, meanwhile, had graduated and secured a job in Keolia. He approached his migration pathway with a kind of disciplined clarity, as though following a set of coordinates already etched into his mind. Time was on his side. Youth always carries a margin for error. B was 2 years behind him, steady and capable. But I began to sense the gate narrowing. Immigration policies shift like tides. Sometimes predictably, sometimes without warning. Windows open and close. A single election, a single downturn, can redraw the horizon. For the first time, I felt something I had rarely allowed myself to feel, urgency not for my own future, but for hers. Early the following year, C and I stood on the south lawn of B's University in Keolia, sunlight catching the edges of the old sandstone buildings as Y positioned us for photographs. We stood a little too straight, a little too proud, the posture of parents who had carried a quiet hope across many uncertain years and were now watching it take shape in cap and gown. There was a fifth figure beside B that day. O, Keolian by birth, was introduced as her boyfriend. They had been together for a year. She confessed, almost sheepishly, that she had waited to tell us, fearing the relationship might dissolve quickly and spare us unnecessary worry. I recognized the instinct, it was something I might once have done myself. By then B had already secured employment under a 3-year post-graduation work arrangement. She had found a position in a finance company. Steady, respectable, demanding. It was both triumph and trade-off. The structure of working life meant fewer long holidays, fewer extended returns to Middom. Each visit home would now be measured, compressed, precious. That evening's dinner became not only a celebration of her graduation but of Y's progress as well. He had passed his 25th birthday and submitted his application for permanent residence. He moved with quiet purpose, as if following a track laid down years earlier. B intended to follow. She had already taken and passed the English examination that had undone so many Middomese students. Years of immersion and an early start had made it almost routine for her. 2 hurdles remained: qualification as a certified translator and the simple, immovable fact of age. She needed to reach 25. Then, 2 days later, news arrived that Middom would no longer recognize foreign degrees for those who failed to graduate within the next 3 years. It was a brutal move, throwing the plans of hundreds of thousands of families into chaos. The decision was shocking, though not entirely unexpected. For years the value of foreign degrees had been eroding. 30 years earlier they had been prized above almost anything else, now they were often dismissed as little more than ornaments. There was some truth in that criticism. Middomese students had become a vital source of income for foreign universities, and dependence on that money had quietly eroded standards. In the weakest institutions the arrangement came perilously close to cash for degrees, failing a student risked losing future cohorts. Even in stronger universities a subtle two-tier system had emerged, a bare pass for some foreign students, genuine marks for others. Employers in Middom had long since learned to tell the difference. Disappointment followed when those with the former returned home, and gradually suspicion spread, first toward particular universities, then toward foreign degrees themselves. But the government's motives were broader than academic standards. Many of those students were the children of government officials who hoped to use connections to secure them positions in an already suffocating graduate labor market. By banning foreign degree holders from government employment, the authorities solved two problems at once. It reduced fears about foreign influence while discouraging officials from sending their children abroad and quietly shifting money beyond the government's reach. For many families, the policy was devastating. For us, it was something else entirely. It was a signal. Middom was closing down, and we needed to pass through that gate before it shut. C and I worried privately about the possibility that B might marry simply to secure permanent residence. But she showed none of that urgency. She spoke of exams, certifications, work experience, small, methodical steps that would eventually carry her across the threshold. The relationship with O, she insisted, would stand or fall on its own merits. She would earn her green card herself. Watching her, I realized that while Middom was tightening inward like a fist, B's life was opening outward in ways we had barely imagined when she first left. The remainder of the trip unfolded with an almost deliberate gentleness, as though the world had agreed to suspend its harsher edges for a few borrowed days. O moved quietly beside B, holding her hand, leaning in to whisper small confidences that drew unguarded smiles from her. There was a softness between them that did not demand attention, yet was unmistakable. At dinner one evening, he hesitated before placing a particularly choice piece of pork into her bowl. "May I?" he asked, in an earnest, slightly awkward imitation of what he believed to be proper custom. B laughed. "You just put it in the bowl. You don't have to ask." "But what if you don't want it?" he pressed, almost wounded by the possibility. "If it comes from you, I'll want it," she replied, her eyes bright. "And if I really don't, I'll just push it to one side." It was a small exchange, but I found myself committing it to memory. The innocence of it, the gentle negotiation between cultures, the way affection smooths what tradition complicates. O surprised us further by inviting C and me to dinner at his parents' home. The house stood dignified and expansive, likely built a century earlier, its weathered facade framed by a carefully tended garden that seemed to breathe history and patience. Inside, there was a quiet solidity to the place, high ceilings, polished wood, light filtering through tall windows. His parents received us with unforced warmth. They asked about our travels, about life in Middom, about the practice. They spoke easily of themselves as well, newly retired, recently returned from a trip to Musumia, amused by small mishaps and delighted by discoveries. There was no interrogation in their curiosity, only interest. It felt, in its own way, like an audition, though whether for us or for them, I could not say. A few days before our departure, I was sitting alone in the lounge room, tea cooling slowly in my hand, when B entered and closed the door behind her. The click of the latch sounded deliberate. She crossed the room and sat opposite me, hands pressed flat between her knees, a posture I recognized from her childhood when she was gathering courage. "What are you planning to do with the house, and all the investments you have here?" she asked. The question emerged carefully, as though she were trespassing. I set my teacup down, buying time. "Nothing, I suppose." I hadn't given it much thought. "Middom's closing down," she said quietly. "What happens if you can't come anymore?" The simplicity of the question unsettled me. Over the years, as moving money out of Middom became more difficult, I had transferred what I could, building a reserve here in Kaoelia almost instinctively. Yet I had never followed the logic to its conclusion. "You're suggesting I put everything in your name?" I asked, sensing implications beneath the surface. She shook her head immediately. "No. That's not safe for either of us. You could lose it. Or it could disappear in a divorce." There was no embarrassment in her saying so, only clarity. "Then what?" "I think you should set up a trust," she replied. "Nothing directly in either of our names. But give me some control, so if you can't be here, I can act." For a moment I said nothing. This was something I should have considered long ago. I felt a flicker of self-reproach, followed, unexpectedly, by pride. She was thinking not as a daughter asking for security, but as a steward anticipating contingency. "Can we do it in the few days we have left?" I asked. She shook her head again. "I don't think so. And it wouldn't be wise. How it's structured matters. Better to have time to think." Her tone was measured, almost protective. As though she were guarding not just assets, but the architecture of our future. As she left the room, I remained seated, the tea now cold. It struck me that the child who once needed us to interpret the world was now interpreting it for us, reading the direction of the wind with unnerving accuracy. The gates were closing, yes. But she was already thinking about how to build ladders. The conversation unsettled me more than I initially admitted. Until that moment I had been living in a comfortable illusion that the turbulence surrounding us was temporary, that somehow the system would correct itself. But B had quietly done what I had not. She had looked ahead. And the future she saw contained the possibility that I might not be able to return. Beyond my small circle, the ground had already begun to shift. Government salaries, even those of doctors, had withered. Colleagues were ordered to repay portions of wages received years earlier, reclassified overnight as unpaid tax. Retirement ages crept upwards like a slow-moving tide. Mothers were asked to return the bonuses once promised for bearing a child, incentives that had been heralded as patriotic duty only a few years before. Most galling of all, physicians who had stepped forward during the plague, who had wrapped themselves in makeshift protection and walked into fever wards when others fled, were told to return those hazard payments as well. There was no trust left in the system, it had evaporated, leaving only a brittle residue of compliance. And yet none of it had touched me directly. That was the most disturbing truth. I had drifted into a stupor of my own making, comforted by distance, mistaking personal immunity for stability. B was right. The storms were gathering, and I had left too many things untethered. So we began, quietly and methodically, to sketch the outline of a trust, passing ideas back and forth over months, testing possibilities like engineers examining stress points in a bridge. I asked her to arrange the preliminary paperwork for my next visit. There was something sobering in discussing contingencies with one's child, yet also reassuring. She was no longer reacting to events, she was anticipating them. I promised myself I would not drift so easily again. That I would ask questions before circumstances demanded them. One such question, small at first, altered the direction of my thoughts entirely. For more than 20 years, some of my older patients had come faithfully to the practice. I had grown accustomed to their rhythms, their ailments predictable, their complaints familiar. But it was the younger men who began to trouble me, those in their 20s and early 30s when their lives had been abruptly narrowed by injury. They were the ones unmarried, or quietly abandoned by girlfriends who found themselves unequal to the task. It was always the men. They seemed unable to summon the same communal sympathy that gathered instinctively around women in distress. They returned home to parents already stooped with age, fathers bent and silent, mothers moving carefully on swollen knees. Those parents would not be there forever. And then what? I could see it with painful clarity: fourth or fifth floor apartments without lifts, darkened by unpaid utility bills, savings long since consumed by surgery and rehabilitation, pride eroded by dependence. A future not dramatic, but grinding, a narrowing corridor leading toward destitution and solitude. One evening I took C to a restaurant, white tablecloths, subdued lighting, the illusion of permanence, and over the meal I suggested an idea that had been forming in the margins of my mind. We had several apartments standing half-finished, concrete shells waiting for purpose. What if we fitted one out specifically for these men? A shared home, modest but secure. Designed for those without limbs and without reliable support. We already had a charity account that had grown beyond its initial intent. Visitors to the rooftop, family members, old friends, would come for events or to watch games of wheelchair hockey or basketball. They would offer small donations, stopping at the QR code taped to the door, tokens of gratitude. Over time the money accumulated, quietly, almost awkwardly, because most immediate needs had already been met. Perhaps there was enough to transform one apartment. Accessible wet areas, reinforced fittings, 2 beds to a room. It would not be luxurious. But it might be dignified. The alternative, I said to C, was unthinkable: middle-aged men with amputations on sidewalks, their independence reduced to endurance. By the time cash ran out, there would be no safety net waiting beneath them. C's eyes brightened in a way I had not seen for some time. She seized the idea with both hands. Immediately she began enumerating practicalities. Consumables, cleaning supplies, food, repairs. It won't be a beach resort, she warned. Men living in close quarters, there will be arguments. We may need a cleaner. And ongoing support. Her realism steadied my optimism. Yet more than logistics, she brought energy, a fierce desire to bend circumstances toward fairness. From the outset she consulted the very men who might one day live there, asking what they needed rather than assuming it. Middom offered little to those confined to wheelchairs. Accessibility was an afterthought, if it was considered at all. She scoured foreign websites for ideas: sinks and induction stoves designed so a wheelchair could glide beneath, preparation areas at reachable heights, overhead cupboards with shelves that folded downward like obedient wings. She reimagined bathrooms, widened doorways, reconsidered turning circles and handles. She drew P into the process as well, asking her to soften the space with thoughtful design so it felt less institutional, more like a home. Months passed. Costs rose well beyond our early estimates, as they always do when ideals encounter brick and steel. And gradually she realized that the space would function best with a mixture of injuries. Certain limitations made it impractical to house only those with the most complex needs. Even compassion required engineering. Looking back, I see that the project grew not only from concern for those young men, but from the unease B had awakened in me. If the world was tightening, then perhaps the only meaningful response was to widen something within our reach. To anchor what we could. To build, however modestly, against the coming wind. It was a small thing in the scheme of the country's troubles, one apartment in a city of millions, but it was something tangible, something that resisted the slow erosion of dignity that seemed to be creeping through every corner of Middom. As she finished off the first apartment, another virus hit Middom, this time localized and mosquito-borne. The disease, in part, was due to changes in climate allowing mosquitoes to survive more successfully in the southern part of Middom. The hospital once again vacuumed up the consultants in my building and sucked them into its halls. The building became quieter, but this time the doctors were more reluctant to assist. The return of danger payments from the plague still stung. The government became wary, ordering widespread insecticide spraying around communities, but the program was largely ineffectual. Mosquitoes were found in numbers on the sides of many of the sluggish and polluted waterways that veined the city. It was a quiet weekend at home. I was reading on the sofa when there was a knock at the door and I learned of a second program that had been initiated, where government workers were asked to go door to door, checking balconies, ensuring there were no pots with stagnant water that might be a breeding ground for mosquitoes. As I escorted them to the door, I deliberately glanced through the window opposite the lift toward a nearby plot of land used for growing vegetables. A wide pool of stagnant water had collected there, green and motionless, a perfect breeding ground. My gaze drew theirs to it. But their thoughts never followed. They checked the balcony again, noted the absence of flower pots, and thanked me politely before leaving. I stood by the window for a moment after the door closed. The entire exercise felt absurd, the medical equivalent of bandaging a small cut while blood poured from a severed artery. They were eliminating pot plants with standing water while ignoring drainage failures that allowed puddles to linger for weeks in the humid heat. Across the city, the fountains that once shot proudly into the air to advertise new apartments had fallen silent. Their empty basins now held nothing more than a shallow film of muddy water. More breeding grounds. I was tempted to make some sharp remark as they left, but held my tongue. It would have changed nothing. In the end, the crisis passed, not because the problem had been solved, but because the weather turned brutally hot and the mosquitoes vanished. For the moment, at least. The first residents moving into the home that C had designed was a moment tinged with both joy and sadness. There was satisfaction in offering two men in desperate need a place of safety, yet it was impossible not to feel the weight of the years that had brought them to this point. Each had struggled for decades with the aftermath of catastrophic injury and the quiet erosion of spirit that so often followed it. In both cases, their final elderly carers, parents who had borne the burden far longer than anyone should, had finally reached the end of their strength. One now required care himself. The other had passed away. And so the men arrived not merely as tenants, but as survivors of long private battles that few beyond their families had ever noticed. C watched their arrival with a mixture of relief and apprehension. Fortunately, the two injuries complemented one another in an unexpected way, allowing them to manage many daily tasks together with far greater independence than either could have achieved alone. One could do what the other could not. That small symmetry felt almost like an act of quiet mercy. Yet C knew this was only the beginning. As additional residents eventually joined them, new difficulties would surely emerge. Personalities colliding, frustrations surfacing, the small frictions that arise whenever strangers are forced into close and uncomfortable proximity. Still, for the moment, the apartment felt alive with possibility. After a year of planning, design, and construction, it had finally begun to serve the purpose she had imagined for it. Not long after the two men had settled in, we received a piece of unequivocally good news. O had asked for B's hand in marriage. The engagement, they told us, would be brief. Once the ceremony was complete, B would immediately apply for her green card on the basis of marriage to a citizen. Before we had time to voice the concerns that instinctively rose in our minds, B anticipated them and calmly explained that she had already fulfilled the final requirement necessary to qualify for permanent residency on her own merits. She had passed the examination to become a certified interpreter. The marriage, she assured us, would change nothing fundamental. It would simply accelerate a process that was already underway. There was quiet confidence in her voice, the confidence of someone who had prepared carefully and intended to shape her future with her own hands. C and I exchanged glances, the unspoken anxieties dissolving almost as quickly as they had appeared. Soon afterward, P and F also received the news, and before long all four of us had purchased flights so that we could attend the ceremony. Once the wedding was over, we planned to travel together to nearby Shepland for a short holiday. The prospect of that journey felt strangely symbolic. For so many years our family had lived scattered across different worlds, separated by distance, obligations, and the slow tightening of invisible boundaries. Now, at least for a little while, we would once again pass through the same gates and stand together in the same place. And yet, even as we made those arrangements, another thought lingered quietly in the back of my mind. Middom was closing down, little by little, in ways that many people still refuse to see. Rules hardened, permissions narrowed, and each year the world beyond our borders seemed to move a little further away. For the younger generation there were still pathways outward, narrow though they had become. B was determined to pass through one of those gates while it remained open. Once it closed, it might not open again for a generation. Watching her prepare to step into that wider world, I felt both pride and a faint, unspoken unease. For the first time it occurred to me that the gate which had opened so readily for my children might never truly have been meant for my own generation. But that was a thought for another day. For the moment, there was a wedding to attend, and a rare gathering of family waiting on the other side of the world. B got married, and C and I had already seen the sights of Shepland. During that visit I signed the trust documents and moved all the assets into it. B was permitted to make investment decisions about the funds, but she would have to wait until she was 30 before being allowed to make withdrawals of up to 5% per annum. It was a relief to return home to the practice and to the charity C was now running, knowing that our funds were well protected. By then 4 people were living in the apartment, and with demand for places increasing, C began the process of converting a second. The population was already falling by 5 million people a year, and housing prices continued to decline, cutting deeply into most people's wealth. We still owned 5 apartments, 4 of them on renovated shells, and they had long since ceased to be the mechanism by which we built wealth. There was, however, no shortage of mental illness, and our practice, though no longer growing much, produced an income many times greater than our needs. Demands on other areas of healthcare were also increasing. The population was not only shrinking but aging rapidly. Our remaining apartments were largely worthless to us and to most of the population, but to the most desperate of our patients they might still offer refuge. The need for a second apartment for patients in similar circumstances seemed increasingly likely, and C was eager to proceed. She began fundraising for the renovation. Then came the bombshell, the one we had long suspected might arrive, though its impact was no lessened by that expectation. Middamese would no longer be permitted to leave the country for tourism, officially a response to tariffs on Middamese goods and what were described as hostile foreign policies. The announcement was repeated across every channel throughout the day. Commentators explained that Middom would no longer subsidize unfriendly countries with Middamese money. Middom, they said, already possessed everything the world had to offer. It was presented as a confident and necessary decision. Resentment, which had already been simmering, briefly rose closer to the surface, but the noise faded after a few weeks. The ban affected mainly the wealthy, and although they held some influence, Middamese rarely fought for anything unless it touched them directly. Besides, many of the wealthy, for the time being, were still able to sidestep the restriction. That, however, proved to be only a small respite. Soon the government required citizens to obtain an exit visa before leaving the country, a process that demanded proof of either a close relative overseas, parent, child, or sibling, or a professional reason for travel, such as a conference or business engagement. Transfers of money out of the country were also tightly controlled. The explanations were practical and bureaucratic. Officials spoke about fairness, stability, and the need to prevent capital flight. Most people listened without comment. After a while, the subject was mentioned less often. Travel agencies quietly removed foreign destinations from their windows. Conversation shifted to other things. Few people protested. Most simply adjusted their expectations. The exits were closing, and everyone knew it. C sat timidly beside me in the newly minted exit visa office, perched on a strip of gray vinyl chairs whose chemical smell irritated her nose. The room still carried the sterile scent of fresh paint and bureaucracy, an airless place where every surface seemed recently wiped, as if the government believed order could be polished into existence. Across the desk, the official lowered his eyes to my residency document, turning the pages with slow, deliberate fingers. "A daughter," he said at last. The words were flat, but something in his tone suggested disapproval before any explanation had even begun. "Why did she leave Middom?" he asked, his voice deep and heavy with suspicion. I gave a small sigh and shook my head, allowing a trace of weary resignation to enter my voice. "We had always planned for her to return," I said. But, I paused, letting the silence do its work. Girls and their foolish romantic ideas. She fell for a foreigner and married him. Now she refuses to come back. The official looked up sharply. "So why are you going to see her?" he asked, as though the fact that she was our daughter was somehow insufficient justification. "She's pregnant," I replied. "We hope to be there when the baby arrives." He frowned, glancing again at the dates on the form. 3 months is a long time away. "Too long," she said softly beside me. "But B's a slight girl," she continued, speaking with the anxious practicality of a mother. "The baby might come early." She herself arrived 4 weeks ahead of schedule. The man sniffed faintly, unimpressed. "You could return soon after the birth." I shook my head gently. "Then I wouldn't be there for the confinement," I said. "She's married to a foreigner, and you know what they're like." I allowed a faint trace of disapproval to creep into my voice. "He'll probably have her cleaning the house the day after she comes home from the hospital. Once she has passed that stage, I'll know the baby's mother is strong enough to care for her." The official leaned back slightly, his eyes drifting away from the papers. For a moment he studied C instead, as though weighing the truth of our story not in the documents but in her face. C kept her hands folded in her lap, her expression a careful mixture of worry and maternal resolve. "This is irregular," he said at last. "Yes," I replied calmly. "Rather special circumstances." I let the silence settle again before adding, almost casually, "Thankfully it still falls within the rules. Our grandchild may not be born in Middom." I gave a small, respectful nod. but they will still be Middamese. No one lingered near the departures board. Our footsteps echoed through the international terminal as we dragged our suitcase toward check-in. In that moment I felt a sense of foreboding unlike anything I had known before. The isolation hung in the air like a fog, cutting us off from the world. I set the suitcase upright and she took my hand, leaning her shoulder into mine as if seeking warmth. The future seemed to crystallize in that empty hall. In the slow, deliberate, impersonal gestures of the airline staff. A smile. Forced. No one spoke above a murmur. At the time, we did not yet realize how rare such departures would soon become. We were handed our tickets and turned toward security. Neither of us spoke, words were superfluous. Passing through the checkpoint felt like moving between all-seeing sentinels, their eyes drilling into us from every angle, precise and unforgiving. Our passports were scanned and we moved into the waiting area. The other passengers spoke quietly among themselves. The chill was unmistakable. Denying that the world had begun to close around us seemed impossible in that place. Boarding felt like an escape. There were still flights, and the few Middamese travelers who left usually flew first to a nearby country before scattering to the four corners of the earth. In our case, the first destination was not Keowalia, but Gunica. We had managed to time the trip so that I could attend a conference and visit V before the birth. V was 70 by then, his great frame bending slightly beneath the weight of the years. He was semi-retired, and I suspected he would soon stop traveling to conferences such as this one. I feared that this might also be my last. I was scheduled to speak on the first day about the challenges of balancing workloads for young people. My lectures usually drew modest crowds, but on this occasion the auditorium was full. Giving such presentations was something I had learned from V. Use the lectern to lend authority, allow for pauses, avoid becoming too technical, and keep the tone light. As my final sentence rolled off my tongue, I felt my shoulders drop slightly with relief. The host walked onto the stage to invite questions. A few people in the audience stood, only a handful at first, then others followed. Soon the entire auditorium was on its feet, applauding. At first I was confused. Then I understood. They were saying goodbye, though at the time I only half realized it. Each evening of the conference, small groups invited C and me to their rooms for drinks. The questions were gentle and concerned, and during those conversations I learned something I had missed. Foreigners were no longer permitted to travel independently in Middom, and most had already departed. Looking back, that should have told me more than it did. When the conference ended, we returned to V's home and, in what felt like a final request, he took us into the woods to his cabin for a few days of solitude. The four of us, V's wife included, sat among the sounds of the forest, walking together during the day and sharing long conversations over beautiful meals in the evening. I was glad that C was able to see it. Our conversations carried an aftertaste, what a vintner might call a finish. The unspoken understanding that we would probably never see one another again after this visit. C was astonished when I told her how deeply V had shaped my thinking, my life itself. "It is you I need to thank," she said, reaching for my hand. V brushed it away with his usual modesty. "Teaching," he said, "gives as much to the teacher as to the student." I knew what he meant. Most students could not receive what was offered, the dull, the disinterested, those whose eyes were already fixed elsewhere. But every now and then there was one who connected with the teacher in a deeper way and changed their life. The teacher's influence did not crash against a rocky shore and disappear. It traveled outward like a wave spreading across the ocean, not always the force that shapes events directly, but the one that shapes the people who change other lives. Later, on the plane to Keowalia, he said quietly, "It's strange how the world works. The men whose lives we've improved will never know the people who began it all. V will never receive the credit for what we've built." I shrugged. I doubt that he minds. He knows he has influenced many lives, and that those people will help others in turn. That is more than enough. Those few days were special, a gift. I thanked V for all he had done for me, though in truth the thanks were more for myself than for him. I needed to say the words. Without them something inside me would always have remained unfinished. V drove us to the airport. I had never quite mastered the foreign custom of hugging, but when he embraced me I felt a deep sense of security, knowing that this great bear of a man had always held me in his arms. Exhaustion sat deep in our bones as we arrived in Keowalia and were greeted by O at the airport. He quickly took C's suitcase and ushered us toward the car, apologizing that B was not there to meet us. It was his fault, he explained. He had insisted she stay home and rest. Nevertheless, when we arrived she was waiting in the driveway, standing beneath the carport, her arms resting protectively on the curve of her belly. As C pushed herself wearily from the leather seat, B hurried forward and wrapped her in a tight embrace. C returned the hug, though a little cautiously, as if afraid to press too hard against the baby that now bulged beneath B's dress. The next 3 weeks passed quickly. All of us watched B's every movement, waiting. O went to work each morning while we stayed with her, hovering, eager to ease whatever burden we could, despite her occasional impatience with our attentions. Even so, every moment felt precious. Time, we knew, was draining away. When the moment finally came, C and I were fast asleep. B was quietly ushered into the car and driven to the hospital without waking us. I rose 5 hours later and found a note on the kitchen table. B's labor had begun. For a moment I was sorely tempted to wake C and tell her immediately, but instead I let her sleep while I showered. "Where's B?" she asked the moment she appeared in the kitchen. I handed her the note and turned on the kettle. "Today's the day," she said, her voice filled with wonder. As I passed her a steaming cup, the phone rang. I could hear the smile in O's voice. "She's doing well, 10 centimeters dilated. Take your time. Have breakfast and get a taxi. I'll meet you in the coffee lounge when we have news." C wanted to leave immediately, but I held her wrist gently. "They need time too," I said. Reluctantly she sat. I cut a mango and placed it in front of her. I doubted she could have swallowed anything else. "Eat," I coaxed. "It's going to be a long day." It felt as though I was holding back a wild, bucking horse, and I knew I could only hold it so long. Soon enough we were waiting again, this time in the hospital cafe, nursing cups of coffee. Beyond the glass wall the corridor lights glowed a pale, sleepless yellow. Somewhere down the hall a trolley rattled past, followed by the faint electronic chirp of a monitor. Every sound seemed magnified by the waiting. Minutes stretched and folded into one another. Then O appeared. He walked toward us quickly, his face already giving away the news before he spoke. "They're both well," he said. He paused, the smile widening. "A boy." For a moment neither of us moved. Then C's hand closed around mine, trembling. Our grandchild had arrived. B returned home 4 days later. C immediately wanted to take over the household, the cooking, the cleaning, and caring for the baby. She stepped naturally into the role of the traditional Middamese mother, straightening bed covers, sweeping floors, hanging out washing, and gently but firmly ordering B back to bed whenever she appeared. She expected B to observe a full month of confinement. The temperature in the house began to rise quickly, reaching a peak the morning C pushed O out of the kitchen. He had just begun seasoning a pan when she slid past him, lifted the spoon from his hand, and pointed silently toward the door. O paused, glanced at me as if appealing to a higher court, then surrendered with a tight smile and retreated. He left without argument, head lowered, his teeth visibly gritted. That evening at dinner he was quiet, like a cat sulking in the corner. As we climbed into bed, I turned to C. "Is it just me," I asked carefully, "or is the temperature in the house rising?" She had known me far too long and knew how carefully I chose my words not to recognize where this might be leading. She said emphatically, "feel that you have something to say." She looked at me hard. I grinned, attempting to soften the moment. I began gently, "that we should be mindful that O is not of our culture, and even B now holds only fragments of it. They may want their home run along slightly different lines from what you're used to." "I am her mother," C said firmly. "I've observed a recent change in this house," I replied. "There are currently 2 mothers here, one of whom is newly minted and eager to set up her home on the terms she and her husband have agreed on. I think they might appreciate a little space as they step into their new roles." You think I'm causing problems? Quite the contrary. You've been a great help. I paused. But there is often a fine line between what the giver considers help and what the receiver experiences as intrusion. And you think, she said, folding her arms and raising her voice slightly, that I have stepped over that line? We all step over boundaries sometimes, usually because we don't see them. What matters is what we do next. We can step back, which people usually understand and appreciate, or we can continue crossing those boundaries, which creates tension. So what do you think I should be doing differently? She asked, emphasizing you. Just a very small adjustment, I said. I can see that O and B appreciate the cleaning and washing you do, as do I, dear. But there are a few tasks that are more sensitive. Cooking, perhaps. And things involving the baby. Giving them space there might be welcomed. C rolled over, slightly miffed, but I knew she would think about it. The next day she seemed subdued, speaking little until late afternoon. Then she turned to O. Would you like to cook this evening, she asked, or would you prefer me to? I'd like to, he said with a smile. I haven't had a lamb roast in far too long. Then he added warmly, but if you'd like to help, I'd enjoy the company. Soon C was peeling potatoes beside him, chatting amicably with her son-in-law. Still, she held herself back with visible effort, like a sealed can left too long over heat. The pressure built again one morning when B appeared in the kitchen holding the baby. Beautiful morning, she said, gazing out at the manicured lawn glowing in the sunshine. We're going to have coffee on the patio. I could see C about to object. I'll make it, I said quickly. C pushed the patio door open with her elbow as she carried the baby outside. Would you like something to eat? I called after them. Toast perhaps? I raised my eyebrows at C. Yes, please, B replied. With jam. The patio door closed. C stormed into the kitchen behind me. Tea, dear? I asked mildly. She should be in bed, C said in a kind of shouted whisper. Yet she isn't. B is a clever girl who knows her own body. I'm sure she'll explain if you ask nicely. You might even find her reasons interesting. Tell me later, I'm curious too. C seemed to unclench slightly. After a moment she went out to join B on the patio. When I opened the door with the coffee tray, B was speaking. I'm surprised Middom still keeps that tradition, she was saying. As a nurse, you know muscles that aren't used begin to atrophy. Doctors here say to get up when you feel ready and return gradually to your normal routine, just stop if anything becomes painful. I placed the drinks on the table and went back inside to make B's toast. When I returned with the plate, I sat quietly and let mother and daughter continue. I was going to the gym until 6 weeks ago, B was explaining. The doctor said exercise helps prepare for birth, just don't overdo it. I was doing yoga right up until the end. I watched with quiet amusement as C absorbed this with visible horror. The methods are different, I offered mildly, but in both societies mothers seem to do just fine. C struggled with B's quick return to normal life. More than once she appealed to me to ask B to slow down, but I simply shook my head. Look at her, I said. She's glowing. Yet as the days passed and our departure drew closer, the happiness of the birth began to lie under a growing shadow. Each morning I would watch our grandson sleeping peacefully in his crib, his tiny hands opening and closing as though grasping at the air. And I could not help wondering whether those small hands would ever again reach for us across Middom's tightening borders. Chapter 15, A Documentary. Returning to Middom left us with a profound sense of loss. We missed the warmth of B's smile and her quiet confidence. 3 generations together had created a rhythm in the house, bustling between kitchen and dining table, pouring drinks, placing dishes before one another, exchanging smiles and small encouragements. Even the smallest moments lingered in memory, the grip of tiny hands wrapped around a finger. There had been a pulse to that household that belonged to larger families. Clearing plates, wiping down surfaces, loading the dishwasher, each person performing some small task, moving almost without awareness of the others, like dancers who knew their steps by instinct. Things were simply done, without anyone needing to ask. Home brought familiarity, but it also brought a strange hollowness. The quiet airport we passed through on our return reminded us again of the isolation that surrounded us. Our comfort no longer lay in the noise of children or the overwhelming joy of a grandchild. Instead, it had shrunk back to the two of us holding on to each other. Love, we knew, was something broad. We could feel it radiating from far away, like a distant star. But we could only imagine the small details of that distant place now. They were no longer ours to share. Sometimes I would catch myself looking down at my hands, remembering the small weight that had wrapped its fingers around them only days before. All we could offer one another was an embrace. Sometimes it seemed that was all we would ever have. So we did the only thing we could. She threw herself back into the clinic and soon began considering the possibility of preparing a third apartment for patients whose support had deserted them. The money would have to come from us, she pointed out one evening with concern. I waved the thought away. Money had become something abstract to me, something to collect and stack away like a child gathering coins and lining them along a bedroom windowsill. It had little practical meaning. Meanwhile, I worked through the long list of notes and requests that had accumulated during our absence, letters from patients, invoices, administrative papers. Among them was something unexpected. A social media influencer had heard about the charity. She hoped to make a short video. I was skeptical at first. Curiosity got the better of me, however, and I flicked the mouse of my computer and searched for her page. I expected the usual sort of thing, restaurant videos praising a dish made from a single noodle stretched 30 meters and folded beneath a glossy sauce, or some pretty young woman filming herself opening her mouth while a train appeared to rush into it. The sort of fatuous nonsense that seemed to dominate the internet. Instead, I found something quite different. 874's videos were polished 10-minute pieces that resembled short documentaries, sometimes even small films. They were thoughtful, carefully edited, and surprisingly professional. A few days later we met for coffee at a largely deserted cafe opposite the hospital. Its fashionable decor and soft lighting failed to attract the customers it perhaps deserved. I recognized her immediately. She was striking, wearing a soft white padded jacket and carrying herself with quiet confidence. Her hair was cut short and streaked with blue and purple dye, hinting at either a rebellious streak or someone who simply had no interest in conforming. I complimented her videos and asked what she had in mind. Something simple, she said. An interview with someone before they move into the apartment, perhaps another afterward. Some footage of the rooftop activities. A brief interview with you or C. Maybe one of the working apartments, and another one being built, if that's possible. That sounds like a lot for 10 minutes, I observed. She nodded. I'd probably stretch it to 15. The locations are close, and most of it would be interviews, so it wouldn't need too much editing. You're in a tough business, I said. 874 smiled faintly. It's competitive. Most of the people who do well are backed by family. Good equipment and production quality are expensive. It sounds like you'd like to do more than you can at the moment. She nodded again. Longer documentaries. Maybe even films. But to do that you first need something strong enough to build a reputation. I've got a decent following and the right production quality, but I'm still lost in the crowd. My only real chance is to produce something longer, an hour or so, and see if it takes off. I'll try eventually, but it will have to be a side project. See if this interests you, I said, handing her copies of my old newspaper clippings. I went to the counter and brought back our drinks while she read. When I returned, she looked up at me with wide eyes. "This is you?" she asked, just as the waitress placed the coffees on the table. I nodded. "This is amazing," she said softly. "You think I should make a full documentary about you?" "I don't think anything," I replied. "That's a question for you, not me. It's your party, so to speak." She sipped her coffee thoughtfully. "That would take 3 or 4 years," she said at last. "Research, filming, editing. I could only do it as a side project." But you think it might be worth doing? I asked. I'd normally research much more before deciding, she said carefully. But based on what I've seen so far, yes. I think it could be. What if I offered funding? I said. Her eyes widened. Why would you do that? It would be excellent publicity for the charity, I said. Suppose I funded the project and half of any proceeds went back to the charity. And I could still work on other projects? Mine would take priority, I said. But if you had gaps, that would be fine. She thought for a moment. How about I film a couple of interviews first, she said. Then I'll decide. If I don't think it will work, I'll still produce the shorter piece. I nodded. As she gathered the clippings and slipped them back into their folder, I found myself thinking again of the tiny boy we had just left behind in Keowalia. If distance and borders meant we might rarely see him grow, perhaps a record of these years of how everything had begun might one day find its way to him. Perhaps, one day, those same small hands would hold the story of how his family came to be where it was. Stories, after all, sometimes travel where people cannot. The pond was smaller than I remembered. 874 stood beside the car adjusting her camera while I searched my pocket for the key. The house looked exactly the same. Gray wooden door, faded bricks, and the heavy padlock my mother had left hanging there 5 years earlier. I had not been back since her funeral. The weeds swayed quietly in the breeze, and a dust-covered echo of the life that had once filled the house seemed to cling to the walls. The air smelled faintly of soil and pond water. For a moment I hesitated, overwhelmed by the weight of memory. The visit had been 874's idea. 3 months earlier she had taken on the project of documenting the work of the charity. She had already filmed extensively on the rooftop, accompanied C to the apartment renovations, and interviewed residents of the 2 functioning apartments. She seemed to be accumulating vast quantities of material. I drove 874 to the door of my old home. She immediately began setting up her camera, filming the ripples on the pond and the exterior of the house. She had properly mic'd me up so she could record everything I said. I pointed out the colors of the bricks and told the story of how they had been laid. Then I unlocked the door. Inside, the house was neat exactly as my mother had left it. 874 stopped me before I could step inside. "Don't touch anything yet," she said. She asked me to bring her lighting equipment from the car and leave it by the doorway. Then she slipped inside along the wall, positioning lights in the corners of the room. While she worked, I wandered over to the pond. To my surprise, fish occasionally surfaced through the muddy water before slipping quietly back into the depths. Eventually 874 joined me and gave instructions. At her signal, I walked slowly into the house, leaving clear footprints in the dusty floor. I ran a finger across the kitchen table and looked at the thick line of grime it left behind. I turned the finger toward myself. "Perfect," 874 said from the corner, lowering her camera for a moment. We spent nearly an hour there, 874 filming and asking questions about my childhood. After that she released me to wander through the village while she went from house to house, interviewing the remaining residents. By the time she finished it was growing dark. The villagers insisted we end the day with a banquet in thanks to those who had taken part in the filming. Later, as we drove to the hotel in the nearby town where I had once attended school, 874 finally said something that had clearly been on her mind for some time. "You know," she said carefully, "your story doesn't quite ring true." I kept my eyes on the road. "Oh?" I replied mildly. "It was all a bit too easy." I laughed. "It wasn't easy at all." "You know that's not what I mean," she said firmly. "You're the journalist, the documentary maker," I replied. "You should be able to work it out." She was silent for a moment. "It wouldn't happen to have something to do with the year you were in your final year of junior high school, would it?" "It has everything to do with it," I said quietly. I always felt guilty that my sister never had half the opportunities one did. Back then, I still followed foreign news using a VPN, something illegal for years. It was one of those laws no one paid much attention to, like giving way when turning into oncoming traffic. Tolerated in practice, it only became an offense when an official was upset, or when a public comment crossed one of those ill-defined boundaries hidden in the gray scale. Still, the lax official attitude toward VPNs could not last forever. For a while, I was torn between deleting mine and continuing to peer into the outside world, a tug-of-war in which curiosity always seemed to win. Periodically, over the previous 10 or more years, usually when the government was especially sensitive around the anniversary of the Square incident or during a major annual meeting, VPN servers would be blocked or attacked. A cat-and-mouse game would ensue, lasting a few days until the event faded from the news cycle. At first, when I could not access foreign websites, I simply waited. They always returned. But this time was different. AI bots were deployed to hunt servers, shutting them down. After a week, unease crept in. After a month, certainty, the government had acted, and I deleted the software from my computer. I knew what was coming. 2 months later, a new law made possessing a VPN a major crime, punishable by years in jail. 2 months after that, arrests followed. Those who had not read the wind were caught. That did not stop me from emailing B. I dared not mention the ban. I presumed she already knew, though the uncertainty gnawed me. She offered only family news, the baby was teething, and she was expecting her second child. C and I rushed to obtain visas, fearing travel would soon be blocked. The man at the exit visa office was grimmer than before. The air felt stiflingly hot. We applied for 3 months and received one. We did not protest. Privately, we were jubilant at the prospect of holding those little hands, of seeing how much our first grandchild had grown, and of being there for the second. We arranged co-alien visas and purchased flights. We could almost touch our family again. Almost. Then, 2 months before we were due to leave, a hammer blow fell. One that seemed to collapse my chest, leaving me gasping for air. Not a single new rule, but a swathe of them. All travel from Middom was banned, except for officially sanctioned business. No new passports would be issued to any citizen. C and I collapsed into each other's arms, knowing we would never see our child or grandchildren again. Amid my own grief, I failed to consider another possibility, one that frightened me more than death itself: no new passports. I didn't know when B's expired. What would happen if it did? What if she refused to return home, then later was forced to? The answer came soon enough: imprisonment. Then another thought struck me even harder. I knew how much she loved us, how deeply a permanent separation would wound her. Surely she knew not to return, to put her children's safety first. I suddenly hoped that O was the ballast he had always seemed to be, the voice of reason she could cling to, the steady hand she could rely on to calm the tumultuous seas she was already navigating. At least the emails continued careful, banal fragments of life. She was 7 months pregnant. Her back ached. Our grandson was walking. Already, any attempt to send an image was blocked. We were left to imagine what our grandchildren might look like, an impossible task. Their genes were so different they might combine in 1,000 ways. I found myself thinking more and more about the strange cruelty of distance. A parent's greatest fear is not death itself, but leaving a child alone in the world. I wondered whether B lay awake at night thinking the same thing I did: what would happen to her children if something happened to her? A month before B was due to give birth, 874 returned. The editing was finished. She had completed the hour-long documentary and suggested holding a premiere on the top floor, inviting all my patients. She would bring a few guests of her own. It would be held early in the evening so patients could still get home. I asked her about the result, but she refused to be drawn. See it first. When the day arrived, I felt like a child waiting for New Year. A huge screen was erected, using the basketball ring as additional support. Massive speakers were carried in during the afternoon, their weight thudding across the floor as technicians arranged them. Rows of chairs were set up carefully. As the sun settled behind the buildings, I was surprised at how many people turned up. 874 arrived with several people I had never seen before. She introduced them as her parents and two representatives from the government broadcaster. I smiled politely, hoping I had not made a terrible mistake. We sat and waited. The lights blinked out. A single spotlight appeared on the screen. From the darkness, 874 emerged as though she were the only person in the world. The audience fell silent. Her voice, clear and precise, filled the room. She began in the usual way, thanking everyone who had participated in the making of the documentary. Then she paused. "So many people who have suffered have benefited from this clinic," she said. Another pause. "But very few know how it came to exist." She looked across the room. "Here is that story." The film opened with a wheelchair basketball game. A shot arced through the air and dropped cleanly through the net. Laughter. High fives. The camera cut to 4 men playing cards, 2 in wheelchairs, the other 2 missing an arm. A quiet moment of serenity. Then the tone shifted. A newsreader appeared, describing a collapsed bridge. The footage showed people running through smoke and dust. Then a voice I recognized. I was on the bridge that day. The man described the chaos, the deaths, the terrible destruction. He spoke of the flood of sympathy that followed, and then of the silence when people slowly moved on. The loneliness. Then his mother appeared on screen. She spoke quietly about her fears. Who would care for him when she was gone? No one, she said tearfully. The words hung in the air. Behind me, I heard a woman begin to sob. The boy on the screen had once been a little child from a small village. A boy named 633. Few people in the room knew anything about my background. I could feel the surprise ripple through the audience as archived footage appeared, children running through dusty village lanes. Then to the present, the old house, me wiping a table with my finger as if inspecting it. The story unfolded like walking through dappled sunlight, light and shade mingling together, moments bright and dark intertwined. Of course, the role of the state was painted generously. The quiet hero standing in the background. The film had to be saleable, after all. I too was presented as something of a caricature of altruism. The more practical truths, that some things benefited my practice, served my own needs, or cost me very little, were covered with a polished veneer. Still, seeing V larger than life on the screen was a delight. Watching C explain the care she had taken designing the apartments, then admitting, almost shyly, that they were ours, brought a ripple of quiet pride through the room. But the finale was something else entirely. A woman appeared on screen, pleading for a place for her son. C listened patiently, asking gentle questions. Then she quietly offered him a place. Relief flooded the woman's face so suddenly it seemed to wash across the entire room. The final scene showed C guiding her through the newly completed apartment. She pointed out the kitchen, the bathroom, the carefully designed fittings meant to allow independence, offering what the woman herself could no longer give. They finished the tour and stood together in the living room. The woman broke down. The camera moved closer, filling the screen with her face. Then the image froze. A caption appeared beneath her chin. She passed away 3 weeks later, knowing her son had a place where he would be cared for. For several seconds, no one moved. Only then did a thought return to me, something I had been trying not to consider for weeks. A parent's greatest fear is not death itself. It is leaving a child alone in the world. It was extraordinary. Like me, 874 had taken her shot. She hadn't missed. Chapter 16, The Middom Project. The documentary had been a resounding success. After the premiere on the rooftop, 874 sold it to the state broadcaster. Within weeks it aired across the nation. For several nights the clinic phone rang constantly, messages from strangers, old patients, distant officials, and people who had never heard of us before. Donations that had once been a trickle became a flood. Almost immediately we had the funds to renovate the remaining apartments and add another 12 beds. For C, the work became an emotional lifeline. She threw herself into the plans with renewed energy, redesigning rooms, supervising builders, ensuring the new beds would be ready as quickly as possible. The clinic had suddenly become something larger than either of us had imagined. Then the email arrived. B had given birth to a baby girl. A child we would never see. C and I went out that evening to celebrate the new addition to our family, but the joy was tempered by the unavoidable truth that we were not there. There was no photograph, no tiny face to study, no way to know whose eyes she carried or whose smile might one day appear. We could only imagine her, as we had imagined our grandson, constructing a child out of fragments of memory and guesswork. There was nothing to do but continue with our lives as best we could. For me, that meant working in the practice. For C, it meant helping the charity patients whose numbers were growing every week. Later, 874 visited my office. "We did well out of the film," she said with a grin, handing me a slip of paper with a number written on it. I looked down at the figure. "That's how much it made?" I asked. "No," she said, shaking her head. "That's your share." I studied the number for a moment. "The charity did very well from it," I said calmly. "Let's call my investment in the project a loan. Return that, and we'll consider the matter settled." I knew the money would be far better in her hands. It would give her the security to continue her work. "You can't be serious," she said, her mouth falling open. "Why not?" I replied. "I have more than enough for my needs. My only child is in Middom and unlikely to return." 874 nodded slowly, a trace of sadness crossing her face. Perhaps she thought it was what I might have given B, had the world not closed between us. A kind of replacement daughter. The following months proved difficult, something B seemed instinctively to understand. Every Sunday she sent an email describing her life and how the grandchildren were. Any attempt to send a file failed, the messages were rejected outright. Of the fragments that reached us, it was the descriptions of the children we clung to most. Our granddaughter, she wrote once, had light brown hair like O's, but thick like her mother's. Messages that passed through the system were filtered by AI. Any reference to the situation in either country led to the deletion of the offending sections. There was no attempt to conceal the removal. Sentences that made little sense assured us that the filters had simply cut away whatever phrases were deemed unacceptable, leaving behind the fragments that remained. It was strangely blunt censorship. Whether the government wanted us to know we were being monitored, or whether the sheer volume of information made concealment impractical, I could not say. Eventually we learned the rules. Only scraps were permitted. And never images. Then something shocking occurred. C and I arrived home one evening, exhausted after a long day at the clinic. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. An envelope lay upside down on the floor just inside the entrance. We both stepped over it, assuming it was advertising material, and placed our bags on the dining table. A moment later I walked back to the door and picked it up. The envelope was blank. No address. No markings. Curious, I opened it. A card and a folded note slid into my hand. I flipped the card over. It was a glossy photograph. For a moment my mind refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. They were sitting on a sofa. O held our grandson on his lap. B sat beside him with our granddaughter resting on hers. The children we had tried for months to imagine suddenly existed in front of me. I gasped. My eyes widened until they felt too large for my face. "What is it?" she asked, her voice tightening, her face turning pale with fear. Without speaking, I turned the photograph toward her. For several seconds she did not react. Her eyes moved slowly across the image, first O, then B, then the children. She leaned closer, as if the distance of a few inches might somehow hide a detail she could not bear to miss. Her hand rose to her mouth. "That's him," she whispered. I nodded. "And her?" Again I nodded. For months we had tried to imagine them. Constructing faces from scraps of description and fragments of memory. Now those imaginary children vanished, replaced by two small strangers who were suddenly, unmistakably, ours. She reached out and touched the photograph with her fingertips, tracing the outline of the baby's face as if afraid the image might disappear. "She has bee's eyes," she said quietly. Neither of us spoke for a long moment. The room felt strangely still, as if time itself had paused to watch us. Then she looked up at me. "How did this get here?" That question struck me with sudden force. The blank envelope. No address. No stamp. Someone had brought it. Someone had stood at our door. The note had been forgotten in the moment. I was suddenly drawn to it. Saturday 5 p.m. 1603. The number corresponded to one of our empty apartments. I didn't know what to think. Whoever had sent us the photograph knew far too much, yet the photograph itself was an immeasurable kindness. C and I argued over whether we should both go, or whether it should be just me. In the end, I went alone. C could raise the alarm if I didn't return. The next few days were full of useless anxiety and speculation. None of our guesses were likely to provide an answer, and if they were correct, we wouldn't know it. I arrived at the apartment a few minutes early, unsure whether to enter or wait outside. I compromised. I went in and left the door slightly ajar. The apartment was an empty shell. Concrete floor, unfinished walls, the faint smell of dust. My footsteps echoed in a way that made the place feel larger than it was. I had only been pacing the rooms for a few minutes when there was a knock at the door. "Come in," I called. I'm not sure exactly who I was expecting to see, but I had never imagined a man in a boiler suit. He stepped inside and closed the door carefully behind him. For a moment his eyes moved around the room, not nervously, but methodically. As if taking note of the walls, the corners, even the ceiling. Then he walked over and shook my hand. "I'm 493, he said. After that he did something unexpected. He lowered himself to the floor, leaning back against the wall of what was intended to be the living area. It was only later that it occurred to me that this was deliberate. From where he sat he could see the door, but he was far enough away that I could reach it first. If I wanted to leave, I could. He wouldn't stop me. I sat down against the opposite wall. "You're not quite what I was expecting," I said, breaking the silence. "It's a useful disguise." "Where did you get the photo?" I asked. "Through a connection. One outside Middom, obviously." "But how?" I asked. "And why?" He shook his head slightly. "I can't answer the first question. The second is easier. We hope you'll join us. The photograph was meant to show you that we can do what we say we can." "Us?" I asked, not understanding. "We're not interested in opposing anyone," he said calmly. "We're simply trying to keep Middom's history and its present alive." "I don't understand," I admitted. "You've experienced firsthand how Middom has closed down. I think you, like the rest of us, recognized what has been happening long ago. For about 5 years there have been people who noticed not just that Middom is closing down, but that we are going through a period of cultural destruction." He paused, as if weighing the words carefully. "I'm sure you've heard people talk about parallels with the Great Cultural Abandonment?" I nodded. Independently, a number of small groups have appeared around the country. Their aim is to save what can be saved and create a record of our time. Our intention is to smuggle people's stories out and build a record from people who lived through this period. Like what a few novelists did after the Great Cultural Abandonment. I asked. "Yes," he said. "But what happened then was that only a few stories escaped those of the educated. Even within that group, only a very small number, writers." He ran a finger slowly across the dusty concrete floor beside him as he spoke. "That picture is incomplete. Far too narrow. Our aim is to flood the world with thousands of accounts, from people from all walks of life." He paused again. "A further aim is to protect our cultural heritage. I think you've heard at least rumors of mosques being burned down, churches being destroyed, along with other cultural artifacts. I had. Though I suspect you will not be able to help much in that area, he continued, it is the former that interests us. You want my story? Yes. The true one. Not the sanitized version produced for state-run television. The remark wasn't intended as a rebuke, yet it landed like one. Our offer to you is simple, he continued. If you join us, we require a memoir, an accurate account of your life. He looked directly at me. In exchange, we offer two gifts. One valuable. The other priceless. My eyes were drawn to his like a magnet. The first is membership in a small group of like-minded people who can share information securely. Middom is divided by fear, thoughts and knowledge are kept close to the chest. The second, he continued, is that, as you have already seen, we have ways of smuggling information electronically in and out of Middom. My heart began to beat faster. We can provide a means of communication with your family overseas. It won't be quick, but you'll be able to receive information from them, images, videos, letters. But you are only willing to do this for yourselves? I asked, unable to hide the cynicism in my voice. We would like to do more, of course, he said evenly. But what we do carries risk. We do what we are able. I wasn't mollified. But I was trapped. Join them and provide what they wanted, or remain isolated forever. It wasn't much of a choice. C was both joyful and wary, a cloak we had worn far too often. Is it safe? She asked. I shrugged. There's no way of knowing. But the photograph was an immense kindness, and what is the alternative? There was no answer to that. They also said we must give B a signal so she knows they're genuine and that we agree to give them information. In your next email, mention something about green grass. Writing the memoir was time-consuming. Most evenings I managed a page or two, handing them to C for correction when I finished. I kept the manuscript on a USB drive, rereading and editing it during quiet moments in the day. 5 months later, I walked into a small convenience store near the hospital. It was late afternoon and only a few people were inside. I placed a plain white envelope on the counter. Across the front was written a single number, 493. The shopkeeper glanced at it briefly, then slid it beneath the counter without a word. Inside was the USB containing my memoir. By then, of course, it was far too late to change my mind. End of Revision 1. Chapter 17, Communication and Connection. It was a relief to get the manuscript off my hands. The lingering doubts that had troubled me throughout the writing process were gone. It was done. The course was now unalterable. I didn't know what to expect next, but events moved quickly. The following Friday, as I saw out a young woman who was making good progress with her depression after dropping out of school and opening a small business, my secretary pointed nervously to a package on my desk. I acknowledged her with a nod and walked the patient to the lift. "It's for you," she said when I returned to the office. It wasn't delivered by a courier. A man brought it in himself. He was wearing a hat and tinted glasses. He seemed a bit creepy. I reached for the package. Probably something from an ex-patient. Even as I said it, I realized how unlikely that was. I waited until I was back at my desk, the door securely closed behind me, before opening it. A USB slid into my hand. For a moment I simply stared at it, wondering what they had chosen to send me. I hadn't dared open the device at the clinic. Instead, I slipped it into my pocket, waiting for the moment when I could check its contents. The remainder of the day ticked away, minute by lethargic minute, as I waited for C to return from inspecting the work on the 4th apartment, the place where I had first met 493. By then my last patient had left the building and I had gone upstairs to the roof. I chatted with the few patients who remained, the ones who were always last to leave, for whom the place had become something of a sanctuary. Normally I offered them a space where they could forget their troubles and breathe. On this occasion, the reverse was true. She soon appeared on the rooftop, smiling as she watched the animation on the men's faces, slowly making her way over to my side. "Ready to go?" I asked. It was still early and she hesitated, noticing the tension that had not quite left my body. 10 minutes. Let me pack up. C was at my side in 5. We made our apologies and took the elevator down to the underground car park for the 10-minute drive home. I ordered pizza. It should be at the door when we arrive. Pizza, she asked, sensing that something in the world had tilted in a way she couldn't quite name. And maybe a movie? I added. We arrived home. I connected the laptop to the television in the lounge room and awkwardly pushed the USB into a port. A series of thumbnails appeared on the screen. They told me everything I needed to know. I switched on the television and linked it to the computer. C placed drinks on the table. As she did so, she glanced at the screen, seeing a list of files. She looked confused. The files were simply a series of dates. The doorbell buzzed and, before she could ask the question already forming on her lips, she turned to collect the pizza, placing the box on the table before us. She sat beside me. I pressed Ctrl-A. Right-click. Play. I placed the laptop on the coffee table at my side. The image filled the television. 2 adults sat together, a child on each lap. Our granddaughter had grown. O spoke first, expressing the wish that we could have seen this in person. Then B took over, telling us her news. First the children's, the oldest had begun to speak, the younger had learned to sit up. Then she told us about the man who had come to the door. They had hesitated to let him take even a single photograph, it had seemed so strange. She had worried about it for weeks. Then the code arrived. That was even worse. Was someone playing a cruel trick? Or trying to extract information? She worried about these videos. O gave a wry smile. She'll worry about them until we see one from you. We were not the only ones taking desperate risks. Nevertheless, she knew we would want news. I've got my green card, she said, beaming. I know you worry about my situation, but it's okay. I still have 3 years on my passport. I'll probably have citizenship before then, but if I don't, it shouldn't matter. I can stay here without it. Tears were streaming down C's face as the second video began. I don't know how long I have before the man comes back to collect these, B said, as our granddaughter lay on a mat kicking happily. So I'll film as much of the children as I can. I opened the box and took out a slice of pizza and handed it to C. Don't drip on it, I said gently. It's salty enough already. I took a swig of beer and another slice. The 2 of us sat transfixed, watching our grandchildren perform the small, ordinary acts of childhood, playing with blocks, being read to, hugging a soft toy, waving to grandparents they could not see. Without warning, the videos switched to a completely different scene. I leaned forward and lowered the volume slightly. Something in B's face had changed. She sat alone in the study wearing flannelette pajamas. The curtains were drawn. It was dark outside. She took a breath. I know we don't often speak about things that lie deep in our hearts, she said slowly. But, perhaps I'm wrong. I sometimes feel that one of your fears is that I am alone here. That if anything were to happen to O, or to me and him. Her voice trailed off. She lowered her head. I just wanted to reassure you how well he cares for me, and how his family will always support me, whatever may come. I know you may dismiss that as empty words meant to comfort you. But we owe him so much. She paused. Perhaps I shouldn't say this. Perhaps I'm speaking out of turn. But when we first met and realized how good we were for each other, we agreed on many things. One of those things was that he wanted us to spend time together as a couple, perhaps 3 years. Before having children. We planned to travel and see the world. I told him I wanted the same, though for different reasons. I wanted to delay our marriage, not because I didn't love him, but because I wanted to prove I wasn't marrying him for a green card. I wanted to earn that myself first. B shook her head softly. How stupid and naive I was to believe we had the luxury of such choices. She paused, tears glistening in her eyes. When it became clear that Middom was closing, that there was no more time, O suggested we change our plans. That we should move everything forward. I told him he wouldn't get the chance to travel. I told him I still wanted to prove myself. He pleaded with me. He said I would regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't do this. He warned me that you might never see your grandchildren. He persisted for months until I finally relented. She looked directly at the camera. He sacrificed all his own wishes in the hope that you would see your grandchildren. When your grandson was born, he wanted another child soon after. He hoped you might see all of them. He was devastated when he learned you had been blocked from being there for the birth. She took a slow breath. It's because of him that you got to see one. Bea paused for a moment to compose herself. I just wanted you to know, she said quietly, to give you comfort that I have someone who will always protect me. The video continued for a few seconds. Then it stopped. For a long time neither of us moved. The USB contained one additional file, an updated copy of the memoir. When I opened it, I found a short note attached to the beginning of the document. The message was brief and written in the same restrained tone that had accompanied the previous exchanges. I was asked to return to the convenience store once more, bringing a USB containing any changes I felt were necessary. Within the manuscript I was to include a short statement acknowledging that the text could be distributed free of charge. At the bottom of the note appeared the name of the organization responsible. The Middom Project. I remember pausing for a moment when I read it. So that's what they called themselves, I thought. The note contained one additional instruction. If I wished to send information to Bea, I could copy files onto the same USB and they would be delivered to her at the project's earliest convenience. The wording felt oddly formal, almost administrative, though the purpose behind it was anything but ordinary. The first task, naturally, was to send something to Bea. C and I sat together at the kitchen table that evening and composed a short message. We kept it deliberately simple. There was no reason to risk saying more than necessary. We described our week in the most ordinary terms: progress on the fourth apartment, a little family gossip, and that we had ordered pizza for dinner and spent the evening watching a moving film about a separated family. Bea would understand. That night sleep refused to come. After several hours of turning restlessly beneath the covers, I slipped quietly from bed so as not to wake C. The apartment was dark and silent, the faint glow of the streetlights pressing dimly against the curtains. I opened my computer and began reading through the manuscript again. In truth, there was very little that needed changing. I corrected a handful of small errors, adjusted a few sentences that sounded clumsy when read aloud, and inserted the brief statement granting permission for the book to be distributed freely. Most of the work consisted simply of reading through what I had already written. By the time the first gray light began to appear behind the curtains, I had worked through nearly a third of the manuscript. The weekend passed in a curious mixture of activity and quiet anticipation. We spent much of it recording videos, occasionally re-watching the ones we had already made, with short stretches in between where I returned to the manuscript and continued reading. By Sunday evening we had recorded 10 videos. On Monday we added 2 more. One of several patients playing wheelchair hockey in the rehabilitation hall, and another showing the apartment C was working on, its bare concrete walls slowly taking shape under her supervision. Late that afternoon I copied everything onto the USB. The manuscript required almost no further changes. Then I walked once more to the convenience store. The same man was standing behind the counter. I handed over the USB videos destined for Coelia, along with the manuscript. The revisions had been minimal, little more than a careful proofread. I expected the exchange to end there. Instead, the man reached beneath the counter and produced another disc. He placed it in my hand. "You'll need to read the instructions page first," he said. I was in no particular rush to open the drive. Whatever it contained had waited this long, it could wait a few more hours. I left it on the edge of my desk until after dinner, only turning my attention to it when the apartment had grown quiet and I had retreated to my study for the night. The room had always been my refuge, shelves of books lining the walls, a single desk lamp casting a pool of light across the keyboard while the rest of the apartment remained in shadow. I closed the door behind me, sat down, and inserted the USB. Only 2 items appeared in the directory. One was labeled Instructions. The other was simply a folder. I opened the instructions first. The document explained that the second directory could only be accessed through a retinal scan. For a moment I simply stared at the screen, then leaned back in my chair, considering it. In truth, it made a certain kind of sense. Years earlier, Middom had begun collecting biometric data from its citizens at airports. At the time, it had been presented as a simple modernization of border procedures, fingerprints, retinal images, facial recognition, all gathered efficiently as travelers passed through immigration. I had been scanned myself more than once. Which meant, of course, that the data already existed somewhere. Still, seeing the requirement written so plainly carried a different weight. Whoever stood behind the Middom Project clearly possessed both the technical capability and the confidence to use it. I followed the instructions. The laptop camera activated, a small circle appearing on the screen as the system guided me through the process. I leaned forward into the light of the desk lamp, holding still while the software examined my eyes. A moment later, the folder unlocked. The directory opened. Inside were several documents and another set of instructions. I began reading. The tone was polite, almost welcoming. I was informed that I had now been admitted to the project. As part of the organization, I would be assigned to a local chapter, composed of 5 other members. Their memoirs, I was told, had been enclosed within the folder for my review. I was encouraged to read them carefully. The final instruction was simple. I was to select a location and a date for a meeting of the chapter. At that meeting, I would introduce myself and, for the first time, meet the other members of the group. It was around that time that I began noticing the arrival of a new kind of patient in my clinic. The first was a woman I had treated nearly 10 years earlier, when she had still been a high school student, quiet, diligent, and burdened with the familiar anxieties of adolescence. Now she sat across from me as a married woman with a 6-month-old child. Her symptoms were subtle but unmistakable. She described waking suddenly in the middle of the night, heart racing, overcome by a vague sense of fear she could not explain. At other times she felt a persistent unease, as though something in her life had shifted slightly out of alignment. Because I had treated her before, I possessed the rare advantage of a full childhood history. That made it easier to see that the source of her distress could not lie in those earlier years. Something more recent had unsettled her. So I began where our last conversations had ended. She had completed high school, though her exam results had not been particularly strong. Even so, she had managed to secure a place at a provincial university, one of the many institutions that had expanded rapidly in recent years as Middom tried to educate an entire generation at once. After graduating, she had been fortunate. A friend of her parents had helped her secure a job at an automotive repair shop, working the front counter and dealing with customers. It had little to do with the subject she had studied, but she spoke about it with a modest pride. She enjoyed the steady rhythm of the work, the small conversations with regular clients, the sense of belonging to a workplace that functioned predictably. At 25, her parents had begun encouraging her to marry. Eventually, they arranged for her to meet a young man whom they believed would make a suitable match. The two of them dated for about a year before deciding to marry. 6 months later, their first child was born. On the surface, nothing about the story suggested a clear source for anxiety. The birth itself had gone smoothly, smoother than many I had heard described. She spoke about her daughter with obvious affection. There were none of the usual signs of postnatal depression. No withdrawal, no bitterness, no loss of attachment. If anything, she seemed like a devoted and attentive mother. At first I found myself slightly puzzled. One detail, however, did stand out. She had already been pregnant at the time of the wedding. I began to probe a little more carefully. "Do you love your husband?" I asked. "Yes," she replied immediately, without hesitation. At the time I did not give much thought to the timing of the pregnancy. I had attended several weddings in recent years where the bride had quietly been in the early stages of pregnancy, just early enough that nothing showed in the photographs. A few months later would come the announcement of a birth. I had assumed it was simply a kind of fashion among younger couples, a generational habit that had formed while I was no longer paying attention. My own daughter, B, had built her life outside Middom's system. I was no longer immersed in the small social codes that shaped the lives of young people here. Still struggling to find a clear entry point into the problem, I asked a simple question. Was the pregnancy unplanned? No, she said. Why didn't you wait until after the wedding? She answered without embarrassment. A lot of girls can't get pregnant. That was true enough. Whether the cause lay in delayed marriages, environmental damage, or some combination of the two, fertility had become an increasingly uncertain thing. But the answers still left something unresolved. Why would you avoid marriage just because you couldn't get pregnant? I asked. She looked at me calmly. It would save us getting divorced. And there it was. Stated plainly, without irony or hesitation. The primary purpose of the marriage was not the partner, it was the child. I sat with that thought for a moment. When I thought back to the recent weddings I had attended, I realized that many of those brides had likely been following the same quiet logic. I simply had not understood it at the time. Do you love your husband? I asked again, or did you marry for children? Both. I nodded slowly. And what about him? Do you believe he loves you? I think so, she said after a moment. But sometimes he yells at me. There it was again, that faint fracture running beneath the surface. A lack of trust. In Middom, trust had become something fragile, something provisional. Relationships were often built upon narrow calculations of self-interest, each person quietly measuring what the arrangement provided them. When circumstances changed even slightly, the structure could begin to crumble. Over the following months I found myself repeating variations of this conversation with many patients. The pattern was remarkably consistent. The challenge, each time, was the same: how to cultivate trust in people who had grown up believing that trust was an illusion. Again and again I offered the same advice, simple to the point of sounding almost naive. Seek connection. Every day. Cook a favorite meal. Bring home a small gift. Hold hands when you walk. Leave a note on the table in the morning. And when the moment felt right, ask the question most people were too afraid to voice. What can I do to love you better? My initiation into the Middom Project took place in a sitting area of the clinic that I normally reserved for patients. It was a quiet room at the end of a short corridor, designed to feel neutral and reassuring rather than formal. That evening it had been arranged differently. Glasses, cups, and several bottles of drinks had been placed carefully on the sideboard. A few plates of snacks rested on the coffee table. 3 large sofas formed a loose semicircle around it, creating a small cul-de-sac where conversation could settle without drifting too far. The meeting was chaired by 493. After reading his memoir earlier that week, I had learned that he worked as a building inspector for the city. In person he appeared much as I had imagined. Methodical, reserved, a man accustomed to examining structures for weaknesses that others overlooked. The remaining 4 members arrived gradually. 389 was a retired electronic engineer whose quiet manner suggested a lifetime spent solving problems that few people fully understood. 462, the youngest by several years, had once served as a soldier. He carried himself with the restless alertness of someone who had never entirely left that life behind. 508 was a middle-aged woman who worked on the electricity grid, practical and direct in her speech. And 583 was an executive at a construction company, a man who spoke sparingly but watched everything with careful attention. My own introduction felt faintly awkward. Ordinarily such occasions involve a gradual exchange of biographies, small details offered cautiously as strangers become acquainted. Here the process felt strangely reversed. Everyone present had already read my memoir. They knew the intimate outlines of my life long before we had shaken hands. For a few moments I struggled to find a natural way to begin. It was curiosity that eventually dissolved the tension. Questions began to appear from different corners of the room about my work at the clinic, about the documentary, about the charity projects I had been involved with over the years. The conversation moved slowly at first, then gathered confidence as people began comparing fragments of their own experiences with the events described in my memoir. Even at that early stage, I found myself thinking about 874, wondering whether she might one day be a suitable addition to the group. But the thought remained unspoken. There were procedures to follow, and the project clearly valued patience. After about an hour, the tone of the meeting shifted. It was 493 who redirected the conversation. He raised a hand slightly and asked whether anyone had heard anything new, any rumors, any signs of change. For a moment, no one spoke. Then 508 offered something she had heard through colleagues working in communications infrastructure. According to the rumor, all external email contact with the outside world might soon be shut down. The effect was immediate. Low murmurs spread around the room. Chairs shifted. A few people exchanged uneasy glances. Every one of us, it turned out, had children living beyond Middom's borders. At that time, the project was still in its infancy. Its purpose was modest, a forum where like-minded people could speak freely and a discreet conduit for communicating with the outside world. Nothing more ambitious than that had yet emerged. Only later would it begin to grow into something larger. Gradually it developed more channels through which information from the outside could reach us. Later still it began collecting and preserving fragments of culture that were quietly disappearing, documents, recordings, personal histories that might otherwise have vanished without trace. In time the project would become not only a source of information from within Middom, but also a guardian of things the state had begun to neglect or erase. But that future was not yet visible to us. At the time we were simply 6 people sitting in a small room, speaking carefully about rumors and possibilities, uncertain how much of the world beyond our walls would remain open to us. I had joined shortly after the project's first major consolidation, when several smaller, scattered groups had quietly merged into a single structure. In those early days none of us yet understood how important that moment would prove to be. We waited 6 months before the next batch of videos arrived from Koalia. At the time the delay felt long, almost unbearable, though later we would come to recognize that this interval was simply the rhythm of things. The deliveries were rare, but when they came they carried a small abundance, dozens of recordings carefully gathered together, each one a fragment of the life we could no longer witness in person. They were, above all else, evidence of B's determination. She seemed intent on ensuring that not a single stage of our grandchildren's lives passed unseen. Every hesitant step, every new word, every small domestic moment found its way into those recordings. When the first of those precious USB drives arrived, we treated it with a kind of desperation. We watched everything almost at once, as one video gave way to another. By the time we reached the final file we felt strangely hollowed out, satisfied, yet abruptly returned to silence. It took us some time to realize that there was a better way. Gradually we learned to watch the recordings more slowly, spreading them across the months in which they had originally been filmed. In this way our lives began to drift into a curious kind of misalignment with the outside world. The practice reminded me of something I had often seen years earlier in Guernica. Some of the men I worked with would rush home to watch football matches that had already begun half an hour earlier. Yet rather than skipping forward to catch up with the live broadcast, they preferred to watch the game from the beginning, savoring every moment as though their private world existed slightly out of step with the rest of the city. Their time lag was half an hour. Ours was 6 months. The videos themselves were a quiet joy. During that year our granddaughter seemed to change with astonishing speed. Her face altered subtly from one recording to the next, her expressions becoming more complex, her voice slowly emerging from soft fragments of language. Our grandson had settled into a steadier rhythm of growth by then, a sturdy toddler exploring the world with the solemn curiosity that children sometimes carry. Watching them move through ordinary moments, stacking blocks, chasing toys across the floor, collapsing into laughter for reasons only they understood, felt both comforting and painfully distant. That first batch of videos carried another surprise. In one recording B appeared late at night, the lighting dim and the house quiet behind her. Her eyes were still wet with tears as she explained that the project had delivered something unexpected, a copy of my memoir, along with the documentary. "It's a wonderful legacy for the children," she said softly. "There were many things in it that surprised even me." She laughed faintly before adding that the documentary had left Owen in a state of quiet amazement. "He knew you came from a poor family," she explained, "but I don't think he truly understood until he saw the village." For a moment her expression softened. It was wonderful to see the practice again. She explained that they had been advised to read the book first, and only then watch the documentary. Seen together, the differences between the two works had become impossible to ignore. The careful omissions, the distortions, the small shifts in emphasis that altered the meaning of events. Placed side by side, they revealed far more about the machinery of Middom than either piece could alone. It had been, she said, an education. Toward the end of the recording we paused for a moment, as if searching for the right way to conclude. Then she smiled gently at the camera. "I was reminded of something important," she said. "Look back to savor." She hesitated slightly before finishing the thought. "And look forward to create." The following 2 years passed with a quiet steadiness that, at the time, felt almost permanent. In truth, very little changed, though small signs of movement appeared if one looked closely enough. At the clinic, the most notable development was that C completed the renovation of the 5th apartment. By then all the units in our cluster occupied buildings that were clearly beginning to show their age. Plaster occasionally loosened and fell from the ceilings of the communal corridors, leaving pale scars along the walls. In the basement there were persistent signs of damp, dark stains spreading slowly along the concrete where water found its way through old seams. The grounds too had begun to lose their careful order. Lawns grew uneven, shrubs went untrimmed, and sections of paving settled or cracked. The problem was not neglect alone. As the number of residents declined, so too did the willingness of owners to invest money in maintenance. Many apartments had become little more than empty shells, their owners watching with quiet resentment as property values slipped year after year. Spending money on repairs for buildings that might never recover their worth seemed, to them, an act of futility. Inside the apartments, however, things were rather different. The interiors offered a more controlled environment, and with a little care they remained comfortable enough. Most of the patients took pride in their spaces, and their efforts were helped by a middle-aged woman who visited once a week on a bicycle with a battered wicker basket attached to the handlebars. She moved from unit to unit in a quiet circuit, scrubbing floors, washing bathrooms, and tending to the tasks that proved difficult for the occupiers. The patients greeted her warmly wherever she appeared. She had become, in her own modest way, part of the fragile ecosystem that allowed the clinic to function. Our own apartment was not immune to the same slow decay. Over the years it had begun to accumulate small failures that, taken individually, seemed trivial but together suggested a structure quietly wearing out. Several power points had burned through after drawing too much current from flimsy wiring that had never been properly insulated. Damp stains crept slowly across one wall after another. The drainage system gurgled uneasily after heavy rain, and in several rooms the grout between the tiles had long since fallen away, leaving thin dark seams. By then we had lived there for nearly 30 years. In truth, the apartment had survived rather better than most of its neighbors, largely because for most of those years we had barely occupied it. Our lives had been demanding, and home had often served little more than a place to sleep. We rarely cooked there, eating instead at hospital canteens or small restaurants near the clinic. The apartment had been spared the wear and tear that constant use brings. But that situation was beginning to change. Gradually we started leaving more of the clinic's daily responsibilities to others. Younger staff were capable of managing routine matters, and the necessity of our constant presence diminished. As a result, we found ourselves spending longer stretches of time at home. It was then that the apartment's shortcomings became impossible to ignore. The problems did more than inconvenience us, they slowly eroded the sense of contentment we had once felt there. Rooms that had once seemed merely practical now felt tired and unwelcoming. The thought of spending our final years inside a place that appeared to be decaying faster than our own bodies was not an appealing prospect. Eventually we reached the same quiet conclusion. we would have to move. By that time I had become well established within the Middom Project, and the relationships within our chapter had grown into something resembling genuine trust. It seemed natural to approach 583, whose position within the construction industry gave him access to people who still understood how to build things properly. Few new properties were being built, and the industry carried the scars of the great property collapse. Taxes had begun rising steeply, along with the price of many basic necessities, while the shrinking population steadily eroded demand. Apartments were not easy to sell, and many developers had simply disappeared. Through his contacts, 583 introduced us to a man named R. R was thin, balding, and possessed the cautious alertness of someone who had survived more than one economic disaster. He had read the direction of the market better than most and had managed to remain afloat while many of his competitors vanished. There was something both shrewd and thoughtful about him, the sort of mind that seemed constantly engaged in quiet calculations. He had recently devised what he described as a trial project. By then the country's population was shrinking by nearly 10 million people each year, a figure that the demographers predicted would double within 15 years. The oversupply of apartments had become almost grotesque. Tower after tower stood half empty, offering aging and increasingly poor quality accommodation to a dwindling population. R's idea was to do something different. He had acquired an option on a small riverside site originally developed in the 1980s. Two of the buildings there had begun to lean badly as the foundations settled, forcing their evacuation. The land could therefore be obtained at what he called a bargain basement price. Builders were wary of the unstable ground, and the project carried another complication: the land lease had only 18 years remaining on a 70-year term. Few developers were willing to touch it. R, however, had certain connections within the local government. Quietly, and very much outside the formal channels, he arranged for the lease to be extended by another 50 years. With that obstacle removed, he proposed a curious redevelopment. Instead of constructing another dense block of apartments, he planned to demolish the existing structures and replace them with a cluster of 50 luxury standalone villas. The site's riverside setting gave it a certain charm, even if it lay somewhat farther from the clinic than I would ideally have preferred. Still, the idea intrigued me. More than anything, I wanted a house that would last until the end of our lives. Quality had always been the central concern. When he showed me the preliminary plans, I studied them carefully before making a request that surprised him slightly. I asked that the design include accessible service corridors. Spaces that allowed plumbers to reach the pipes easily if leaks occurred, and electricians to inspect the wiring without tearing open walls. It was a feature I had incorporated into my own building many years earlier. Curious, R asked to see it. After examining the arrangement, he seemed unexpectedly impressed. Although it sacrificed a small amount of interior space, the practicality of the design was undeniable. To my surprise, he not only agreed to incorporate the feature into our house but decided to adopt it for every villa on the site. He immediately recognized its potential as a selling point. Buyers who were paying for high-end construction, he reasoned, would appreciate a design that allowed maintenance to be carried out without dismantling half the structure. It offered a tangible guarantee that the quality they were paying for actually existed behind the walls. R was keen to secure my commitment to the project. As soon as the plans received approval, he urged me to sign on as one of the first purchasers. A well-known and relatively wealthy doctor who owned several properties throughout the city would, he believed, attract other buyers of similar means. In that respect, he understood our society perfectly. If nothing else, we had always been a nation of copycats. For my part, I was quite prepared to rely on that tendency if it helped secure the home I wanted. It was not long after we signed the papers for our new home that another set of videos arrived from B. By then, the appearance of one of those small USB drives had become an event in itself. We always handled them with a kind of quiet ceremony, placing them carefully into the computer, waiting through the brief moment of silence before the files appeared, as if preparing ourselves for whatever fragment of distant life they contained. The very first video carried two pieces of remarkable news. B appeared seated at a small kitchen table, the light behind her soft and warm, the sort of quiet domestic setting that had by then become familiar to us. She smiled into the camera in the deliberate way she had adopted when recording these messages, as though she knew the moment would be watched again and again across the months. The first announcement was delivered almost casually. She had applied for Koalian citizenship and had been granted it. With that, the final thread tying her to Middom had been severed. There would be no bureaucratic summons drawing her back, no lingering uncertainty about her place in that new country. She belonged there now, formally and completely. For a moment C and I simply sat in silence, absorbing the weight of it. Then B continued. The second piece of news arrived with the same calm tone, though its impact was rather different. She explained that she was expecting her third child. For a brief instant neither of us spoke. C and I had both quietly assumed that B's childbearing years were behind her. The idea had simply settled into our minds without discussion, one of those silent assumptions that accumulate with time. Then the meaning of her words reached us fully. C turned to me and we both laughed in astonished delight, embracing one another in the middle of the room like children who had just been handed some unexpected gift. It was a rare moment of uncomplicated joy. This child, we both knew, was something unusual. Although the law in Middom had long allowed families to have up to 3 children, very few people had taken advantage of it. The policy change had done little to alter the deeper calculations that governed family life. Most couples limited themselves to a single child, fearing the crushing cost of education or the simple impossibility of balancing the demands of 2 children with the responsibility of caring for aging parents. Families with 3 children had become almost a curiosity. B must have understood perfectly well how her announcement would affect us. There was joy in it, certainly, but also a quiet ache. This would be another grandchild we would never hold in our arms. Perhaps that was why she smiled so gently into the camera before adding a final remark. It would have been difficult to afford this child without you, she said. She laughed lightly. School fees are so expensive. It was said half in jest, though there was truth in it as well. In the months that followed we thought constantly about B and the child she was carrying. Each passing week seemed to stretch the distance between us a little further. We waited for the next delivery of videos with a restless anticipation that surprised even ourselves. Would the baby have been born by then? There was no way to know. When the next collection finally arrived, we abandoned the careful discipline we had once developed. In earlier times we would have begun at the first recording and worked patiently forward, preserving the illusion that our lives ran parallel with theirs. This time we could not resist. Almost immediately we opened the final video in the directory. For a moment the screen remained dark before the image appeared. And there she was. The child had arrived, a second granddaughter. The following year we moved into our new home, leaving our aging apartment behind. Until that moment I had not realized how hemmed in we had become, despite its size. Now we felt grounded, a home in which we would live for the remainder of our lives. It had spacious rooms with heavy sliding doors that opened onto a small sheltered courtyard. I soon discovered the quiet pleasure of stepping into the open air with a cup of tea, or sitting outside with a book. It was not simply a place to sleep, but a place to live. The house looked crafted, deliberate, and expensive. And it was expensive. In a sense, it was the reverse of my early apartments. Those had been calculated investments designed to build wealth. This home would slowly drain it, depreciating over time like a luxury car fresh from the showroom. But that mattered little. We had no one in Middom to leave an inheritance to. C took pleasure in choosing new furniture and blinds, while for me the house became something else entirely, an oasis hidden away in my private corner of the world. I felt myself slowing down. Age was part of it, I was 60 by then, but another part was the simple desire to pause and enjoy what we had built. We began traveling more. It reminded us of the old days before Middom had closed in on itself. The museums and timeless cities of Musumia had been replaced by limestone karsts, temples and pagodas, and ancient city walls. Our other great pleasure was the Middom Project. It had begun to mature. New members were added and it was slowly gaining traction overseas. Members were no longer receiving only messages from families abroad, but films, documentaries, and even serialist dramas. Yet the most fulfilling part of it remained the connections we formed with like-minded people, people with whom we could exchange ideas freely, without needing to twist our thoughts into acceptable shapes. Even within our own walls, we sometimes lowered our voices. It was a privilege to welcome our chapter into our home for a meeting. By then it had grown to 10 members, and the generous space prevented any feeling of claustrophobia. Even so, we had all grown accustomed to small habits of caution, pausing before speaking, lowering our voices, occasionally glancing toward the doors or windows without quite knowing why. During that meeting, 493 drew me aside to a quiet corner. "Our next gathering will include a guest from another chapter," he said quietly. "One reason for his visit is that the project hopes you will treat him." I nodded immediately. After a brief pause I asked, "And the other reason?" "He is a critical resource to the project. He has an extraordinary history and has accumulated a priceless collection of artifacts. We hope to introduce him to 986. I suspect they will have much in common." "The hope is to secure the collection for the project?" I asked. 493 shook his head slightly. "We hope that 1076 will judge us to be worthy custodians. But we will not seek to remove them from him." He paused before continuing. "He has spent his life preserving them. Trust will not come easily." I nodded. By then I had begun to understand that the project moved carefully, never grasping too quickly at what might instead be entrusted freely. Still, I could not help feeling a quiet curiosity about the man. Collections like that did not simply appear. They were gathered over a lifetime, and rarely without someone believing they might one day matter. I flicked open my laptop and slid in the USB that I kept carefully hidden in a small plastic box beneath a planter in the courtyard. I worked my way down through layers of folders until I found the one I was looking for: MPM, Middom Project Memoirs, scrolling impatiently through the list until I came to 1076. At the time I did not realize how much of my own story was buried in that file. Who was this man? Why had he been given this privilege? I had barely read the first 2 chapters before I knew that he was a man who clearly needed psychological treatment. As the story unfolded, it became darker, much darker. The word hero was one that stuck in my throat. It was a term that had been used more than once to describe me. It was entirely dishonest, suggesting that a single act of necessity could render a person wholly good. A lie that, repeated often enough, had quietly hardened into belief. The first time the word had been used about me was in that emergency room, only a few kilometers away in distance, but years away in time. The label was a lie. What I did that night was self-preservation. What else could I have done under the circumstances? It wasn't even skill, it was luck that I managed to strike the wick of that candle and shift it enough for me to see it in the blackness of the boy's throat. The act had been far closer to desperation than heroism. I never used the word. I despised it. Hero is one of those words that perhaps should remain in the language only as a curiosity, like apricity, petrichor, or susurration, a word that exists but that almost no one truly recognizes when they see it. Yet as I read that memoir, I found myself reaching for it. Heroism is not an act of necessity or performance. It occurs without witnesses, when a person can walk away without consequence or censure, yet chooses instead to face danger when there is nothing to be gained. Of course, 1076 never viewed himself in those terms. He would have said I was mistaken or sentimental, that there is always an observer, the actor himself. His actions, he would argue, were also born of necessity. To walk away would have been to stain one's soul, to discard self-respect. Perhaps I was mistaken. Perhaps the word should be removed from the language altogether. Visits between chapters of the project were extremely rare. It was simply too dangerous for everyone to know everyone else. The idea of chapters dated back centuries, usually associated with conspiracies and uncertain loyalties. 1076 was important. More than important. He was a linchpin that held the project together. A first-hand witness to what people without accountability were capable of, and to one of the great controversies of our lifetime. I could never quite decide which was more valuable, the artifacts he had saved, or the story he carried. Even now, looking back, I am not certain the two can be separated. Before meeting him, I had imagined someone imposing, someone hardened by history. The truth, when I finally saw him, was far more unsettling. 3 months later, I found myself on the southern edge of the city, entering a neglected first-floor shop tucked into a quiet and nearly abandoned street. The building was old, its facade worn by time. Electrical wires hung dangerously low, and the pavement had been lifted and cracked by the roots of trees stretching blindly in search of nutrients. It was the sort of street where people passed quickly and did not linger. In those days, that sort of street was often chosen deliberately. I was surprised when I first laid eyes on 1076. He seemed solid, dependable. Yet in truth he reminded me of a Middamese bridge, structures that appear immovable until one subtle shift in the earth, or a river swollen by heavy rain, is enough to bring the whole thing crashing down in a cloud of dust. At the time I did not yet understand how fragile he truly was, or how closely our lives would become intertwined. He was a modest man. He spoke about the ethnics and the half-dozen swords resting on the table beside him, and almost nothing about himself. The following day he came to my home for his first consultation. I began with his earliest trauma, the square incident. It shocked me that 1076, at only 12 years old, had witnessed the disappearance of a young woman and the devastation it inflicted on her family and the neighbors left behind. The irony struck me hard. While he had been mourning the loss of a childhood companion he loved above all others, those same events had lifted me into senior high school. A wave of shame washed over me. Then I thought of V. There are no bad feelings, only what we choose to do with them. I could have done nothing for 1076 or for that poor girl. The only useful thing I could have done at the time was propel myself forward so that one day I might help myself and others. That was the truth. My guilt was a lie, born from the illusion that I might somehow have influenced an event over which I had no control. I composed myself. Take the next right step. Help this man. The path forward was clear, loosen the grip those memories still held over him. We began a range of parallel treatments designed to slowly diminish the nightmares that had followed him for decades. I had wished that I might become closer to 1076, but that was not possible. I was his therapist, not his friend. Those two identities must never mingle. I treated 1076 for 3 years, and he remained the most courageous person I have ever known. If he had not been a member of the Middom Project, I would have devoted an entire chapter of this memoir to his story. But it is his story to tell. And in truth, I suspect he would say that courage had nothing to do with it. Only necessity. And perhaps, in the end, he would be right. Chapter 18, The Long Night. I always treated 1076 at home, away from prying eyes. By then I was approaching 65, and B was 40, with the first faint traces of crow's feet forming at the corners of her eyes. Time had moved quietly but relentlessly forward. On a screen before us I had watched grandchildren grow from soft-faced infants into confident teenagers, their voices deepening, their mannerisms shifting from one year to the next. Yet there was always a shadow over those images. It saddened me that they were growing up with a particular kind of absence in their lives. Not death, that would have been easier to explain, but the knowledge that people who loved them deeply were kept away by something invisible and immovable. A barrier that no one could properly name. That too was a kind of grief. It was around that time that I handed over the daily management of the practice to a much younger psychiatrist. A capable woman in her early 40s whose judgment I had come to trust. In time I intended to leave the clinic to her entirely. C followed a similar path, gradually stepping away from the charity that had once occupied so much of her energy. Without quite noticing when it happened, we withdrew into a smaller world of our own. We lived quietly together, like two turtles sharing the same shell. Occasionally extending our heads beyond it to attend to matters of the Middom Project, but otherwise content to remain within the boundaries of our private life. Beyond that shell the country was changing rapidly. The population decline, which had once been discussed cautiously in official reports, had by then accelerated into something far more dramatic. Nearly 20 million people disappeared from the national total each year. The double zeros, as they were often called, had exploded, angry and violent, many of them eventually finding themselves consigned to hard labor in government-controlled factories. What Middom would ultimately become was difficult to say. From where I sat, it appeared less like a society adapting to hardship and more like a damaged aircraft descending in a tightening spiral, one wing gone, the pilot fighting controls that no longer responded. But that was no longer our concern. Our own task had been completed long ago, and we were gradually slipping into the quiet territory of old age. In certain respects, we were living through the very fate Middom had always feared most. Growing old without the steady support of a dutiful child to guide us through our final years. It was a possibility often invoked as a warning during the long debates about family policy. In our case, it had come to pass. We had only each other. There was, however, one person from the project who remained unusually close to us, 874. She had joined long ago and had remained steadfast ever since, carrying a quiet gratitude for the small assistance we had given her in the early days. Over the years she helped with project business and occasionally with matters that were too delicate to entrust to the hands of carers. Near the end she gave us one final gift, though it cost her considerable effort. Her professional skills were constantly in demand, yet across several years she managed to carve out brief fragments of time to revisit the original documentary about my life. Patiently she expanded it, doubling its length and reworking it into something far closer to the truth than the official version had ever allowed. When she finished, she sent the revised film to me and to my grandchildren. Within the project it became part of my legacy. The two versions existed side by side, the official narrative that Middom had presented to its citizens, and the quieter, more truthful account that revealed what lay beneath it. As for us, our circumstances hardly invited pity. When the economy collapsed, the clinic, along with the building that housed it, had left us unexpectedly wealthy. By then labor had become expensive, but we could easily afford the assistance of a live-in helper who managed the cleaning and attended to most of the practical needs of daily life. Gradually we began distributing much of our money. A little went to friends, more to the project, and a considerable portion to the charity that C had once overseen so carefully. Years passed in this gentle rhythm. For more than a decade we spent our mornings drinking tea in the small courtyard behind the house, watching the wider world through screens. The videos from B continued to arrive faithfully, and as time moved on the children who once filled those recordings grew into adults. They graduated from universities, began careers, and gradually stepped into lives of their own. Our eldest granddaughter eventually married. Watching the ceremony months later on a screen left us both deeply saddened. Once again we were present only in a delayed echo of an event that had already passed. Not long afterward another message arrived: she was expecting a child of her own. I had always assumed that C would outlive me. The world, however, rarely conforms to such expectations. It was C who first fell ill. The diagnosis came quietly but with unmistakable certainty. Liver cancer, a disease that by then seemed to afflict Middom with unsettling frequency. Perhaps it was the heavy metals that had slowly accumulated in the water supply after years of corruption, lax regulation, and careless oversight. Whatever the cause, the result was the same. The end of our lives suddenly came into focus. We both understood that C did not have long. I too was suffering from heart disease and several other ailments that had begun to gather with age. I suspected that I might live perhaps 2 years beyond her years that I did not particularly wish to face alone. As her condition worsened, we began making quiet preparations. I wrote the necessary prescriptions myself and visited a dozen different pharmacies across the city, collecting the required medications in small quantities that would not attract attention. Like most Middomese, C feared death. But she feared the pain that had begun to tear through her body even more. One evening she spoke to me with a calmness that surprised us both. "Ended when you're ready," she said. "Just put something in my food, but don't tell me. Let me go believing there's still a tomorrow." In truth, we had already said our goodbyes many times. I waited until the close of a warm and quiet day. Just before bed I mixed the substances into her drink and brought it to her without comment. She thanked me softly and finished it without suspicion. It did not take long. Now I sit once more at the small desk in our room. C lies beside me, very still. As I write these final lines, she is only a few steps away. On the desk beside my hand stands another glass, this one prepared with a stronger dose. In a moment I will drink it. Then I will lie down beside the companion of my life. Joined in life, and soon enough, joined in death. End of Revision 2, received February 18, 2055. Revision 3, final word, written by 874. Afterword. The deaths of C and 633 had been arranged months in advance. I had known, with quiet certainty, how it would end. On the day itself, 633 called me in the afternoon. Our conversation was brief. He was afraid C might overhear us, and by then honoring her wishes had become the most important thing to him. The maid had already left for the day and had been told not to return the following morning. Everything was in place. I told him that I loved him. I told him that both he and C would be deeply missed, not only by me, but by the countless lives they had touched through the years. He listened quietly. Then he wished me a long and happy life. The line went silent. For a moment I simply stood there, staring at the phone in disbelief. Then the reality of it broke through and I began to sob. But I still had a role to play. That night I slept badly. I knew that across the city C and 633 were lying still in their bed, their bodies growing colder with every passing minute. Before long the slow processes of decay would begin their work. The following morning I went to their house. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside, the quiet of the place immediately pressing against me. With a mixture of dread and resolve I walked down the hallway and entered their bedroom. They were exactly where I knew they would be. I touched their cheeks first. The skin was cold. Then I kissed each of them gently on the forehead before turning to the desk. The small USB drive lay where he had said it would be. I slipped it into my pocket. In the drawer beside it I found his will, stamped, properly witnessed, and legally incontestable. I already possessed a copy, but this one was intended for the paramedics. I had begun calling them even as I stood there. By the time they arrived I was waiting at the front door. They stepped out of the van without urgency and lifted 2 gurneys from the back before wheeling them inside. I explained the situation simply: the wife had cancer, and the husband had not wished to live without her. It was a familiar story. Such endings had become increasingly common, particularly among couples without children nearby. The paramedics listened without comment, photographed the will, and carried out their work with quiet efficiency. There would be no investigation. After they left I began making calls, asking people to pass the news along. Most already knew that C had been ill, and her death produced little surprise. The loss of 633, however, unsettled many people. He had been elderly, certainly, but he still appeared strong and active to those who saw him regularly. The funeral took place 5 days later. I set up every camera I owned throughout the hall and encouraged the mourners to leave short video messages. What followed exceeded anything I had expected. The number of attendees was staggering: patients, friends, former colleagues, donors, and people whose lives had intersected with theirs in ways I had never known. For a brief moment the gathering felt almost historic. Someone later remarked that it was the largest assembly of disabled people seen in the country since the Paralympics half a century earlier. In the days that followed I set aside everything else and devoted myself to assembling the footage. Hours of recordings filled my computer: tributes, memories, quiet thank yous. Many additional messages arrived later, filmed on phones and sent to me by those who had been unable to attend. When the work was finished several weeks later, more than 300 tributes had been woven into a single film. The project wasted no time. At the first safe opportunity the recording was carried out of Middom and delivered quietly to B's home. Because of the long delay built into our communications, she learned of her parents' deaths nearly 6 weeks after they had occurred. In early May I received her reply. She appeared on the screen calm but visibly moved, thanking everyone who had attended the funeral and, in particular, those who had left video messages. She said the recordings had become something precious to the entire family, treasures that would be preserved by all of 633 and C's descendants. Watching her speak, I could not help but feel a deep pity. She had spent 20 years separated from her parents by forces she had never chosen. Her own children, bar one, had grown up without ever meeting their grandparents. That was the quiet price of a collective society. Individuals mattered only in limited ways. Their emotional lives counted for little against the machinery of the state. If 633 stood for anything during his long life, it was a stubborn refusal to accept that calculation. To him, the principle had always been simple. Everybody matters. End of Revision 3, received May 27, 2055. I hope you enjoyed the Middom Project Folio 633. If you enjoyed this book, I hope you will consider also reading or listening to other books in the Middom Project series. The Middom Project Folio 1076 tells the story of an engineer who experiences Middom's darkest side, including Middom's uncomfortable past and the troubles of its dispossessed minority ethnic groups. The Middom Project Folio 1647 is the memoir of a Tyler who was filtered out by Middom's ruthless education system and must navigate his way through a society undergoing painful structural changes as millions of homes lie empty and the population ages and eventually collapses.